Inside the car, Dobby turned slightly and asked, "Are all the members assembled?" "By G, everything is in place," the little brother had just replied. A blinding white light crashed in. A heavy truck barreled across the road like an iron wall. "This is terrible." Only a seasoned veteran could remain so unruffled. At the instant the intense light struck his eyes, Dobby's spine tensed and goosebumps sprang up. "Ambush! Reverse! Move quickly!" he roared, his voice breaking. The little brother's foot sank as he slammed the clutch and shifted into reverse. A low hum filled the air. At that moment, a blast from the right sent the car windows trembling with a buzzing vibration. Suddenly, from the right-hand intersection, a white car sped out, with its accelerator floored, leaving 2 scorched black marks on the asphalt and emitting faint scalding blue smoke. It barreled straight toward them. Bang! There was no time to evade. Dobby was thrown bodily, his shoulder crashing hard against the car door, making his bones feel as if they were rattling. The entire car slid about 2 meters before coming to a skewed halt. "Get out! Run!" Dobby, seeing stars, shook his head violently as he roared. In a frantic hurry, he flung open the car door and stumbled out. No sooner had he landed than the white car reversed, made a U-turn, floored the accelerator, and charged once more. This time it was even more brutal. The front end of the car collapsed immediately, and the cabin was deformed under the crushing pressure. Anyone inside would have their bones shattered if not be left for dead. The little brother dashed forward in a single bound to block Dobby's arm. His hand trembled violently, as if from a concussion, and though his words were slurred, he clung to him and dragged him toward the alley without letting go. Even a fool could tell from the scene an ambush had long been set, aimed directly at Dobby. But just then, thump, thump, thump. A clamor of footsteps surged in from all directions. Under the dim glow of a yellow street lamp, a group of men in suits converged, ties perfectly knotted, cufflinks square, and polished shoes gleaming enough to cast reflections. No fewer than 70 or 80 in number each, with impassive faces and eyes as sharp as knives. "By G, they're from Xinjiang," the little brother panted as he shouted. Before he could finish speaking, he reached into his pocket and with a swift motion drew a half-meter-long cleaver, its blade glinting coldly under the light. "I will hold the front and fight heat, and you look for a chance to break out." He showed no cowardice at all. Unlike those fair-weather turncoats who, when cornered, would betray and stab, Dobby had always been kind to him, covering hospital bills, handling funeral expenses, and even personally organizing funding and arranging his wedding banquet. Thus, most of these underlings owed their lives to him. Dobby said nothing, fixated on the group with teeth clenched hard. A desperate bid to carve out a path. What a fantasy! With so many blocking the way, there was no escape for him today. It was over. Beep, beep, beep. A short, piercing horn resounded. The suited men ahead parted in perfect unison to create a narrow passage. A black Mercedes slowly approached and came to a halt about 3 steps away from Dobby. The car door sprang open as Elu stepped out. Dressed in a sharply tailored deep gray suit, his hair impeccably styled with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and a gleaming watch band, he exuded an air of refined precision. He looked as if he had just emerged from an investment bank boardroom. Dobby's lips twitched as he murmured, "Are you here to collect protection money or to meet your mother-in-law?" "By G, pleased to meet you," said Elu. Xinjiang, Elu. That name, Elu, had been heard so many times by Dobby that his ears were all calloused. Once the most formidable leader of the old gang, he later struck out on his own to establish Xinjiang and now occupied the top position with unchallenged authority. Who would have thought that their first encounter would take place amidst rubble and the stench of blood? Ha ha ha. Dobby laughed heartily, raising his head as he proclaimed, "With the head of Xinjiang leading the charge, my honor is well upheld." Elu sneered, "If you dare encroach on my territory, who else will step in?" Pock. Before a speck of spittle could fall, the little brother suddenly spat at Elu, shouting, "You think you're worthy? If By G loses a single hair, Xing will tear you to pieces." Elu raised his eyes, scanning him from head to toe before nodding and remarking, "Loyalty. You are a good dog. But alas, your master is useless." His words fell heavily. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The little brother's chest erupted in a burst of dark red, his body went limp, and he collapsed to his knees. "Elu, you're courting death." Dobby's eyes burned red as a feral growl rumbled from his throat. "Dobby," Elu said while adjusting his cuff, "take care of yourself first. Who gave you the nerve to mess with our boss? Xiangsheng, you really aren't afraid of death, are you?" As expected, Xiangsheng's misdeed was exposed. "We're all just trying to make a living. What difference is there between us? Don't involve your family in this misfortune. I beg you, spare my wife and children." Dobby knew in his heart that there was no escape this time. He stopped struggling. Survival. Forget it. The thought of closing his eyes pained him with the worry over how his wife and children would endure the coming days. "Rest assured, I know the rules." Elu holstered his gun, turned, and strode into the Mercedes. As the car pulled away, several men in suits immediately surrounded Dobby. "Hey, Mr. Xiangchong, something major has happened." At 3 in the morning inside the Jiulong villa, Xiangchong was rudely awakened by a call from his subordinate. The voice on the other end was tense and laced with panic. Xiangchong straightened up immediately and in a cold, firm tone commanded, "Speak." "Kowloon is completely down. Xinjiang has torn down our flagpole." "What?" Xiangchang abruptly threw aside his quilt and demanded, "Why has Xinqing struck? Where's Dabi?" They launched a midnight assault without so much as a whisper of warning. "Dabi has been brutally hacked to death. We've lost all our territory." Xinqing declared that Kowloon now belongs to them, and Xing's banner isn't allowed even a sliver of space. Bang! Xiangchang slammed his palm onto the bedside table, the veins on his hand bulging as he trembled uncontrollably. Xinqing was in effect defiling Xing by riding on its neck. They had stealthily dismantled operations, torn down banners, and slaughtered people, and had the gall to humiliate us in person. Do they really think Hong Kong's top syndicate is made of paper? What's wrong? A tremendous crash woke Xiang Tai. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up. Kowloon has collapsed. Dabi is gone. With that curt remark, Xiangchang grabbed his phone and strode out of his bedroom. Investigate immediately. What exactly is happening? Why has Xinqing suddenly turned hostile? Deploy the men at once. Kowloon is Xing's territory. Not a single brick must be lost. Feng Ji. Kowloon has been seized. Dabi, he was killed on the spot. As soon as Alu had finished taking care of Dabi, he immediately dialed Huang Feng's number. All the men are ready. If Xing dares to strike back, they'll be waiting. Not necessary. Huang Feng chuckled on the line. With such commotion, the cops won't be able to sit still. Keep a close watch, brothers. Don't let the police catch us red-handed. Xing. No need to worry. You quickly compile a list. The heads, the enforcers, and every mid to senior cadre from Xing, not one omitted. 50,000 for the head enforcer, 20,000 for the red stick. Issue the bounty immediately. They'll transfer the money right away. This bounty order was personally decreed by Ji Feng. They were determined to crush Xing utterly. Understood, he'll handle it immediately. In one night, Xinqing swept away Xing's Kowloon Hall, leaving Dabi's corpse, the head enforcer, displayed in the street. They even proclaimed publicly Kowloon Xing's banner. Don't you dare let it fly an inch longer. The entire underworld of Hong Kong erupted in chaos. Xinqing had always been silent, but when it acted, it struck with ruthless finality. Either stand still, or if you move, you risk your life. The whole ordeal soon reached Xiangchang, and upon hearing it, he felt as if his lungs would burst from rage. I had made my words unequivocally clear. Keep your distance from Ji Feng's woman, and do not dare to touch even a single hair of his. Yet what ensued? Xiangchang simply paid no heed. Now Kowloon had been handed over effortlessly to the enemy, and a trusted aide met a brutal end on the street. Xing's reputation was utterly ruined, its vital energy severely diminished. Xiangchang, burning with fury, stormed straight towards Xiangchang's villa. It was already noon. Xiangchang still lay in bed. Last night he had spent the early hours with that college girl, not retiring until dawn. Exhausted beyond measure, he hadn't even heard his phone vibrate. Boom. The bedroom door was kicked open, sending splinters of wood flying. Ah! The college girl screamed, shrinking under the blanket, her face drained of color. Who? Damn it! Who the hell dares? Xiangchang suddenly jolted awake, sitting up with a bare chest, his voice hoarse and laden with seething anger. Barely awake, anger surged forth. Even with his eyes half closed, curses erupted from his mouth. Brother! Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xiangchang standing at the bedside with a dark, foreboding expression, his brows furrowed like blades. Xiangchang instantly jolted, fully awake, the remnants of sleep vanishing as he asked in bewilderment, "Why have you come?" Xiangchang said nothing, merely casting a cold glance toward the college girl as he intoned icily, "Disappear from here immediately." The college girl dared not utter a sound as she clutched her clothes tightly onto her chest, neglecting even to wear her shoes, and bolted out on bare feet. "Brother, what are you doing?" With the girl having been driven off, Xiangchang's composure faltered, his tone tinged with discontent. Then snap! The sound punctuated his words. Xiangchang strode forward, and with a raised hand delivered a resounding slap to Xiangchang's face. The harsh crack echoed, and instantly Xiangchang's left cheek swelled, a burning sting surging to his head. His mind felt as if it had exploded. He blurted out, "Brother, are you out of your mind?" Though he shouted, his body remained immobile, neither daring to retaliate nor harboring any resentment. "You're the one who's crazy." Xiangchang's forehead bulged with veins as he gripped Xiangchang's arm tightly, his knuckles white, exclaiming, "How many times have I warned you? Don't touch Ji Feng, and certainly do not even think of going after his woman. Is your head filled with straw? Do you really intend to stake your life?" Xiangchang sneered derisively, "You pathetic kid who hasn't even grown a proper hair. Why should you be so scared? I merely have my eyes on his woman, and he dares bite me." Smack! Before his words could settle, another, even harsher slap landed. Xiangchang's urgency escalated. Not out of mere anger, but from a profound chill in his heart. That younger brother is so foolish it's despairing. A mere junior, you still treat him as a youngster. Throughout Xiangjiang, who dares even breathe boldly before him? Who do you think you are? Don't you know they already took action last night? All 8 venues in Kowloon were smashed, flagpoles uprooted, signboards obliterated, and over a dozen people were left lying in the streets. Upon hearing this, Xiangchang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Does he dare? Does he dare tread on the Xiong family's territory? Is he tired of living? The momentary shock vanished, replaced by a surge of defiant arrogance. Unafraid and utterly undaunted, he maintained his stance as the uncontested boss. Slap, slap, slap. Seeing that Xiang Sheng was still resisting, Xiang Chong mercilessly unleashed a barrage of slaps until blood seeped at the corner of his mouth, then abruptly ceased. The Xiang family will be ruined by you. Get dressed. Come with me to the Ji residence and kowtow to admit your fault. With those words, Xiang Chong turned and strode out the door. Minutes later, Xiang Sheng trudged into the living room. Xiang Chong and Xiang Tai were already seated on the sofa waiting for him. Why did you take such a heavy beating? Your brother hit way too hard. Upon seeing the red marks and bloodstains on Xiang Sheng's face, Xiang Tai frowned in disapproval and called out, "Quick, fetch the first aid kit." No need. Xiang Chong raised his hand to intercept. Let's leave now and go apologize at the Ji residence. I'm not going. Xiang Sheng's throat tightened and his voice rose sharply. Even if that little bastard rides on our head and urinates, you expect me to grovel? Brother, do you still want your face? You. Xiang Chong raised his hand to strike once more, but Xiang Tai forcefully grabbed his arm, shouting, "Don't move. Apologize. Do you really think kneeling and begging now will help?" She pressed down on her husband's shoulder, her tone softening as she added, "You know full well the weight of Ji Feng." Xiang Sheng's expression darkened. Without apologizing, Ji Feng would not relent. He might not fear gang warfare, but Yongxing's side simply could not withstand it. With the New Era cinema under the New Era group gone, box office revenues were slashed overnight, and a chain reaction ensued that no one could contain. Not to mention the real estate business on which the Xiong family relied for survival. As soon as New Century Real Estate applied even the slightest pressure, the Xiong family's properties would have their cash flow strangled, forced into liquidation overnight. That was Ji Feng's most terrifying power. He never unsheathed a knife, yet he could decide your fate. He never shed blood, yet he left you incapable of living. At this moment, lowering your head to apologize is utterly futile. Xiang Tai spoke in a calm, measured tone, her words clear and decisive. Kowloon must be reclaimed, so that Ji Feng understands that the Xiong family is not to be trifled with. XING is the top syndicate in Xiangjiang. When true enmity arises, no one can stand in our way. Once Kowloon is firmly back in our grasp, we shall visit Ji Feng, leaving him a shred of face and both sides taking a step back. Only then will the matter be subdued. Xiang Tai had always possessed a clear mind, otherwise how could she have remained unshaken at Xiang Chong's side for decades, as immovable as a mountain? No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiang Chong's eyes lit up in sudden clarity. XING was truly the source of his confidence. When forced to the brink, pushed into a no-win situation where both sides suffered, even the Hong Kong government would have to reckon, leaving Ji Feng with no room to stubbornly resist. Attacking Kowloon was not merely about seizing territory. It was a show of force designed to make Ji Feng recognize the weight of XING, instilling in him a deep sense of trepidation before any negotiations could begin. Brother, take action. Not only must we regain Kowloon, but those in New Town are to be wiped out without exception. Xiang Sheng gritted his teeth, his voice fierce with determination. Fight. Xiang Chong furrowed his brows. After a moment, he nodded heavily. And once again the night draped over Xiangjiang. In Kowloon, streetlights flickered on and neon signs danced as life continued as usual. The occupied venues had all been restored, shrouded in wafting smoke amid a clamor of voices. An order from the Xiong family had been issued: Kowloon must be reclaimed. Yet action lagged. The reason was simple: the police had cast a wide net, and Kowloon became a key monitored zone. Though the foreigners had loosened their hold on the syndicate, such a grand spectacle could not be ignored. To quell public speculation and save face, every measure had to be taken. Even if XING remained defiant, they couldn't afford a public showdown with the police. Xiang Chong was forced to stand down. At the same time, on orders, a lay issued a bounty notice. Bosses 500000, Red Gang members 20000, underlings 10000. Though the figures might seem modest, they were significant amounts to the big shots. Could a single Red Gang member possibly muster 20000? Unlikely. And an ordinary thug, forget about 20000. He might not even come close to 20000. Do not assume that being part of the syndicate means endless riches. Only the leaders and bosses are truly wealthy, while the rank and file are embarrassingly impoverished. They only earn by doing business. What they make on an ordinary day is barely a few meals more than a dockworker's wage. Once the bounty was posted, the eyes of the underlings gleamed with greedy fervor. Taking down a single Red Gang member from XING meant not only money in hand, but also a rise in notoriety. What could be more enticing? Especially for the young bucks at the bottom of XING. Climbing the ranks through mere tenure was excruciatingly slow, but if one could overthrow a superior in one fell swoop, the money would flow and positions would open up. Inside a dingy old bar in Tuen Mun, several young men from South Vietnam chugged beer and chattered animatedly about the bounty list. They actually dared to set that price. It's even more exhilarating than robbing a gold shop. 50,000 Hong Kong dollars for one gang boss. Kill 2 and you're a millionaire. Exactly. New City just seized Causeway Bay yesterday, and today they've plastered the district with wanted posters. They're clearly declaring all-out war on the Sun Key Triad. Damn. In New City, human lives are worth real gold. A mere underling fetches 10,000. These junior lieutenants on the list. Easy targets. Boss, do we take it? The moment the words left his lips, half a dozen eyes snapped toward the heavily tattooed man seated at the edge of the table. All of them were undocumented immigrants from Vietnam. Years ago, rumors of golden streets in Hong Kong had drawn wave after wave of hopefuls across the border. They were among them. Yet upon setting foot on this land, they discovered the truth: paradise opens its gates only to the wealthy. For the poor, even breathing feels like labor. With no legal status, factories turned them away, office towers barred their entry, and survival narrowed to just 4 paths: theft, robbery, fraud, and murder. And this band of Vietnamese youths had earned a notorious reputation on the streets. Fearless, ruthless, unflinching. We do it. The boss drained his glass in one swift motion, without hesitation. A fool refuses money when it's offered. Boss, look at the door. Suddenly one man jabbed a finger toward the entrance. The beaded curtain parted and a bearded man strode in, broad-shouldered, windswept, flanked by 2 silent, stoic followers. Fat Fei, the Sun Key Triad's top enforcer. What a... Are we really facing him? Absolutely. Seen him with my own eyes. He's Sun Key's Tuen Mun district chief. He only brought 2 men. Heaven itself is shoving cash into our hands. In their eyes, Fat Fei instantly transformed. What district chief? He was nothing but a walking 50,000 HKD bounty. Plump, glistening, utterly. Are your weapons ready? The boss swept his gaze across the group, his voice low-edged with lethal intent. Ready. His men answered in unison, hands already gripping the hilts hidden behind their waists. Go. Kill him. $50,000 stood right there. Its very breath reeked of banknotes. For these desperate outlaws who scraped together less than 10,000 a year and subsisted on cold rice, the temptation burned hotter than a blade pressed to the throat. Shadows converged on Fat Fei in silence. And he was still smiling, lips curled upward, utterly oblivious to death, striding into the private booth on stiletto heels. He spread his arms wide and pulled 2 flamboyantly dressed hostesses into his embrace. Brother Fat Fei. Oh, Brother Fat Fei. You're so naughty you scared me half to death. The women writhed playfully against him, provoking a thunderous laugh. Come on, let's head inside for a drink. Bang. The private booth door exploded inwards, splintering into shards. Fat Fei shot upright like a coiled spring spine, rigid eyes blazing toward the Vietnamese intruders storming through the doorway. Who the hell are you? Blind? Can't you see I'm busy? Have you grown tired of living? Get in here, break their legs, and drag them outside to feed the dogs. Before the roar faded, a flash of cold steel slashed through the air, a dagger arcing silver beneath the ceiling light, grazing Fat Fei's cheek before vanishing. Fuck! A guttural curse choked in his throat as dread sank deep into his chest. He snatched up a beer bottle and hurled it straight at the Vietnamese man's face. Crash! Glass exploded. Beer and blood spattered the wall in crimson spray. He bellowed, voice raw, help! Take them down. The Vietnamese gang leader roared and lunged forward, knife flashing. All of them were seasoned street wolves, hardened by years of violence. Fat Fei himself had clawed his way up from gutter-level thug to feared enforcer, fists and feet never backing down from a fight. Crash! The bottle struck his forehead with brutal force. Blood streamed down his temple. Then came a whirlwind kick, sending the Vietnamese man stumbling backward into the sharp corner of a sofa. Aya! A shriek tore through the air. The 2 hostesses huddled together in the corner, trembling violently, breath held tight in terror. Chaos erupted inside the booth. Yet undeniable truth remained: Fat Fei truly was the most formidable fighter among all Sun Key's top enforcers. Facing 5 attackers alone, he yielded not an inch. Snatching a dagger from one assailant, he reversed its blade, and in the blink of an eye drove the wounded man, whose arm he'd just been stabbed, back against the wall, stabbing 3 times in rapid succession until the man crumpled lifelessly to the floor. The Vietnamese men were already gaunt, starving since arriving in Hong Kong, sallow-skinned and weak-limbed. Their usual prey: street vendors, tourists, students. Always the easiest marks. This time they'd stumbled upon a monster who tore flesh barehanded, and icy dread seeped into their very marrow. Not a single blow landed true. Minutes passed. Clang. A dagger-soaked darkard clattered onto the floor, its tip still dripping. Pock! Fat Fei spat thick phlegm directly onto the faces of the collapsed men sprawled across the ground. Worthless scum, deserved every bit. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his bleeding left arm while bracing himself against the doorframe, grimacing as he staggered outward. Brother Fat Fei. Just as he stepped out of the booth, 2 of his men arrived. What the hell? Did you stuff your ears with donkey hair? Didn't you hear me shouting? Do you want to get kicked out of the Triad? I nearly died in there. He pointed at his blood-soaked arm and thigh, his face twisted in agony. Get me to the hospital, now. They apologized profusely and rushed forward to support his arms. But the instant their fingertips brushed his shoulders, their eyes froze, cold as glacial ice. Thunk! Thunk! Two concealed daggers flashed from their sleeves, plunging deep into Fat Fei's lower back and abdomen, blades sinking to the hilt. Fat Fei stiffened, pupils dilating in shock. He stared downward slowly, two daggers buried deep in you. Brother Chong, we'd love to honor brotherhood. But New City's offer, it's simply too high. We'd earn at most 10,000 working full-time for a year, but they're offering 50,000 for your head. Sorry, Brother Chong. We'll have to ask you to go first so we can collect. Thud. Fat Fei crashed to the floor, blood frothing from his lips. He never imagined it. South Vietnamese blades wouldn't claim his life, yet betrayal would come from within his own ranks. Now the 50,000 is guaranteed. Seeing Fat Fei breathe his last, one man broke into a grin. Only for his accomplice, the very man who'd just fought beside him, to draw a third dagger and drive it deep into his back. The man convulsed, blood gushing. He whirled around, eyes wide with disbelief. Why? Split it 50-50. I'd be left with only 25,000. I want the full 50. Fuck, thunk. The blade wrenched free, then plunged again. Into his ribs, clean, decisive. With what loyalty? What brotherhood? In this world there are no codes of honor, only knives and chains. Those tales of unwavering fidelity and shared sacrifice exist solely on stage. Reality is stark. Money is the blade, power the noose. The ruthless survive. The greedy win. That bounty notice burned like a red-hot branding iron, leaving the entire XING syndicate restless and unnerved. Infighting had overnight become the grim new normal. Other triads were no less active. Seizing the chaos, they seized territory and eliminated rivals. Living Hong Kong dollars were currency no one refused to collect. The East New Territories syndicate leader was ambushed at an intersection by the number gang. A cargo truck struck Heaton, hurling his body 10 meters into the air, his remains too shattered to reassemble. Kowloon, the North Point faction chief, rode home late at night. The car halted. The driver murmured softly, "Boss, we're here." Kowloon stirred awake, then froze instantly. This wasn't his front gate. It was a desolate mountain wilderness. Darkness pressed in from all sides. Only the ghastly pallor of moonlight traced skeletal outlines of twisted trees. What devilry is this? Lost your way out here in the wilds. Don't insult my intelligence. Kowloon's voice tightened with dread. Anyone would crack under such a midnight abduction. Instinctively he reached inside his jacket for his gun, only to grasp empty air. A chill pierced his chest. Frantically he searched every pocket, his belt, his rear waistband. No need to search further, it's right here. The driver turned, smiled faintly, and raised Kowloon's own pistol, its black muzzle aimed unflinchingly at his forehead. You. Kowloon's Adam's apple jerked violently. A cold sweat drenched his shirt. He knew of the bounty, of course, but dismissed it as ancient history, a wry chuckle away. He had underestimated one immutable truth: money could drive men to stake their very lives on a gamble. Even odds as slender as 1 in 1,000 were enough to make some pull the trigger. Bang! The driver uttered not a word, only fired. That night, the XING syndicate suffered a catastrophic blow. From midnight until dawn, Xiang Chong's phone rang without cease. The entire organization descended into chaos. Of his 9 hall masters, 7 corpses were delivered to the mortuary. The remaining 2 barely escaped. Trembling, they dialed for help. Reinforcements dispatched, still no word. Red Stick enforcers and junior lieutenants lay dead or fled. Broken limbs were commonplace. The streets bore more than one corpse stretched lifeless upon asphalt. A bounty backed by real cash had driven the XING syndicate to the very edge of the abyss. Xiang Chong never imagined Chung Xin would dare play so ruthlessly. Old-style Underworld death warrants had long since rotted in forgotten archives. No one took them seriously. But Chung Xin was different. Ink on paper, cash deposited, every cent accounted for. He stood utterly defenseless. Now each XING hall fought alone. Loyalty had dissolved like mist. To reclaim Causeway Bay, impossible. Merely holding on to their few blocks, without being devoured whole by neighboring syndicates watching hungrily from the shadows, was already miraculous. It's all your fault. I said bow low and beg forgiveness. You insisted on clashing Heaton with Causeway Bay. Now look, XING is falling apart. Xiang Chong roared at his wife Xiang Tai. The windows trembled with the force of his voice. Yet the decision had been his own, made willingly. Now he feigned innocence more convincingly than anyone. And you? No sooner had he finished berating Xiang Tai than he pivoted sharply, aiming his fury squarely at Xiang Sheng. What business do you have fixating on Ji Feng's woman? Beautiful women are everywhere. Can't you find one within the company itself? Isn't Zhao Min enough to occupy you? Why leap straight into the fire? As he raged, neither Xiang Tai nor Xiang Sheng dared utter a word, heads bowed enduring the storm. Yet beneath Xiang Sheng's silence burned a white-hot fury, urging him to muster his men and storm Chung Xion's stronghold before dawn. When his tirade finally spent, Xiang Chong caught his breath, pulled out his phone, scrolled to Ji Feng's number, and pressed call. Apologies must be made. A banquet of formal admission of error, a deep bow. None could be omitted. XING could replace fallen lieutenants from its ranks. But unless the bounty was withdrawn, even 10 newly promoted men wouldn't survive 3 days. Let alone stabilize operations. fending off rival syndicates poised to swallow Yongxing's territory whole. Beep, beep. The line rang again and again. No answer. 3 attempts, all met with busy signals. Xiangchang's heart sank. Ji Feng flatly refused to acknowledge him. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. He sprang upright, jabbed a finger toward Xiangchang. Come with me. We'll ask Mr. Su Wentian to mediate, to speak for us with Ji Feng. Xiangchang had barely crossed the threshold when Ji Feng moved decisively. Shi Tian, general manager of the New Era Media Group, and 3 deputy general managers along with senior executives, were all abruptly reassigned. Ji Feng issued a direct order eradicate Yongxing's film company root and branch. He himself proceeded straight to Zhao Min's residence. At precisely 8 o'clock that morning, Zhao Min had just thrown back her covers when she heard the knock and dashed barefoot to open the door. The moment she saw Ji Feng, memories flooded back, the warmth of that night, the texture of his fingertips, the thunderous rhythm of her own heartbeat. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Flustered, she twisted the hem of her nightgown. Mr. Ji. What? Ji Feng stepped past her without waiting for her sentence to finish and closed the door behind him. He always recruited talent in person. This time, however, he came not only to recruit, but to claim her heart. I missed you. He leaned in, his lips grazing her earlobe, his voice a low rasp like sandpaper dragged across seasoned wood. Zhao Min shuddered violently. Her bones seemed to melt. In the next instant, she was drawn tightly against his chest. No, Mr. Ji, this is daytime. I'm afraid of Xiangsheng, he might. Though she hadn't seen Xiangsheng in days, guilt gnawed at her. She dreaded his sudden violent arrival. Clutched in his arms, she stammered, tongue-tied, breath shallow. He's overwhelmed. Can't even tie his own shoelaces right now. How could he possibly spare a thought for you? Ji Feng smiled faintly and swept her up in his arms. The joy of Cao Cao himself paled beside this. One ancient phrase rose unbidden in his mind. The sages spoke truly. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone in the bedroom shrilled abruptly. Ji Feng reclined against the headboard, a cigarette between his lips, pale, smoke curling upward in languid spirals. Zhao Min curled against his chest, her hair tousled, her cheeks still faintly flushed. He reached for the phone, answered smoothly. "Ah, phone. It's Su Wentian." Su Wentian's voice. "Mr. Su, what brings you to call me today?" Since the private equity certification, Su Wentian had never once initiated contact. In contrast, Bao Wenqi called frequently, just casual banter. This call arrived without warning. Ji Feng's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Ah, phone. The Xiang brothers have just stepped across my threshold. They're sitting right beside me, asking me to mediate to settle matters between you." Su Wentian spoke calmly. Yet even before his words concluded, his gaze flicked over the 2 men seated beside him. Xiangsheng's face was ashen, his lips pressed into a bloodless line. Xiangchang shifted restlessly, fingers rubbing furiously at his trouser, seam beads of sweat glistening on his temples. The bond between the Bao and Xiang families ran deep. Years ago, when the Bao shipping magnate still lived, his grandson Bao Wenqi had been kidnapped by human traffickers. Xiangchang led the rescue operation personally, wresting the boy from the smuggler's grip. That debt remained etched in the Bao family's memory. They'd assumed after the magnate's passing that their influence would wane, and old obligations fade into oblivion. Yet, the call had been placed nonetheless. "Mr. Su, what exactly do you mean by that?" Ji Feng's lips curved upward, but the smile never reached his eyes. At those words, Su Wentian's pulse skipped. A clear sign Ji Feng was displeased. Truth be told, he'd wished to stay out of this entirely. But Bao Wenqi was his own flesh and blood. For ordinary people, personal debts tear like tissue paper at the first sign of discord. But for those who stand atop the heights, one favor owed demands tenfold repayment. So he had no choice but to speak. So he quickly explained the connection with the Xiang family, stating that it was neither an attempt to ingratiate nor to choose sides, but purely an unresolved matter from the past, which he could not evade. "Mr. So you really don't need to bother any further with this matter." Ji Feng's tone remained gentle. Yet Su Wentian understood. This was a closure to all possible retreat. There was no chance for the Xiang family anymore. He sighed lightly, saying, "Ah, Feng, I understand." He added, "When you have time, come over to my place for a visit." After finishing, the call was disconnected. Since he held the phone throughout the conversation, without using speaker mode, Xiangchang hadn't heard a single word. He hurried forward, his voice tense. "Mr. Su, Mr. Ji, will they relent?" "Ah, Chang." Su Wentian put down his phone, his expression calm. "Ah Sheng has indeed crossed the line this time. Ah Feng is quite furious over this matter. The message has been conveyed. Moving forward, I cannot assist any further." As his words settled, Xiangchang froze, in place a hint of a bitter smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "It's over. Completely over." He was well aware. Su Wentian's willingness to make this call for the Xiang family was already an act of utmost benevolence. To insist further would be to gamble decades of friendship against Ji Feng's bottom line. No one would do such a thing. "Mr. Su, thank you for your efforts." Xiangchang bowed in respect, then supported the pale-faced Xiangsheng as they quietly exited Su's residence. Who was on the phone? Zhao Min was still leaning against Ji Feng's chest, her ears flushed with red, as she softly asked, "Mr. Su." Xiangchang asked him to mediate. Ji Feng spoke plainly without any pretense. Zhao Min's eyes narrowed, mediating. She knew little about the current situation of the Xiang family, and was unaware of how tense the atmosphere had been in recent days, only hearing that the underworld was in chaos. Ji Feng succinctly explained the methods to deal with the Xiang family. Zhao Min was stunned. She had long known Ji Feng was formidable, yet the word formidable had always seemed vague in her mind. She only knew that he was wealthy enough to rival nations and considered the Xiang family her equal in stature. Only at this moment did she truly see in Ji Feng's eyes the Xiang family was merely a stone easily crushed without a thought to sweep away the dust. All the Xiang family could do was bow their heads, plead, and remain silent. Her heart trembled slightly, and as she lifted her face, her eyes held an uncontainable hint of timidity. I came to see you not just about those matters from earlier. As soon as Ji Feng finished speaking, Zhao Min's earlier blush flooded back to her cheeks. Break up with Xiangsheng, leave Yongxing Company, and sign with New Era Media Group. The commanding tone left no room for negotiation. Zhao Min bit her lip, hesitating to respond immediately. It was not that she feared Xiangsheng's retaliation or worried about breaking her contract with Yongxing. With Ji Feng around, these were not issues. What she hesitated over was her position moving forward. Once she severed ties with Xiangsheng, she would have to rely solely on Ji Feng. She was acutely aware Ji Feng's woman was not just her alone, but she could never step into the Ji family. All she could do was be a carefully nurtured sparrow unable to fly from its cage. And this gilded cage was heavier, denser, and far more silent than the one belonging to the Xiang family. I am not negotiating with you. Ji Feng interrupted all her doubts. Such a woman was a must-have for him. Her will. It was never a consideration. This was the true nature of the power. With a word, the decision was made, requiring no reason and no consent. Kowloon. An unremarkable old residential building. Such neighborhoods were everywhere in Xinjiang, so ordinary they were almost transparent. Anyone passing by would never expect. The box office legend of Hong Kong cinema, The Journey of Zhou Xingqi, resided just behind this peeling green iron gate. Zhou Xingqi should have been able to afford a villa with a garden and a swimming pool. Yet in reality, he lived in such an old apartment. This story begins with the Xiang family. Years ago, he was brought to fame by his mentor, and his films became a sensation across Hong Kong upon release. But that so-called mentor had no sense of ethics. When signing the contract, a trap was set, and the entire agreement was like an iron net binding him tightly. Later, when the contract was transferred to the Xiang family, Zhou Xingqi became nothing more than a mere entry in the Xiang family's account books. How much he earned and how much he spent were all dictated by them. Over the years, he earned the Xiang family billions of Hong Kong dollars. Yet what came to him was barely a fraction. They had squeezed him dry, leaving nothing behind. At this moment in his home, Zhou Xingqi, with bruises and swelling on his face, encountered someone he never expected to visit. Shi Tian, the general manager of New Era Media Group. He certainly recognized Shi Tian. Years ago, Shi Tian was one of the renowned three giants in the New City media circle. Mr. Sure, why are you here in person? Zhou Xingqi was shocked and suspicious. Your face. Shi Tian stared at his swollen cheekbone and scabbed lip, his brow furrowing. What happened? A top star was beaten to this extent. Could it be that he encountered a gang fight while having late-night snacks at the night market? Zhou Xingqi attempted to smile, but the movement pulled at his wounds, distorting his entire face. I still have less than 2 years left on my contract with Yongxing. If I leave now, the Xiang family will not let me go easily. You can rest assured about that. Shishin's tone was confident. The Yongxing contract will be fully handled by New Era's legal department. Even if we lose the lawsuit, the compensation will be covered by the company, as clearly stated in the contract. Mr. Sure, why are you here today? Zhou Xingqi asked as he moved aside, inviting Shi Tian in and casually pouring a cup of warm water to hand over. Mr. Sure, why are you here today? Zhou Xingqi asked as he moved aside, inviting Shi Tian in and casually pouring a cup of warm water to hand over. Our chairman has a high regard for you. We sincerely invite you to join New Era Media. The treatment will definitely be top-notch in the industry. The salary, box office share, and commercial endorsements will all be executed at the best level. As he finished speaking, he pushed a thick contract before Zhou Xingqi. There would be no upper limit on the salary, which would rise with fame. The box office profits would be directly distributed proportionally, and most astonishingly, the company was willing to fully fund him to set up his personal studio, an independent film company. The equity structure was clear, with the company holding the majority shares, requiring him to invest not a single cent. The directorial rights were also explicitly stated in the clauses under his control. The only constraint was the duration, 50 years. Once signed, this would mean a lifetime commitment to New Era. However, there was a safety clause. If the company went bankrupt or was dissolved, the contract would automatically become void. This sincerity was truly impeccable. Zhou Xingqi flipped through the pages, his hands trembling slightly. This offer was something he wouldn't even dare to dream about. But my contract with Yongxing is not yet fulfilled. If I leave now, the Xiang family will never let me off easily. You can rest assured about this. Shishin's tone was firm. The Yongxing contract will be fully handled by New Era's legal department. Even in the event of a lost lawsuit, the compensation will be covered by the company, as written in black and white in the contract. As for the Xiang family, he suddenly laughed. They are falling apart quickly. You need not fear retaliation, they can barely stand on their own. Xiang Sheng has recently offended our chairman. Now Xinji is in complete disarray. Furthermore, in this new era the gangs dare not lay a finger on you. Mr. Ji has his own rules. Zhou Xingxing did not respond immediately. A person who has suffered once is wary of trusting again. Ishida saw through his hesitation and simply said, "You heard about the incident in Causeway Bay, right? It was personally orchestrated by the chairman. Moreover, you are not the only one switching jobs. Our people have already been in talks with Zhou Yunfa and his team." The words fell. Ishida fell silent, leaving space for Zhou Xingxing to ponder. After a moment, Zhou Xingxing made up his mind. "I will sign with Xinji." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Chairman Zhou Xingxing is on board. Zhou Yunfa is also confirmed. Only Director Wang Jing remains. After a busy day, Ishida gave a brief report to Ji Feng. His actions were indeed swift. Even Zhou Yunfa, who received the best treatment from Yongxing Resources, relented. Only Wang Jing was stuck. What happened? Ji Feng raised an eyebrow. He outright refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also kicked our people out. He spoke quite harshly. Wang Jing is a prominent figure in the Hong Kong directing circle. Outside, he is called the king of bad films, which sounds rather unflattering. But this fat man truly has some skills, especially when it comes to making blockbuster commercial films. Box office figures are the ultimate truth, sentiment. Irrelevant. He adheres to a simple principle: make money, and that's what matters. He is quite straightforward about it. Unlike some who, while engaged in commercial projects, insist on discussing art and put on airs, Wang Jing does not pretend. He knows full well whether a film is successful or profitable. Because of this, Ji Feng had his eye on him. Who would have thought that the other party would be ungrateful, kicking the people from Xinji out and throwing in a few curses? Ishida's face also showed frustration. This fat man is not dumped, it's just a pity he misuses his intelligence and is always trying to be clever. Ji Feng chuckled softly. Wang Jing is quite slick. He wouldn't dare to be so confrontational without a valid reason. Ji Feng understood this well. Let's put Wang Jing aside for now. If he refuses our toast, then he shouldn't blame us for serving him punishment wine. If persuasion doesn't work, then let's change tactics. Continue digging for other actors. Directors, screenwriters, lighting, cinematography. Bring them all over. We will hollow out Yongsheng. We must eradicate the roots. If we are to act, we must sever their limbs. Understood. Ishida replied decisively. After sending Ishida off, Ji Feng called for Wang Mingqi. Chairman, the materials you requested are all ready. To deal with the Xiang family, we mustn't only focus on Xinji and Yongsheng. The real target is real estate. Ji Feng had already instructed her to discreetly uncover the details of the Xiang family's real estate dealings. The Xiang family has been quite shady with their demolitions. Using Xinji's influence for forced demolitions, lives have been lost. The engineering accounts are a complete mess. Additionally, they hold several core plots of land in the new territories, all prime targets that we can exploit. Then let's get moving. For demolitions, first secure the property rights. Striking at the root is the most ruthless move. If you want to build and profit, you must first tear down the old houses. But if the property rights are already in our hands, wanting to demolish, fine, pay to redeem them. Price. It will not be something that can be settled with mere small change. Drag it out. Ji Feng can afford to wait, the Xiang family cannot. They are burdened with heavy loans, and the longer it drags on, the tighter it becomes. As for that dirty money, if the project does not commence, the black accounts will never be cleared, and the bank's calls for debt collection will show no mercy. Even if the foreigners are permissive, once it comes to money matters, they can turn cold-hearted as well. If confirmed, it will be confiscated directly. That would be a true loss of capital. Wang Jing had just finished filming a new movie. The wrap-up bell rang. He did not return to the hotel, but instead headed straight to a nightclub to drink a few cups and loosen up his muscles. Along the way, he kept an eye out for any charming girls. This fat man is known for his flirtatious nature, and no one in the Hong Kong circle is unaware of it. Although he has a stunning girlfriend like Chiu Shuzhen, he cannot shake off his flirtatious tendencies. This aspect is indeed reminiscent of his father. However, today, he felt particularly cheerful. People from Xinji took the initiative to approach him, coming straight to the set and asking him to switch jobs. He turned hostile on the spot, flatly refusing. He even kicked them out with a torrent of curses. He then turned and presented his loyalty to the Xiang family. He did this because he had just received news from an old friend. Yangsheng's director and screenwriter had nearly been poached clean by Xinji, and contracts had already been signed. Only a few were left. Wang Jing's mind immediately became alert. All the capable ones have left. Who else could compete with him? He is the only director worth mentioning in Yongsheng. With just a bit more loyalty, wouldn't the Xiang family support him wholeheartedly? Qingyan Road was already laid out before him. The top director of Yongsheng, the true leader, could only be him. Unfortunately, he is ultimately not from the industry and has no grasp of the Xiang family's intricacies. He never anticipated that the situation had already torn beyond the boundaries of his imagination and was 100 times more dangerous than he had calculated. At this moment, he was humming a cheerful tune. Beautiful lady, you are truly stunning. Would you like to act? I promise you will be a star. Wang Jing leaned against the bar, getting close to the girl sitting alone, his eyes glued to her face. You are Wang Jing. The girl recognized him at a glance, startled at first, then her eyes lit up. Can I really? Of course. With your looks, it would be a surprise if you didn't become famous. He leaned in closer without hesitation, placing his hand on her shoulder. I am currently preparing a new film. The leading lady must be you. Are you interested in giving it a try? Let's go somewhere else and rehearse properly. He had used this tactic for many years without fail. Especially after becoming famous, it was almost a sure thing, unless the other party had never dreamed of being a star. Yet he had never encountered such a person until now. Each time it was smooth sailing, a win-win for both. The girl immediately brightened up. Sure. Where to audition? I've wanted to be a star since I was little. As expected, she took the bait. Acting, making money, receiving accolades, glamour. These words held immense allure for a girl unfamiliar with the industry, and few could resist. Let's go, follow me. He grasped her wrist firmly and stood up, heading towards the exit of the bar. Just as they reached the parking lot, his steps suddenly halted. By his black car stood several men in suits, their expressions blank, exuding an intimidating presence. Director Wang, we've been waiting for you for quite a while. The leading man approached with a forced smile. Who are you? Wang Jing's face instantly paled. Seeing his reaction, the young woman beside him bolted without hesitation. Oh dear, I just remembered something urgent at home. I must leave immediately. Before her words even faded, she had already vanished into the night. At once he grasped the situation. These were troublemakers, almost certainly from a triad. Her starry dreams evaporated. She fled faster than a startled hare. Director Wang, no need to panic. We merely wish to discuss matters concerning New Era Media. The man strolled forward and delivered a heavy, deliberate slap onto Wang Jing's shoulder. Wang Jing's jowls quivered violently. I heard you've got quite the backbone, publicly humiliating New Era's people until they slunk away in disgrace. Who gave you the gall? He understood instantly this was a reckoning. His voice cracked with terror. Don't do anything rash. My boss is Xiang Chong, the undisputed leader of Xinji Syndicate. If you won't respect me, surely you'll grant him some deference. Instinctively, he brandished this talisman. In the past, uttering Xiang Chong's name alone had made both Underworld and law-abiding circles step back half a pace. This time it earned only a derisive snort. Leader of Xinji Syndicate. How imposing. We of Qingxin Syndicate aren't intimidated. Not in the slightest. Just 2 days ago, we escorted out one of Xinji's top enforcers. Big Brush. Wang Jing's head rang like a struck bell. His knees buckled. He'd seen Big Brush more than once. That man was Xinji's most fearsome, unyielding enforcer. It's a misunderstanding. Entirely a misunderstanding. I was wrong. Wrong to insult them, wrong to drive them away. Hunched and trembling, his voice quavered. He had only one path left: abject surrender. With a thunderous thud, the portly Wang collapsed to his knees. Director Wang, no more empty talk. Come with us. We'll find a quiet place for a proper discussion. No. I truly have an emergency at home. Gentlemen, please show mercy. Wang Jing's voice trembled so violently he could barely form coherent sentences. How dare he go with them? He regretted it bitterly. His very bowels twisted with remorse. Had he known New Era's people wielded such iron resolve, he'd have swallowed his pride whole, smoothed every word, and bowed lower than ever before. Click. Suddenly, the lead man in the suit's expression hardened. His smile froze solid. In one fluid motion, he drew a pistol from behind his waist, racked the slide with a sharp clack, and pressed the barrel hard against Wang Jing's forehead. Stop playing dumb, or I'll blow your brains out right here. When we say come, you come. Refuse. Then this bullet will mark your attendance today. A hot bead of sweat mingled with involuntary urination trickled down his thigh. Wang Jing instantly lost control, his trousers soaked through. Sobbing hysterically, he wailed, I'll go with you, don't shoot. An hour later, Wang Jing lay sprawled on the floor like a torn sack, bruised, battered, broken. Tears and blood streaked his face, a fresh blood streamed from his nose, each breath searing with pain. Yet pain was irrelevant. He fumbled frantically for his phone, fingers shaking so violently he could barely dial, then called Shirtian. Wang Jing would swear on his life. Those few seconds waiting for the call to connect were the most agonizing minutes of his entire life. At last, a single syllable crackled through the receiver. Wei. Mister. Sure. It's me, Wang Jing. I'm sorry, I was blind. Please grant me one more chance. I want to sign with New Era Media. Immediately. Right now. His voice rose with frantic urgency, until he broke into full-blown wailing sobs. On the other end, Shirtian was utterly stunned. What on earth had happened? Only hours earlier, Wang Jing had stood aloof and cold, rebuffing New Era with icy disdain. Now he was begging, weeping, desperate to sign. Had he lost his mind? Wang Jing's heart ached. Who wanted this? But those suited men struck with brutal precision, and the gun barrel still burned against his skull. To refuse meant death. There was no choice but to kneel. Crash. Xiang Sheng hurled his phone across the office. It shattered into jagged fragments, glass shards scattering across the floor. Wretch. Despicable, contemptible wretch. He roared, neck veins bulging like coiled serpents. his entire being contorted like a flayed rabid dog. Even an ordinary man would rage mad upon discovering betrayal. How much more so Xiang Sheng, the crown prince of Yongxing, who had always walked unchallenged, eyes fixed arrogantly above all others. The call came from Zhao Min. Her tone was crisp. Decisive breach of contract meant immediate termination. Divorce took effect instantly, and as an added courtesy, she was now with Ji Feng. Even more devastating, faint muffled laughter from Zhao Min, suppressed yet unmistakable, and Ji Feng's low murmured response echoed through the line. Humiliation, blatant face-to-face humiliation. Fuck, you treacherous bitch. I'll sell you to the filthiest brothels in Nanyang. Ji Feng, I'll sever your hands and feet limb by limb. Xiang Sheng continued his furious tirade, spittle flying across the desk. Crack. A thunderous slap split the air. Xiang Chong slammed his palm onto the desk, so hard the pen holder leapt into the air. Shut your mouth. So it shut. His eyes blazed crimson, veins throbbed violently at his temples. Already consumed by chaos, hearing Xiang Sheng's delirious rants sent his fury rocketing straight to the crown of his skull. Brother, that scoundrel Ji Feng slept with my woman. Damn it. That whore even. Xiang Chong's gaze slashed across like a blade. I said shut up. Are your ears deaf? Xiang Sheng recoiled, clamping his teeth shut, but his temples still pulsed wildly. Zhao Min's betrayal had pushed him to the brink of detonation. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. Xiang Chong slumped into his executive chair, fingers digging deep into his temples, knuckles bleaching white. His blood pressure surged toward explosion. Last night, triads across Hong Kong had moved in unison, striking Xinji's territories simultaneously. Leaderless Xinji crumbled in under half a day. The bounty had already unsettled loyalties. Many subordinates seized the moment to break away and carve their own domains. One such figure, a senior lieutenant Xiang Chong himself had personally promoted and trusted, barely escaped with his life, rescued ironically by Xiang Sheng's own men. And yet, within hours, that same man turned traitor, rallying followers, declaring independence, severing all ties with Xinji. As for the rest of Xinji's territory, utterly lost, enforcers dead or scattered, elite fighters disbanded. The entire structure collapsed into vacuum overnight. Xinji remained only as an empty name. Kowloon was directly absorbed by Qingxin Syndicate. Hong Kong's preeminent triad ceased to exist. Xiang Chong stood helpless, unable even to mount resistance. Then came another wave of calamity. Zhou Xingxing signed with New Era Media, ignoring Yongxing's contract entirely. Furious, Xiang Chong prepared to retaliate, only to learn moments later. Even Zhou Yunfa, the high-priced talent they'd painstakingly recruited, had defected. All carried binding contracts. Yet without triad backing, the Xiang family resembled a wolf stripped of its fangs, transformed overnight into a hapless, obedient husky ready to be led by the nose. They held zero leverage over these renegades. To punish them, utterly impossible. To blacklist them, pure fantasy. New Era Media stood there unassailable. What could possibly be blacklisted? There was no recourse. Of course, Xiang Chong hadn't sat idle. He'd pulled every string, sought every connection, desperate for mediation. Yet no one dared touch this poison well. Meanwhile, Ji Feng advanced relentlessly, granting not even a breath of respite. Now the syndicate lay in ruins. If the film company had been hollowed out a mere shell. To pursue damages, only litigation remained. And that too was futile. Ji Feng's side could afford endless delays, dragging proceedings until the Xiang family dissolved into dust. The Xiang family was now a splintered raft adrift in a maelstrom, poised to shatter at any instant. Ji Feng needn't even lift a finger. Those old enemies made during the early years have long sharpened their knives. Having once been at the top, how could there not be a few sworn foes? Many are watching the life of the Xiang family. Husband, something has happened. Xiang Tai rushed into the office, his face pale and voice trembling. All the land under our name has been bought out by the New Era Group. They have issued an ultimatum. They are only willing to compensate us at the ordinary demolition price for our failed investments. Xiang Tai had been managing the real estate affairs of the Xiang family. This move by New Era Real Estate is equivalent to choking the lifeline of the Xiang family. After hearing this, Xiang Chong's gaze dimmed instantly like a light bulb that has burned out. It's over. It's all over. Xiang Sheng, sitting on the sofa, froze, his mind completely blank. At this moment, he finally became truly aware. The real estate is gone. The film company is empty. The foundation he relied on has collapsed. The last 3 trump cards of the Xiang family have been shattered. And all of this started because of Ji Feng. He suddenly shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Brother. He looked at Xiang Chong with a trembling voice. Xiang Chong forced a smile, pale and desperate. Xiang family, you destroyed it with your own hands. Are you satisfied now? Thud. Before his words fell, Xiang Sheng knelt heavily on the ground. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the Xiang family. Watching his brother finally realize his mistake, Xiang Chong's face showed no signs of emotion. It's too late. Everything is far too late. He had warned before not to provoke Ji Feng. Yet Xiang Sheng chose to crash into the tiger's mouth. Now that he knows how wrong he was, what use is that? Husband, perhaps there is still a way out. Xiang Tai hurriedly spoke. We can leave Hong Kong and go to Wanwan. There are old connections of the old man there, and our uncles are there. The network still exists. The Xiang family can still rise again. Hong Kong can no longer accommodate the Xiang family. But in Wanwan, there is still a glimmer of hope. Xiang Chang's father had gone to Wanwan to develop early on, and there is still a large family of relatives there. Xiang Chang suddenly shook as if waking from a dream. Yes, there is still a chance. But the premise is, we have to be able to leave. He paused, frowning tightly. What if they forcibly break out of the border? It is absolutely impossible. Ji Feng will not let them go. The only way to survive is to lower their heads, admit their mistakes, and beg him to let go. At this point, I can only plead my case. Face. That's no longer important. He suddenly stood up, staring at Xiang Sheng. You come with me. We are going to the New Era building immediately. New Era building. In the top floor office. The lounge still lingered with the warmth left after the battle. Zhao Min, dragging her exhausted body, was bowing her head to smooth Ji Feng's suit collar. She suddenly sensed Ji Feng's gaze glued to her, hot and wild. Her face instantly flushed. She really felt a bit intimidated by this man. He was like a tireless beast. As the old saying goes, only the cows that die from exhaustion exist. The land cannot be ruined. But it also depends on which cow it is. This man before her could probably break an iron plow, and even the richest fields could not withstand 3 plowings. Hurry up and tidy yourself up. Put on some makeup. We have to meet someone soon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Min immediately frowned. Isn't it all because of you? I had already done my makeup before coming, and my hair was neatly styled. It's precisely because you are so stunningly beautiful that I couldn't resist. Ji Feng smiled lazily. If it were you seeing such a beauty standing in front of you, could you sit still? Vulgar. She spat, turning to smooth her skirt. Then she took out powder and lipstick from her small bag, carefully reapplying her makeup in front of the small mirror. Once everything was in order, the two of them exited the lounge one after the other and returned to the office. Ji Feng leaned back in the boss chair, while Zhao Min rolled up her sleeves, skillfully boiling water, warming cups, and brewing tea. Less than half an hour after the call, Ishida led Zhou Xingxing into the door. When he glanced up, he saw Zhao Min sitting beside Ji Feng, and his heart instantly brightened. No wonder they made him wait so long. No words left, only envy. Looking again at the women beside Ji Feng, Li Ruodong, Guanzhilin, plus the newly arrived Zhao Min, which one of them was not stunningly beautiful? Ishida secretly clicked his tongue. This is what a real man's life looks like. Chairman. He bowed and called out, then slightly pushed the somewhat awkward Zhou Xingxing forward. This is Zhou Xingxing. Hello, Chairman. Zhou Xingxing quickly bowed. His gaze swept over Zhao Min, and when their eyes met, they shared an unspoken understanding. Having collaborated several times in the past, they were quite familiar. He had already guessed a little, and was not surprised, only more impressed with Zhao Min. Having just joined New Era, she had firmly stood beside Ji Feng. This ability was undeniable. Sit down. Ji Feng raised his hand to gesture, and lightly patted Zhao Min at the junction of her waist and hips. Zhao Min's entire body froze, her ears instantly flushed red, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look up. Go pour tea for the two of them. Oh. She quickly responded, picking up the teapot and walking towards the coffee table. This injury on your face. Ji Feng noticed Zhou Xingxing's bruised cheekbone and slightly swollen eye corner. It's nothing. Zhou Xingxing subconsciously touched his face, his voice strained. Though the words were not fully articulated, Ji Feng understood. He always held a measure of respect for Zhou Xingxing. In his past life, he had grown up watching Zhou Xingxing's movies, remembering clearly the sincerity hidden in those absurdities. Chairman, I came today because Zhou Xingxing just signed with New Era and has some ideas he wants to discuss with you face to face. Ishida got straight to the point. There were countless new actors signed by the company, many of whom were quite famous. But no one was worth Ji Feng allocating special time to meet. This time, it was entirely Zhou Xingxing's request, and Ishida had to muster the courage to bring him. Speak. Ji Feng picked up the teacup, blew on it, and took a sip. Ishida immediately signaled Zhou Xingxing with his eyes subtly pointing to the table. Zhou Xingxing's Adam's apple rolled twice, his palms sweating. He feared being rejected, feared being treated as a joke. I want to direct a film. As soon as he spoke, his head lowered, fingers twisting the hem of his clothes, waiting for judgment. This thought had been buried in his heart for too long. Yongsheng had always shaken his head. No experience, no qualifications. The script was too crazy. The risk of losing money was too high. It would be better to take on a few more films and earn quick money steadily. All right. Ji Feng replied straightforwardly, not even pausing. Zhou Xingxing's head shot up, his lips slightly parted. Chairman, are you really okay with it? He couldn't believe it. Which film company would easily hand over the director's chair to an actor who hasn't even independently directed a project, especially for something with original elements? Of course. Ji Feng put down the teacup, his gaze calm. I trust your judgment. Ji Feng nodded heavily and turned to Ishida, saying, Ishida, for projects within 20 million, no need to go through processes, approved directly. He trusted Zhou Xingxing's ability to produce good films. Films can earn or lose money, but out of 10, 7 will surely profit. Losing those few would not even make a splash. Zhou Xingxing's eyes felt hot, his voice trembling. Thank you, Chairman. I will do my utmost to make a film that will have the company counting money until their hands hurt. Huang Feng pushed the door open and hurriedly said, Feng, the two brothers from the Xiang family are kneeling by the fountain clock downstairs asking to see you and pleading for your forgiveness. The main entrance of the New Era building was bustling with people. The receptionist, uniformed security guards, and visitors carrying briefcases all came to a stop at the entrance. All eyes were fixated on the space between the fountain and the glass door. Two men in black suits were kneeling upright. It was evident to any discerning observer these two were no ordinary characters. The fierce pressure emanating from their brows was cultivated through experiences in perilous situations and positions of power. Yet at this moment their suits were wrinkled, their ties askew, but their gazes were firmly fixed on the main entrance, as if waiting for a decree of mercy. Who are they? Why are they kneeling here? The new receptionist, not being a local, had never heard of the name Xiang. Oh dear young lady, you should really read the newspapers more often. The old receptionist slapped her thigh and lowered her voice, the helmsman of Yongxing Films. Two well-known bosses from Xiangang. And that's not all. They are backed by the largest gang in Xiangang, controlling the docks, nightclubs, and gambling dens. Every line is under their influence. The young lady gasped, there really is a gang. She had been in Xiangang for less than 3 months and had only encountered the term gang in police and gangster films. The old receptionist nodded vigorously. When she looked back, her eyes had subtly lost their confidence. How could such powerful individuals be willing to kneel at our company's entrance? Unable to resist, she asked again. People naturally love a good story, especially one filled with power, bloodshed, and unexpected twists. I truly have no idea. The old receptionist shook her head, puzzled herself. How could someone who could elevate an actor to stardom with a single sentence and ruin a director with another be kneeling in front of someone else's building? Tisk, you guys are so out of the loop, said a regular office worker who often chatted with the receptionist. His ears perked up. Seeing two pairs of eyes fixated on him, he smirked. What big shots are bosses? That was all last month's news. What happened? They offended our General Ji. He leaned in closer, his voice reduced to a whisper. I heard Xiang Sheng has taken a liking to Li Ruodong, our sensational leading actress from New Era Media. The relationship between Li Ruodong and Ji Feng had been the subject of wild speculation in the company, but no one had any solid proof. It was always kept tightly under wraps. He barged into the filming set to snatch her away. The director had 3 ribs broken, and the male lead is still lying in the ICU. General Ji was furious on the spot. And what happened? The New Era, Xiangang's #1 gang, disappeared overnight. Their territory was completely swallowed up. The fierce firefight in the Western District a few days ago was all because of this. Yongsheng was also stripped bare. Our media company poached all their key personnel. New Era Real Estate was even more ruthless, forcing the Xiang family's properties to be sold off at rock-bottom prices, and the banks pulled their loans overnight. Let me tell you quietly, they're on the verge of collapse. They came today to bow and admit their mistakes. The two girls listened, their mouths slightly agape, unable to close them for a long time. Their eyes were filled with astonishment along with a hint of undeniable admiration for Ji Feng. In their hearts, this was not merely about being ruthless. It was a capability to change the course of events with just a flick of a finger. To them, the Xiang family was already a villain that deserved to be dealt with, and no matter how miserable their fate, it would not be excessive. But for Ji Feng, only one thought remained: how bold. Standing up for his subordinates without a second thought, and immediately turning against the Xiang family. Who wouldn't feel a rush of warmth at such a sense of security from their boss? Mr. Huang has arrived. As soon as the words left her mouth, the elevator doors opened, and Huang Feng stepped out. Everyone in the New Era building recognized him. He was the chief bodyguard personally brought out by Ji Feng, and a trusted confidant he could rely on. The heads of major corporations and general managers had to nod and greet him upon seeing him. In terms of status, there was no one who could compare. Thus no one dared to be negligent. Everyone stood up straight and automatically made way for him. Huang Feng walked straight through the crowd, heading directly to the Xiang brothers. Get up, come with me. Mr. Ji wants to see you. Without pausing, he turned around and walked back. Hearing this, the two brothers from the Xiang family hastily got up. Having knelt for too long, Xiang Chong's knees stiffened, and as soon as he stood up, he stumbled and fell twice, finally relying on Xiang Sheng to steady himself. Not caring about the dust on his pants or the mud on his knees, he hurriedly chased after. His disheveled figure revealed a sense of panic. They entered the elevator and ascended to the top floor. Pushing the door open, Ji Feng was sitting on the sofa, with Zhao Min leaning against him, her shoulder almost touching his arm. Xiang Sheng glanced over, his throat tightened, and a fire ignited in his eyes. That feeling was more bitter than swallowing gall. After all, just yesterday Zhao Min still held the title of his girlfriend. Now she was smiling naturally, leaning comfortably, as if she had long since grown accustomed to it. Xiang Sheng could only feel the veins on his forehead throb and a chill sweep over him. The spark of anger flared briefly before he lowered his eyelids, remaining silent, and along with Xiang Chong, he knelt down with a thud. Mr. Ji, our Xiang family admits our mistakes. Ji Feng did not extend his hand to stop them, only lazily raised his eyes. Gentleman Xiang, what is this for? Why are you kneeling here for no reason? His tone was light, and his gaze never left Zhao Min, his fingers gently tracing circles on her wrist. Zhao Min's ears turned crimson as she wanted to pull her hand away, but dared not, only able to glare at him, her eyes full of resentment, yet she could neither evade nor escape. Not to mention that Xiang Sheng was kneeling just 3 steps away. Ji Feng secretly chuckled to himself. This schemer was likely more formidable than Cao Cao himself. We plead with Mr. Ji to show mercy and spare the Xiang family this time. Xiang Chang's voice was tight, and sweat beaded on his forehead. All our industries in Xiangang, we will hand them over to you. Yongsheng Cinema land property storefronts, not a single one will be left, all as an apology. This time he was truly out of options. Material possessions could be earned back, but life once lost could not be taken away. Over the years, the hidden accounts had long been transferred overseas. Even if Xiangang were emptied, he could still live well in the Bend. After listening, Ji Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to Huang Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, quickly help them up." As soon as these words were spoken, the backs of the Xiang brothers relaxed, and cold sweat soaked through their shirts. Having survived a disaster, the two sat cautiously, accepting the tea handed to them by Zhao Min, their fingertips still trembling slightly. Zhao Min looked at Xiang Sheng's lowered head, feeling a slight heaviness in her heart, but she did not hesitate. She was well aware following Ji Feng was the most accurate bet of her life. After about 10 minutes, the signing pen came to a halt. Yongsheng Cinema, all the land, all properties and storefronts under his name were entirely transferred to Ji Feng. From now on, the name Xiang family would be erased from the map of Xiangang, leaving only a pile of bank debts, but that was someone else's trouble. On the next morning, the Xiang family quietly departed from the port. From then on, there was no place for the Xiang family in Xianjiang. News spread like wildfire, shaking the entire city. Especially among the wealthy and the big shots of various organizations, they once again realized the weight of Ji Feng, respect wrapped in coldness. The most restless were the British investors. The planned siege was immediately called off. They suddenly understood the old tricks could not even cross the threshold when it came to Ji Feng. Did they think they could replicate the tactics used against the He family? It simply wouldn't work. Xianjiang was no longer the same as it once was. The foreigners could no longer act with impunity. Ji Feng held substantial capital. Did they think they could exert pressure from above? They couldn't suppress him. If they truly forced him into a corner, cutting off Xianjiang's energy supply would be a trivial matter, and tens of thousands would find themselves unemployed in the blink of an eye. The organizations immediately fell apart, descending into chaos. Once the matter escalated, the North would inevitably intervene. At that point, whoever reached out from behind would be punished. The only path to dealing with Ji Feng left was through commercial competition. This forced all parties to repeatedly weigh their options and reconfigure their strategies. As for the various organizations, without exception, the leaders issued a stern order: no one was allowed to lay a finger on Ji Feng. All businesses, shops, and buildings under his name were to be avoided. Anyone who foolishly provoked him was simply jumping into a pit of fire themselves. The New Ji, the largest organization in Xianjiang, had occupied the local scene for nearly 50 years, but because they underestimated Ji Feng, they vanished within 7 days. With such thunderous measures and such unfathomable strength, could they really provoke him with just one person? However, Ji Feng remained completely unfazed by these rumors. Aside from instructing Wang Menqi's commercial competition office and Yang Chen's intelligence team to keep a close watch on the movements of British investors, he truly took a break. With money in his pocket and people by his side, how could one not enjoy life? HSBC. The secretary lightly knocked twice on the door and entered. Fan Ji was bent over his desk reviewing documents, not looking up. What's the matter? He slightly raised his eyes. The secretary handed him a gold-embossed invitation. Mr. Fan, the New Century Fund just sent an invitation, inviting you to tonight's banquet. Fan Ji's eyes lit up as he reached out to take it. Finally, it has arrived. 3 entire months. The private equity lockup period was over and the settlement day had finally come. He had long wanted to call Ji Feng to get to the bottom of it, but had held back from doing so. In these 3 months, Ji Feng had been very active. Although there were traces of capital flow to follow, it was extremely scattered. Futures, securities, financial derivatives, everywhere left clues, yet nowhere to be tracked. No one could determine whether those transactions were part of the New Century Fund's operations or his private equity funds. One thing was undoubtedly clear: he had won all of them. He had never lost even once. Pick out a generous gift for me. It must be presentable and substantial. Charge it to the company account. Fan Ji waved his hand to the secretary. His fingertips traced the embossed pattern of the invitation, and his heart had already warmed up. Of course, he was not the only one anxious. All licensed wealthy individuals were waiting for this night. Even those who were merely here to make a scene had long prepared their ears, eager to see Ji Feng make a fool of himself. After all, not every bank was like HSBC, holding several pieces of reliable information. Many were even nibbling on sunflower seeds, waiting for a comedy to unfold. The night fell. The Hilton Hotel was as bright as day. From the arrival of guests to the flow of the cocktail party, every detail was meticulously planned, precise to the slightest measure. The person in charge of the Xiangjiang district at the hotel personally oversaw the arrangements, exerting all efforts to use this event to connect with the local Chinese capital circle's top influencers, especially Ji Feng, who was colloquially referred to as the king of financial arts. As the banquet approached, guests arrived one after another. The helmers of nearly half of Xiangjiang's Chinese capital were present. HSBC's Fan Ji, the Bao family's Su Wentian, with Wu Zhengming, the Zheng family's Zheng Yutong, and the Li family's Li Zhaojin all took their seats early. Numerous other faces were also present. Li Jiaqing came with his two sons. Hua Tingzhou represented the Hua family for the appointment. The Hilton staff watched in awe. With big shots clustering together, the atmosphere was so heavy that even their breathing became lighter, afraid that a wrong glance might touch someone's sore spot. The hall was filled with esteemed guests. The media sensed the opportunity, intending to blend in and snap a few photos for headlines. However, the hotel's security was impenetrable, like an iron fortress, and the reporters couldn't even step foot into the lobby. In the end, they could only squat outside trying to guess who was who by recognizing license plates. Just this list alone was enough to ignite the entire financial section of Hong Kong. Inside the banquet hall, the lighting was warm. Ji Feng stood at the entrance with Lin Yi, welcoming guests one by one. A Feng, this setup is quite something. Hua Tingzhou looked at Ji Feng and sincerely sighed. Suddenly, he recalled an old saying his father often mentioned: talents emerge in every generation. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Ji Feng responded with a smile, his tone light, devoid of any arrogance. Hua Tingzhou, however, bluntly revealed support. They aren't that idle. Everyone is watching your private equity with eager eyes. Some want to weigh your worth, while others are probably here specifically to wait for you to take a fall. Before he finished speaking, his gaze already slanted towards the distance. Li Jiaqing was standing among several business veterans, sporting a standard polite smile, engaging in small talk, without leaving any gaps. It was clear to anyone that the Hua family had always treated this person with great caution. In Li Jiaqing's eyes, there were only account books, not the land and rivers. As long as patriotism could fill his pockets, he would shout slogans. When interest shrunk, he could quickly turn and head abroad. Subsequent events also confirmed this point. Then they might have made the trip for nothing. This time the private equity returns are solid, otherwise I wouldn't have invited so many people to witness it. His expression was calm, as if Li Jiaqing was not even in his line of sight. In fact, Li Jiaqing's path had already been rewritten by him. Among the four major families, the Li family was the weakest. After the sale of He Quarren real estate was also tightly bound. As long as they remained compliant, they could still survive. If they were to reach out and test the waters again, Ji Feng wouldn't mind personally removing this thorn. Hua Tingzhou heard this and laughed heartily, his laughter filled with certainty. Mr. Li, how much did you subscribe this time? Several wealthy individuals surrounding Li Jiaqing asked in lowered voices. The private equity of the New Century Fund had a threshold high enough to make people look up in awe. Most could only watch from afar, unable to even touch the door, naturally paying extra attention. Li Jiaqing lifted his eyelids, the corner of his mouth slightly twitching. Do you think him a fool? 3 months lockup period. Annualized at 50%. Such terms even Buffett wouldn't dare to finalize. What right does Ji Feng have to write it into the contract? He sneered, his voice resonating firmly. Others pursed their lips, no one responding. These conditions were indeed hot potatoes. Li Jiaqing scoffed again. Outside they call him the king of financial arts, praising him to the heavens, but who has seen him make a single penny? As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes swiftly turned towards him, their expressions subtle. We have seen. It was from your Li family's accounts withdrawn one by one. Li Jiaqing suddenly realized, his expression darkening, as if he had been doused with ice water. Feeling as awkward as if pricked by a needle, he could no longer stand, grabbing his wine glass and turning to leave. Tisk, Mr. Li has quite the temper. Did Ji Feng really cause the Li family to suffer a few losses to warrant such public humiliation? He's spoiled, unable to stand others thriving. I reckon he still has Ji Feng's bankruptcy announcement tucked under his pillow. Their whispers were extremely quiet, but hit the mark. Li Jiaqing's footsteps paused, his throat rolling, his face dark, as if stained with ink. Chairman, we can begin now. Lin Yi walked up briskly, interrupting Ji Feng's conversation with the two sons-in-law of the Bao family. Let's start. Ji Feng nodded slightly. Yes. Lin Yi responded, and turned to stride toward the main stage, his heart racing at double its usual pace. This was Ji Feng's first time allowing him to host the entire event. The highlight of the evening was the private equity release. His opening remarks would serve as silent acknowledgement, carrying weight understood only by those within the circle. A year ago, he was merely a top manager at HSBC, chased by clients demanding results. Now he was the helm of New Century Fund, worth over $1 billion, standing at the center of this high-end banquet in Xiangjiang, issuing commands. Even he felt as if he were in a dream. He had pinched his thigh 3 times earlier. The pain felt real enough to assure him that this was not an illusion. His gratitude toward Ji Feng could no longer be summed up with a simple appreciation for being recognized. He was the benefactor in Lin Yi's life. Without Ji Feng, there would be no him today. He adjusted his cufflinks, took a deep breath, and stepped steadily onto the speaking platform. Ladies and gentlemen. He gripped the microphone tightly and cleared his throat. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes suddenly converging on him. Welcome to tonight's banquet. I am Lin Yi, the General Manager of New Century Fund. On behalf of the chairman, I will deliver a speech. Lin Yi's palms were slightly damp, yet his voice remained steady without a hint of tremor. No one questioned his credentials, nor did anyone dare to interrupt. Simply put, he was Ji Feng's man. After the pleasantries, it was time to get to the point. The details of the private equity operations which everyone had been eagerly waiting for were finally about to be revealed. Lin Yi raised his hand, and the lights dimmed in response. A beam of light illuminated the curtain as the projector hummed to life. Next, I will disclose our private equity performance and actual returns from the past 3 months. First, let's look at the first month's operational situation. He gestured to the side, and the technical staff promptly brought up the first chart displaying a dense, yet clearly organized array of data on the screen. The primary investments in the first month were directed toward the futures market. Soybean futures accounted for 18 of the total investment, rice futures 30, wheat futures 16, and sugar futures. He spoke at a measured pace, highlighting each item with corresponding data. The audience could see clearly and hear distinctly where the money had been spent over the month. Before he could finish, someone in the front row could no longer hold back. Mr. Lin, you don't need to read out the details. We can see the charts. Just tell us the returns. Lin Yi smiled gently. It seems everyone's mind has already flown to the numbers. All right, let's announce it. The first month's profit. He nodded, and as the curtain flickered, bold red characters jumped out. 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The air felt as if it had been sucked out for a moment. Su Wenshin's throat bobbed, his lips trembling slightly as he fixed his gaze on that string of numbers. Not ideal. Global Shipping's annual net profit was barely 1 billion. They managed to outperform an entire year in just 1 month. Where was the justice in that? He believed the number. Private equity wasn't a performance, was it fabricated? The first client would tear up the contract. In the shadowy corner, Li Jiaqing dug his nails into his palm, his fingertips icy and trembling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Buffett couldn't achieve such a return. Li Ju tightened his grip on the wine glass, his knuckles turning white. Fake. It's all just Ji Feng's facade. A trick to fool us. It wasn't that he didn't believe the numbers, he simply refused to accept the loss. The investment layout for the second month. Lin Yi's voice rang out again, but no one was truly listening. Their minds were still echoing the 3 words 1.2 billion, and their ears buzzed. The second month's profit was decent. 4.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. The curtain refreshed. Gasps of astonishment filled the room like a chilling wind sweeping through. Faces that had just feigned calmness crumbled, whispers erupted. What the hell? They really dared to write that. 48 billion. Whose accounting is this crazy? No way. Who would dare to mess around in this situation? My company's net profit in 2 years is barely enough to cover his 1 month's earnings. Zheng Yutong stared at that line of numbers without blinking, as if afraid it would vanish the next second. 12 billion plus 48 billion combined was exactly 60 billion. He had invested a solid 420 million, tripling it would yield 1.26 billion Hong Kong dollars in net profit. After deducting Ji Feng's half commission, he was still left with 630 million. In 2 months, he had 630 million in hand. Zheng Yutong's mind buzzed, he even forgot to breathe. Zhou Jinfu Jewelry was the kingpin of Xiangjiang, occupying 70% of the market and netting barely over 1.3 billion a year. What Ji Feng accomplished in these 2 months equated to Zhou Jinfu's entire half-year profit. How could this money seem like it was simply picked off the ground? Even the 4 major banks of Xiangjiang printing money couldn't match how quickly Ji Feng could summon it with a mere flick of his finger. Zheng Yutong clicked his tongue, his gaze falling on Ji Feng, who was leisurely sipping wine, a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking as calm as a lake undisturbed by wind. The financial wizard, it's no exaggeration. After today, all the wealthy in Xiangjiang will likely line up to befriend this young man. The third month is also the concluding month for the private equity. Lin Yi paused for a moment, allowing a few seconds for everyone to catch their breath. The layout direction for the third month. He quickened his pace, swiftly skipping over the finer details. The main battleground was in the European stock market, especially focusing on the British market. If we encounter an epic market wave, the profits will explode. As soon as he finished speaking, every gaze in the room was fixed firmly on Lin Yi's face. The wealthy investors who had invested were practically feeling their hearts pounding through their ribs. They were waiting to hear him announce the figures, to see where he had cleverly placed a bet and which lines he had struck just right. Zheng Yutong's palms were sweaty, nearly causing him to curse out loud. The profit for the third month is... Lin Yi raised his hand to signal, and the staff responded by illuminating the screen. 8 billion HKD. The number dropped like a bomb. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone froze in place, their eyes glued to the screen, forgetting to blink. They were stunned. They were truly shocked to the point of numbness. A full 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. In all of Xiangjiang, who could net 8 billion in just 1 month? Let alone making that amount, even gathering 8 billion in cash on the spot from the top wealthy in the entire territory was impossible. The Zheng family's cash flow was the thickest, with a limit of 5 billion. The others were even less capable. The whole family, no matter how unique, could only manage to produce about 4 billion in cash immediately. These wealthy individuals had only turned their fortunes around in the last decade. Most of their assets were tied up in real estate shops and land. All tangible assets that could not be easily liquidated. Real cash. Scarce to say the least. Rich people know that money sitting in accounts is stagnant. It needs to be put to work and generate profits. Ji Feng was no different. With hundreds of billions in assets after daily expenses, all of it was sunk into financial pools, still accruing interest daily. The outcome of this private equity was like a high explosive bomb shattering everyone's cognitive barriers. Several old-school bigwigs clutched their teacups, their hands trembling, wishing they could kneel down and beg Ji Feng, "Next time, count me in." They didn't believe in gods or Buddhas, but if there were a living god of wealth in this world, it had to be Ji Feng, a living, breathing god of wealth who smiled and drank before their eyes. Crazy, truly insane. Fan Ji's face turned red as if he had just run 5 kilometers and was then force-fed 3 bowls of strong liquor. He kept repeating the words, insane, unable to suppress the tremor in his throat. Total profit for the 3 phases, 14 billion Hong Kong dollars. The principal had multiplied 7-fold. HSBC's certification amounts to 500 million, corresponding to a profit of 3 billion 500 million. With half withdrawn, the net profit stands at 1 billion 750 million Hong Kong dollars. This is equivalent to HSBC's total net profit for half a year. This certification is worth it. It's incredibly valuable. The two sons-in-law of the Bao family exchanged glances. Su Wentian and Wu Zhengming's eyes held no calculation, only stark shock. 1 billion 750 million Hong Kong dollars. In the present, it feels like a mountain overwhelming one's knees. Damn it. It's all your fault. The eldest brother of the Guo family slammed his thigh and turned to shout at his 2 younger brothers. I said to acknowledge 500 million. Why did you stop me? You shouted about the high risks, worried about losses, and what happened in the end? What lost was the opportunity. And you brought our mother in to pressure me, forcing the 500 million down to 50 million. Fine, now it's all come to light. And now, do you still have the face to speak? Guo Xiang felt a heaviness in his chest, as if someone had just snatched away over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars right in front of him. Initially, he agreed to acknowledge 500 million. His 2 younger brothers were adamant, refusing to budge, complaining about the risks, and in the end, they even brought their mother to reinforce their stance. He had no choice but to concede and gritted his teeth to sign for 50 million. If this private placement had incurred losses, or if it had only made an unremarkable profit, he wouldn't have felt a bit of heartache. But it just so happened. It was too explosive. The profits soared to a staggering height. How could Guo Xiang still smile? He should have walked away with 1 billion 750 million, but was abruptly cut off by his family's no way. Ultimately, he only gained 175 million, a full 10-fold difference. If it weren't for the composure he had cultivated over the years in his high position, he would have flipped the table and slapped his own face long ago. The 2 younger brothers, being scolded, hung their heads, not daring to breathe heavily. They felt no anger, truly none. At this moment, they wished they could slap themselves until their hands went numb. Their insides twisted in regret, feeling bitter. The hesitations from 3 months ago, looking back now, were all foolish mistakes that couldn't be more ridiculous. Towards their elder brother, there was only guilt in their hearts. If they had listened to Guo Xiang back then, would they be dealing with just this amount now? At the same moment, Li Zhaojie, who had only acknowledged 10 million, looked ashen. He truly never expected it to turn out this way. Staring at the massive profits on the account, then looking down at his own share of 35 million, it felt like a grain of sand was lodged in his throat. Having played the clever game, he ended up ruining the big deal. Some were smiling from ear to ear, while others couldn't sleep from worry. Yet Wang Tongwan was all smiles. She had put in her utmost effort, selling her house for collateral, scrounging everywhere, just to gather that 100 million Hong Kong dollars. To turn out 350 million in 3 months was beyond her wildest dreams. The way she looked at Ji Feng was no longer out of respect, but with eager ambition to climb higher. If she weren't over 40 and divorced with a child, she would be willing to risk everything to be by Ji Feng's side, even if it meant being just a lover. After all, how many people could kneel and wait for the position that the living god of wealth would allow you to stand beside? The thought crossed her mind, and her heart felt alive. If she couldn't do it, surely the young girls in her family could. She must climb aboard Ji Feng's train. She turned and slipped into a corner, taking out her phone to dial. Come to the Hilton Hotel immediately. Yes, tonight, accompany someone. Do it well, and your later life will be as stable as a mountain. Cheers to Mr. Ji. Su Wentian and Wu Zhengming raised their glasses in unison, their voices loud and inviting everyone in the room. The corners of their mouths stretched almost to their ears, unable to suppress their smiles. The entire hall of guests responded, raising their cups towards Ji Feng. Ji Feng raised his hand, taking a small sip. Mr. Ji, thank you for your great kindness this time. From now on, the Bao family will always stand by you. Anyone who lays a finger on you must first cross our Bao family's threshold. The two took turns to pledge their loyalty, their voices growing louder. Whether their words were true or false was hard to discern, but their sincerity was genuine. They just wanted to follow closely in Ji Feng's footsteps. Ultimately, it was still aimed at the next round of private placements. Businessmen know clearly you can offend others, but you must never offend those who bring money. That's fine. Ji Feng nodded slightly. The other wealthy individuals seized the opportunity to gather around, raising their glasses and chatting, trying to get close. What were they after? Was it necessary to say it plainly? Mr. Ji. Li Jiaqing personally approached with a glass, and all eyes in the hall turned to him. A smile adorned his face, and he bent at just the right angle, flattering without being overt. There were earlier misunderstandings, and I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Just as his words fell, he suddenly turned, shouting loudly, "A Jew, come over and apologize to Mr. Ji." The previous discord had originated from Li Ju. Now forcing his son to bow and apologize publicly was tantamount to handing over his face to Ji Feng. Li Ju's nails dug into his palm, yet his face remained expressionless. He bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching his knees. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ji. It was my recklessness and rudeness, all my fault. Please forgive me. It's all in the past. I never took it to heart." Ji Feng smiled casually, waving his hand. He never took these kinds of ceremonial niceties seriously. He was even clearer about what old Li was aiming for. Was it not for money? How coolly he had watched, and how decisively he had stated it couldn't be done, and now his face was burning with shame. So old Li immediately set his mind. He had to mend the relationship. As long as money could be made, bowing down, smiling, and acting friendly were all trivial matters. That's good. Li Jiaqing's smile broadened. We are all Chinese, and we are all working hard in Xinjiang. In the end, we are all on the same boat. But this statement was just for show. Ji Feng knew old Li's temperament too well. When you have goods, he circles around you. When you slip, he immediately steps on you. Just a wolf that won't be fed. Mr. Ji, is there any news about the next round of private placements? Once the small talk ended, Li Jiaqing immediately cut to the chase. All the wealthy individuals in the hall turned their attention to Ji Feng, their gazes akin to a starving pack of wolves locking onto a deer in the woods. The next round of private placements hasn't been finalized yet. We need to wait for the internal meeting to set the tone. However, I can give a hint: the scale will definitely be larger than last time. My preliminary plan sets the second round of fundraising goals at about 8 billion. Once it starts, I will notify everyone immediately. An hour later, the banquet ended. Ji Feng finally caught his breath. Dealing with this group of big shots was not just about speaking. Legs sore, waist stiff, and jaw numb, he was close to laughing so hard it hurt. "Ah Feng, this is for you." Fan Ji leaned in, presenting a velvet box. Opening it revealed a piece of warm old jade pendant, thick with patina, exuding age. In our Yin country, there's an old saying: a gentleman is like jade. You are a gentleman, so I present this piece of jade to you. The foreigner was indeed straightforward. When you were down and out, he wouldn't even let you through the door. When you stood firm, he would turn around and kneel down with a gift box. How much he had sent out today, he finally saw: real gold and silver. Ji Feng did not decline and accepted it calmly. "Thank you, Mr. Fan." After a pause, he raised his eyes with a smile. "Actually, I have something I would like to discuss privately with you. I wonder if you are free tonight." "Of course." Fan Ji readily agreed. Ji Feng then had someone clear out the top presidential suite. The two moved to the poolside, each pouring a glass of wine and taking a seat. "Mr. Fan, I heard that HSBC holds quite a number of shares in China Bank." Ji Feng went straight to the Standard Chartered Bank, one of the 4 major banks in Hong Kong, has a history older than HSBC and the 2 banks hold shares in each other. Standard Chartered owns 11 of HSBC, making it the 6th largest shareholder. Back when the Hanks family went bankrupt, HSBC joined forces with the Pierce family to swallow up their shares. Now they hold 28 of Standard Chartered, making them the 2nd largest shareholder, just behind the Pierce family. He revealed everything, laying all his cards on the table for Ji Feng. "Ah Feng, are you asking this because you plan to take over this portion of shares?" "Yes." Ji Feng shrugged. "I want to acquire Standard Chartered shares held by HSBC." Fan Ji suddenly straightened up, the smile on his face completely vanishing. "Ah Feng, Standard Chartered is not HSBC. If you proceed with the purchase, they might very well unite to oust you from the board. Standard Chartered, the oldest British bank in Hong Kong, has maintained an exclusionary nature throughout its centuries. Though HSBC carries the British label, it is heavily intertwined with local Chinese interests, including the Pak and Kuo families, and even Li Jiaqing has shares, giving them significant influence. Standard Chartered is different. For centuries, it has remained unchanged, with all its shares still under British control. They have always been tightly knit. In the past, there were those who tried to take over Standard Chartered. But the outcome? The moment they secured controlling shares, they were met with a furious backlash from British interests. Ultimately, they lost everything and had to sell their shares at a loss back to the old British shareholders. Fan Ji saw Ji Feng's youth and assumed he knew nothing of this history. He straightened his face and solemnly warned, "You are now a friend of HSBC. They are acutely aware of your ability to make money. If you are interested in investing in a bank, HSBC would be a more stable choice. Just give me the nod, and I will personally arrange it for you. HSBC is willing to exchange its shares for an equivalent stake in the New Century Fund." The foreigners truly were foreigners. Upon seeing Ji Feng's potential for profit, they immediately focused on the New Century Fund. They sought to hitch a ride on this never-ending money-printing machine. I do not want to join the board of Standard Chartered. Ji Feng shook his head, his gaze calm. I want to buy Standard Chartered outright. As the words fell, Fan Ji's pupils constricted, as if staring at a reckless youth who had barged into a vault with a lit match. Are you crazy? How is that possible? Ji Feng merely smiled lightly, his expression as calm as ever. However, Fan Ji could no longer sit still, his voice tense. Do you realize how absurd that statement is? Do you know what acquiring Standard Chartered means? To move against it is equivalent to formally declaring war on all British interests in Hong Kong. Feng, you are being overly ambitious. He nearly slammed his hand on the table, cursing out loud. Although Chinese interests are gradually gaining strength and British interests are retreating, they are still holding their ground on the surface. But a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Once the gloves come off and the British interests unite to attack, there will be no escape. Overly ambitious. I don't see it that way. Ji Feng's lips curled slightly. Do you truly understand how large Standard Chartered is? 500 billion Hong Kong dollars, and you can't even cover its shadow. The major shareholder, the Pierce family, holds 45 of the shares. The Bank of the Empire on which the sun never sets is theirs. It's the 6th largest international bank globally. With such financial power, would they ever sell Standard Chartered cheaply? Therefore, this is fundamentally impossible. The moment you make a move, you will immediately be surrounded by wolves. Fan Ji spoke rapidly, throwing out point after point, hoping to drive this thought out of Ji Feng's mind. Seeing Ji Feng remain calm, he revealed his final card, Feng. The return of Hong Kong is a major trend, but that is still years away. For now, this place is still firmly in the hands of the empire on which the sun never sets. The foreigners still sit atop the pinnacle. They have many ways to deal with you. If you truly make a move on Standard Chartered, even if there are concerns from above, they cannot withstand the pressure from British interests uniting. They will take action. The foreigners never wish for peace in Hong Kong. They are even less willing to loosen their grip on the economic lifeline of Hong Kong. These people's calculations have never been clean. But with Ji Feng already making his move, he was prepared to face all storms. Exchanging shares with HSBC was merely the first step. Mr. Fan Ji, you need not worry about this. I have it under control. He shrugged casually, pouring a glass of red wine for Fan Ji. What we are discussing now is business. I wish to acquire all of Standard Chartered shares held by HSBC. The price is negotiable. Seeing that he was not budging an inch, Fan Ji could only smile wryly and shake his head. I alone do not have the authority to decide on Standard Chartered shares. It must be approved by the board of directors. Although I am a senior at HSBC, this level of asset disposal is far beyond my authority. Then I must trouble Mr. Fan to negotiate vigorously. Ji Feng raised his wine glass, lightly clinking it against Fan Ji's. The original plan for the next private placement was 80 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now I have decided to increase it to 100 billion. HSBC's certification limit is unlimited. Does this sincerity suffice? Ji Feng's lips curled up, his smile warm. Fan Ji felt a tightening in his throat, unable to respond with even a word. You are moving on Standard Chartered. Once this move is made, the entire board will tremble. Will the next private placement even materialize? He had already deemed this situation as difficult. Feng, I can only do my best to persuade. Once the shares of Standard Chartered transfer to your name, it is equivalent to HSBC openly taking sides. This is no small matter. Ji Feng understood the implication. Then I must trouble Mr. Fan. Moreover, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. If processes need to be followed, please limit them to a small board meeting without alarming the entire board. The HSBC board is exceedingly complex. With so many people involved, even a slight oversight could lead to leaks. Ji Feng was not worried about the British interests. What he truly guarded against were the Chinese interests, especially those from Li Jiaqing's faction. Despite their struggles, the British are still businessmen. When interests align, they can turn on you faster than flipping a book. Being of the same bloodline as the empire on which the sun never sets, they can still sabotage each other. But Li Jiaqing and his group are different. They appear glamorous on the surface, but are rotting inside. They bow and scrape to foreigners, yet they are utterly ruthless towards their own. Fan Ji nodded, his expression serious. He understood that this matter could not be taken lightly. Rest assured, I will contact the Campos family immediately. They are the largest shareholders of HSBC, holding the final decision-making power. As long as they agree, there is no need to convene the entire board. Half an hour later, Fan Ji left in a hurry, his back appearing somewhat rushed, burdened by heavy thoughts. Just as Ji Feng stood up to leave, Huang Feng suddenly rushed in like a gust of wind. Feng, Wang Tongwan is here and wants to see you. She brought a girl along. Moi. Ji Feng raised an eyebrow. She brought a girl? Yes. Huang Feng nodded vigorously. Should we let her in? Since they are at the door, refusing them would be rude. Ji Feng spread his hands and smiled. Huang Feng turned and left. Within 2 minutes, Wang Tongwan entered arm in arm with a young girl. The girl had a natural look and was well dressed, clearly having been carefully groomed. Ji Feng glanced over and immediately recognized who she was. Li Zi. the brightest moonlight of the late 1980s. In terms of popularity, she was not inferior to Zhou Huimin. During her role as Zhao Min in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, even her fleeting glances became etched in the hearts of the audience. Now at just 20 years old, her features bloom like a lotus in early spring, standing there shyly, as if a gust of wind could make her tremble. She rose to fame in 1985 with Happy Ghost Goes to Summer Vacation and soon signed with New City. Later, she temporarily left the screen for her studies and just graduated a few months ago, eager to return to the industry. Unfortunately, New City had long since disbanded, and she had never been a huge star back then, now facing great difficulties. As for why she connected with Wang Tongjuan, the reason is simple. Her agent is quite close to Wang Tongjuan, making the introduction easy. The purpose well. In the old ways of the Hong Kong circle, small financial groups cling to larger ones, the path laid out without words. Mr. Ji, this is Li Zi. After Wang Tongjuan finished her pleasantries, she gently pushed the girl forward. Quickly greet Mr. Ji. Li Zi immediately lowered her head and bowed, her voice as soft as a feather touching the ground. Hello, Mr. Ji. Nervousness was evident in her trembling fingertips and blushing ears. She of course knew why she was here. If it weren't voluntary, she would never have stepped through this door. After all, no one could force her. Before coming, she had heard that the other party was a top tycoon from Xiangjiang, expecting a portly, balding, old-fashioned face. To her surprise, it was Ji Feng himself. She certainly recognized him. He was a topic of discussion among countless Hong Kong students, a name she had quietly sketched in her diary. Handsome, even more poised and calm than the rumors suggested. Hello. Ji Feng responded, turning his gaze to Wang Tongjuan. Wang Dong, this is. Li Zi has admired you for a long time. I thought it would be a great opportunity to fulfill this chance. Wang Tongjuan's lips curled slightly, her smile warm and gentle. She slightly turned toward Li Zi and waved her hand gently. Quickly go prepare a bath for Mr. Ji. Be attentive. Yes. Li Zi responded crisply, but her ears had secretly turned red. She lowered her head and hurried to the bathroom, her steps slightly flustered. Mr. Ji'll take my leave. Before her words fell, she had already stood up, her skirt lightly swaying as she turned to leave. It was all unspoken. Some things were best left unsaid, some boundaries were clear to both parties. Watching her figure disappear behind the door, Ji Feng's lips slowly formed a meaningfully enigmatic curve. He stood up and gestured towards Huang Feng. Huang Feng immediately understood, exiting the suite, carefully shutting the door behind him, and quietly instructed the bodyguard stationed in the corridor, no one is allowed to approach, including delivery. The next morning, fine rain fell like silk, silently weaving across the skyline of Xiangjiang. The cold air, wrapped in humidity, rushed in, making pedestrians tighten their coats and quicken their pace. Inside the presidential suite, warmth enveloped the room. Li Zi opened her eyes in a daze, her body still lingering with the softness from last night. The transition from girlhood to womanhood came unexpectedly, but felt real, etched deep within her bones. Stupid man. Doesn't even understand the weight of things. She bit her lower lip and murmured, her cheeks flushed, yet her heart felt like it had a fluttering little bird inside. Awake! A deep voice suddenly rang out. Li Zi instinctively shrank her neck and looked in the direction of the sound. Ji Feng was sitting by the window at the dining table, leisurely slicing an omelet. Memories surged back in an instant. The heat trembling, suffocating entanglements. Like a dream she dared not wake from. She felt so shy she wanted to burrow into the ground. But deep down there was a quiet sweetness. Ji. Mr. Ji. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the corner of the blanket. You were much bolder when you called my name last night. Seeing her bury her face in the pillow, revealing only a pair of eyes, Ji Feng couldn't help but chuckle, his tone laced with playful teasing. Before she could finish her sentence, her face was already as red as freshly peeled lychee, flesh moist and tender. Get up and eat. He stopped teasing her, extending his hand toward her, palm up, leaving no room for refusal. She nodded, her movements light as a little sparrow pecking rice. Quickly putting on her clothes, she rushed to wash up and sat across from him, holding the warm bowl of porridge, her fingertips still slightly trembling. After finishing her meal, she stood up to leave, only to have her wrist firmly grasped by him as he led her downstairs and directly to the car. Destination, New Era Building. All the way his hand remained clasped around hers, fingers clearly defined, warmth radiating. The gazes from passers-by felt like needles on her back. She lowered her eyes, staring at their intertwined hands, her heart racing out of rhythm. Back in the office, Huang Feng handed over 2 keys. After Ji Feng received them, he placed them directly into her palm. Mr. Ji, this is. She was stunned. You are now my person. His tone was calm, yet firm with every word. This apartment belongs to you. Someone will come to help you move in this afternoon. The car is ready as well, and here are the keys. He was never stingy with women. Luxurious apartments and luxury cars were merely pieces he could easily Now that Lease Realty was incorporated into his portfolio, the real estate landscape that the Xiang family had dominated for years was all under his control. He was already one of the prominent landlords in Xiangjiang, with buildings and shops as numerous as the stars. Giving a set of keys to someone close. It was merely a matter of shifting from one pocket to the other. This Li Zi clutched the keys, her fingertips cold, her throat tightening. She had acted in a few plays before, but at that time, she was naive and unaware, barely comprehending the world outside the set. Now, just past 20, having graduated from university not long ago, she had to read a rental contract 3 times before daring to sign. Luxury apartments. Luxury cars. She wouldn't have dared to dream of such things before. But now they lay heavy and warm in her palm. Is this being kept? She sighed quietly in her heart, surprisingly feeling no grievance, but rather a sense of security. Tap, tap, tap. A sudden knock sounded. Ji Feng reached out to pull her closer, making her sit beside him, and called out loudly, "Come in." Tian pushed the door open, the general manager of New Era Media arriving swiftly after receiving Huang Feng's call. "Chairman, you called for me." The moment the words left his mouth, his gaze swept past Ji Feng to Li Zi, who sat beside him, her hair slightly disheveled, her eyes bright, and her demeanor still carrying an unshaken shyness. Pure like the gardenia buds of early spring, beautiful enough to make one unable to look away. Shishin's heart-stirred tycoons may be unreliable, but their eye for talent never misses. Ji Feng patted Li Zi's shoulder and turned to Tian, "Draft an artist contract with top-tier terms for her to sign. From today, she will be a key artist promoted by the company. By the way, are there any projects launching recently?" As soon as Tian heard this, he immediately understood and blurted out, "We're about to start filming 2 movies. One is an action thriller, and the other is a co-pandrobber theme, and the female leads haven't been decided yet. Moreover, the television station has just obtained the filming rights for the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and preparations have begun with the lead female role still open." Ji Feng nodded slightly. "Let's hold off on the movies for now. Since Li Zi just joined the company, it would be better for her to take on a drama first and get a feel for it. The lead female role in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber would be the most suitable. Arrange for the director to come and discuss the script with her as soon as possible." Tian agreed readily. "Sure thing." Li Zi stood aside stunned. In just a few sentences had she become the lead actress. Arriving at the Hoare residence. This was utterly unexpected. "Mr. Jiat." Her voice softened and a faint warmth rose to her cheeks. Unlike Guanjulin, calculating, methodical, always 3 steps ahead, Li Zi resembled a young woman raised in an old-fashioned household, gentle, poised, instinctively mindful of boundaries, her heart tenderly occupied. When fate dropped a leading role into her lap, her first reaction was not elation, but panic, fear of failing the part, of dragging down the entire production, of betraying the profound trust placed in her. "Don't be afraid. Step forward boldly." Ji Feng spoke calmly. "The director and screenwriter are sincere professionals, willing to mentor, eager to guide. You won't bear this alone." Tian listened nearby, shaking his head inwardly. Sincere, willing to mentor. Of course, not out of goodwill, but necessity. Who dared not be sincere? Who dared not mentor? He was someone close to the boss, someone you courted, not questioned. A single word could lift one to the heavens, or a moment's negligence could mean dismissal without warning. Li Zi followed Tian out the door. Her footsteps felt weightless, as if treading on clouds. Her mind still hummed with disorientation. How had that brief conversation just effortlessly placed coveted resources, fiercely contested by others, squarely into her hands? The moment she stepped away, Ji Feng's phone rang. It was Fan Ji. "We've made progress." Ji Feng truly hadn't expected it so soon. Just 1 night had passed, and already they'd traced the shadow. Within half an hour, he sat in the top-floor office of HSBC, facing Fan Ji, hollow-eyed, deeply fatigued. "2 coffees, please." Fan Ji instructed the assistant outside, then gestured for Ji Feng to take a seat. He had indeed pulled an all-nighter. With the time difference between the UK and Hong Kong, negotiations with the Campos family had to be squeezed into the pre-dawn hours, 3 or 4 a.m. Selling equity was no trivial matter, far beyond signing a document. The Campos family demanded due diligence, not of funds, but of Ji Feng himself, and Fan Ji knew him best. So Fan Ji endured, anchoring 8 grueling hours of transcontinental calls, methodically deconstructing Ji Feng's background, leadership, style, moral boundaries, and innate sense of proportion. The coffee arrived swiftly. The secretary exited, closing the door with quiet efficiency. "Mr. Fan, your efficiency is truly admirable. With friends, I never allow myself to be lax." Fan Ji offered a faint smile. Ji Feng took it as mere courtesy. Foreigners pulling all-nighters. Only when mountains of cash were piled high. Otherwise, it was harder than extracting life itself. "What's the outcome?" He cut straight to the point. Fan Ji set down his cup and nodded. "The Campos family has agreed. But there are 2 conditions." Ji Feng had anticipated resistance. No surprise there. He simply lifted his chin. "Speak." Fan Ji sipped his coffee and said, "They will exercise their veto power to transfer all HSBC's Standard Chartered shares directly to you. 8 billion HKD, fixed price, non-negotiable. That is their iron line. Second, you must sign a supplementary agreement for the next 10 years. HSBC shall hold priority subscription rights over all private fund products launched by New Century Fund, and its annual subscription commitment must constitute no less than 30% of each fund's total capital raise." Initially, the Campos family had proposed taking equity stakes in New Century Fund, even offering Standard Chartered shares in exchange for fund allocations. Fan Ji declined politely on the spot. He knew precisely where Ji Feng had drawn the line the previous night. The fund would admit no outsiders. The Campos family convened several closed-door meetings. They unanimously concluded that swapping equity for equity was too precarious. Ji Feng invested almost nothing of his own, leveraging the entire play with borrowed capital. If Standard Chartered were truly acquired, the returns would indeed be staggering. Yet should the venture collapse, New Century Fund would vanish overnight. And HSBC, it would surrender its Standard Chartered shares, and hear not even a whisper in return. Other shareholders would certainly not stand idle. Their voting rights had been entrusted after all. After exhaustive deliberation, consensus was reached. The final terms: outright cash sale coupled with a private fund cooperation clause. 8 billion HKD, a concrete, unambiguous figure, neither inflated nor speculative. Securing the funds first was the only rational course. What followed, how Ji Feng played his hand, was entirely up to him. Win or lose, they stood to gain. Lose. The money was already deposited, guaranteed profit, zero risk. And they'd even succeed in unsettling Standard Chartered. In principle, HSBC and the Campos family had never aligned with Standard Chartered. Exploiting the moment to strike was perfectly natural. Win. They'd ride the wave and claim their share of the spoils. Offense and defense perfectly balanced. Every move calculated, every retreat secured. Ji Feng understood it all. Yet every condition was impeccable, truly a win-win arrangement. As for those 8 billion HKD, he didn't so much as blink. This battle was never about seizing Standard Chartered alone. His blade had long been aimed at the entire British capital establishment of Hong Kong, to bring it to its knees, never to rise again. Should he succeed, the flesh carved from British capital would dwarf this some many times over. After a brief pause, he nodded firmly at Fan Ji. Agreed. Mr. Fan, please draft the contract immediately. I'll alert my legal team. They'll attend promptly to review and sign without delay. Fan Ji bowed slightly, rose, and strode to his desk to call legal and initiate document preparation. Ji Feng simultaneously contacted his own legal team. Once both sides verified each clause, the transaction was finalized on the spot. 8 billion HKD transferred instantly into HSBC's account. Standard Chartered's equity was formally transferred to New Century Fund. Before departing, Ji Feng signed a confidentiality agreement with Fan Ji. The news could not yet leak. Timing was everything. Only when the moment ripened would the announcement deliver maximum impact. Fan Ji presented no obstacles, offering full, unwavering cooperation. En route back to New Era Tower, Ji Feng told Huang Feng, who was driving, "Brother Feng, after dropping me off, prepare a gift and deliver it personally to the Hua residence on my behalf with a formal visiting card." That evening, a motorcade entered the Hua family estate. The lead vehicle, a Rolls-Royce flanked by several Mercedes-Benz sedans. It was unmistakably Ji Feng's entourage. Huang Feng delivered the visiting card, and within moments the Hua family responded with an official reply explicitly inviting Ji Feng to a private family banquet. The motorcade halted before the estate's most imposing villa. Hua Tingzhou, having received advance notice, waited at the entrance. The instant Ji Feng stepped out, he hurried forward. "Ah Feng, welcome. You honor us with your presence. My apologies for the intrusion." After brief pleasantries, Hua Tingzhou led Ji Feng directly to the patriarch's study. The younger generation surges forward like the Yangtze's tide, ever stronger, ever bolder. The elder's eyes shone with undisguised admiration. Hong Kong was a small arena, its territories largely divided decades ago. He'd once believed Lu Fuxiong was among the last young men to carve a path through entrenched power. Yet Ji Feng emerged seemingly from nowhere, taking command of his family's affairs in his early 20s, and within a year ascending to this extraordinary position. Truly an anomaly. "Elder sir," Ji Feng, unusually solemn, shedding his customary nonchalance, spoke with gravity and deep respect. One thing alone earned his genuine reverence. Decades earlier, when foreign powers pressured Hong Kong and the nation stood constrained, the Hua family had held firm, suffering near total ruin to uphold their stance. That courage deserved absolute respect. Once seated, servants served steaming tea. After light conversation, Ji Feng set down his cup and turned to the matter at hand. "Elder sir, I've come today for two reasons. First, as a gesture of courtesy. Second, and more crucially, I asked the Hua family to join me in action." This game was too vast. Though his capital was ample, confronting Hong Kong's deeply rooted British capital interests alone would exceed even his formidable strength. This was a matter of survival, no margin for error. A single pillar cannot uphold a collapsing hall. Ji Feng had heard the old saying, "3 men make a tiger," since childhood. Thus his first instinct was to bring the Hua family into the fold. They were the most fitting choice, having long harbored a mortal grudge against the British capital. They were not those who wore Chinese faces, yet carried foreign souls in their bones. More crucially, the Hua family lacked neither wealth nor deep, firmly rooted connections with the mainland. Should those foreigners truly be cornered and turn to the Hong Kong government for aid, the situation would instantly grow perilous. At present, it was still those foreigners who held the greatest sway within the Hong Kong administration. If they intervened, either by secretly backing the British capital or directly targeting him, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yet once the Hua family stood shoulder to shoulder with him, the entire landscape would shift. With the Hua family's influence acting as a restraining weight, even those foreigners within the Hong Kong administration would dare not lift a finger. Ji Feng knew it clearly, though his coffers swelled and his men stood firm. The true authority he could invoke, respected, unassailable, commanding, remained dangerously thin. He could hold off the Hong Kong administration for a time, but to engage in open, heated confrontation would cost him everything, utter ruin. This precisely was the most critical missing piece he faced now. Bringing the Hua family into the game served not only to leverage their power, but also to lay that connection bare before the mainland's eyes, making unmistakably clear who was acting with sincerity and who could be trusted without reservation. Afeng, which sector do you plan to strike first? Hua Tingzhou asked. Elder Hua sat quietly beside him, his gaze calm and steady, yet beneath it flickered a quiet, probing intensity. The British capital. Ji Feng's shoulders lifted slightly, his brows drew low, his eyes sharpening into blades of cold resolve. Last time we carved flesh from their bodies. Those foreigners have hated me with such venom, they dream of flaying my skin and tearing out my tendons. Lately their movements have been ceaseless. Anyone with discernment can see they are conspiring, and their target is me. Then I shall strike first. Crush them so utterly they cannot rise, shatter their sinews and bones until not even their shadows remain upon Hong Kong soil. Silence followed his words. Hua Tingzhou froze, staring at Ji Feng as if seeing him for the very first time. Though the tide of British capital had receded significantly, the few remaining giants still bore armored scales of formidable might. He nearly blurted out, "Have you lost your mind?" But Elder Hua's pupils contracted sharply, sudden brilliance flashing across his gaze. "Do you have a plan?" "Yes." Ji Feng nodded, crisp and unwavering. "It's not just a plan. I've already set it in motion. For now, details must wait. Only one question remains. Does Elder Hua trust me enough to stake everything on this move?" His gaze settled steadily upon Elder Hua's face. The young must possess grit. Elder Hua laughed aloud, resonant and bold. For decades, Hong Kong has bent its spine beneath foreign dominance. It's high time they learned what true magnitude means. Those words sealed the decision. "The matters above will rest on my shoulders. You act freely. Tingzhou will support you fully every step of the way." Seeing his father's resolve, Hua Tingzhou wasted no further hesitation. He turned to Ji Feng. "Ah Feng, how may I assist?" "Raise capital. Every cent you can gather. Deliver it all to me. I guarantee this sum will multiply beyond anything seen before." Ji Feng spoke with iron certainty. Hua Tingzhou paused only 2 seconds before replying, agreed. He had never doubted Ji Feng's uncanny ability to generate wealth. The title Heavenly Sovereign of Finance was no hollow accolade bestowed by idle rumor. He had stood in person on the day of the private placement. Truth be told, he had even quietly prepared subscription documents for the second round, waiting only for Ji Feng's signal. Matters were concluded swiftly and decisively. Ji Feng remained for dinner at the Hua residence. Over the meal, Elder Hua casually inquired about his views on the mainland. His words carried subtle weight, testing in truth how deeply Ji Feng valued the impending reunification. The elder nodded repeatedly in approval. As a transmigrator, Ji Feng's affinity for the mainland ran bone deep, an innate primal instinct. Though born and raised in Hong Kong, even having never glimpsed the mainland's gates, he carried its presence in his heart as root and harbor irreplaceable and absolute. After Ji Feng departed, Hua Tingzhou went straight to Elder Hua's study. "Father, what do you think?" Before he could finish, Elder Hua raised a hand, cutting him off. "No need to ask further. I have long seen through this young man's mettle. I am certain, if the Hua family lacked ties to the mainland, or if he did not firmly believe his actions would be seen clearly by those above, he would never have sought us out deliberately. He is trustworthy and worthy of profound responsibility. His horizon stretches far beyond Hong Kong alone. Boarding his vessel means the Hua family shall leap over the Dragon Gate. Of all Hong Kong's talents, he commands eights." Hua Tingzhou listened, yet confusion lingered in his heart. Why did his father elevate Ji Feng so highly? Yet once his father had decided, he would obey without question. "How much capital do you intend to raise?" he asked next. "What is the absolute maximum the family can mobilize?" Hua Tingzhou paused thoughtfully, then replied, 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, immediately available. Then, by dawn, Ji Feng made successive visits, to Su Wentian first, then to Wu Zhengming, the two sons-in-law of the Bao family. He laid out the full sequence of events with absolute clarity. Both families pledged immediate participation. They were placing a wager, betting Ji Feng would win this round. Victory would restore Su and Wu families' former prestige, elevating them once more among Hong Kong's elite aristocracy. Ji Feng's intent, however, was direct and unambiguous. Bringing others into the fold was not exploitation, but uplift, or more plainly, to build ladders for them himself. Wherever people gather, a Jianghu arises. Where there is a Jianghu, circles are inevitable. To fight alone is to travel only so far. Even the strongest arm cannot withstand assault from all sides. Thus, he needed companions, trusted, steadfast, and reliable. The Hua family was one. Su Wentian and Wu Zhengming formed two more. The rationale was pragmatic. They currently stood at a nadir. After the Bao family's division, their fortunes had suffered grievous blows. The lineages represented by these two sons-in-law had long since slipped from the apex tier, clinging precariously to second-tier status. And Ji Feng held precisely the golden ticket that could propel them upward. Su Wentian's earlier voluntary equity transfer had been the clearest possible signal. Therefore, Ji Feng was willing to pave the path, and delighted to see them draw near. All arrangements were finalized. 2 days of intense preparation later, Ji Feng entered the secure operations chamber of the New Century Fund. Are all assembled? He turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded swiftly yes. All trading personnel are in position. 150 individuals organized into 10 teams. The New Century Fund was no longer the modest 30-person team of its inception. As its structure matured, it had established multiple functional departments, handling third-party financial mandates while independently issuing both public and private investment products. Its current headcount stood at 300, with 150 traders forming its core combat force. In the capital, Ji Feng asked again, 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, transferred by the Hua family, 40 billion from Su Wentian, 50 billion from Wu Zhengming, plus our own 220 billion, totaling 410 billion Hong Kong dollars fully received. Lin Yi's voice trembled, but each word rang with crystalline clarity. He understood perfectly what this operation signified: a decisive financial battle aimed squarely at the bedrock of British capital in Hong Kong. The sheer scale, a $1 trillion confrontation, sent heat surging through his fingertips and his pulse hammering like war drums. Good. Ji Feng gave a slight, deliberate nod. Su Wentian had inherited the Bao family's chronically loss-making shipping enterprise. 40 billion cash would have been impossible without the private placement business propping it up. Wu Zhengming, though presiding over Kowloon Wharf, operated in real estate, a sector marked by slow cash flow and heavy liabilities. His 50 billion likely stemmed from emergency financing. Ji Feng knew it well. Both men had staked their entire fortunes and their very lives upon him. It was both solemn trust and an audacious gamble. He took the loudspeaker from Lin Yi's hands and commanded loudly towards the room full of traders. With 150 people crammed in the closed space, voices couldn't possibly be suppressed without the loudspeaker. Everyone listen carefully. The transaction will commence immediately. From this moment until market close, no one is allowed to contact the outside or leave this place. All necessities will be guaranteed throughout the process. This trading cycle is uncertain, but one thing I can assure you. By the end of the transaction, each of you will see your account balance exceed 10 million Hong Kong dollars. What you need to do is just one thing: obey the orders. Do you understand? The words 10 million Hong Kong dollars were like a spark falling into dry tinder. Everyone's eyes lit up, breaths became heavy, and their blood surged. No one questioned or hesitated. They believed in Ji Feng as firmly as they trusted the market data they monitored every day. Understood. The roar rose like a tide, shaking the walls of the safe house with a humming sound. Start. First group, 8 billion, focusing on the stocks of the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. Second group, 5 billion, acquire shares of Swire Properties. Third group, 3 billion. Fourth group. The list handed over by Ji Feng lay on the table. Lin Yi, as the manager, read the orders one by one. All traders responded immediately, their fingers flying over the keyboards. The sound of keyboard typing crackled like rain. The stock market reacted, waves of activity surged. The locked British stocks skyrocketed as expected. The major exchanges in Hong Kong immediately became agitated, with the trading screens glowing red. The Kowloon family was involved. Despite their name, they were not of British descent, but of Jewish heritage. The first-generation patriarch settled in Hong Kong during the war years for well-known reasons, arriving with no money. He even worked as a dock laborer and a waiter in tea houses. It was precisely because of this that the resilience inherent in the Jewish character was more prominent. Starting from scratch, making steady progress, they eventually became one of the top families in Hong Kong. The family's main business concentrated on hotels and electricity. The Hong Kong Grand Hotel was their foundation. Other renowned properties like the Peninsula Hotel and the Luhai Grand Hotel also belonged to them. Their business extended beyond accommodation services to include hotel management, commercial real estate investment, high-end dining operations, and club management. With a massive scale, their market value approached 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Currently among the British capital camp, the Kowloon family held the most influence. They were the ones who led the previous assault on Ji Feng. More importantly, they held 13% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, ranking as the third largest shareholder. If Ji Feng wanted to completely take over Standard Chartered Bank and secure his position, simply swallowing the shares of HSBC and the Pierce family wouldn't be enough. The shares held by the Kowloon family also needed to be acquired. Once everything was in hand, his shareholding would rise to 85%. At that point, Standard Chartered Bank would truly become his private bank, where he had the final say. Thus, the Kowloon family naturally became Ji Feng's primary target. His firepower investment in the Hong Kong Grand Hotel was also the strongest. As for the Hong Kong Electric Group under Kowloon's name, Ji Feng didn't touch it at all. Although it was known as one of the two major electricity giants in Hong Kong alongside Hong Kong Electric, the reality was Hong Kong Electric monopolized about 85% of the island's power supply. Hong Kong Electric had less than 15% of the market left with a superficial market value of 150 billion Hong Kong dollars. It appeared prosperous, but its actual weight was limited. If Ji Feng targeted Hong Kong Electric, the Kowloon family would likely watch on idly or even actively cut their losses. After all, their true lifeline had always been the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. As Ji Feng's financial flood surged and retail investors reacted swiftly, the stock price of the Hong Kong Grand Hotel soared. In less than 3 hours, it skyrocketed nearly 30 Hong Kong dollars. Michael Kowloon sat at the head of the meeting room, his face pale. Chairman, judging by the current trend, it is highly likely that someone is initiating a hostile takeover. The economic advisor spoke softly. Michael didn't even lift his eyelids. I'm not blind. This obvious matter doesn't need to be reminded repeatedly. What I need are countermeasures. His tone was cold and unyielding. The advisor immediately bowed his head and fell silent. We can't just sit and wait. If they buy, we buy back. Reverse absorption hedge against them. Everyone spoke at once, emotions running high. Only that advisor interjected in a low voice. Calm down first. Chairman, we must act cautiously. What if we encounter a sniper? A sniper refers specifically to those who leverage the situation to inflate stock prices, entice others to buy, and then engage in frenzied selling at high points to profit. Public companies fear this kind of tactic the most. Who wants to be the targeted chicken harvested for profit? If they really fall for it, the losses will be real money. As soon as these words were spoken, Michael's face darkened further. A chilling, old memory flashed through his mind. It was something that happened months ago. Taking advantage of the market turmoil caused by the massacre of the Nor's family, Ji Feng precisely scooped up shares during the collapse of British companies and struck hard and quickly. He forcibly pried nearly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars from his grasp. The Hong Kong Grand Hotel was also dragged down. The hardest hit was Hong Kong Electric. It had nearly its spine broken. In the meeting room, the air suddenly became tense. At this moment, Michael's mental state was one that outsiders could never fathom. He feared encountering a hostile takeover, feared being sniped again, and feared that someone would deliberately crash the stock and drain their lifeblood. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. The secretary entered, her steps shaky, meeting Michael's fiery gaze, her voice tight. I'm sorry, Chairman. Mr. Swire from Swire Properties just called your private line saying he needs to see you immediately. Oh, please pick. Before she finished speaking, she already held out the phone with both hands. I am. Just as Michael picked up the call, Swire's anxious voice came crashing in. Michael, I am fully aware of the situation on your end. The shares of Swire Properties are being frantically scooped up. Swire Properties was the only surviving British company among the 4 major trading houses in Hong Kong. The other 3 had long been taken over. Kowloon Warehouse had been acquired by the Bao family. Wheelock was jointly controlled by the Bao and Chung families. Hysan had first been swallowed by Li Jiaqing and then taken over entirely by Ji Feng, now renamed New Century Real Estate. Only Swire, relying on its deep roots and solid foundation, had never been touched by Chinese capital. Currently, its weight in the British capital camp was only slightly less than that of the Kowloon family. Swire has also been attacked. Michael's pupils constricted. Since the stock price fluctuations of the Hong Kong Grand Hotel began, all his attention had been focused there, completely neglecting everything else. Not just Swire. I've just called each of your Hong Kong Grand Hotel. Other companies have also been targeted, and their stocks are being bought up in bulk. This is clearly aimed at all of us British capitals. Swire's voice was filled with gunpowder, clearly pushed to the what? Michael furrowed his brow tightly. Immediately notify everyone to hold their positions and first ascertain the opponent's details. No need to investigate. I have already locked it in. New Century Fund. Ji Feng. This answer caught Michael off guard. Does he really think that after taking a chunk from us last time, he can single-handedly open fire on all of us? As he spoke, the veins on his temples throbbed, his gaze cold as a blade tempered in ice. The losses from the previous round had yet to be recovered. They had originally planned to join forces to besiege Ji Feng. Who would have thought he would strike first? What is this? One person daring to confront the entire British capital system, Hedon. This is a blatant humiliation. If he doesn't kneel completely, those second-class citizens will truly rise up and run amok over us. Swire has always viewed the people of Yen country as inferior. The Hong Kong Chinese capital, in his eyes, is nothing more than fish waiting to be slaughtered and should have long been filled into the sea. Last time, Ji Feng's ambush on British capital caused the greatest losses for Taiguo. Among all the British capital, the one who hates Ji Feng the most is undoubtedly Swire. He was the loudest in calling for action against Ji Feng. You are right, Michael declared decisively. They were already planning to take action against Ji Feng, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, swallowing his territory to intimidate other Chinese capital. Now that he has come to them, Michael immediately made the decision, seize this opportunity to swallow him whole, skin and bones. Swire, gather everyone immediately for a detailed discussion. Additionally, launch a countermeasure. We must not let him arrogantly devour our chips. As soon as the words were spoken, Swire responded, "Understood." The call ended. Michael stood up abruptly. "Initiate the buyback. Not a single share should be given to him." The command resonated in the air. The remaining British capital yet to take action responded in sync. A tidal wave of funds surged into the market. The British capital stocks skyrocketed in response. Retail investors seized the opportunity and made a hefty profit. This increasingly heated stock market battle finally alarmed other financial tycoons in Hong Kong. Chairman Wei found out. The one taking action is the New Century Fund, targeting the British capital. The secretary rushed into Zheng Yutong's office, speaking in a low but urgent voice. As soon as there was unusual movement in the stock market, Zheng Yutong sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered a thorough investigation. Ji Feng. He paused his pen, leaving a long ink mark on the paper. Single-handedly confronting the top 10 British capitals in Hong Kong. His first reaction was that overseas giants were manipulating from behind the scenes. He even had the finance department mobilize liquidity overnight to prevent the other side from shorting Chinese capital stocks. But he never expected that the one wielding the knife was actually Ji Feng. As this thought crossed his mind, he was momentarily stunned. Chairman, it's confirmed the Hua family, Su Wentian and Wu Zhengming, have all been continuously injecting large amounts into the New Century Fund over the past few days. The individual amounts are not fully confirmed, but the total has exceeded 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Zheng Yutong leaned back in his chair, his fingertips slowly tapping on the armrest. The Hua family, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming. What are these three factions up to? Su and Wu have close ties with Ji Feng. He had heard of that long ago. But the Hua family has always been low-key and prudent. Suddenly getting involved in this storm is truly unusual. Could there be instructions from behind the scenes? The Hua family's special status left him no choice but to think deeper. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, he suddenly straightened his back and said, "Immediately arrange a meeting with Ji Feng. I want to see him face to face." No matter who is targeting the British capital, I, Zheng Yutong, stand on the side of Chinese capital. Dad, this time Ji Feng is completely finished. One person going against the top 10 British capitals. Does he think he's the Federal Reserve or a vulture in London? Bone scraps will probably be picked clean. Li Jia's eyes sparkled with glee, filled with schadenfreude. However, Li Jiaqing remained furrowed in thought. When the news of Ji Feng's raid came, his heart sank. Before his son finished speaking, he instinctively shook his head. Having clashed with Ji Feng multiple times, he had learned not to lightly call the outcome. Dad, the foreigners will definitely surround and attack him. We need to raise money immediately to reclaim Ji amidst the chaos. Li Ju clenched his fists, his voice bright. No hurry. Li Jiaqing waved his hand, picked up his teacup and blew on it. The wind direction hasn't stabilized yet. Hold on for now. If Ji Feng falls, we will strike. If Ji Feng wins, we will follow in to feast. The old fox never acts as a scout dog. He only acts as the fisherman at the end of the net. At this moment, the stock market was filled with smoke. However, the 10 leaders of British capital had hurriedly gathered. Ji Feng's strike was too swift, causing them to fight individually. Some jumped up to counterattack, others hesitated to observe, and some were just starting to grasp the situation while scrambling to buy back. Ultimately, it boiled down to one purpose: blocking Ji Feng's real money acquisitions. The foreigners, after all, always believe that my wallet is the heaviest. Even if they knew that Ji Feng might not be intent on swallowing up, they would not dare to bet that he wouldn't take action. After all, Li Jiaqing was a living example. The meeting was supposed to determine a joint countermeasure. They needed to not only block this wave of fierce attacks, but also take the opportunity to cut the roots and eliminate future troubles. But before they could finish their discussion, secretaries from each company began to rush and leaning in to whisper. Chairman, the New Century Fund has just announced a comprehensive tender offer for the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. A premium of 5 Hong Kong dollars, acquiring at 83 Hong Kong dollars per share in cash. Payment promised on the same day, no delays. After Michael heard this, his throat moved violently, staring blankly at the quotation sheet beside him. 63 Hong Kong dollars. Just last week, the stock price of Hong Kong Grand Hotel was hovering in the low 50s. It was New Century Fund's continuous buying combined with the hotel's own buybacks to support the market that pushed the stock price forcibly to 78 Hong Kong dollars. This price is outrageously high. Oh, it's definitely not a joke. Michael was stunned on the spot. He wanted to understand more. How much cash does Ji Feng actually have? Daring to insist on cash delivery on top of the premium. Is his family a money printing factory? After his astonishment eased, Michael scanned the expressions of those present. Seeing everyone's faces pale and brows tightly knitted, he had a sense of what was going on. The internal notice that everyone had just received was likely similar to what he had heard. Damn, he really dares to act. Directly add $5. All in cash. How much does he really have in his pocket? Last time I heard, he dumped 50 billion just in the stock market. Swire reacted most intensely. He knew better than anyone how much Ji Feng had already sunk into the stock market. Conservatively estimating 50 billion Hong Kong dollars had already been poured in. But given the current situation, it was obvious he still had reserves. Swire's scalp tingled and his back felt slightly cold. How much ammunition did Ji Feng actually prepare? Michael immediately spoke up, urging everyone to quickly check their own funds movements and collectively estimate Ji Feng's real investment. In an instant, phone calls rang out one after another as the leaders contacted their headquarters for verification. When the summary results came out, everyone gasped. 190 billion Hong Kong dollars had truly been poured into the market. Where did this kid's money come from? Swire blurted out, his voice changed pitch. Michael shot him a glance, thinking, I was just pondering this matter. If he still dares to raise prices and confidently say cash settlement, he must have at least 100 billion. What do we do? Our company's account truly has hardly any funds left. Stop talking about joint encirclement. First, take care of our own doorstep. Exactly. If he really still has 100 billion, I can't even gather a fraction. How can I gamble with him? The true nature of the foreigners was fully exposed at this moment. Unity. That doesn't exist at all. Each one is a self-interested faction calculating their own gains. Asking them to sacrifice their own interests to fight a battle with an uncertain outcome. Not a chance. Long term. Who cares about tomorrow? As long as their accounts shrink today, stock prices plunge, and the board questions. This matter cannot be done. Everyone stay steady. Hold on tight, gather funds to counterattack Ji Feng. As long as he goes down, even if he swallows our shares, he will have to spit them out piece by piece. Seeing the newly formed alliance about to fall apart, Michael hurriedly stepped forward to speak. Unfortunately, his words sounded like a pie in the sky, and no one truly believed. What if it goes wrong? Exactly. Using the company's capital to gamble, who can afford the loss? I am the chairman, but the board won't let me do this. If Ji Feng really takes over the company, how do I explain this to the shareholders? The scene erupted into chaos, a cacophony of voices. Michael felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He instinctively looked towards Swire, hoping this seasoned veteran would offer a solution. Yet he forgot. Swire was precisely the last person who would take action. He was merely the chairman of the New World Group, holding shares as thin as paper, and every decision had to pass through the board. This was something the board would never agree to. First, we need to put out the fire. Swire sighed heavily, his tone weary. As for Ji Feng, we can deal with that later. The urgent matter is to protect our company and not be cornered by his forced acquisition letter. He wanted to confront Ji Feng, but he truly couldn't muster the strength. No way. No matter how high the position, he was just a high-paid executive. Before he could finish, everyone had already risen, grabbing their phones and dialing as they hurried back to their respective headquarters. Only Michael remained standing, kicking the leg of a chair in frustration. At the New World Group, Secretary Zheng Yutong hurriedly pushed the door open. Have you arranged a meeting with Mr. Ji? Zheng Yutong put down the document in his hands, raising his eyes to ask. Chairman, Mr. Ji is currently not in Xianjiang. The secretary answered promptly. She had just contacted the New Century Fund, and they had clearly replied Ji Feng had left the port. The news from Huang Feng's side was the same. What? Zheng Yutong sat up straight, his face filled with confusion. A storm is brewing and the stock market is turning. How could Ji Feng not be in Xianjiang for such a significant matter as besieging the top 10 British-funded enterprises? Where was he? What was Ji Feng busy with? Zheng Yutong gestured for the secretary to leave. Next, he took out his phone and dialed Ji Feng's number. After a long ring, the call was finally answered. Hello, Mr. Ji Feng's voice came through the receiver, clear and steady. Mr. Ji, I had my secretary contact the New Century Fund, and they said you are not in Xianjiang. Yes, I'm indeed not there. Ji Feng replied straightforwardly, without any hesitation. May I ask if Mr. Zheng has a specific reason for this call? You truly startled this old bone of mine. Facing the British-funded enterprises alone, I at least consider myself part of the Chinese-funded side. When the foreigners make a move, how can we just stand by? Ji Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect Zheng Yutong to have such thoughts. If not an opponent, then a fellow traveler. And if a fellow traveler, one should naturally look out for each other. Mr. Zheng, your noble intention is appreciated, but currently we have sufficient funds and do not require your assistance for the time being. However, I will keep your kindness in mind. When I return to the port, I will definitely come to express my gratitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up. In the end, Zheng Yutong didn't even ask where Ji Feng was. He pondered in silence. Could it be a deliberate smokescreen? If Ji Feng heard this, he would probably smile wryly and shake his head. No one believes the truth. He was indeed in the land of the setting sun, having not set foot back in Xianjiang. At the moment the operation commenced, he had already flown to London with his team. In an inconspicuous cafe on the streets of London, Ji Feng put away his phone and looked up at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Englishman across from him. The head of the securities department at the Bank of the Sun Never Sets, Ferguson. Ji, a pleasure to cooperate. Ferguson grinned and extended his hand. Pleasure. The two had just completed a critical transaction. Ji Feng aimed to short the bank under the Pierce family, so he had secured stock borrowing through the securities exchange. After seeing off Ferguson, Huang Feng immediately stepped forward, handing Ji Feng his coat, while signaling to his subordinates. The car was ready. Is everything settled on that side? Ji Feng asked as he sat in the back seat. It's all set. Pu Yala is waiting at the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Pu Yala, mentioned by Huang Feng, was the leader of the Red Cell mercenary group. Calling him a bandit leader was no exaggeration. This group had rampaged across Africa for many years, following the flames of war wherever they went. The most famous operation was in Mozambique. The employer paid them to escort someone out, but that person was kidnapped by local gangsters as soon as they exited the city. The Red Cell wasted no time launching a night raid and uprooting the entire gang, successfully rescuing the person and sending them safely out of the country. They became famous in one battle. Before leaving the port, Ji Feng had secretly contacted them through Huang Feng. This time in the land of the setting sun, it was not a usual business transaction. It required some less than legal effort. Huang Feng and his team could participate, but the risks were too significant, easily compromising their identities. In comparison, hiring mercenaries was the cleanest and most efficient option. The Pierce family had been rooted in the land of the setting sun for nearly 200 years, initially starting out by trading goods in the colonies and later entering the financial industry. They capitalized on the golden age when the pound dominated the world, rapidly rising to become an international financial giant. Standard Chartered Bank was established during that time. The bank they operated back home, the Biaotong Bank, had an even longer history, 150 years, firmly ranking as the 6th largest bank in the land of the setting sun and the 17th in Europe. With such heavy capital attempting to legitimately acquire all shares of Standard Chartered Bank, not a chance. Even if the other party softened, the price would undoubtedly be exorbitant, every page of the contract filled with the greed of the foreign devils. Not to mention, they would never let go. Therefore, Ji Feng had to find another way. Puyala was that key. The two agreed to meet at a dilapidated factory in the suburbs. Puyala was not tall, thin, and unremarkable in appearance, with a face covered in light brown freckles. He wore the usual denim work uniform of a laborer in the land of the setting sun, faded and frayed at the sleeves. In a crowd, he would hardly be remembered. He truly looked like someone who would be lost in a crowd. Yet no one could have imagined that beneath this plain exterior lay a pair of hands stained with countless blood, the renowned shadow leader in the bandit circles. "Hello," he spoke, first nodding to Ji Feng. Before he finished, his eyes had already subtly scanned the corners of the factory, the gaps in the doorframe, and the reflections from the car windows, missing not a single detail. This was the instinct for survival. A moment of inattention and the grass on the grave would already be waist high. Ji Feng merely nodded lightly, then tilted his chin towards Huang Feng. Huang Feng immediately understood, bringing out 2 black leather briefcases from the car and placing them steadily on the iron table. $2 million, all in old bills. A deposit. Puyala opened the case, his fingertips quickly flipping through several stacks of bills, then leaned in to sniff the inks, scent, closing the lid with brisk movements. Huang Feng continued, "The men are on standby at any time. Before taking action, you will receive the full details of the mission, the target specifics, action steps, retreat route, all without exception. The remaining 8 million will be settled once the job is done and you step out of the land of the setting sun." Puyala didn't ask further. He simply said, "Wait for news." After finishing, he picked up the case and turned his steps steady without a hint of delay. Only after turning 3 rusted iron gates and completely shaking off the shadow of the abandoned factory did he slowly exhale. The last 10 minutes had his nerves strung tight like a drawn bowstring. He knew very well. The people across from him were all seasoned veterans in this line of work, especially Huang Feng, whose gaze pierced like an icicle. In this business, a single misstep could mean never opening one's eyes again. 3 days later, the financial duel between the British Capital Consortium and Ji Feng in the stock market had shed its final veneer of civility. Both sides were hurling staggering sums into a scorching cauldron, frenziedly snapping up shares of the New Century Fund. Across the British side, breaths grew shallow and tight. The more they bought, the more unsettled they became. Ji Feng's capital appeared bottomless. The higher the share price soared, the more ammunition seemed to swell in his accounts. Liquidity was visibly evaporating, yet no one dared loosen their grip. To relent would be to trigger the collapse of the entire edifice. Ji Feng's stake had already edged perilously close to 35%. Per Hong Kong exchanges and clearing HKX regulations, crossing that threshold would automatically trigger a mandatory general offer. Ji Feng would gain the legal right to acquire all minority shares at the highest trading price recorded over the preceding 6 months. The British consortium hoped to use this rule as a brake. But what if Ji Feng truly possessed the means to fulfill it? Then the company would cease to be theirs. How could these foreign financiers surrender an enterprise built by generations of their forebears to an upstart newcomer? Thus 10 British firms united under the rallying cry, "Hold the line." As Michael Cartwright put it plainly, we hold firm until his purse runs dry. Then we counterattack, carve up his flesh, and break his bones. To that end, they scrambled to raise emergency funds. International capital refused to shoulder the risk without collateral. Without offering a piece of the pie, doors remained firmly shut. Only local banks remained capable of mobilizing ready cash on short notice. As long-standing British institutions rooted in Hong Kong for decades, they first approached HSBC Bank, only to be rebuffed. Then Hangsheng Bank, likewise rejected. At HSBC's board meeting, both of the Pak family's sons-in-law cast dissenting votes. And once again, HSBC's largest shareholder aligned itself with Ji Feng. Hangsheng required no further explanation. HSBC was not only its savior, but its de facto controlling entity. During the financial storm of the 1980s, Hengsheng would have crumbled into worthless paper had HSBC not injected vital capital. Add to that Zheng Yutong, the third largest shareholder of Hengsheng, who issued a single directive prompting all Chinese majority directors to declare unanimously no loans. Of the four major banks, two were now out of the picture. What of Yinghua Bank? It was never even considered. The sole remaining option was Standard Chartered Bank, especially Michael Cartwright. An urgent call was placed directly to Pierce's family patriarch Pompey Pierce's, the bank's ultimate controlling shareholder. The turbulence rocking the Hong Kong stock market had long been on the Pierce's radar. Scarcely had Michael hung up when Standard Chartered's chief executive followed with an immediate call. He informed Pompey not only was Michael's position untenable, but several other British firms embroiled in the battle had also arrived at the bank's doorstep seeking rescue. Total loan demand stood at 16 billion Hong Kong dollars. Standard Chartered held that sum in its coffers, yet the scale was unprecedented. Should repayment fail, the bank's own operations would suffer catastrophic damage. The board formally sought Pompey's counsel. After all, though nominally independent, Standard Chartered was effectively governed by the Pierce's family. Whether or not to approve the loans rested entirely upon their judgment. Pompey convened his inner circle without delay, demanding an immediate risk and feasibility assessment. Mr. Pompey, I urge decisive intervention. Though our core business lies in Standard Trust Bank, Standard Chartered occupies merely one corner of our empire, yet its stature in Hong Kong is non-negotiable. Should this wave of British collapse sweep through Standard Chartered's very foundations in Hong Kong, will recoil in backlash. Hardly had the words left his mouth when another slammed his fist on the table in protest. I object. The situation is stark. Hong Kong's elite are teetering on the brink. Pouring money in now is like pouring water down a dried-up well. Another voice instantly countered, sharp and unyielding. Opinions splintered, irreconcilable. Pompey stared at the tabletop, his brow knotted in profound anguish. Trapped between two blades, each equally lethal. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone shrilled abruptly. He snatched up the receiver. Mr. Pompey, this is Michael Cartwright. My cash reserves are fully exhausted. I require your urgent support, now. Michael's voice was taut, his breathing ragged. He was truly out of ammunition. And Ji Feng's siege on the stock market continued relentless and unceasing. Michael, I understand your predicament, but I'll pledge my Standard Chartered equity as collateral. Michael cut him off decisively. 13%. 8 pledged, 5 sold outright to the Pierce's family at current market price. What say you? He was genuinely panicked, pledging and selling simultaneously. Pompey's pulse quickened. This offer had been years in the waiting. Agreed. The words slipped from his lips before he could pause. For years he had quietly accumulated Standard Chartered shares, precisely to stabilize the bank's ownership structure. On the other end of the line, Michael exhaled, a long shuddering breath. London. White Deer Lane, a gated enclave reserved for the city's wealthiest elite. Bill parked his car before a freestanding manor. Before stepping out, he scanned both directions, ensuring no one watched, then hurried inside. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures perched atop the building across the street had tracked his every move with clinical precision. That old fox is absurdly cautious. One spat contemptuously. The other chuckled. If you'd married a countess who wields real power at the treasury, and whose temper rivals her title, you'd slink about even more furtively than he does. He then drew out a satellite phone, pressed the call button, and reported, "Target has entered the premises. Bill, senior executive at Standard Trust Bank, personal net worth exceeding 100 million. This mansion was his clandestine love nest, a secret residence purchased expressly for a fiery fashion model. His extreme caution stemmed not from paranoia, but from sheer marital terror. Born into poverty, Bill had ascended not through grit, but via a single spectacular leap. Marrying a noblewoman whose appearance evoked a standing wild boar, yet whose authority at the treasury and inherited earldom commanded immense sway. Thanks to his wife's family patronage, he gained entry into high society and transformed overnight into a 7-figure executive. With newfound wealth came new appetites. He discreetly took up with a young, stunning, and boldly spirited model, and acquired this villa solely as her hidden sanctuary. He frequently slipped away for trysts, but the moment his wife entered the equation, his nerves tightened like drawn. In Britain's upper echelons, extramarital affairs were hardly scandalous, but Bill was different, a true unvarnished matriarchal consort. And his boar-like countess possessed a jealousy so ferocious it chilled the blood. Should this affair leak, his hard-won status, dignity, and livelihood would vanish in an instant, reduced to dust. The moment Bill stepped into the villa, he spotted his lover reclining on the bed in translucent silk. His blood surged, his vision blurred, and he charged forward like a maddened bull. Within minutes, the bedroom burned with feverish intensity. Just as climax loomed, bang, the bedroom door exploded inward. Click, click, click. A masked intruder stood silhouetted in the doorway, camera-raised flashbulbs erupting like strobes, blinding, merciless. Ah! Her scream tore through the air. Bill froze, heart hammering to a halt. snatched the juve, and wrapped himself frantically, bellowing, "Stop! Don't shoot! You've grown reckless. Don't you fear death?" Seeing Bill's ashen face and trembling limbs, Huang Feng, the man beneath the mask, curled his lips into a sardonic smile. "Mr. Bill, what splendid timing," he drawled, amused. By now Bill had steadied his breath, but his eyes flickered, betraying raw, unmistakable dread. "What do you want? Let's talk calmly." Their attire alone, the black hoods, the incessant shutter clicks, spoke volumes. These were no ordinary men. Worse still, those incriminating images were already seared onto film, the darkest, most dangerous leverage he could ever imagine. "Can we speak privately?" Beer nodded with frantic eagerness. "All right, whatever you say," he answered with his mouth, and moved just as quickly, swinging out of bed and pulling on his clothes in a few swift motions. As he followed them out of the bedroom, he made sure to close the door tightly behind him. With a sudden weakness in his knees, he crashed down and knelt flat on the floor. "Gentlemen, I swear I do not know how I offended you. It was my fault. Please spare me this once. Please do not hurt me, and whatever you do, do not show these photos to my wife." They had come with surgical precision and ruthless intent, plainly targeting him. At the most dangerous moment of his life, they burst in and began shooting with their camera. Only one thought remained in Beer's mind: if this got out, his life would be finished. "Money. I will give you money," he pleaded as he crawled to the sofa, grabbed his briefcase, dug out his wallet, and produced a bank card. "There are £5 million on this card. If it is not enough, I will raise more, whatever it takes." Huang Feng, amused by his quick compliance, could not help a low chuckle as he reached for the card. "The pin is 6/8. Seeing them accept the card like a lifeline, Beer hurriedly gave the code. "Please, I beg you, keep this absolutely secret. Ask whatever you want, I will agree to it." His voice trembled with sorrow. If his wife found out, given her temper and the iron hand of her family, there would be no mercy. He suspected he would be stripped of any right even to breathe. His father-in-law had always looked down on him for his humble origins and found fault at every turn. Now that the scandal of keeping a mistress had surfaced, Beer knew the consequences. Not only would his career be ruined, but whether his life could be saved was uncertain. So this must not leak a single word. Whether the photos are released depends on whether Mr. Beer is willing to help us. Huang Feng had not forgotten the true purpose of the visit. Money could be taken now, and the task had to be accomplished. The moment he finished speaking, Beer answered repeatedly, "I will help. I will definitely help." "Where exactly is Baodong Bank's Central Reserve Vault located?" Every bank keeps its core vault, the true heartbeat of the institution. The ordinary safes that bear the name vault for customers are merely a facade for daily withdrawals and small holdings. When funds accumulate to a certain amount or reach a preset reserve threshold, they are transferred into the Central Reserve Vault for unified custody. Beer was president of Baodong Bank, responsible in full for vault affairs, and thus the person who knew most about the Central Reserve. Ordinary employees, branch managers, and even sub-branch chiefs had no idea where it was located. This mode of operation is common throughout the industry. The choice of site for a Central Reserve Vault follows no pattern. It might hide deep within a downtown building or lie buried beneath a remote mountain hollow, all for the sake of unassailable security. Huang Feng had barely finished speaking when Beer's eyelid twitched, and he hesitated. "I truly cannot say. If anything goes wrong, I cannot bear that responsibility. A Central Reserve Vault is not a trivial matter." He was not posturing. He genuinely dared not utter a single word. Revealing the location could bring life imprisonment at best. "If you do not speak, and I do not speak, who will know? You are not the only person who knows where the vault is. Besides, if someone really wanted to find it and spent the time, sooner or later they could uncover its trace." Huang Feng's mouth twitched into a slight smile. His tone was casual, as if making small talk. Central Reserve Vaults have always been the most tightly guarded secrets. But if one is determined to investigate, track the armored car's routes, frequencies, and stops, and follow the trail, the location will eventually be exposed. The problem was they did not have the luxury of time. To finish quickly, they would have to take unconventional measures. Beer's Adam's apple bobbed, and his palms were slick with sweat. "No more buts. If you do not cooperate, we will invite your wife to enjoy one close look at this photograph of you and the woman in your bed." He shook the old film camera in his hand, his voice light, yet his gaze as cold as steel. "No." Beer shook his head violently, his shoulders trembling. Between prison and utter ruin, he chose the former. In jail, there was still a chance to turn things around. If the photo reached his wife, his life would be nailed shut. In an instant, he felt as if his spine had been ripped away. He slumped to the floor, utterly bereft of strength. Baodong Bank has two Central Reserve Vaults, one beneath the downtown headquarters for cash, the other in the Maplewood district on the city's outskirts for gold and other high-value assets. Huang Feng pushed a hand-drawn map toward him and gestured for Beer to circle the two locations by hand. "Mr. Beer, would you be willing to disclose the current holdings at these two vaults?" Could he refuse? The bitter smile on Beer's face twisted almost into a knot. Cash reserves £2 billion, accounting for 80% of the bank's total cash. Gold 5 tons. The figure for the pounds left him numbed, but when 5 tons left his mouth, Huang Feng's pupils narrowed, and a bright spark flared in his eyes. Paper money depreciates, becomes invalid, grows obsolete. Gold does not. It is solid, indestructible, inescapable value. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Beer. You are a man of dignity. Now you may return to the bedroom and finish the business you were interrupted in. Having achieved his aim, Huang Feng left in high spirits and even added a teasing remark as he departed. Withdraw. He waved his hand behind him. I have told you everything. Can you return the photograph to me? Seeing Huang Feng and the others already at the door, Beer hurriedly called after them. Mr. Beer, the photograph will not be returned. But I am a man of my word. So long as every word you spoke is true, I guarantee your wife will never see that negative nor ever hear of what happened between you and the woman in that room. Of course, if you yourself spread it, there will be other consequences. With those words, Huang Feng turned and left. The group slipped silently out the back door and into a black car parked at the corner, its engine long since idling. No one noticed they had been there. You people. Beer's voice was hoarse as his fingers dug into the floorboards. He had complied only to retrieve the negative. What was the result? The negative was not returned. From that moment on, he lived beneath a suspended blade, never falling yet always on the verge of dropping. Like a fugitive under a suspended sentence, freedom remained, but the shackles were on. That torment was worse than imprisonment. Wanli Hotel. As soon as Huang Feng returned to the hotel, he debriefed Ji Feng on the situation. Finalized the action plan as soon as possible. Ji Feng listened with steady composure. First, send people to do reconnaissance, scrutinize the surrounding environment, personnel movements, and any camera blind spots. We do not demand absolute perfection, but the plan must withstand scrutiny. Success must be above 90%, no ambiguity. Huang Feng's mouth curved. Leave it to me, I will not fail. Do not forget the work I used to do. If we were going to fail, we would not be standing here now. Ji Feng couldn't help but laugh. Just as Huang Feng left, a call from Shangjiang appeared on Ji Feng's phone screen. Phone. The Standard Chartered Bank has approved the loan, all of it going to the British capital, totaling 180 billion Hong Kong dollars. Shangjiang Grand Hotel received the most, 70 billion. The Swire Group follows closely with 55 billion. Yang Chun checked meticulously, detailing every cent of the loan's destination and each mortgage clause, reporting everything clearly and without omission. Yang Chun checked meticulously, detailing every cent of the loan's destination and each mortgage clause, reporting everything clearly. Let's talk about the progress. Ji Feng spoke succinctly. Currently, a total of 320 billion Hong Kong dollars has been invested. We have secured 32 of the shares in Shangjiang Grand Hotel. We have taken 34 of the shares in Swire Group. The remaining 7 British capital firms hold shares between 21 and 29. As the data came in one by one, precise and crisp, there was still money left in the account, but it was no longer useful. With the battle reaching this point, it was unrealistic to think about sweeping up more. A full acquisition, even less likely. Unless another 400 billion was invested, it would barely be enough to pry the full shares from those 10 British firms. Yet Ji Feng never intended to swallow it all. His appetite wasn't that large, nor was it necessary. That's about enough. Once the market opens, start pressing the stocks. He paused and added, make sure to apply the right pressure. Those firms are running out of cash, relying entirely. The stock price must not crash. If it does, it will cause trouble. He specifically reminded Lin he never rushed to the point of bankrupting someone. The goal is clear. Stabilize the stock price at the critical point to force them to cut ties, drain their resources, while leaving room to maneuver. The remaining shares can be sold for a good price. If he doesn't take them, Huazi will eagerly step in. Helping them out will allow him to profit once more. Achieving the goal, profits secured and reputation gained. 3 birds with 1 stone, just like that. At the headquarters of Swire Group in the chairman's office, Swire slumped on the sofa, eyes closed, but his brows were tightly knitted. After days of monitoring the stocks, managing funds, and dealing with board inquiries, he felt like a bowstring stretched to its limit. The worst part was seeing the account drain. He tossed and turned at night, nearly pulling his hair out. At least Standard Chartered Bank had relaxed and agreed to the mortgage loan. Though it was merely a stopgap, it at least offered a moment of relief. Just 10 minutes after closing his eyes with his eyelids still not warmed up, bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy knocks on the door erupted. Swire jolted upright, his heart racing as if it might burst through his ribs. Come in. His voice was hoarse, laced with irritation. The secretary burst in, pale-faced. What happened? Can't I get 5 minutes of rest? Knocking so hard, do you want to send me to the morgue? Swire grabbed the cigar box on the desk, his hands still trembling. Chairman, something's wrong. New Century Fund wants to withdraw. The secretary quickly spoke, disregarding the reprimand. Withdraw. Swire paused, his anger dissipating instantly. Not out of anger, but confusion. Yes. The secretary nodded vigorously. They started selling as soon as the market opened all core stocks. The stock price has already gapped down. They are dead set on leaving. Swire exhaled deeply. Withdraw. New Century Fund can't hold on. The acquisition has failed, and they are now eager to unload to recover their losses. Chairman, the Securities Department is calling to ask, should we take it? The secretary stared at Swire, his gaze filled with the meaning of, do you really not understand? As soon as the words left his mouth, Swire's mind buzzed. This wasn't a withdrawal at all. It was clearly a hammer smashing down the market. Do I even need to ask? His voice exploded. Did he not want to take it? But could he not take it? Even if New Century Fund only dumped half of its shares, the stock price would plummet immediately. Wait until it crashes through the floor before trying to prop it up. That would be too late. Immediately notify the securities department. Accept all of it. Not a single word omitted. Stabilize the market. We absolutely cannot let it collapse. At the same time at Xianjiang Grand Hotel, Michael just received the news New Century Fund was starting to liquidate. Bang! He swept an entire stack of documents to the floor, scattering the pages. Crazy. What on earth does he want? He was so furious that his fingers trembled. Funds had just arrived, and he had already planned, getting a few British firms on board to battle Ji Feng to the end. Aren't you frantically throwing money to acquire? Fine, we'll just stall. Exhaust your working capital and see how long you can hold on. As long as the cash flow freezes, even the toughest shell will crack. New Era Real Estate had over a dozen construction sites burning cash. Once the funding chain tightened, projects would stop immediately. The stock price plummeted, and Ji Feng wouldn't even have time to intervene. At that moment, he would be like a fish on the chopping board. The idea was neat, but reality slapped him in the face. Michael hadn't even managed to meet anyone when New Century Fund started selling. Heavy investments on one side followed by a hurried sale on the other. The accounts couldn't even be counted, buying high and selling low, a guaranteed loss. Even if he really crushed the British stock prices and forced them into bankruptcy, he would be badly injured himself, possibly even dragged down. He couldn't understand this mutually destructive strategy. The seasoned traders watching the market were equally puzzled. Yet everyone could see clearly these British firms were being led by New Century Fund. The more Michael thought about it, the more he felt something was off, sensing a hidden knife behind him. But where did the knife come from? How would it strike? He couldn't grasp it. Chairman Wei. The secretary saw him sitting silently for a long time, veins twitching at his temples, and finally couldn't help but speak. The call from the securities department was still ringing, urgently pressing him. Take it. Michael gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as ice. Being led around like this felt terrible. Paying high prices to take over. He was completely unwilling. But what if he didn't take it? The stock price would crash, and the little money he held couldn't even calm the waves. Once it came to bankruptcy, all plans and comebacks would become a joke. Even if it hurt, he had to swallow it down. The other British firms like Swire and Michael shared the same plight. They were like mute people eating bitter gourd, suffering in silence. To prevent a stock disaster, they could only hold tightly to the cash that had just arrived, gritting their teeth and swallowing the exorbitantly priced stocks that Ji Feng had spat out. At the headquarters of Biaotong Bank in the city, although a new building had been constructed as the headquarters, this old building remained the true heart of Biaotong Bank. Nestled between two glass giants, it appeared outdated and clumsy, yet it stood firm. The Pierce family often said, the cracks in the bricks seep with a century of trust. Old walls understand the meaning of foundation more than new buildings. Traffic flowed steadily in front of the bank. A kilometer away, 3 black business vehicles were quietly parked by the roadside. Inside the vehicles, they were packed with heavily armed strongmen. Each wore a black hood over their heads. A prominent red tag on their chests clearly indicated their affiliation, Red Blood Cell Mercenary Corps. They had been holding binoculars, closely watching the main entrance and the surrounding movements of Biaotong Bank. Their mission was clear: to blow up Biaotong Bank's underground vault and burn all the cash inside. As for why they were doing this, no one asked, nor did anyone intend to ask. Collecting money, doing the job, and leaving. That was their unchanging rule for many years. They headed straight for the main electrical room. Forcing open the meter box cover, they struck it hard several times. A sharp, crisp crack echoed. The entire Biaotong Bank building plunged into total darkness. Surveillance feeds went black, network systems collapsed, even emergency lights failed to activate. What's going on? Why is everything pitch black? Quick, check the wiring. In the security control room, the head of security stared at a row of dead monitors, heart tightening, as he roared into his walkie-talkie until his voice turned hoarse. His team erupted into chaos. Shadows darted, footsteps scattered in disarray. Meanwhile, the 2 operatives had already slipped out through the rear exit and vanished into a gray sedan parked at the street corner. As the engine revved, onboard systems activated instantly. The signal jammer emitted a soft beep and engaged. Within a 1-kilometer radius, all mobile signals vanished. Stores outside the bank lost connectivity too. The moment the device powered up, the pair bolted. No hesitation, no delay. Within 2 minutes, inside the minivan, the Red Cell commander's satellite phone rang. Puyala's voice came through the receiver. Operation commences. Acknowledged. He ended the call and gave the driver a sharp, decisive hand signal. The vehicle surged forward, accelerating directly toward Biaotong Bank. 2 black SUVs immediately fell in behind, tires grinding against asphalt with a low, ominous rumble. All 3 vehicles halted in unison before the bank's main entrance. The gate guard frowned, instinctively drawing his baton and striding forward to knock sharply, thud thud, on the passenger side window. Move your vehicle now. Parking isn't allowed here. Open your eyes and look around. This is Biaotong Bank, not some alley where you can just drop anchor. Before the words fully left his mouth, shatter. All 3 car doors swung open simultaneously. Black-clad figures poured out. each armed with a submachine gun, faces concealed beneath tight-fitting black hoods. Clatter! The baton slipped from his grip and clattered onto the pavement. The guard froze. I was just trying to shoo away a car, and now I've stumbled into a live operation. What uncanny luck. Truly extraordinary. Get out of here. The commander raised his weapon and barked the order. Oh yes, sir. Right away. The guard spun and fled, faster than a startled hare. His mind was crystal clear, not toward the bank, but across the street, sprinting full tilt. Anyone could tell just by looking at their gear that these men were here to rob the place. Seek shelter inside the bank. That would be suicide. Call the police. He didn't even consider reaching for his phone. Survival came first. Everything else could wait. If the bank collapsed, it bore no consequence for him. A day-wage laborer with zero stake in its fate. This was the essence of the ghost man. When crisis struck, he vanished faster than anyone else. Red Cell operatives strode briskly into the bank's lobby. Holy! Clients gaped, guards stood dumbstruck, and even the cleaning staff forgot to release their mops. The entire hall felt utterly silent, as if muted, so quiet you could hear each breath. Rat-a-tat. The commander raised his rifle and fired a burst into the ceiling. The gunshot detonated like thunder. The crowd exploded into panic. Ah! Help! Help! Screams pierced the air, bodies dropped to the floor. In an instant, everyone knelt and pressed their foreheads to the icy marble floor, hands locked behind their heads. No shouts. No resistance. Even the uniformed guards in the lobby quietly unbuckled their batons and placed them gently beside their feet. Those carrying firearms instantly raised one hand high while swiftly unholstering their weapons with the other. Smiles plastered across their faces, they reverently laid their guns at the mercenaries' feet, then dropped instantly into a crouch, arms clamped tightly over their heads. In Ghost Man's territory, firearms weren't banned. They flooded the streets. Bank heists and armed robberies were old news. Neighbors wouldn't even glance up upon hearing gunfire. Sometimes a lone man strode in, pistol in hand, and walked out minutes later clutching millions in cash. Even when security outnumbered the assailants, they couldn't stop him. Unless surrounded by police. Only then did resistance stand a chance. Sure, they carried guns, but at the critical moment those weapons offered no real deterrence. Who dared strike first against a desperate, armed man? Kill him, and risk taking a bullet yourself. If luck ran cold, you'd lie dead on the spot. For what? A monthly wage? Who in their right mind would gamble their life for such pay? A Red Cell operative picked up the surrendered firearm and strode toward the teller counter. Staff behind it instantly raised their hands in unison. How much do you want? Hurry, hand me the sacks. I'll fill them myself. Just please don't fire. Before the mercenary could even speak, the teller behind the counter had already shouted the plea. Clearly this wasn't their first time. Repeated robberies had taught them the rules. So long as no blood was spilled and no shots fired, compliance was absolute. Where is your general manager? Bang. A heavy, muffled crash echoed. The office door flew off its hinges. William sat frozen mid-motion, gripping both landline and mobile phones, frantically dialing emergency services. The moment Red Cell breached the bank, his subordinates had rushed to alert him. Rather than fleeing, he dashed to his desk and dialed nonstop, landline and mobile, both lines blazing. But all signals had long been severed, no calls connected. Lifting his eyes to see the heavily armed mercenaries, he instinctively shoved his phone behind his back. That's him. He's our bank's general manager. William's face twitched, as if swallowing an unshelled walnut, his gaze locking onto the person pointing directly at him. Seriously, do you really need to introduce him? He recognized her instantly. She'd been in his office yesterday for a private work briefing, her shirt's third button undone, curves unmistakably displayed, her ambition clear, promotion. And now, she'd returned, not for advancement, but to lead an assault on his very headquarters. His Adam's apple bobbed, his eyes remained glued to the submachine gun in the mercenary's hand, cold sweat tracing paths down his temples. That was a real weapon, anyone would fear it. What stunned him most was their complete disregard for protocol. Rob a bank, fine, but why drag him into it? Shouldn't they simply demand money, wait for withdrawal, then withdraw themselves, before any alarm was raised? That would make sense. He forced a strained smile, voice trembling. Gentlemen, is there anything I can assist you with? No sooner had the words left his lips than he stiffened, his neck hard hammering against his ribs. What gnawed at him most was utter incomprehension. What possible help could he offer? Could this be personal? Yet that made no sense. Kidnap him. His ransom wouldn't even cover pocket change. Far more efficient to let the staff pack cash without fuss. Mr. William, the mercenary commander said, tone flat as weather report. We understand your bank maintains a Central Reserve Vault. Would you kindly guide us there? Central Reserve Vault. A spark ignited in William's mind. He understood instantly. Of course. He accepted without hesitation. His annual salary was indeed substantial, £1 million. Such compensation demanded loyalty to the bank. But if that loyalty required his life, apologies declined. Money meant nothing without survival. So without pause, he became their second guide. The first was the very same female staffer who delivered that briefing yesterday. Soon William led them to the massive iron door of the underground vault. He produced his access card, scanned his fingerprint. The lock clicked open with a soft clack. Security technology hadn't yet advanced that far. The vault door lacked flashy biometrics. No fingerprint scanners, no iris recognition. Its procedure was refreshingly simple. Just an 8-digit mechanical combination lock. William is the president of this bank, and he is responsible for cash deposits and counting. Thus, he is the only one in the entire bank who possesses this string of numbers. The heavy alloy door slowly opened. "Get out," the mercenary growled. "Got it." William turned and fled, barely touching the ground with his heels. The mercenary leader waved his hand at his subordinates. "Quickly have the higher-ups send down the gasoline." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the rest inside the vault and turned on the overhead lights. The light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the entire space. Everyone, including the usually stern commander, was frozen in place. Stacks of brand new banknotes piled up like small hills, neatly arranged on the steel racks, as if dried tide had solidified in the silence. No one spoke, only heavy breaths and the sound of Adam's apples bobbing could be heard. 2 billion pounds lay before them, not just numbers, but iron blocks smashing against their chests. Anyone else would likely have crumpled to their knees. In the movies, Wang Duoyu couldn't stand still due to shaking legs. Not an exaggeration. "How much is this worth?" I can't believe it. I've lived this long and never seen so much real cash piled up like this. This is enough to last 10 lifetimes without worrying about food and drink." The chatter erupted. Bloodshot eyes emerged, fingers clenched white. "Boss, should I just take it all?" "Yes. Burn it. Have you lost?" They made a living off the edge of a knife with life hanging by a thread. What were they risking their lives for? Wasn't it just for money? Now that money was right in front of them, who would genuinely burn it? Even moving half of it would earn more than this job. "Everyone stay sharp." The commander's voice was cold and hard like a thrown ice pick. "How do we move it?" "Carry it on our shoulders. Use a truck. It won't be done in 3 days. Don't forget what we're doing. The police could seal off the entrance in 10 minutes. Do you want to turn into charcoal here?" No matter how much money there is without life, who would spend it? This statement felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over them. Taking it all. Not realistic. There was too much cash, too little time, and lives were more precious. "Get moving. Take as much as you can." After he shouted, everyone immediately scattered, tearing open backpacks and ripping the linings of their uniforms, frantically stuffing cash inside. At this moment, people from upstairs also rushed down, dropping gasoline barrels and emptying their backpacks, shoving bundles of cash inside. They only stopped when their backpacks bulged, deformed, and zippers burst open and pockets tore. "Wrap it up. If you delay any further, no one will make it out alive." Everyone had come down, and those above had already vanished. News must have already leaked. Actions must be swift. Having made a profit, they still had to finish the job neatly. Losing credibility would mean they wouldn't even get to touch a gun next time. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone carried a barrel of gasoline and splashed it over the pile of cash. Their hands trembled, their hearts raced. Some had red-rimmed eyes, biting their molars to hold back tears. Burning money. It hurt more than cutting their own flesh. Never in their wildest dreams did they think they would one day use pounds as firewood. Retreat. After the gasoline was splashed, the commander pulled out a timed bomb and pressed the activation button heavily. He raised his hand, and his subordinate caught the bomb casing, turned, and threw it deep into the vault. Countdown 3 minutes. Everyone turned back multiple times, their steps heavy, as if filled with lead. They had never felt their legs so heavy when breaking through an encirclement before. "Hurry. You want to stay here and turn to ash. Do as you please. Anyone looking for death, don't stop them." In the command center, the loudspeakers blared continuously, making people's scalps tighten. The person at the front of the line took off running without a second thought. He felt pain in his heart, but his mind was clearer. With so much cash, if they couldn't carry it away, it was as good as not having it at all. The group turned around and dashed back, their feet flying. Bursting out of the bank's front doors, they jumped into the car, flooring the gas pedal, the tires screeching as they spun out at high speed. The vehicle had barely sped away for less than 500 meters. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the street. The entire street trembled. The crowd of onlookers instantly erupted, heads embraced in panic, shoving and trampling without a second thought. All around were shadows of people, swirling dust, and cries of alarm. The moment the vault exploded, ignited the leaking gasoline, and flames surged up to 3 meters high. The headquarters of Baodong Bank. In the chairman's office, Peng Pei leaned back in a leather chair, listening to his secretary read the latest movements in the Hong Kong stock market. Standard Chartered Bank had issued a large collateral loan to British Capital. On the surface, it was to back the collateral, but the numbers were too daunting for Peng Pei to ignore. Nearly 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. If it collapsed, Standard Chartered Bank would have to suffer some broken ribs too. The New Century Fund is pulling out. Peng Pei abruptly raised his head, his tone changing. "Yes." The secretary nodded, her tone certain. "To stabilize the stock price from collapsing, they can only take in the stocks that are being thrown out. Currently, the market is relatively stable." He took a sharp breath, his brow furrowed tightly. "This matter feels sinister. Clearly, they are making preparations for a takeover, their momentum fierce like a small snake swallowing an elephant. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were selling stocks and pulling out. wasn't that throwing money into a fire pit. The real money they had invested earlier was at least tens of billions. The money in the hands of British capital was all borrowed, totaling less than half of what the New Century Fund had. Even if they cleaned out all the chips in their hands, it wouldn't fill the hole. The more Peng Pei thought about this move, the more confused he became. But his intuition felt like a thorn stabbing at the back of his neck. Keep a close watch. If there's any movement, report to me immediately. He stared at his secretary, each word heavy as iron. Before he finished speaking, bang, the office door, an executive rushed in, pale as paper, sweat dripping from his forehead. Peng Pei's brow twitched. The person lunged forward, his voice cracking. Chairman, something's wrong. The cash vault in the city district has exploded. What? Peng Pei jumped up, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Half an hour later, at the former site of Baodong Bank in the city district, thick black smoke rose into the sky, choking people from a distance. 8 fire trucks flashed their lights wildly, water hoses roaring. Dozens of armed police officers formed a tight circle, guns pointed outward, their breaths tense. 70% of the city's police force was concentrated on this street. The initial report was for armed robbery, and hearing that the robbers were carrying submachine guns, they dispatched so many people. But when they arrived, the people were long gone, leaving only charred remains and raging flames. The fire had started from the underground vault, first burning through the wires, then licking up the pipes, and in the blink of an eye, the entire building had turned into a fiery skeleton. Screech. A sharp brake. The Mercedes-Benz stopped abruptly before the car door was fully open. Peng Pei had already jumped down. The scene before him was a charred ruin with walls askew, and his chest felt like it had been hammered by a heavy blow. Chairman, I'm so sorry. William knelt beside the rubble, covered in soot and tears streaming down his face, his knees sinking into the broken bricks. He cried as if his heart was being torn apart, but whether those tears were real or not, no one could say. I thought they would just take the cash and leave. Who would have known? They pierced the oil pipeline and threw in explosives. I went down to take a look. The heat wave almost knocked my head off. All the cash in the vault has been burned up. Peng Pei's ears buzzed, his eyes suddenly turning red, his fingers trembling as he couldn't grasp the sleeve of his suit. His throat tightened, and the words got stuck in his trachea, forcing themselves out one by one. All gone. Wei Lian had not yet found his voice when an officer dashed to Peng Pei's side, his tone taut. Command Center, urgent dispatch. An explosion has occurred in the maple forest of the suburban South District. Local forces are overwhelmed. We have orders to immediately redeploy personnel to reinforce. Peng Pei heard every syllable with crystalline clarity. His chest plunged as if gripped by iron tongs, and he blurted out, what? Where did it explode? The maple forest in the suburban South District. Damn. Before he finished, a tearing agony seized his chest. Darkness swamped his vision, and the world spun. Thud. He collapsed stiffly to the floor, unconscious. Mr. Peng Pei. Chairman. Chaos erupted as people surged forward, voices rising in alarm. Call the medical team. Quick, call an ambulance. This is a breaking bulletin. Yesterday afternoon, 2 explosions occurred in London city center and nearby suburbs. The locations were the Baodong Bank headquarters in the city center, the underground Central Reserve Vault, and another Central Reserve Vault in the suburbs. Preliminary investigation indicates both incidents were not terrorist attacks, but carefully planned armed robberies. 2 operational teams are known, an 18-man unit in the city. The number in the suburbs remains under They stormed in with firearms and made off with vast sums of cash before leaving to obstruct pursuit and sow confusion. They set the city vault's entire cash hoard ablaze. 5 tons of gold from the suburban vault have disappeared entirely. The explosion was caused by the explosives the thieves used to force open the vault doors. Estimates place the loss at £2 billion in cash and 5 tons of gold from Baodong Bank. Its strategic reserves utterly destroyed. The scale of the loss is unprecedented. Police have mounted comprehensive deployments and are pursuing the suspects with every resource. Citizens are urged to remain calm. The explosives were employed solely to commit the crime, not to target the public. Do not panic. By historical habit, this island nation had long lived under the shadow of explosions. They only recently had it known some peace. To prevent public unrest, the authorities deliberately downplayed the matter. They classified the blasts as devices used to breach vaults rather than acts of assault. The purpose was plain: to make the populace understand. This was a murderous theft for profit, not an attack meant to terrorize society. Those in the know understood perfectly there is no essential difference between this and an attack. Police analysis concluded the entire operation was seamless, every link without flaw. Less than 5 minutes after the city vault detonated, the suburban operation commenced in synchrony. Communications were cut, security chiefs were forced at gunpoint to open the vaults, and all personnel on site were subdued. 10 heavy trucks and 5 large forklifts rolled in. In a mere 27 minutes, the vaults were emptied as if cleaned out, not even a grain of gold dust left behind. Prearranged time charges were set to detonate exactly half an hour later. By the time the police arrived to seal the scene and begin their inspection, the explosions had only just ceased. By that time, 2 full hours had passed since the operation began. The men had already boarded ships at the harbor and sailed away. Their trail was gone. Search. Where would one even begin? The city blast was plainly a diversion designed to tie down the main forces. Burning the cash was likely practical. The loot was too bulky to carry, and fearing it would slow their tempo, they burned it outright, venting rage, while buying their accomplices a few precious moments to flee. As for identification, utterly impossible. Witnesses remembered only black hoods as shapes that made bodies indistinguishable. Searches. There would not be so much as a scrap of paper left on them. 5 hours on their silhouettes were already 300 nautical miles away. The police could only soothe the public while writing internal reports of failure. Most grievously hit was the Piercy family. As official bulletins were broadcast around the globe, this heist, the single largest loss in financial history, instantly detonated into global headlines. It was simply massive. £2 billion turned to ash, 5 tons of gold evaporated clean. Even after Air's shot had battered the pound's exchange rate, it remained one of the world's most resilient currencies. £2 billion converts to over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. 5 tons of gold needs no further remark. In the present turmoil, hard assets like gold have surged, prices raging ever upward. A loss of such magnitude is seldom matched anywhere in the world. Hospital. In a high-end private suite. Peng Pei, his heart seized by furious shock, had lain unconscious through the night and only now forced his eyes open. Members of the Piercy family had already encircled the bedside, each face grave and brow furrowed. They arrived in trickles, but no one spoke. The air was suffocatingly heavy. Even breathing felt like lifting a stone. They were not moved by pity for Peng Pei, who truly cared whether he lived or died. Had he fallen in earlier years, these very people might have held a feast in celebration. After all, the fall of the family head opens the seat of power. The covert wars within top houses are more merciless than any old palace intrigue. To seize estates and clamor for profits, bloodkin can become foes who turn their backs without hesitation. Yet this time no one coveted that chair. Spines chilled and faces drained of color. Biaodong Bank's 2 core vaults, one consumed by inferno along with its cash, the other stripped utterly clean. No single gold ingot remained. This was no petty theft, it was a calamity that could wash away the Piercy house. The television cut in with footage of the Biaodong Bank scene. Lying on the hospital bed, Peng Pei listened to the anchor's crisp narration. His lips twitched uncontrollably, bloodshot veins rimmed his eyes, and his jaw ground with a harsh rattling sound. The fury he had bottled for too long finally broke the dam with an explosion. A glass flew from his hand and smashed to the floor, porcelain scattering. Who authorized that broadcast? On what right do they report this? A pack of bastards. Cowards watching from high seats. Drag them out and finish them. Like a cornered beast driven to desperation, he roared until the window frames trembled. His blood-red eyes swept the gathered kin and his voice rose. You lot of worthless men. Are you here merely to eat without working? Why didn't you stop the media? All these years milking the family. Do you only know how to leech? What? Impossible. No. You're all fools. Garbage. It was one thing that he could not act while unconscious, but with so many guarding him, not a single soul discerned how mortal the danger had become. They let the police lay everything bare before reporters, let cameras linger on the charred vault, let the world heap salt into the Piercy family's wound. Ordinarily, they spent money as if it were dirt, their arrogance boundless, always talking of reform, succession, and restructuring, eager to see him unseated tomorrow. When disaster truly struck, not one of them rose to take the burden. Peng Pei's chest heaved violently. He wished he could strangle these parasites with his own hands. Those berated bowed their heads in silence, yet their eyes brimmed with defiance. Someone hissed a cold laugh. Put out the fire first, do not pour more fuel on it. Right. Now is not the time for grandstanding. You are the family head, the helmsman. You must produce a plan. The Piercy family's 130-year foundation cannot be destroyed on your watch. As the first utterance fell, a confused chorus of assent surged up in reply. The ward instantly turned into a marketplace. Peng Pei stared at them coldly. Their chance of weather the crisis and preserve the family legacy were mere lip service, though every sentence was an evasion of responsibility. They heaped all the pressure onto him while moving only their lips. All that talk of honor and inheritance boiled down to fear. Fear of their accounts shrinking, of mansions changing hands, of yachts laid up in harbor. Get out. All of you get out. I don't want to see any of your faces again. He roared until his throat tore, then snatched the photo frame from the bedside table and hurled it toward the door. They cursed as they retreated, dissolving away in a sullen heap. Once the door shut, the world finally fell silent. Peng Pei sank heavily into the pillows, staring vacantly at the blinding white of the ceiling. 2 billion in cash, 5 tons of gold. What could fill that gap? What could save it? Click. The ward door was gently pushed open. The secretary practically burst through the door. Chairman, the headquarters, just called. Large numbers of clients are swarming into branches to withdraw funds. Branches are issuing emergency reports one after another. Withdrawals are coming in wave after wave, and the vault cash is running dry. Headquarters must immediately allocate cash support. Allocate cash. The vault had been reduced to ashes, not a penny remained. Even if they gave their lives, they could not produce a single banknote. Peng Pei's face went paper white and his fingers trembled so badly he could not hold a pen. He raged at the news not out of simple temper, but from fear. The fear that once this went public, depositors would panic, would drive them to the counters, or a crush could topple the bank. And also, the secretary watched Peng Pei sway throat tight, unable to finish the sentence. Also, swallow what? Speak. Peng Pei slammed his fist on the table. The roar made the window frames buzz. The secretary shivered and blurted, the securities department just reported. Once the news aired, the group's shares began to tumble off a cliff. They judge that if public sentiment continues to ferment, it could trigger a collapse. They recommend urgently allocating £500 million to intervene in the market. She poured out every word, daring not to omit a single syllable. It was over. Intervene. Where would the money come from? Peng Pei's vision went dark and his chest felt as if gripped by iron tongs. He knew. This time the Piercy family had truly fallen into ruin. A run that could not be contained, shares that could not be steadied. Both ends were bottomless pits. The century-old foundation was likely to snap within days. The name his forebears had forged and the ground his father had won would all vanish into smoke under his watch. If the bank collapsed and the family was ruined, he would have no place left to stand. The thought flashed and his chest convulsed violently. A jet of blood burst from his mouth and splattered onto the floor. Peng Pei collapsed stiffly back onto the bed. Chairman. The secretary, pale with terror, bolted for the door. Doctor. Nurse. Quick. The chairman is coughing up blood. The public uproar only intensified. On television and print, and on every street, the same line was running. Biaodong Bank's Central Reserve Vault had been robbed. £2 billion in cash burned, 5 tons of gold gone without a trace. Even a fool could see. This was equivalent to having the bank's heart ripped out. Abroad, there was no government safety net. Aside from the central bank, institutions were private. When a bank failed, deposits turned to worthless paper. Biaodong Bank, one of the pillars of the Sunniversites, a century-old institution with branches across the homeland and throughout Europe. Registered depositors alone numbered over 5 million. Some watched the news and ran to the nearest outlet without even tying their shoes, desperate to clutch their money back. For the first few hours, the counters managed to cope. As the crowd swelled, the bank could only shut its gates, not unwilling to pay, but truly unable to produce cash. Frontline staff phoned headquarters in despair while forcing themselves to urge calm. Who would believe mere words? Without cash in hand, the best promises were paper in the wind. The bank's entrance soon became clogged. Shouts, the pounding of doors, and the cries of children mingled into a chaotic roar. In some places, depositors lost control, pushing and shoving, overturned the ticket dispensers, and even turned violent with security. The situation was clearly spiraling out of control. The media cared little for the disorder. They chased headlines. Cameras were set at the doors and microphones thrust into depositors' faces. Front pages blared. Biaodong Bank robbery sparks crisis of confidence, ripples across the industry. Stampede outside Biaodong branch sends 3 to hospital. Biaodong Bank on the brink of bankruptcy. Faced with a run, Biaodong Bank has yet to issue any public response. Biaodong Bank loses £5 billion in market value in a single day. Each headline was harsher than the last, every word driving another nail into the Piercy family's back. Peng Pei scrambled to redeploy funds and borrow wherever he could while urgently contacting media outlets to plead with them to suspend any reports that would harm Biaodong Bank's reputation. It was all futile. Even as he released a series of so-called good news bulletins to steady the situation, no one believed them. Negative coverage continued to flood the airwaves with no sign of abating. Any clear-eyed observer could see a hand behind it. Who was orchestrating it? Peng Pei had no time to investigate. Perhaps a mortal enemy had launched a calculated siege to strike Biaodong down in one blow. Perhaps speculators were seizing the opportunity to buy cheaply and carve off a fat piece from Biaodong, or perhaps someone had carefully laid out a short position waiting for the run to erupt. In any case, the storm pressed on Peng Pei's head until he could hardly breathe. In a hotel suite, as Ji Feng had just entered, Huang Feng asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's set. All 5 tons of gold have been loaded aboard a ship owned by our Huan Yuhangya. It departed half an hour ago and is already en route. 6 brothers escorted it the whole way. Arrangements on the Xiangjiang side are complete. Once the gold lands, it will be transferred into the most secret vault for safekeeping. 5 tons of gold. Its weight carried formidable consequence. Besides, it had been seized. Any slip would mean utter disaster. This batch had to be buried completely. For at least 3 to 5 years, it must never see the light of day. After all, Xiangjiang was still under the governance of the Sunniversite's realm. If the secret leaked, the consequences would be unthinkable. What about those mercenaries? Ji Feng asked again. They've long since withdrawn. Last night, they fell back to the pier and boarded the ship to leave the country. The final payments were settled in full. Each of them walked off with heavy bags, at least a few million cash apiece. Huang Feng said with a snort. A Feng, there was no need to pay the tail sum. Just wipe them out and end the problem for good. Save the risk of a loose tongue blowing the whole thing open. Although the entire contact was anonymous and most never saw their faces, only one was glimpsed from afar. In Huang Feng's view, any living witness was a liability. As long as someone lived, a secret could not be kept. only the dead truly stayed silent. He had long believed that hiring outsiders for such work was an unnecessary risk. Their own brothers were swift and knew the roots of things, far more reliable than paid foreign guns. The information won't leak, Ji Feng said with conviction. It's mercenary code, and it is the line we will not cross. That is trustworthy. Besides, we hope for long-term cooperation in the future. We brought them in not merely to do the job, but to bear the burden on our behalf. He smiled faintly. Those who achieve great things must first have someone to shoulder their name and their sins. Some deeds, if carried out by oneself, are more likely to leave incriminating traces. They are different. If one day they are traced back, they will merely be seen as desperate fugitives resorting to extreme measures due to financial strain. The 5 tons of gold have become irrefutable evidence of their motive. The blame will naturally fall upon them. Mercenaries do not make excuses. Even if they speak up, no one would believe them. Moreover, they received far more than expected: cash spoils of war and an invitation for the next collaboration. Carrying a false reputation in exchange for real gold and silver, who wouldn't want that? At most, they would hear that all the gold was taken by them and be cursed as dogs that gorged themselves on the spoils, but that would be the end of it. After all, from the moment they were hired, the scolding, the blame, and the burdens were unspoken clauses in the contract. After listening, Huang Feng silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder he firmly held the top position in Hong Kong at just over 20. The cunning behind this setup would make even seasoned tycoons exclaim master. Ji Feng smiled, raised his hand to turn off the television that was broadcasting news about the collapse of Bankrupt Bank. He stood up and called Huang Feng to go downstairs for a meal. After they finished eating, the two drove straight to the securities center. Foreign broker Ferguson, upon hearing that Ji Feng had arrived, immediately abandoned his affairs and hurried to the VIP room. Upon seeing Ji Feng, he extended his hand enthusiastically, saying, "Ji, you've really struck it rich this time." Days earlier, when Ji Feng first arrived in the land of the setting sun, he quickly finalized operations with Ferguson, a massive short sell of Bankrupt Bank stocks, while simultaneously crashing the stocks of several major banks. Baitong's stock price has been halved down by 60%. It won't last long before it breaches the regulatory red line and is forcibly delisted. The other banks were also dragged down, their stock prices plummeting collectively. The turmoil at Bankrupt Bank was like a boulder dropped into still water, sending ripples outward. It is one of the oldest and most significant banks in the empire of the setting sun. Universally recognized as the industry leader, a cliff-like drop in stock prices could not only harm itself. When a leader falters, the entire ship sways. That is the simplest of truths. It's like a top tech company suddenly collapsing. The market's first reaction is not to lament its loss, but to turn and scrutinize the neighboring competitors. If it can't hold up, what makes you think you can? Once doubt takes root, it grows easily. That's precisely the case now. After news broke that Bankrupt Bank's total reserve had been robbed, long lines formed at the counters of other banks. Depositors were anxious. If it was robbed today, would it be my turn tomorrow? Can I still retrieve my money at any time? Though fearful, they acted decisively, hurrying to withdraw, feeling reassured only when the cash was in their pockets. Thus the run on the bank began. Once trust wavers, stock prices immediately plummet, and no listed company escapes unscathed. It'll act as soon as the call ends. The entire position has been closed. A net profit of £4 billion. Ferguson spoke rapidly, his palms sweaty and voice trembling. Having been in this line of work for 30 years, he had never seen such explosive gains from a single transaction. Initially, when Ji Feng approached him, he shook his head, thinking the young man was just reckless gambling with his life. But now, as he stared at the computer screen, a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could those robbers possibly have been hired by Ji Feng nodded. Lightly, transfer it to my private account. I will ensure it is done. Ferguson's face was filled with smiles, nearly bending over. Ji Feng taking away $4 billion meant Ferguson's commission was not substantial, but it was enough to equal his total earnings over the past decade. At this moment, Ji Feng appeared to him as a living god of wealth. He could hardly wait to serve him tea and bow his head multiple times, wishing to secure this stroke of luck. 20 minutes later, the £4 billion steadily landed in Ji Feng's account. This money was the foundation for his next move. However, he did not rush to meet Peng Pei. Instead, he took Huang Feng for a leisurely stroll around the streets. Having traveled so far to the land of the setting sun, he could not just discuss business without even touching the gates of Buckingham Palace, could he? The next day, at the headquarters of Bankrupt Bank in the chairman's office, Peng Pei slammed the table, his voice cracking. You can't even gather £500 million. Before the words finished, his phone was hurled violently to the ground, shattering the screen. After repeatedly hitting walls, loan requests being denied, and borrowing impossible, his anger finally broke through the last shred of restraint. Everyone looked at Bankrupt with eyes that resembled watching an old ship sinking. The hole was too large to patch. The collapse of confidence made it even harder to save. The run on the bank continued, with withdrawal slips piled higher than the documents. Even if they barely survived this round, the mental barrier for the ordinary people would no longer be crossed. No one was willing to place their bets. Chairman, Mr. Ji Feng from Hong Kong wants to see you. The secretary entered, speaking calmly. Ji Feng, are you sure it's this name? Peng Pei's pupils constricted, and he reflexively asked. He was too familiar with this name. The operator behind the Standard Chartered Bank stock battle, the founder of the New Century Fund, the first person to launch a financial counterattack against British capital, the king of financial arts in the circles of Hong Kong. Confirmed. The secretary nodded. Peng Pei frowned slightly. Strange. Wasn't he supposed to be in Hong Kong monitoring the fluctuations of the Hang Seng Index? How did he silently appear in London? And even took the initiative to visit. After a 2-second pause, he spoke, "Please let him in." Moments later, Ji Feng and Huang Feng entered the office guided by the secretary. This was Peng Pei's first time seeing Ji Feng in person. Having heard about his youth, Peng Pei was still stunned for a moment when he stood in front of him. So young. He never imagined that this young man in his early 20s could single-handedly challenge the 10 largest British capital giants in Hong Kong. Even more astonishing was that he had previously taken tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars from the pockets of those giants. Peng Pei dared not show any hint of disdain and immediately stood to greet him. "Welcome to the land of the setting sun, Mr. King of Eastern Financial Arts." His tone was humble and his manners were full. Even though he inherently favored the local business community, he gave all the respect due. "Hello, Mr. Peng Pei." Ji Feng also smiled, extending his hand for a firm handshake. After taking their seats, Peng Pei turned to the secretary and said, "Bring 2 cups of black tea." Then turning to Ji Feng, he warmly smiled, "I heard people from Yin country love tea. I also have a fondness for it." The hot tea was served steam rising. Peng Pei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Westerners generally do not indulge in pleasantries. He opened with the core matter. "Mr. Ji, you came to the land of the setting sun specifically to see me. What is your purpose?" Since the other party was straightforward, Ji Feng did not waste words. He raised his hand and lightly pointed to Huang Feng behind him. Huang Feng understood at once and immediately took out the prepared documents from his briefcase. "Please take a look." Ji Feng pushed the documents to the front of the desk, his expression indifferent. Peng Pei received them with a puzzled look, flipping through the pages. However, his expression gradually darkened as he turned the pages. This was a stock transfer agreement. HSBC had transferred all its shares in Standard Chartered Bank to the New Century Fund. In other words, the New Century Fund now held 28% of the shares in Standard Chartered Bank, making it the second largest shareholder after the Pierce family. A board seat was guaranteed. "What do you mean by this?" The trace of a smile vanished from Peng Pei's lips, his gaze cold as he stared directly at Ji Feng. The Pierce family tolerated external shares entering Standard Chartered Bank, but there was one ironclad rule: no Chinese capital was allowed to touch it. This was a red line that could not be crossed. "I want to acquire Standard Chartered Bank." Ji Feng shrugged, his expression as relaxed as if he were chatting about the weather. He didn't even bother to glance at the coldness in Peng Pei's eyes. After he spoke, Peng Pei's face darkened further. Nevertheless, Ji Feng remained calm and unhurried. "I figured out the current situation with Biao Tong Bank in the past couple of days. The crisis is already pressing at the throat. Putting it bluntly, bankruptcy is just around the corner." "What Mr. Peng Pei is most lacking right now is the money to save his life. He needs it to stabilize the situation and hold things together. But I'm afraid you won't be able to raise that money. If this were in Xiangjiang or the business circles of Yin country, perhaps someone would be willing to lend a hand out of old friendship and to save face. But in the empire on which the sun never sets, that's absolutely impossible. Here no one speaks of personal feelings, the only interests are recognized. If there's no benefit, even a father would refuse to lend a dime. I can access funds from Standard Chartered Bank." Peng Pei's voice turned hard. "How much liquidity can be drawn from Standard Chartered Bank?" Ji Feng chuckled softly, his gaze like a nail firmly locking onto Peng Pei. "With nearly 20 billion in lending holes laid bare, how much could possibly remain in the accounts? Furthermore, reallocating funds requires a board vote." Would Ji Feng, as the second largest shareholder, nod in agreement? "Dream on." Peng Pei was dumbfounded, then smiled bitterly. Even if it were possible to draw funds, it wouldn't fill the deep pit that Biao Tong Bank currently finds itself in. The money had long been borrowed to the last cent. The acquisition war that Ji Feng had initiated against the British capital had already drained their liquidity to the last drop. Those people left with no options could only come knocking. After weighing his options, he approved the mortgage loan. Now Standard Chartered Bank's balance was down to less than 50 billion Hong Kong dollars. The more he thought about it, the more bitter it became. "Wait a minute." Peng Pei suddenly paused. His heart tightened, almost unable to believe it. He quickly flipped back to the first page of the agreement, fixating on the date of the signature. In that moment of fixation, his pupils contracted sharply. "It was you. The whole affair from start to finish was a trap set by you." Suddenly, everything became clear to him. First secretly acquiring the shares, then launching a fierce attack on the British capital, forcing them to cut off funds and seek loans. Yet all the loans coincidentally flowed to Standard Chartered Bank. This was not a coincidence, but a meticulously planned move. No matter how troublesome Peng Pei was, he could be driven to a corner. The funds had long been extracted and the path to investigate the bank's accounts was completely blocked. He had only one way out: selling shares and propping up Biao Tong Bank from collapsing. You already knew someone was going to target Biao Tong Bank. Every step was calculated. You figured it all out. What dignity, what decorum was all crushed under Peng Pei's feet at this moment. The words were sharp, each sentence aflame. Ji Feng raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. He originally thought Peng Pei would directly accuse him. You did this. Unexpectedly, the other party skipped the smear campaign and pointed to a more subtle possibility. I received wind of it in advance. In fact, Peng Pei himself had flashed this thought, but he quickly dismissed it. He didn't believe Ji Feng would dare to do such a thing. Both of them were no fools who didn't know that once involved in such matters it would be a muddy mess that couldn't be shaken off. But as the old saying goes, darkness is beneath the lamp. The more absurd it seemed, the more likely it was the truth. It was a pity that Westerners did not understand this layer of intricacy, nor would they believe the saying, after eliminating all impossible scenarios, what remains, no matter how improbable, is the answer. Even if he were really being targeted, Ji Feng was unafraid. Suspicion is just suspicion. Without evidence, no one could do anything to him. At most, he would gain a bad reputation. But could a bad reputation fill one's stomach? When interests are laid out before one, who cares about the gossip behind one's back? Don't be hasty. Ji Feng picked up the teacup, took a light sip, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. What we should discuss now is the portion of Standard Chartered Bank shares held by Pierce. The moment he finished speaking, Peng Pei appeared as if he had been drained of all strength. He didn't want to sell Standard Chartered Bank. But reality doesn't allow one to pick and choose. Standard Chartered Bank only had some foundation in Xinjiang and East Asia. Biaotong Bank, however, was the true lifeline of the Pierce family. One must not mention the empire on which the sun never sets. It was among the top 10 in all of Europe. One side is a watermelon, the other an apple. Anyone would want to pocket both. But this is not a multiple choice question, it is a single choice question. Be a little greedy, and one might end up losing both. If Biaotong Bank cannot secure the life-saving money, bankruptcy is just a matter of time. As for Standard Chartered Bank, Ji Feng had already taken back the money they lent, principal and interest. The line to the British capital had basically been severed. But those bad debts couldn't be written off in a short time, becoming a hot potato. If things went poorly, Standard Chartered Bank might also sink along with it. Peng Pei understood all this in his heart. He sighed long, raising his eyes to look at Ji Feng. Mr. Ji, the Pierce family is willing to transfer 49% of the shares they hold in Standard Chartered Bank to you. But the price must be fair. The Jia family originally sold 5% to the Pierce family and mortgaged the remaining 8%. Ji Feng was well aware of this. Very fair. He put down the teacup, nodding with a smile. How much does Mr. Ji plan to offer? 1 billion pounds. Ji Feng's gaze was calm, staring directly at Peng Pei. Impossible. The market value of Standard Chartered Bank is far beyond this amount. Have I not seen the market price? A 500 billion Hong Kong dollar pie converted to pounds is at least 48 billion. You hold nearly half the shares, worth 24 billion pounds, not a penny less. Peng Pei's face turned ashen. 1 billion pounds couldn't even cover a fraction of Biaotong Bank. Not to mention, this offer was less than half of the current stock price. This was not a transaction, it was outright robbery. Even taking advantage of a disaster was considered too crude. Yet Ji Feng was indeed here with the intent to rob. Seeing the veins on Peng Pei's forehead throb, Ji Feng still smiled calmly. Mr. Peng Pei, Xinjiang still hasn't realized what's happening with Biaotong Bank. How convenient, I hold the largest television station in Xinjiang. If you want Standard Chartered Bank stock price to collapse even faster, I can arrange to expose the matters of Biaotong Bank to everyone in Hong Kong at any time. The major shareholder was on the brink of collapse. Though Standard Chartered Bank operated independently, pulling one thread could unravel the whole tapestry. This is how publicly traded companies work. Pull on a thin line and stock prices can plummet, market value shrinking in an instant. Especially when it comes to major shareholders who hold the lifeline. Currently, the news wasn't spreading too quickly, but as long as Ji Feng lifted a finger, he could let the wind blow across the entire city overnight. Peng Pei felt as if all the bones in his body had been drained. His face turned pale, and even his fingertips trembled, unsure whether it was from anger or fear. He clenched his fists tightly, forcing down the curses that rose to his throat. This person before him was not a negotiation opponent, but a hidden eastern serpent ready to tear his throat at any moment. 1 billion pounds. Don't even think about it. His teeth ground together, his eyes fixed on Ji Feng's face. 20 billion. A single penny less, and I'll sell the shares to someone else. Oh. Ji Feng's lips curled up, smiling without warmth. That nonchalant demeanor felt like a dull knife scraping at Peng Pei's nerves repeatedly. He slumped his shoulders, the little bit of toughness around his mouth instantly deflating. Deep down, he was all too aware no one dared to take it. The lifeline of the top 10 British banks has long been grasped in Ji Feng's palm. With a flick of his finger, he could turn those banks into worthless debts. If Standard Chartered Bank were to collapse, who would dare to reach out? This is a deadlock, one that cannot be untied, bypassed, or broken. The initiative lies entirely in Ji Feng's hands. The only one who can take over is him. Every move on the chessboard has been set up by Ji Feng himself. If someone else were to take a turn, they would be dragged into the mire and buried alive. 1.5 billion. Not a penny less. Take it or leave it. At worst, we'll all crash together. 10 billion. He would rather burn money than bow his head. With nowhere left to retreat, it is better to gamble fiercely. If it truly collapses, Ji Feng would also break a few ribs. Deal. Ji Feng responded decisively. $1.5 billion was the bottom line he had set in his mind. Push people too far, and even a rabbit would fight back. How much more so a person? Leave a way out for future meetings. Cash settlement, no installments accepted. Once the contract is signed, the money must be credited immediately. What Peng Pei needed now was not money, but life-saving blood. Sure. Ji Feng nodded casually, lifting his teacup, shaking it towards Peng Pei with a warm smile. Let's toast with tea and have a pleasant cooperation. Peng Pei stared at the cup, gulped twice, and finally raised his own cup, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. 2 hours later, the contract was signed. Ordinarily, such a transaction would take at least 3 to 5 days to process. But Peng Pei could not wait any longer. A day's delay in receiving the money would increase the risk of collapse for Tong Bank. The stock market waits for no one, and depositors wait for no one. £1.5 billion may not save everything, but it is enough to stifle the flames. At the very least, it would allow him to catch his breath and stabilize his position. After confirming that the terms were correct, both parties signed. Ji Feng immediately allocated $1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars to purchase 49 of Standard Chartered Bank shares held by the Pierce family. Adding in the 28 he previously acquired from HSBC, he now held 77 of the shares, firmly securing the position of the largest shareholder. The over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars he had borrowed from Chasai had established New Century Holdings in the United States. This acquisition was conducted under the name of this company. No one knows who Shell New Century Holdings is. The names may be similar, but they are separated by half a globe, one in Hong Kong, the other in the United States. The registrant and shareholders are completely different. Even if suspicion arises, there is no evidence to present. Ji Feng aimed for 2 things. First, to keep it low profile and inconspicuous. Second, to guard against the prying eyes of the colonial officials of Hong Kong. Those bastards would be more than happy to see Chinese capital never rise again. They are now stirring the waters, dragging Hong Kong into crisis to add troubles for Yen country. Once they uncover that Ji Feng has secured 77% control of Standard Chartered Bank, they will immediately turn hostile. Furthermore, New Century Holdings is precisely the game he has laid out globally. In the next decade, international affairs will be turbulent, black swans will abound, and major and minor events will emerge endlessly with opportunities hidden in every crack. Ji Feng would never stand by idly. However, if he gambled under the banner of a Hong Kong citizen, there would be obstacles everywhere and traps at every step. After all, New Century Holdings is merely a holding shell. As a publicly listed company in Hong Kong, any changes in shareholding must be reported to the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission and go through notarization. After the transaction was finalized, the Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission promptly received the reporting materials and completed the notarization as required. Soon the shareholder registry of Standard Chartered Bank was officially updated. The largest shareholder changed from the Pierce family to New Century Holdings. The second largest shareholder was also replaced simultaneously. New Century Fund completed its filing, and immediately thereafter New Century Fund, in conjunction with HSBC, held a joint press conference to publicly confirm all shares of Standard Chartered Bank held by HSBC have been fully transferred to New Century Fund. As soon as the news broke, the city was in an uproar. The names New Century Fund and New Century Holdings are highly similar, quickly sparking widespread speculation. Many privately speculated, is Ji Feng standing behind this? Various parties began to investigate. As a result, only one lead was uncovered. New Century Holdings was registered in the United States as a newly established venture capital institution founded by an American citizen. Established less than half a year, no further background could be traced. 20 nautical miles from the Hong Kong coastline, the sea surface was as calm as a mirror. A white yacht quietly floated on the waves, gently rising and falling with the tide. On the deck, Ji Feng, Old Master, Hua, the 2 sons-in-law of the Hua and Bao families, and Zheng Yutong were all dressed in light sportswear, holding fishing rods, staring intently at the water's surface. This gathering was organized by Ji Feng himself after his return to Hong Kong yesterday. Got one. Zheng Yutong's wrist sank, the fishing rod bent sharply, and with a few motions he flipped a plump grouper onto the deck. What a catch. We'll have an extra dish tonight. Who would have thought that 4 top billionaires would high-five and laugh over a single fish? Feng, how about it? Zheng Yutong grinned, tilting his chin towards Ji Feng. In financial trading, there are few in Hong Kong who can match you, but fishing, well, you really need to practice. Ji Feng looked down at his empty fish box, then glanced at the lively catch at Zheng Yutong's feet, shaking his head with a wry smile. After fishing for a whole morning, while others caught fish and rods, he couldn't even get a nibble on his float. Fishing isn't really my forte. Seeing him admit defeat, everyone burst into laughter. Everyone on the boat stood firmly on Ji Feng's side. The sons-in-law of the Hua and Bao families were needless to say. Zheng Yutong even proactively offered to help with his own funds when Ji Feng was tight on cash. Later, when British banks sought loans in a group, he simply brought in other Hung Sheng shareholders to outright refuse the request, which caused quite a bit of trouble. Ji Feng remembered this goodwill. He also believed Zheng Yutong was worth building a deep relationship with, which is why he invited him to join. After reeling in the lines and taking a break, the yacht chef took over the processing of the catch, and the group moved to the yacht's small conference room. Feng, you managed to seize Standard Chartered Bank through both open and covert means. You've brought glory to our yen country. Zheng Yutong was stunned for half a minute when he first heard the news. Standard Chartered Bank, Hong Kong's oldest bank with a size not inferior to HSBC and known in the industry as the first bank of Hong Kong. Such a benchmark institution has quietly fallen into Ji Feng's hands. Coupled with the previous chain reactions caused by Ping Tong Bank, Zheng Yutong could almost conclude the mastermind behind this is undoubtedly Ji Feng. He admired him even more, steady in action, precise in moves, and deeply concealed. So the second largest shareholder, New Century Holdings, was also your arrangement, right? Indeed, Old Master He squinted his eyes and smiled as he asked. Ji Feng nodded slightly. There was no need to hide from his own allies. There was no need for that. He raised his glass and toasted Old Master He. Old Master, I truly need to thank you this time. If it weren't for you withstanding the pressure, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Although he was not in Hong Kong, he was aware of the movements of the Hong Kong government. When he drained the liquidity of British capital, those colonial officials in Hong Kong had already become restless, even plotting to pressure Ji Feng and take action against him. At a critical moment, Old Master He personally visited the Hong Kong government and even brought along representatives from the mainland's office in Hong Kong. Without beating around the bush, he directly stated, if anyone maliciously suppresses us under the pretext of this situation, the central government's consideration of the term recovery will likely be accelerated. Upon hearing this, the Hong Kong government was immediately silenced. Otherwise, Ji Feng might have been unjustly labeled as violating regulations, his trading accounts frozen, or possibly under investigation. With their obstinacy and penchant for stirring trouble, those foreigners were always adept at such tactics. No need to thank me. Supporting you is a clear directive from the mainland. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire room was taken aback. The mainland holds you in high regard, young man. We will find a time later to send a representative to meet with you. No problem, Ji Feng replied decisively. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build bridges, how could he let it slip away? The two of them took a sip of their drinks. After some casual conversation, Hu Tingzhou gradually spoke. Feng, how do we proceed from here? Although you've thrown out a large number of stocks, you still hold considerable chips with those 10 British-funded companies. What are your plans for the conclusion? Ji Feng had not liquidated his holdings. The stock prices had only slightly dipped by 3 to 6 Hong Kong dollars, remaining uneventful. The real big players still firmly rested in his hands. Why was he holding back? Hu Tingzhou had yet to figure it out. Ji Feng chuckled softly and said, the reason for inviting you all here is precisely for this matter. The top 10 British-funded companies are all hard currency. I will first raise the stock price to acquire shares, then suddenly sell off. My sole purpose is to drain their liquid assets. With the remaining shares, along with the equity they use to mortgage loans at Standard Chartered Bank, combined it will be enough to complete a full acquisition. Hiss. After hearing this, everyone collectively gasped. Even old Hu was slightly shaken, and when he looked at Ji Feng again, his eyes were filled with admiration. Everything is interconnected. First, publicly display the cards to show the intent to merge with the British-funded companies, creating a facade of mandatory acquisition, forcing the other party to frantically acquire shares, fearing that he would surpass the threshold and breach the board of directors. As a result, the funding chain tightened, increasingly visibly on the verge of snapping. Want to extend their life? They could only seek funds. Even if the Chinese-funded companies have past grievances with Ji Feng, they would never lend money to the British-funded companies, who would dare to be ambiguous about choosing sides. That left only one option alone: to set a trap that would lead them to Standard Chartered Bank to borrow sufficient funds, allowing them to buy the stocks he had thrown out. But once Standard Chartered Bank falls into his hands, and they fail to repay the loan, the mortgaged equity would immediately revert to the bank. Thus a deadlock had formed. The British-funded companies became fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Ji Feng had never intended to leave them any way out. Mr. Wu, your principal has been fully returned along the original path. The profits generated from this operation can be chosen in cash, equity, or debt. For cash, wait until I have disposed of all my shares, and we will divide it according to the investment ratio. For equity or debt, select directly from the company and decide on the spot. Ji Feng stated clearly. Inviting them was not for negotiation, but to distribute the fruits. Hu Tingzhou, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming's eyes were bright like cheetahs staring at a fire. The Hu family wants equity and debt. So do we. Holding equity and debt, facing a completely drained British-funded company, the acquisition was like stepping over a threshold, without any resistance. This was far better than cash. Then choose. Ji Feng smiled and spread his hands. I will keep Hong Kong Telecommunications for myself. The rest are yours to choose from. Hu Tingzhou pondered for a moment. The equity and debt of Swire are all taken by the Hu family. Yongfeng Bank belongs to us, the Su family. Su Wentian immediately joined in. Wu Zhengming thought for a moment and said, I want Jiafeng Properties. No need to elaborate on Swire. One of the four major foreign trading companies its scale and weight are evident. The Hua family can absorb it and should have been repaid long ago. Back then, the Hua family's real estate business was bought out at a low price, with the buyer being Swire. The Wu and Su families, slightly weaker in strength, chose more pragmatically. Positioned at the bottom two of the top 10 British-funded banks. No problem. Once the Standard Chartered Bank Board meeting starts, we will sign the agreement on the spot. Ji Feng agreed decisively. Aside from Hong Kong Telecommunications, the other few companies, while decent, had highly overlapping businesses, with over 80% being real estate companies. To Ji Feng, their value was limited. He had no intention of making real estate the main battlefield. The scale of New Century Properties was already sufficient. Mr. Zheng, you are being too formal. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yutong was taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. He immediately understood Ji Feng planned to package and sell the remaining equity and debt. With many people, competition is inevitable and the highest bidder wins. He had already prepared a price increase plan. Following gratitude for your kindness, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I want Xinhe Real Estate. Let's settle at a 3% premium over market price. The next morning, a light rain fell and the sky was gray. Ji Feng drove towards Standard Chartered Bank, his gaze sweeping past the hurried pedestrians outside, his expression as usual. After retracting his gaze, he moved his fingers and continued to study the document on his lap. It was filled with details about Standard Chartered Bank executive lists, board member resumes, internal structures. All this was valuable information compiled overnight by Yang Chen's intelligence team. Previously, he had heard that Standard Chartered Bank was firmly held by foreigners harboring hostility towards the people of Yin. Ji Feng had thought it was merely out of fear that Chinese capital might shake their control. After all, compared to those self-righteous foreign devils, the intelligent, resilient, and strategic people of Yin have always grown stronger through conflict. One by one, the four major trading companies were acquired and merged. Among the four major banks, aside from Yin National Bank being a solid foundation, there were HSBC, Hang Seng, and Standard Chartered, all British-funded banks. Now the chairman of Hang Seng has been replaced by a Yin National, and HSBC also has a Yin National director sitting at the decision-making table, their influence increasingly growing. The reason Standard Chartered stubbornly kept the board from admitting Yin Nationals was merely to preserve the last shred of control by keeping them at bay. However, after reading the materials, Ji Feng felt a heaviness in his chest. From the president to the heads of various departments, all were blonde and blue-eyed without exception. This was not merely precaution. It was clearly blatant exclusion. With undisguised prejudice and disdain, it was as piercing as a knife. Slap. The document was heavily slammed on the seat beside him. His brow furrowed slightly, and his fingers pressed firmly against his temple. This board meeting would undoubtedly be anything but calm. Yet he felt no fear. In this game, he held absolute initiative. If they played by the rules, he would slowly scheme and gradually close the net. If they insisted on seeking trouble, then he would not hesitate to overturn the table and clear the field. The show of force from this group would end here. In any case, it would be a cut, but just depended on whether they chose a quick knife or a dull knife. The Central Financial Core Avenue. The headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank stands here, facing HSBC Tower. The two glass curtain wall buildings gaze at each other across the street, resembling two silent, confronting giants, each symbolizing their weight in the Hong Kong banking arena. According to the original trajectory, both Standard Chartered and HSBC were set to gradually relocate their headquarters to the land of the setting sun within the next 2 years. HSBC is currently hastily pushing for a board restructuring to pave the way for the move. Standard Chartered has also quietly initiated related preparations. However, once Ji Feng made his move, the entire plan came to a sudden halt. Relocation. No longer a possibility. In the large conference room, the current chairman, bank magnate Lewis, wore a grim expression. The few general managers sitting beside him also appeared solemn. They are merely minor shareholders with their shares conferred by the board, who once someone leaves the company, their equity is immediately wiped out. In other words, they are all professional managers on a salary. The true controlling parties, the largest shareholder, the Pierce family, and the second largest, HSBC, are both too busy to manage daily affairs and reluctant to let the Ji family gain a foothold, which led to the emergence of this professional manager governance model. Lewis is accountable to the board, and the board is ultimately dictated by the shareholders. The shareholder structure has been completely reshuffled. The top positions have all been filled by new individuals. What does this represent? It signifies that their tenure has reached its conclusion. How could their faces not be grim? The other shareholders also wore equally unpleasant expressions. The third largest shareholder, Mikhail of the Ji family, along with several other minor shareholders holding 3% and 2% of the shares respectively. All foreign faces. Although Mikhail has mortgaged his shares in Standard Chartered Bank to Biaotong Bank, the debt has not yet matured, and legally that portion of the shares still belongs to him. Thus, he must attend the Standard Chartered board meeting. At this moment, this group of foreign shareholders is huddled around him as if their backbone had been pulled away. The second largest shareholder has become Ji Feng. The largest shareholder is now a holding company from the United States. They have already gone through the documents, and seeing that the other party is registered in the United States, they assertively conclude that they are Yankees. Consequently, Mikhail, the former third-largest shareholder, has become the only hope for everyone. Mr. Mikhail, is there really no room for negotiation? A citizen of Yin entering the board. This is a 100-year disgrace for Standard Chartered Bank. We must resist. The dignity of the people from the land of the setting sun in Xiangjiang must not be destroyed here. We must find a way to kick him out of the board. Voices rose in anger, and Mikhail felt a bitterness in his throat, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If there were a way, he would have used it long ago. Ji Feng's New Century Fund had already bought the bottom, swallowing the portion of shares he took over from the Pierce family, along with the loans issued by Standard Chartered, all swept away. Now the Jialalai family has less than 300 million Hong Kong dollars in cash remaining. Meanwhile, a significant amount of Standard Chartered Bank stock is firmly in Ji Feng's hands, ready to be sold off at any moment. With this meager ammunition, he simply cannot support the collapsing stock price. Forced delisting. Bankruptcy liquidation. This is no exaggeration. He originally planned to mortgage his shares for financing, but who would have thought that the Pierce family's Biaotong Bank would suddenly implode with the shares all being sold off? Worse yet, Ji Feng conveniently acquired the shares of Standard Chartered held by HSBC. Once Ji Feng sits on the board, any financing application of his will be outright rejected. The Jialalai family will henceforth be completely at the mercy of others. At present, we can only nod in agreement. Mikhail sighed deeply, then lowered his voice to add, quickly contact the headquarters of New Century Holdings in the United States, join forces to counteract and drive Ji Feng out. Even if they send a chairman to oversee, well, accept it. This was indeed his backup plan, but time was too tight, and he feared he wouldn't be able to reach the headquarters. At this moment, he could only take this risky step. Crack. As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference room door was abruptly pushed open. Two burly men in black suits stepped in first, forcefully slamming the door. Following that, two rows of men in sharply tailored suits swiftly entered, silently lining up, stopping not far behind the podium. The room suddenly fell silent, then was filled with a buzzing noise. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in? Louis, the big boss, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, pointing at the door, no matter who you are, get out at once. Is the security department just for show? Or is everyone collectively asleep? Letting so many people in have your brains been gnawed by dogs. Already agitated, the unexpected intrusion made him completely lose control, cursing as he reached for his phone to dial an internal line. Useless. Shut your filthy mouth. Xiong Kaishan strode in, his voice like thunder, heading straight for Louis. In the next second, his gaze sharpened, and he coldly stated, from now on, the entire building's security authority will be handed over to us for takeover. The original security team will be dismissed. As the words fell, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Some wanted to rush for the door, but as soon as they raised their legs half an inch, they were firmly nailed to the spot, fearful that the men in suits behind them would pounce forward at the slightest hint of discontent. You, what right do you have? Louis' words remained unfinished as his gaze fell upon the outline of the object at Xiong Kaishan's waist, exposed by his suit, causing his throat to constrict and his lips pressed tightly together into a white line. Silence. We are Mr. JIS Direct Security Team, here specifically to maintain order for this meeting. Xiong Kaishan suddenly raised his hand, harshly shouting at the entire room, everyone be quiet. Mr. Ji will arrive shortly. In an instant, the conference room fell silent, as if even breathing had been choked off. The tension on his face was palpable, with a row of men in black suits standing straight behind him, their shoulders pressing down on the air, and no one dared move a neck. Mikhail and the other shareholders also lowered their heads. Those minor shareholders who had originally planned to put on cold faces and turn away when Ji Feng entered now pressed their lips into tight lines. Just now, when Xiong Kaishan saluted Louis, the outline of the hard object bulging at his waist was clearly visible to them. An expatriate discreetly pinched his fingers into his palm. Is this really the Standard Chartered Bank Board? Is this not an underground hall selecting a seat? Is Ji Feng really in finance? Why does he exude an aura that screams leader? Cold sweat trickled down his back. About 5 minutes later, the sound of polished shoes stepping on the ground grew louder, crisp, steady, and unhurried. No one in the room dared stand up. They could only furtively glance towards the door out of the corners of their eyes. In the collective breath holding, a slender figure crossed the threshold, a well-tailored suit, a face youthful to the point of sharpness. Mr. Ji. All the men in black suits bowed in unison, their voices synced as if cut by a knife, startling several expatriates who trembled at the shoulders. Ji Feng strode toward the main seat, swiftly lifting the hem of his suit, sitting down with decisiveness. Huang Feng and Xiong Kaishan immediately stood at his sides, their backs straight, as if carved from stone. You. A foreigner had just opened his mouth, but before he could finish, dozens of gazes had already pinned him down, causing his throat to constrict, and he turned away awkwardly. The weakness of the foreigner is no exaggeration. Mr. Ji, that position is not yours. Louis is still the chairman of Standard Chartered Bank. Is that so? Ji Feng's brow lifted faintly, and a slight smile played at the corner of his mouth. From this moment on he is no longer. He raised his hand in a subtle gesture. Huang Feng stepped forward half a pace. Mr. Ji Feng, in his capacity as the second largest shareholder, hereby officially joins the board of Zhadaiyinang. A proposal for the chairmanship election is submitted concurrently. Xi and Shiji Konggu hereby resolves to cast its affirmative vote. Because Mr. Ji Feng together with Xi and Shiji Konggu collectively hold over 50% of the shares, they have by law obtained control. Mr. Ji Feng assumes the chairmanship of Zhadaiyinang with immediate effect. This is an official letter bearing the seal of Xi and Shiji Konggu. As Huang Feng finished speaking, he produced the document stamped in red and signaled his aides to distribute the copies one by one. Mi Gao took the paper, his fingertips tense as he opened it to examine it closely. He flipped through it over and over, searching for errors, alterations, any flaw in the signatures. The more he examined it, the colder he felt. In addition to the document itself, there was a notarized notice of shareholding change issued by an authoritative agency. Ji Feng's ascent to the chairman's seat was ironclad. Even if those foreign faces were raging inside, there was no room left for recourse. They could not contest it, could not stop it. They could only swallow their anger. The hall bowed its head in silence. Since there is no objection, I declare Mr. Ji Feng officially installed as chairman of Zhadaiyinang. Huang Feng led the applause. The clapping rose thunderously, yet it all came from the black suits in the back. Especially Xiong Kaishan, who struck his hands so vigorously they reddened, and still he did not stop. Ji Feng slowly swept his gaze around the room. His eyes passed over faces etched with resentment, yet unwilling to look up. Zhadaiyinang is a bank with a century-old foundation. He tapped his knuckles on the table 3 times. His voice was low, but it made everyone straighten their spines. To take it further, reform is imperative. The first cut will be inward. Embrace diversity, trim redundant staff, open up space for those who can truly get things done. At those words, many of the foreign faces drained of color. Everyone could hear the implication. He was out to unseat their entrenched positions and to populate the bank with Yinghua people. Chairman, I propose. Liu Yixi had barely begun when Ji Feng raised his right hand and pressed it down. Mr. Liu Yixi, thank you for all you have done for Zhadaiyinang over the years, but I am sorry. The bank no longer. Ji Feng spoke plainly. Liu Yixi must be made to go. The man was both disagreeable and of little real use. More crucially, as long as he occupied that position, Ji Feng could not move forward an inch. What do you mean by that? Liu Yixi's face changed abruptly as he demanded on the spot. Are you sacking me? I am an executive of this company. Even if you are chairman, you have no authority to dismiss me unilaterally. I am still a member of the board. He straightened his back and stared at Ji Feng with burning eyes. Although the equity was not under his personal control, his board position was incontrovertible, a fact written into the bylaws. It was a typical Western governance setup. Executives enjoy dividend rights while bearing board titles. To remove him would require formal voting procedures. You are no longer a board member, Ji Feng said as he cast a single glance at him, his tone as light as brushing away a speck of dust. You do not decide that. The board must vote. Liu Yixi ground his teeth, his eyes sharp as knives, as if he would pin Ji Feng to the spot. He knew the situation. Xi and Shiji Konggu had not sent a representative, and even unanimous hands in the room would not reach a majority. With the largest shareholder absent, the procedure could not be sustained. No vote is necessary. Ji Feng spread his hands. Before the phrase had fully landed, several foreign directors could not contain themselves. Mi Gao sprang to his feet and asserted imperiously, Chairman Ji, your action gravely infringes upon the board's authority. It violates the bylaws. I formally object and oppose your assumption of office. No sooner had he spoken than the other foreign faces chimed in. I object as well. The authority of the board must not be trampled. The board of Zhadaiyinang is supreme. I propose we immediately remove Ji Feng from the chairmanship. I second that. Yinghua people act without discipline. You are unfit to occupy this position. The chorus of condemnation swelled and nearly shook the rafters. In their eyes, Ji Feng had become a brazen usurper. Mr. Ji, there remain serious doubts about your appointment. We demand the major shareholder send someone to attend and negotiate. Surely the largest shareholder would not tolerate someone who scorns the board's rules taking control of the bank. Mi Gao seemed to clutch at a lifeline, pressing the advantage step by step as he urged an emergency contact with Xi and Shiji Konggu to hasten the dispatch of representatives to the meeting. If they could stall until then, Ji Feng's chairmanship would be hollowed out. Ji Feng looked at the array of frantic, clamoring faces, and to himself he smiled. What a bunch of blind fools, he thought. I am the largest shareholder myself. Am I to summon a friend to veto my own actions? If he were not bound by surface decorum, he almost wanted to reveal his hand and watch these fools crumble before him. Seeing them still babbling, Ji Feng tilted his chin toward Huang Feng. Quiet. Huang Feng's sharp command made their eardrums tremble. Xiong Kaishan, expressionless, rested a hand at his waist. The formerly noisy foreign faces fell silent, their backs stiff, though their eyes betrayed anger and reluctance. Xi and Shiji Konggu has fully entrusted Mr. Ji Feng with the management of Zhadaiyinang. Huang Feng said evenly, then raised his hand in signal. Copies of documents stamped with crimson seals were promptly and neatly placed before each director. These are copies of the power of attorney and the notarized documents. Exine Shirji Kongu has not only authorized Mr. Ji Feng to comprehensively take over the bank's affairs, it has transferred all of its rights on the board to him. He paused, a faint smile lifting, and surveyed the room. In other words, this board meeting need not be convened, for the outcome has long been decided and is established by absolute advantage. The shares held by Exine Shirji Kongu together with the shares registered under Ji Feng's name mean that regardless of how others vote, once Ji Feng gives his assent, the resolution takes immediate effect. This, Liu Yixi, who had been full of confidence moments before, stared at the pages as cold sweat formed in his palms. His face went ashen in an instant. Escort Mr. Liu Yixi to finance to collect his salary and pay an additional HKD 100 as compensation for his personal items in the office. He need not pack anything, the administrative department will handle it entirely. Huang Feng tilted his chin toward Xiong Kaishan. The foreigners no longer cared about Liu Yixi. Each was calculating his own means of escape. Ji Feng now sat firmly in the chairman's seat. Mi Gao was still scheming how to court Exine Shirji Kongu, uttering the word cooperation, while secretly plotting how to trip Ji Feng up. The others repeatedly weighed their options: sell the shares or hold. If sell, when? Ji Feng now refused even the courtesy of a pleasant face. Who among them lacked a sense of the situation? Sooner or later serious measures would be taken. Better to disengage early than wait for the blade to fall. Xiong Kaishan's men promptly escorted Liu Yixi out of the meeting room. The meeting lingered another 20 minutes before breaking up. Ji Feng did not press the attack further then, but Mi Gao heard the undertone. Once the meeting adjourned, he hurried away and began dialing urgently, summoning the other heads of the British capital groups. At the meeting, Ji Feng had said plainly that there would be a comprehensive audit of loans and a tightening of risk exposures. He named no names, but everyone understood that the list was in his sleeve. The Standard Chartered Bank chairman's office. Originally the territory of Lewis. The moment he stepped through the door of the finance room, this place became entirely unrelated to him. All personal belongings were uniformly packed and sent to the waste disposal area without being opened. Not even an opportunity was left for him to take anything with him. The hard decorations remained unchanged, the layout the same, but the desks, chairs, screens, document racks, and even the placement of plants were all meticulously replicated once in from the chairman's office of the New Era building. From this moment on, this place belonged to Ji Feng. He picked up his teacup, blew on the foam, and asked, has the person arrived? They've been waiting in the reception area for 10 minutes. Huang Feng answered succinctly. Please bring them in. Additionally, initiate the action according to the list. Notify the police. Ensure no one is overlooked. Those foreign faces with two long hands need to be cooled down now. With a new official taking office, how could the fire not be stoked? Greed comes first. No wonder others would blame him. Understood. Huang Feng responded and exited. Moments later, a man dressed in a light gray suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses with neatly trimmed hair pushed the door and entered. Zhang Tianxing, the only distinguished guest personally invited by Ji Feng today. With a PhD in financial management from a prestigious university, he spent 10 years at Lehman Bank, rising from analyst to president of the Asia-Pacific region. He had just taken charge of the entire Asia-Pacific business line a year ago. With such a resume, Ji Feng had to work hard for nearly 3 months after returning to Hong Kong to invite him. Mr. Ji, it's an honor to meet you. Zhang Tianxing nodded slightly, his tone steady, yet his eyes could hardly conceal his astonishment. Having only heard his name before, seeing this young man in his 20s before him, it was still hard to believe that he had truly taken control of Standard Chartered Bank. Please sit. Ji Feng raised his hand to gesture. The board meeting has concluded, and I have officially taken over as chairman. Starting today, you will serve as CEO and join the board of directors. Standard Chartered Bank will be entrusted to your management. Being a world-class bank is not just empty talk. I believe you can do it. He was not a local boss who made his fortune through mining. He understood one thing: professional matters must be entrusted to those who truly know the field. Zhang Tianxing was indeed that truly knowledgeable person. I will not disappoint your trust. Zhang Tianxing's voice was not loud, but each word resonated. He then opened his briefcase, took out a neatly bound proposal, and detailed his integration plan for Standard Chartered Bank. Just looking at the data models, risk control nodes, and talent gradient design, Ji Feng knew he had not made a mistake in choosing this person. The bank's internal structure is tangled. It must be cut through. Keep those capable among the foreigners. I replace those without ability. Who to replace? Replace those who can take responsibility, bear burdens, and uphold the bottom line. Zhang Tianxing understood this clearly. Foreigners do not trust people from Yin country, and those from Yin country do not trust them either. Different bloodlines naturally create a divide in positions. To ensure that this ship obeys him entirely, the helmsman, first mate, and deckhands all had to be replaced with people he could trust. Standard Chartered Bank official announcement: Mr. Ji Feng appointed chairman. Zhang Tianxing appointed CEO and board member. As the news broke, the media in Hong Kong immediately erupted. The next day, the front page of the Hong Kong Times published a headline that reignited the entire city. The new richest man in Hong Kong is born. Ji Feng is a master of finance. The report detailed his core industries New Era Group, JIS Lifestyle, New Era Media Group, Hong Kong Gas Group, and the newly acquired Standard Chartered Bank. Even the assets that could be accounted for on paper stood tall like a giant peak. Not to mention the New Century Fund hidden behind the scenes and the little-known New Century Holdings. When all these holdings were stacked together, Ji Feng's asset scale surged, firmly surpassing the 4 major families and topping the wealth list in Hong Kong. Yet this was just the visible figure. After all, who knows how many undisclosed contracts are buried beneath those century-old mansions? The Hua family couldn't even get a handle on their balance sheet. The accounts had long been obscured by the passage of time. However, the 4 major families privately speculated that Ji Feng's actual wealth was likely even more terrifying than what the newspapers reported. Who didn't know he held a staggering amount of liquid cash? The next day, at the filming set of The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The night was thick, but the spotlight shone brightly, with crew members, lighting staff, and assistant directors bustling around, their footsteps mixed with the static of walkie-talkies exploding in the cold wind of 2 in the morning. Previously, TVB's bets on the legend of the Condor heroes and demigods and semi-devils had achieved consecutive victories, crushing all other shows in the same time slot. Li Ruodong soared to fame, becoming a sensation in Hong Kong and Kowloon. The higher-ups at the station sensed the opportunity and immediately decided, we must finish airing before the peak of popularity. Quality must not drop and the pace must double. Thus the crew worked around the clock, starting before dawn and finishing long after the stars had set. Having just completed a scene with the female lead in the rain, Li Jiasin removed her costume jacket, sat down on her rest chair, and took a half bottle of warm water from her assistant, pouring it down her throat. A few young actors who had just finished their group scenes huddled by a prop box in the distance, whispering, "Look at her chin is almost hitting her nose. She's the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong. Even drinking water sounds louder than us. Miss Hong Kong, acting as a maid and getting a small part. Who still cares about that? Being a beauty pageant winner is not as good as having a good connection. Having the right talent is the hard truth. Have you heard? The female lead Li Zi was personally chosen by Mr. Ji. She's most likely a bird raised in a golden cage by him. Mr. Ji, our new chairman. Indeed. I heard the director and producer talking behind the monitor. That's Ji Feng, the newly crowned richest man in Hong Kong. The newspapers say his wealth exceeds 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, a mountain of real cash. Think about it. Li Ruodong climbed up to him and became a goddess instantly. Li Zi stepped into the crew and secured the lead role without even finishing the audition. Now look at that, most beautiful Miss Hong Kong. She followed Ni Zhen, and what happened? She can even count her lines. I heard from the makeup artist that Ni Zhen is just like his father, flaunting outside while his family crumbles faster than a windmill. The filming set has always been a breeding ground for gossip, where everyone floats or sinks in the discussions. Li Jiasin, usually frosty and not talkative, had already made many secretly gnash their teeth. At this moment, being stabbed in the spine by their words, who still had any dignity left. Though it was whispered, every word was like a nail piercing into her eardrums. Her face suddenly turned pale, her fingers gripping the plastic water bottle tightly, knuckles turning white. Especially upon hearing Li Zi is Ji Feng's woman, and Ni Zhen is cheating and putting on a green hat, her throat tightened, nearly unable to hold back a cold laugh. Her gaze swept over to Li Zi, who was touching up her makeup. Her plain face illuminated by soft light, even her eyelashes seemed to glow. She lowered her eyes, a flicker of ashes in their depths. Screech. The harsh sound of brakes tore through the noise. 3 sleek black Mercedes came to a sharp stop at the side of the scene, their tires crunching over the gravel, sending fine dust into the air. The director was about to jump up and yell at someone when he looked up and saw Huang Feng getting out of the car. His anger instantly froze, and then he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, jogging over with a bow deeper than a formal greeting. He looked just like an old dog wagging its tail for food. Mr. Huang, your esteemed presence. He naturally recognized Huang Feng, Ji Feng's most formidable iron wall, serving as both a personal assistant and the head of security, capable of mobilizing the entire special operations team with a single command. Shooting paused. We're done for today. Before Huang Feng's words had fully settled, he was already striding toward Li Zi with 2 attendants in tow. Miss Li, Mr. Ji sent me to pick you up. Good. Li Zi responded quickly, her voice so soft it almost trembled. After that night, she started taking financial management courses, reading business reports, and practicing English email formats. Moving into the shallow water bay apartment arranged by Ji Feng, where a silver Maybach was parked in the garage, however, she had never seen him again since. The thought of seeing Ji Feng again made her heart race like a little deer, sweet yet panicked. Huang Feng's words were crystal clear, echoing in everyone's ears. The director suddenly turned around and shouted towards the makeup room. Hurry up, get Miss Li's makeup off. The scene erupted into chaos, with everyone rushing towards Li Zi, until she got into the car and left. Whispers of suppressed excitement still floated in the corridor. Who is that person? Did you not hear? It's Mr. JIS Envoy. Who else could make our director turn into a trained dog on the spot, but a minor character? I recognize him. He's the personal assistant next to the big boss. Even the bodyguards take orders from him. How extravagant. A whole fleet of cars to pick her up. Wake up. I won't ever get such treatment in my lifetime. Li Jiesin stood at the edge of the crowd, her fingers digging into her palm. You may not be able to. She can. She never doubted her face or body. Then she thought of her indecisive boyfriend who had achieved nothing and recalled Ji Feng's calm, yet authoritative gaze. She bit her lower lip, her thoughts taking root. What should she do next? How could she get close to him? How could she make... Her mind began to race with calculations. Get to work. What are you all arguing about? The director's roar shattered the air. Everyone fell silent, yet Li Jiesin blurted out, didn't you say shooting was paused? Who do you think you are? Li Zi. Her scene is paused, but your shots still go on. The director glared, his voice booming. Don't think that just because you're in this crew you're in a safe haven. In my crew besides Li Zi, no one has any special privileges. Whether you're a Miss Hong Kong or a Mrs. Hong Kong, if you don't follow the rules, get lost. Li Jiesin's cheeks turned red, her jaw clenched. Looking down on others, remember that. Shallow Water Bay. Inside the newly purchased seaside mansion, Ji Feng lounged on the sofa, allowing Zhao Min to serve him warm tea, his fingers still pressing the call button. Boss, the Mi Gao Consortium and several British capital firms have formally requested to meet you. They are all major loan clients of Standard Chartered Bank. The short-term loan contract is about to expire in just 20 days, and the funding chain is stretched tight. Mi Gao and his group are eager to meet, likely looking to renew their loans. Mi Gao was borrowing money from the Pierce family, and the conditions laid out by Peng Pei were as cold as ice. Although the amount was substantial, they were only willing to offer a short loan of 45 days. It was clear they had no good intentions. Despite their foreign appearances, they could turn hostile faster than flipping a page. Peng Pei had long set his sights on these British investments. Time was tight, collateral was increased, and equity was hard to dig up. Swire Properties lost 30% of its shares. The Jia family first relinquished part of their Standard Chartered Bank equity, and in the end pledged all their shares. Mi Gao was even forced to give up 15% of his controlling stake in the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. Can't pay it back. The money will still be collected, and the company will still be swallowed whole. Coupled with the ammunition the Pierce family had hoarded before their downfall, Peng Pei was confident he could devour this group of old British investments whole. Little did he know that Ji Feng would appear out of nowhere. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. All the carefully laid plans became stepping stones for him. If they want to meet, then let's meet. Ji Feng said in a flat tone. Tell them tomorrow afternoon in the Standard Chartered Bank chairman's office. I'll be waiting for them. Zhang Tiansheng then reported on the bank's internal situation. Just as he finished speaking, there was a light knock outside the door. Ah Feng, Miss Li has arrived. Huang Feng stood at the door with Li Zi. Seeing Ji Feng on the phone, he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Ji Feng responded with a nod, and Huang Feng quietly withdrew. After hanging up, he took Zhao Min's hand and walked towards Li Zi. The two young ladies from Zhao stood on either side. Zhang Wuji couldn't help but sigh. The life of a tycoon truly makes one feel both envious and resentful. Standard Chartered Bank. Chairman's office. Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming, and Zheng Yutong sat around. On the table lay a freshly signed document. A debt transfer agreement. They had now truly become the creditors of the foreigners. Once those foreign debts matured, the shares in their hands would naturally belong to them. By then, with these shares alone, they could confidently consume the entire pie of their adversary. I heard that those foreigners have arranged to meet you. Zheng Yutong closed the contract satisfied and stuffed it into his briefcase, signaling the finance department to immediately transfer funds to Ji Feng. He smiled and asked. After all, he was a noteworthy figure in the circle, and his connections had already woven a web in the shadows. Yes, the people are currently waiting in the lounge. Ji Feng lazily shrugged, his tone as light, as if discussing the weather. He didn't care how the foreigners wanted to stir things up. Right now the situation was firmly in his grasp. Steady as a mountain with no flaws. Then we won't stay long. Don't keep them waiting. If they get anxious and faint on the spot, it won't look good for you in your office. Hua Tingzhou also packed up the documents, jokingly adding, don't worry. The security is not for show. If anything happens, just walk out. It doesn't matter where they drop dead. They will never die on my turf. Ha ha. A burst of hearty laughter settled. The four stood up and left together. Once they were far away, Ji Feng dialed the internal line. Zhang Tianxing, bring the foreigners in. In less than 2 minutes, Mi Gao Swire and their group were ushered into Ji Feng's office. As soon as they entered, they were met with Ji Feng's beaming face. In contrast, their faces were all ashen. Originally, even if Ji Feng crashed the market, their liquid funds had already been drained. But they were certain Ji Feng's money was equally trapped in the stock market. No one could expect to retreat unscathed. Waiting to gather new funds, then taking out another loan from Standard Chartered Bank. While he was immobilized, they planned to swallow his assets whole. Little did they know fate had played a cruel joke. The major backer behind Standard Chartered Bank, the Pierce family, had capsized. And Ji Feng had surprisingly transformed into the new chairman of Standard Chartered Bank. Ji Feng gestured for them to sit. Once everyone had settled, he cut to the chase, spare the pleasantries. What exactly have you come here to do? He understood perfectly. Their joint appearance betrayed a scheme. Since they were here for loans, their intentions were hardly benign. Rather than dance around it, he aimed straight for the wound. We each have sizable short-term loans with Jada Bank, Mi Gao said, forcing a faint curve onto his sullen face. Right now, our cash flow is simply blocked. We want to ease the pressure. Ease? You mean an extension? Ji Feng did not even lift an eyelid. With your current ledgers, it would be far too risky for Jada Bank to lend any more. Extend. Even after that, you still won't be able to pay. Si Huayr barked, vein standing out at his temple. You know better than anyone how bad things are for us. His fist clenched in his pocket as if he wanted to smash that smiling face. For the bank's long-term interest, I advise maintaining the status quo, he said. After all, your share price can still hold for the moment. If Jada Bank takes a controlling stake, it will not be at a loss. Their mouths twitched in unison. Jada Bank will not lose out. But we are being driven to the wall. With the pledged controlling shares and the scattered shares you hold, you could already with full legitimacy reap the rewards for yourself. Anger churned behind his eyes. If a look could kill, Ji Feng would have left them bones. An extension, he murmured, is not entirely impossible. He shifted his tone. But the interest must be increased. Pay part up front. Oh, he added, smiling more deeply, you probably cannot even muster the interest now. He paused, the smile deepening. Use your shares to cover the interest, only 5%. When you have funds later, you may redeem them with cash at any time. 5% equity in exchange for an extension's interest. This is not business, it is robbery. Don't even think about it. No way. Si Huayr flushed, red voice trembling as he glared at Ji Feng. You. Before he could finish, Mi Gao grabbed his arm and pulled him back hard. We are not here to brawl, he hissed. They could not afford to tear each other apart before discussing the matter. Mr. Ji, we are not here for an extension, Mi Gao said, swallowing his temper as he nodded to Ji Feng and signaled Si Huayr to be quiet. Then what is it? Ji Feng arched an eyebrow. We want to apply for a new loan. You know how tangled this mess is, Mi Gao shot back. If Jada Bank were to cut off the loans with our current cash flow, we would be unable to make payments on time. If it truly came to default, the bank might convert the debt into equity, but the company would immediately plunge into ruin. Stock collapse, insolvency, shuttered doors, all in the blink of an eye. Jada Bank itself would be wounded, not to mention you personally. Your shares are the linchpin. Ji Feng almost laughed out. He knew this playbook well. In the negotiations with Fan Ji to acquire Jada Bank, it had been the same blend of soft pressure and hard leverage. Fan Ji had put down real money, billions, smoothing the path with favors and connections. Without Fan Ji's nod, relying solely on private capital, he wouldn't have laid a finger on Jada Bank. You didn't even grease palms, and now you come to demand money. I lend you funds, and then you turn that very money into a weapon pointed at me. A flash of memory, old Xianjiang films where Commander Ma borrows from the enemy and declares, I took the money and bought the guns. They'll use them on you later. What is the difference now? Ji Feng's mind cleared. These people were not here to negotiate. They came to cheat, to insult, to make him the fool. Rest assured, no one will suffer losses. I have prepared a complete plan. I will underwrite the claims of the XI Insurji Fund and Jada Bank together. Even if the company falls, the bank will not lose a cent, and you personally will stand as firm as a mountain. How will it be done? For now, that is confidential. Ji Feng's serene, unruffled expression sent a chill down Mi Gao's spine. They had intended to unite and apply pressure to threaten a scorched earth stance to force Ji Feng's hand. After all, if the company truly collapsed, Ji Feng would be ruined just as surely and would have to pay to quiet matters. The result? He refused to play by the expected rules. As the situation slipped, Mi Gao had to force out his final card. Mr. Ji, you must weigh this. If we go bankrupt, the Gongfu will not stand idly by. Then matters will no longer be under your control, he added. Invoke the Gongfu. Once Ji Feng might have frowned it, but Jada Bank was already in his palm. If the Gongfu wanted to intervene, they would first have to get past him. He did not bristle. His smile only broadened. Youth must have its edge, he thought. Since I dared make this move, I have calculated every step. Watch closely and see whether the Gangfa's sword will fall. You are courting death. Si Huayr shot to his feet, eyes blazing red as he fixed Ji Feng with a stare. Xianjiang remains in the hands of the sun never sets. This land is not for you, a Yanguo man, to boss around. Mi Gao did not stop him this time. Their buried pride had been ground down and now smoldered. They could not stomach being trampled again. But who was Ji Feng? To trample them would be mild. He intended to crush them and spit. A crisp slap. Who gave you the nerve? You dare strike me? Si Huayr roared and lunged, vowing, they'll finish you today. Before he could finish, the office door was kicked open. Huang Feng burst in and without hesitation delivered a flying kick to Si Huayr's gut. In the next second, a dozen men in black suits filed in with efficient movements and cold eyes. The room fell suddenly silent save for breathing. Ji Feng clicked his tongue with a touch of regret. They arrived too quickly. His foot was still raised, not yet come down. The body he now inhabited after the transmigration was not to be trifled with. Not one Si Huayr nor this pampered group of foreign faces together could unnerve him. He would take them all without changing his expression. Take him out. Like garbage. He flicked his finger, voice even. The bodyguard stepped forward, hoisted the limp Si Huayr, and dragged him out like a dead dog. Gentlemen, walk out on your own or wait for them to act. I choose now. Mi Gao's face had gone iron gray. Ji Feng, you will regret today. Wait for you to make me regret it. Ji Feng shrugged and nodded to Huang Feng. See them out. The sullen, hostile foreigners left the office wordlessly under Huang Feng's lead. The office door clicked shut. Ji Feng seized the desk phone and dialed Linny. Chairman, go to Jada Bank immediately to sign the contracts and transfer the funds straight into their designated account. With those words, he hung up, saying nothing further. Swire was kicked and flew back, crashing against the marble pillar with a muffled groan. His ribs were likely broken, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the pain. What was even more embarrassing was that he was being escorted by 2 security guards thrown out of the Standard Chartered Bank building like a discarded sack. Michael quickly approached with the remaining foreign executives, and they hurriedly lifted him into a car, heading straight for the hospital. Everyone stayed in the hospital room, no one left. This is too outrageous. This is equivalent to publicly slapping us in the face. If we let him continue like this, how can we survive here in the future? We were born to be masters. What is he? He must be dealt with severely. Make him pay for his pants too. Inside the hospital room, the few people who had just been stifling their breaths in Ji Feng's office were now all flushed, spitting as they spoke. They shouted that Ji Feng should be made to completely perish, and that he should kneel and beg for mercy. Swire was especially agitated. His face turned purple, gasping for breath. After all, he was the most embarrassed one. Shut up. Michael suddenly shouted, his voice shaking the forced stand. Once the room quieted down, he spoke in a deep voice. Right now, there is only one way left. Ask the Hong Kong government to intervene. Does he really think he can cover the sky with one hand? We've dealt with tough bones before. What happened then? Either they sold off their buildings and land, or they hid in the deep mountains pretending to be dead. And what about the Hua family? Initially, the Hong Kong government was reluctant to break the balance due to Ji Feng's influence. However, now he had forced the British-funded group into a corner, and even the British side could no longer sit still. This was not just a business dispute, it was shaking their foundations. Ji Feng had crossed the line. Dingling. A harsh ringing suddenly sounded. As Michael took out his phone, the others' phones also rang in succession. The private line on Swire's bedside table also buzzed. Michael's brows furrowed and his heart sank. He quickly walked out of the hospital room and answered the phone at the end of the corridor, saying, Speak. Chairman, Standard Chartered Bank has just issued a notice. All our loan debts have been transferred to New Century Fund. The debts of Xinhe Real Estate have been transferred to Zheng Yutong. New Century Fund simultaneously announced that all its shares in Xinhe Real Estate will also be transferred to him. The debts and shares of Swire Properties have been bundled and transferred to the Hua family. The relevant debts and shares of Yongfeng Bank have been handed over to Su Wentian. The debts and shares of Ji Feng Properties have been taken over by Wu Zhengming. Furthermore, all of its pending shares and debts will be handed over to an auction house for public bidding. Buying shares and taking over debts. This is brilliant. Banks do not just auction collateral to clear accounts. When faced with debts that are unlikely to be recovered, they simply sell the IOUs, shedding the risk while cashing in. Whoever buys the debts of the Jiadali family becomes the creditor. You don't want to pay? Fine, just wait for the breach of contract liquidation, and the pledged shares will immediately belong to the buyer. Buyers are always after those few juicy pieces. Ji Feng's strike directly severed the century-old roots of British capital. Now they had nothing in their accounts. Even if they gritted their teeth and swallowed these debt shares, when the repayment date arrived, the new creditor would immediately become the actual controller. With no money to replenish their positions, unable to repurchase, and unable to stop the influx of capital and stock purchases, they could only watch helplessly as the company changed hands. By then, the Hong Kong government would have no power to intervene. Because Hua family, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming, Zheng Yutong, these forces combined would be too much for even the Hong Kong government to handle. After all, how many more years can the British hold onto their chair? They might not even have the red carpet laid out for the handover ceremony before they have to pack up and leave. Cutting at the root, every move strikes true, each word pierces the heart. The hospital room instantly erupted. Ji Feng, I will fight you. Swire slammed the bed, his throat sweetened, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. News spread, shaking all of Hong Kong. That afternoon, Ji Feng received a call from Old Hua. You brat, your moves are merciless. Old Hua chuckled inside. Ji Feng raised the corner of his mouth. It's not that I'm ruthless. It's just that they made the first move. Then I had to strike first. I told you before, not only do we have to break their legs, but we must also crush their bones. It's better for our local Chinese business to take the helm than for the foreigners to hold the steering wheel. From the very beginning, he had calculated this game. He specifically targeted British capital, draining their liquidity and then forcing them to turn to Standard Chartered Bank for loans. When Standard Chartered Bank was gasping for breath, he would take over, transferring all the shares and debts to trustworthy Chinese partners. If British capital wanted to besiege him, then they must first uproot British capital. When this group of giants fell, the remaining foreigners wouldn't even be able to. With shares and debts attacked simultaneously, the foreigners would be short of cash and blood. If they still couldn't take down Standard Chartered Bank, Ji Feng would simply take off his tie and go to the dock to carry sacks. You made a huge play this time. The mainland has already caught wind of it, and will send people over soon to talk to you face to face. Old Hua had just hung up the phone from the mainland, and they were well aware of the situation in Hong Kong, specifically asking him to pass on a message. Good to say, Ji Feng was not at all surprised. The day he took over Standard Chartered Bank, it was destined that he would sit at this table. Not to mention what he was digging was not just a bank. It was clearly the very foundation of the British in Hong Kong for a century. Once this matter settled, the entire landscape of Hong Kong would turn upside down. The days of the foreigners suppressing Chinese capital for decades would come to an end. A Hong Kong where Chinese capital truly held the economic lifeline would carry much heavier significance for the return in '97. With such a big commotion, it would be strange if the higher-ups didn't keep a close eye on it. Old Hua, the foreigners are likely to jump the wall this time. Those old faces in Central might apply pressure. Old Hua snickered, don't worry. Someone has their back. Do they want to press? They better weigh whether their shoulders can bear a heavier load. The Li family. Always holding the bowl, never spilling water on either side, the Li family had never made their stance clear between Ji Feng and British capital. During this time, they were secretly trying to mobilize funds. They even swallowed several loans from HSBC, waiting for the last moment to buy in and rescue their people. In fact, they had been keeping a close eye on Ji Feng all along. On the night Ji Feng suddenly stopped selling stocks, Li Jiaqing was so excited that he paced back and forth in his study for half the night, with the ashtray piled high with cigarette butts. The stock prices were stuck, and he was afraid to crash. If it crashed, he would jump off the building too. He could only force himself to hit the brakes. Li Jiaqing felt so pleased. What financial wizard, what undefeated general in the financial market. All just bubbles blown up. He was just waiting for the foreigners to counterattack and for the chaos to unfold, then he would rush in and swallow Ji Feng's new era group whole. But what happened? A notice was released. Ji Feng had taken over Standard Chartered Bank and officially assumed the position of chairman. Old Li's smugness froze on his face, feeling cold all over. But Old Li's greatest strength was his ability to adapt quickly. With British capital's decline, he immediately changed course and focused his attention on Swire. Swire, the leader among the four major trading houses. C.K. Hutchison Wharf Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa were not even in the same league. It was like the distance between a street. For so many years, how many Chinese tycoons have salivated at the thought, yet no one dared to make a real move, because they couldn't bite. In the past, Li Jiaqing targeted the soft persimmons like Geelong Warehouse, Hui Dafeng, and Heji, not out of a desire to confront the tycoon, but because he knew he couldn't crush them even if he tried. Cathay Pacific, Hong Kong's #1 airline, Taikoo Properties, and Taikoo Realty, cornerstones of the Hong Kong real estate sector. Taikoo Manufacturing, the second largest textile giant in Asia. There are also 2 deep-water container terminals. Among the 12 in the entire port, only a few are private. Su Winchen's shipping company occupies one, while Ji Feng's Huanyu Shipping takes another, and New Century Real Estate obtained one through a merger with Heji. The remaining terminals have already been locked away by various wealthy tycoons. What are these terminals? They are private ports. Additionally, there are businesses in beverages, food, and more. Though squeezed by the Ji family in the local market, its sales remain robust in the Southeast Asian market. To put it bluntly, Taikoo trading is far more solid than the Chung Kong Group. On ordinary days, Li Jiaqing wouldn't dare to even dream about it. Now that the battle between Ji Feng and the British capital is reaching its conclusion, Taikoo Trading's accounts are so empty that mice could run around in them. This is undoubtedly their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Jiaqing has quietly set up the chessboard, planning to stage another small fish swallowing a whale act. Dad, something big has happened. Li Ju kicked open the office door, his voice tense. New Century Fund just announced Standard Chartered Bank's debt transfer. They accepted it. Along with all the equity and debt of Taikoo Trading, it has been transferred to the Hua family. He was originally drafting an acquisition plan, but just as Standard Chartered Bank hinted at it, New Century Fund finalized the deal. As soon as the news arrived, he grabbed his coat and rushed to his father's office. Those shares and debts were enough to overshadow the other shareholders and place him at the helm of Taikoo Trading. Now they've all fallen into the hands of the Hua family, who will certainly take action. Their acquisition is almost in ruins. What? Li Jiaqing's hand paused, the nib of his pen spreading ink on the document. How could this happen? After spending over half a month on this plan, even the formal letters hadn't been sent out, and the fruit was already picked. To push forward now would be like hitting the Hua family's gun barrel hidden. To withdraw would be unbearable. Dad, New Century also mentioned the remaining equity and debt will be bundled for auction. Li Ju gasped for breath and added, mentioning that Su Wentianzheng Yutong and Wu Zhengming each took a share as well. Is Ji Feng crazy? Really crazy? Li Jiaqing suddenly looked up, his face changing dramatically. He wasn't shocked by Ji Feng sharing the spoils with the Hua family, but rather by Ji Feng daring to boldly overturn the table. An auction? Or a bundle? Isn't this blatantly displaying a target British enterprises? Whoever wants to buy, come ahead. This is about uprooting those foreigners from the very economic lifeblood of Hong Kong. The sun never sets, is still in power. Can they tolerate this? However, Li Ju suddenly grinned. Dad, Ji Feng is likely to fall this time. The sun never sets, will definitely deal with him. Let's take advantage of the chaos to take a bite. He has long been keeping a close eye on Ji Feng, eagerly waiting for any sign of weakness to pounce and tear off a piece. Li Jiaqing nodded slightly. This is indeed an opportunity. Great. Before he could finish, the door was pushed open again. Dad, you're confused. Li Kai rushed in, his tie askew, beads of sweat on his forehead. He had just seen the announcement and realized Taiku Trading's path was completely blocked, rushing to persuade his father to turn back. Upon entering, he heard his elder brother's remark about Ji Feng being finished and immediately interrupted. Ji Feng will never capsize. Li Ju frowned. What do you know? How did the sun never sets tread on the Hua family back? Then have you forgotten? Ji Feng is surely going to be skinned, and the Hua family might also tremble. He has always been wary of this younger brother who just returned. Among the wealthy, blood ties can sometimes sting more than an external enemy. Brother, times have changed. Li Kai stood firm, speaking steadily. Hong Kong only has a few years left. The sun never sets has long known it cannot turn back. Secretly laying mines and abandoning the mess is their usual trick. But the mainland will never sit idly by. Ji Feng's takeover of Standard Chartered Bank is equivalent to holding the issuance rights of the Hong Kong dollar. Bundling British equity and debt for public auction is akin to stripping the foreigners of their economic backbone in Hong Kong. This is precisely what the mainland needs. If the sun never sets takes action, the mainland will surely respond in kind. This game is no longer dictated by them. Li Jiaqing's eyes brightened, and he slowly put down his pen. He looked at his second son, his gaze filled with a long-lost approval. You are right. I indeed overlooked the key point just now. Li Ju lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously picking at the edge of his suit pocket. Dad, technology is the future. Li Kai continued without pause. The telecommunications industry is about to explode, and Hong Kong telecommunications must be secured. This was not mere talk. After returning to Hong Kong, he secured funds from Li Jiaqing to establish a television station. Soon after, he brought in Inco Digital and went public. Every step was ahead of the trend. Leveraging Li Jiaqing's connections, he convinced the Hong Kong government to grant them the Digital Harbor project, which is currently thriving. What truly solidified his footing in the industry were several rounds of maneuvers with Inco Digital stock in its early years, earning him a fortune and earning him the nickname Little Superman. Around the turn of the millennium, he set his sights on Hong Kong telecommunications, engaging in both open and covert battles with Lion City Communications, ultimately securing controlling rights. Merging the two companies to form what later became Inco Telecom Group, his wealth once rivaling Li Jiaqing. But with Ji Feng's emergence, the entire game was thrown into disarray. Li Kai's mind began to race, planning to swallow Hong Kong telecommunications before the originally scheduled time. Li Jiaqing nodded slightly. Perhaps we can leverage this to pry into other businesses and seize a few more profits. A Jew quickly allocate funds, specifically targeting the old shares held by British capital, quietly entering the village without alarming the market and especially not pushing up the stock price. We must not disrupt Ji Feng's auction. If he succeeds, we'll be able to feast. Akai, I will cover the funds. You have full authority over this battle for Hong Kong telecommunications. As expected, just as Li Kai anticipated, Michael went around meeting the executives of those foreign companies only to run into dead ends. No one was willing to take action against Ji Feng. Even the sun never sets issued a strict order. Michael learned the truth from a well-connected old friend. The mainland had directly communicated with the sun never sets, and everything in Hong Kong would remain as usual. If anyone insisted on intervening, they would have to face the prearranged return home day. The sun never sets was suffocated by this near ultimatum, burying its head in the sand. There was no way. The cards were all in someone else's hands. If they really pushed hard, not to mention whether there were earlier plots behind, just the act of tearing apart the whole Hong Kong Chinese capital would likely lead to a complete loss of control. They could only watch helplessly as Ji Feng advanced step by step with no way to counter. What was even more troubling was that Ji Feng now held Standard Chartered Bank, leaving them with no room to act. The power disparity was evident. The foreigners had no other option but to show goodwill. When the news spread, those foreign faces instantly lost their luster. The last lifeline was unexpectedly severed by their own people. Is there really no room for negotiation? Can the Sun Never Sets group truly stand by and watch as we are kicked out of our own company without even raising an eyebrow? This is an utter disgrace. Wails arose, spreading like a tide of panic. What if we pool some money to buy back the shares at the auction? Someone tentatively proposed. The others silently lowered their heads. How humiliating. But at this moment, it seemed this was the only way to save their jobs. The problem is, where would the money come from? All four major banks had shut their doors. The Yen Country Bank need not be mentioned, and Standard Chartered Bank was as solid as a rock. What about HSBC? With Chinese shareholders and Standard Chartered in control, the lending channels had long been sealed shut. Hengsheng, it was entirely dominated by Chinese capital. Could they borrow from overseas banks? Theoretically feasible, but it would take time to approve a loan. Who would dare guarantee it? Moreover, the auction was being handled by the New Century Fund. Would they wait for you to gather the funds before hammering down the gavel? Despair hung like a damp, cold fog enveloping the entire office. Michael sat in the corner with a grim face. Meanwhile, Swire seemed relaxed. He had already submitted his resignation and was merely a well-paid employee. The Taikou company held not a single share of his. Leaving was naturally straightforward. Michael could not do that. The Jiadao family was even less able to. It seems we can only resort to extreme measures. As long as Ji Feng is gone, all problems will automatically be resolved. He is all alone. If he falls, the whole operation will collapse. We can still turn around and buy in at the bottom. This remark from Michael was met with silence. Too reckless. The risks were too high. If they failed, they would block off their own escape routes. Furthermore, that group of bodyguards around Ji Feng was not to be trifled with. The crowd dispersed, each seeking their own way out. These foreigners were genuinely intimidated by Ji Feng. They couldn't afford to provoke him and were already scrambling to sell their shares at a low price and pack up to leave. Some were still gritting their teeth, rummaging through drawers, trying to piece together an emergency fund. Michael pressed his fingers into his palm, unable to make a decision for a long time. This thought had only emerged because he was pushed to a dead end, desperate enough to jump over the wall. But in the blink of an eye, he gritted his teeth and committed to this path. The New Century Fund had already finalized the share auction, clearly announcing bidding was open only to Chinese nationals. Now all avenues had been blocked. Michael had no choice but to gamble everything. Night fell. Lin Yi arranged the auction to resemble a cocktail party, as per Ji Feng's instructions. This was the golden window for swallowing up British-owned enterprises, and who among the wealthy in Hong Kong would let go of their cash. Local tycoons were haunted by a thorn. As long as they secured a British company, their wealth and status would rise immediately. This thought had been forged over decades of being pressed down by British capital. Back when the son of Great Britain had not yet set, the economic lifeline of Hong Kong had long been firmly grasped by British interests, with banks, real estate, shipping, and power, which industry had not been meddled in by them. In earlier years, when businesses began to show promise, those pale-faced, dark-hearted foreigners would immediately pounce, stealing openly and covertly, not even bothering to cover their tracks. Only in the last few decades had Chinese capital slowly begun to straighten its back. However, compared to the entrenched foundations of foreigners, it still lagged far behind. Looking at those who had already reached the top, Li Jiaqing and the king of shipping, who among them had not stabilized their position as the richest by consuming British enterprises. Such examples piled up like iron nails, forcefully driving the idea of British capital 3D profits advancement into every wealthy individual's mind. Therefore, those Chinese tycoons in Hong Kong who received invitations arrived earlier than ever, their checkbooks already sweating. Even the small bosses who didn't get an invitation gathered in groups to pool money just to get a ticket in. The closer it got to the event, the livelier it became at the hotel entrance. Luxury cars lined up in a long queue, the wealthy coming and going. It was clear there were many wolves and little meat. Lin Yi, who was responsible for welcoming guests, stood at the entrance with a smile that never faded. In this battle, the New Century Fund had already invested over 30 billion, and there were still more than 20 billion stuck in the accounts. The more people there were, the hotter the atmosphere became. The hotter it got, the higher the prices rose. The higher the prices, not only could the principal be recovered, but they might even make a profit. At the same time, two black Mercedes-Benz cars escorted a silver-gray Rolls-Royce, smoothly cruising along the main road of Central. Surrounding vehicles took notice and quickly changed lanes to avoid them. No one dared to block the way. Whose Benz is it? It was unclear. But that Rolls-Royce, just looking at the license plate, no one dared to be careless. That was the exclusive car of the newly crowned richest man in Hong Kong, Ji Feng. Fearing a slip-up would provoke this gentleman, even taxis slowed down on their own, obediently trailing behind the convoy, not daring to entertain the thought of overtaking. Who is that? So arrogant. A young man with yellow hair in a red taxi frowned and muttered. The driver glanced sideways and scoffed. The Rolls-Royce in front is Mr. Ji Feng's vehicle. The two Benz cars beside it are all his personal bodyguards. Oh. The young man immediately wilted, lowering his voice by 8 degrees, even shrinking his body back against the seat. He was just a low-level lackey under Lien Sheng. The name Ji Feng had long been thunderous in his ears, the true helmsman behind the new city. The Xian Jixiang family had been swept away, their entire gang uprooted. Let alone a small character like him. Even their leader repeatedly warned Ji Feng is not to be provoked. If you get involved, you'll have to pack up and flee Hong Kong overnight. Buzz! A sudden sharp scream tore through the air. A motorcycle roared out, brushing past the taxi and quickly catching up to the Rolls-Royce. What the hell? Are they tired of living? The young man with yellow hair widened his eyes, seeing the motorcycle speeding up without losing momentum, audaciously parallel to the Rolls-Royce's window. The two people on the motorcycle had helmets that covered their entire faces. The rider in the front controlled the bike, while the one in the back leaned repeatedly to get a good look inside the Rolls-Royce. They stared for several minutes. Damn. The window is made of anti-peep glass. It's pitch black inside, nothing can be seen. Are you sure it's this one? It can't be wrong. It's definitely it. The driving map, given by the employer, is spot on. Then I'm going to act. You get ready with the throttle. The person in the back suddenly drew a handgun from his coat, pointing the barrel directly at the side window of the Rolls-Royce. Inside the car. As soon as the motorcycle approached, vigilance had already been raised. Huang Feng immediately locked onto the abnormality, his expression suddenly turning cold. He grabbed the car's walkie-talkie and shouted, "Cars in front and back, pay attention. Hit the brakes. 3, 2, 1. The shout had barely faded. Creak, creak. 3 sharp, piercing screeches of brakes pierced the air. The 3 cars came to a dead stop almost in milliseconds. The speed was already low and the braking posed no pressure. The rear vehicle had kept a sufficient distance. Even with an emergency stop, not a shadow of a rear-end collision appeared. Ji Feng leaned forward sharply, yet there was not a hint of panic on his face, nor any sign of the fear one would expect before an assassination. The 2 Benz cars were filled with fully armed bodyguards, and Huang Feng himself was present. If something went wrong in such a setup, he might as well pack up and leave. The sedan slammed on its brakes while the motorcycle did not. Just as the muzzle was about to bite into the Rolls-Royce, the bike lurched sharply aside. "Christ, we're exposed. Can't do it. Pull back." The man in the back snatched the gun away and shouted at the rider. These people kept no rules at all. They lacked the savage resolve of Yinbian F4, those who would rather die than leave a job unfinished by a yawning distance. This band of desperados from Nanyue took contract killings without care, roar in on their bikes, spray the place with bullets, finish the job, and ride off without looking back. Fail. Even less likely. Twist the throttle and they vanish. The motorcycle's engine suddenly roared, desperate to fling off this mess. But they had forgotten that Ji Feng's bodyguards were not for show. Think to slip away. Not a chance. Front and rear accelerate. Flank them left and right. Crush those 2 scumbags. Huang Feng gripped the radio, veins bulging as he roared. The heat in his voice burned even through the static. Take them alive, Ji Feng added in a low voice. The lead Mercedes shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rear car slammed the wheel and forced a harsh overtake to cut them off. In the back of a nearby taxi, the driver and the blonde youth sat frozen. Holy shit. Someone actually dares mess with Mr. G. Driver, change lanes. We can't stay here. The blonde youth's words tumbled out like roasted beans. This was no chance street encounter. This was a death scene. The richest man of Xianjiang had nearly been killed on the spot. Ordinary people would shrivel at such a sight. Run. We must get out now. This road has no lane to change into. The taxi driver gripped the wheel until his knuckles blanched, sweat slick at his temples. You think I don't want to run? 2 Mercedes, without a moment's courtesy, snapped around and pinched the motorcycle between them. All the windows dropped in unison. Just as the Nanyue rider brushed his hand toward the gun, 4 windows along the sides thrust out the muzzles of submachine guns. He froze. Real bodyguards. Had the intelligence been wrong? Submachine guns. With that configuration, only ruthless black market cutthroats would seem a fitting match. Stop. A voice inside thundered. Sit tight. The rider barked and slammed the throttle to the floor. Stop. As if he were ready to give up his life. If he stopped, would his head still be on his neck? The engine screamed, and the motorcycle launched like a released arrow. Huh. You want me to stop? Dream on. Before his laughter finished, a burst of gunfire cracked from behind. Both Mercedes popped their sunroofs. A man in sunglasses and a suit leaned out, sweeping his gun as bullets spat along the motorcycle's tires and exhaust. Had Ji Feng not ordered them taken alive, those 2 heads would already be riddled. Jesus. They actually opened fire. Front, listen up. Cut your engine now. The Mercedes passenger screamed, half leaning out. I sure as hell won't. The rider scoffed, unconcerned. But the man in the back had gone deathly pale and suddenly turned to look aft. That single glance nearly emptied his soul. The image would haunt him for a decade of sleepless nights. Another Mercedes sunroof rocked open, and a suited man climbed out. Then with one motion hauled a launcher, a genuine rocket launcher. He crouched at the sunroof, set the angle in a few swift movements, clicked the round home, and the muzzle locked unwavering on the motorcycle's trajectory. Another spray of bullets hissed past the tail metal, screaming. The Nanyue rider cursed aloud, madman. All of you are insane. Back home I'll gut that employer who used us as bait. He's dead meat. Stop the bike. A roar came from the Mercedes behind, or we'll really fire. In your dreams. The rider shot back. Then his companion suddenly screamed, stop. Stop now. You blind. Look in the rear view. He's shouldering a rocket. What? He whipped his head. In the mirror sat the man on the sunroof. Launcher shouldered the sight, driven dead onto the nape of his neck. Bodyguards? Not at all. These were battlefield desperados, mercenaries from the black market. The oppressive weight of that rocket scrambled his brain to mush. The bike wrenched and nearly dumped them. Cold sweat soaked his back. White-knuckled, he clenched the throttle to avoid being thrown. In a flurry of braking and downshifts, the motorcycle executed an emergency stop in the street the front, while snapping up and slamming down. The submachine guns were a warning. But who would gamble whether that rocket would truly be fired? They'd come to collect a fee, not to die as cannon fodder. No matter how hot the money, you still need to be alive to spend it. The moment the bike settled, the 2 Nanyue men tumbled off and slammed to their knees, foreheads nearly kissing the asphalt. The Mercedes eased to the curb and braked. The rocket launcher stayed level, its muzzle motionless, pressing like a decree against the backs of their heads. As the passenger door opened and a face appeared, the motorcyclist howled, boss. We give up. Please don't let your hand tremble. Please don't let the barrel stray. The weapons were stripped away, and the men were zip-tied and hauled off. In the Rolls-Royce's rear seat, Huang Feng leaned over and asked Ji Feng, "How shall we deal with these two?" "Bring them back and pry every word clean from them," Ji Feng said in a voice as calm as a windless lake. But beneath that surface dark currents had already struck rock and splintered into murderous spray. Even a fool could see this was an attempt on his life. Who did it? He already had a rough shape in his mind. Most likely foreigners. Cornered, a desperate dog will bite. The cornered perpetrators would leap out to strike. He did not rule out others' involvement. Those who wished him dead never came in only one pack. They had to dig to the bottom. Anyone brazen enough to shoulder a rocket and point it at him in broad daylight would be left no margin for mercy. Had it not been for his usual vigilance and tight security, he would likely be a corpse in the street, now head severed from body. Understood. Huang Feng answered, rolling down the window to shout, "Bring them back. Rake them inch by inch and root out the rats who stuck that blade in his back." No sooner had the words fallen than they moved. The prisoners were shoved into the car. The Mercedes spun and roared away. The other vehicles started in unison. Weapons stowed, the convoy melting back into traffic. The spectacle pinned every bystander to the curb, especially the taxi driver and the blonde youth nearby. Their groins tightened and calves twitched. Street knife fights were common enough. Bodyguards pulling submachine guns was terrifying enough. But hauling a rocket launcher into the street and aiming it at living people, what kind of rulebook allows that? Is this still Xiangjiang? It felt like wandering into a combat zone, the scent of gunpowder everywhere. Do you even count as part of the underworld now if you don't leave home with a rocket launcher? Only when the convoy disappeared did the blonde youth and the driver swallow hard, chests rising and falling like bellows. It wasn't anything else they feared. They feared that thing would misfire. Who could stand steady on a city street while someone trained a rocket launcher on them? The farce ended and the street returned to calm. Fortunately, the road had been thinly populated and there were few witnesses. This would not make the news. He was delayed en route. By the time he arrived at the Hilton Hotel, the reception had long begun. Fortunately, the climax had been reserved for last. Otherwise, Ji Feng would have truly missed it. The moment he stepped inside, Ji Feng exchanged brief pleasantries with acquaintances before heading straight toward Hu Tingzhou and Zheng Yutong. They could advance in unison or retreat to mutual support. Though the Five Elders Council, soon to strike fear into the global capital world, had yet to be formally established, its skeleton was already in place, its sinews just beginning to form. Seasoned tycoons in the room understood instinctively. At the sight of these five standing together, their eyes flickered with calculation. Some tensed their nerves. Others schemed how to strike up a conversation. Still others clenched their fists in silence, jaws grinding with suppressed resentment. But only Li Jiaqing truly ground his teeth to dust. Within Hong Kong's elite circles, he had long been quietly sidelined. The reason was simple. Everyone knew he was at odds with Ji Feng. No one spoke it aloud, but all understood clearly there was no reason to offend Ji Feng on his account. After all, what was being auctioned tonight were private shares of the New Century Fund. Every investor coveted an entry ticket. What possible gain could come from drawing even half a step closer to Li Jiaqing? Only a fool would choose the wrong side. As for Li Jiaqing, he would soon seal his own fate, becoming utterly isolated, then publicly surrounded and humiliated without mercy. Why so late? Zheng Yutong greeted him with a smile, then winked. Did you run into some foreigner on the way? No foreigners, but there was a minor incident along the way. His words fell like stones into still water, instantly lowering the atmosphere. Even Zheng Yutong's smile vanished, replaced by solemn attention. Was it foreigners behind this? Su Wentian asked. This equity transaction carried enormous stakes. Foreign interests cornered might well resort to desperate measures. Two thugs tried to make a move. They were subdued on the spot by my bodyguards. Whether foreigners orchestrated it remains unclear, for now. Ji Feng spoke lightly yet with quiet certainty. We're closing in. You must exercise utmost caution. Hu Tingzhou lowered his voice slightly, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on several men in ill-fitting suits across the hall. Those watching you aren't just Hong Kong's foreign faces. London's shadow also hungers for your fall. And don't forget the local collaborators, the spineless lackeys who lick the blades of their masters. At this, his brows drew low and a flash of cold light pierced his eyes. Compared to foreigners, these traitorous local snakes were far more revolting. My security team in terms of real-world combat capability ranks second in Hong Kong, and no one dares claim first. Let me state plainly, if we truly tear open the veil, I can dismantle those foreign regular units anytime I choose. This was no boast. Every member of Ji Feng's team was a retired Special Forces operative, numerous strategically dispersed across Hong Kong, armed not with showpieces, but with lethal battle-ready equipment. They operated deep underground, silent as grave mist. In Ji Feng's eyes, the foreign forces deployed against him were simply inadequate. Yet the aftermath of eliminating them entirely, chaos he could neither contain nor suppress, was beyond his reach. Chairman, time's upon us. Shall we begin? He approached swiftly, bowing slightly, his voice measured. Proceed. Ji Feng nodded with a faint smile. If we delay any longer, even the checks will grow feverish waiting. Hu Tingzhou and the others exchanged knowing glances. They hadn't come to bid. Zheng Yutong had already completed his transfer. The Hua and Bao families had reclaimed their principal and secured both equity stakes and debt instruments. From start to finish, this auction was Ji Feng's solo stage. Its profits his alone, its risks borne solely by him. Yet they had come anyway, to lend support and to witness the spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yi stepped onto the main podium, and the entire hall fell into absolute silence, broken only by the sound of breathing. Even those engaged in quiet conversation turned as one. Many eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. They had crossed this threshold for this very moment. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. With no unnecessary pleasantries, Lin Yi moved swiftly to the heart of the matter. I know many of you have been holding your breath. So let us cut straight to tonight's centerpiece, the equity debt auction. First lot equity in Datong Securities. An 18% stake, valued at $1 7 billion at current market price. Starting bid $1 7 billion, minimum increment 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Bidding begins now. Datong Securities was already a rare asset in Hong Kong, consistently ranked among the top 10 brokerage firms. Its prior market capitalization stood at over 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. After Ji Feng's aggressive accumulation, its share price surged repeatedly, pushing total valuation past 9 billion Hong Kong dollars. 1 Hong Kong dollar. 75 billion. Before Lin Yi's final syllable faded, an elderly man in charcoal gray suit, gold watch glinting at his cuff, raised his hand without hesitation. He headed a fund under HSBC, renowned for never acting lightly. For industrialists, Datong Securities was little more than an ornamental badge, optional, expendable. But for financiers, especially brokerages whose very livelihood depended on licensing, it was nothing short of life itself. Hardly had the first hand dropped when a second shot skyward. 1 Hong Kong dollar. 8 billion. A crisp, decisive raise. Exactly 50 million Hong Kong dollars, oh, not a cent more. His bearing resembled a judge delivering a verdict, not a bidder engaging in contest. Lin Yi's gaze dropped to the tabletop's reflection. His Adam's apple twitched as he deliberately pressed his lips downward. Help! Gurgle, gurgle. Mercy, gurgle. The sea should have lain dead still, yet that sound kept rippling its surface. A Vietnamese man floated, supine limbs bound tight, with hemp rope the other end knotted fast to the fishing boat's keel. He kicked frantically, thrashed his head, but each time he breached the surface by half an inch, a bamboo pole from the deck slammed down, driving him back beneath the black water. Splash! His struggles grew feebler, his lungs burned brittle. Before his fading vision rose the ghostly image of his great-grandfather clad in a long robe, standing solemnly upon the ancestral hall's threshold. Just as consciousness began to fray, a brutal kick struck his lower back, launching him violently upward, gasping, coughing, gulping air like a drowning man reborn. His mouth gaped wide, his throat rasped like a broken bellows. Inhaling, choking, swallowing air with primal desperation. He would swear upon his ancestors' tablets never in his life had he wanted to live so fiercely. Slap! The blow struck faster than his ragged breath. Fire exploded across his cheek, his eyelids snapped open from the shock. In the next instant, the icy barrel of a pistol pressed hard against his temple. Don't. Bang. His plea died mid-tongue, unvoiced. The gunshot tore through the night sea, blood bloomed on the wave's crest, then vanished, swallowed whole by the ink-black deep. The Vietnamese man's body went slack, motionless. Splash. The rope knot was slashed open, the severed end was swiftly tied to an iron anchor, which plunged heavily into the abyss. The deed done. Beside him, another Vietnamese man collapsed to his knees with a thud, his trousers darkened by urine. They'd assumed they'd captured 2 weaklings. Cracking them open would take mere words. Instead, both men had clamped their jaws shut, refusing to utter a single syllable. Cigarette embers pulsed softly as Lao Si paced before the kneeling man and exhaled a plume of white smoke. You don't want to end up like him, do you? His smile was cordial, but in the Vietnamese man's eyes, that face wore the thin, deceptive mask of Yama himself. I'll count to 3. Talk, and you live. Stay silent, and we'll repeat exactly what just happened. Who hired you? His lips trembled violently, his teeth chattered audibly. I truly cannot tell you. Breaking the gang's code means my entire family drowns in the sea. Men of the Nam Viet gang indulged in murder, arson, theft, fraud, yet upheld one iron law above all: silence was sacred. Last time the gang lost more than half its members because a captured underling broke and talked. What followed? His parents were bound with concrete and dumped into Saigon Bay that very night. His wife was sold to the red light district of Penang. His 2 junior high daughters were discovered 3 days later inside a shipping container at Bangkok's port. Throw him over. Lao Si crushed his cigarette against the ship's railing, his knuckles turning white. No, I'll talk. Seeing the corpse vanish beneath the waves, and knowing he'd be next, he shattered completely. After all, he only had one wife, oh, at worst he could flee to Thailand and start anew. It was the boss's order, 10,000 in cash paid on the spot. I truly don't know who the employer is. All I heard was that he's a foreigner. The route map was delivered by one of his men. That's all I know. Please spare me. Lao Si said nothing, merely gestured silently to his men behind him, then turned and disappeared into the cabin, picking up a satellite phone to make a call. Bang! Another muffled detonation tore through the sea fog. The kneeling man's head tilted sideways, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. The employer is a foreigner, identity unknown. All targets have been eliminated. The 2 South Vietnamese couriers were mere foot soldiers. The true client is the leader of the South Vietnamese gang. Eliminate him. The boy told the truth. To uncover the mastermind, we must tear open a fissure in the South Vietnamese gang. A succession of auctions concluded one after another. The gala's momentum surged higher with each passing hour. Equity stakes, debt instruments. Revenues poured in handsomely. Lin Yi had already tightened every nerve, suppressing his emotions with iron discipline. Yet in the end, the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Clack! The final gavel struck. The deal was sealed. His smile broke free entirely, nearly bursting into laughter. Grief and joy are never shared between souls. While laughter rang out here, elsewhere faces darkened, such as those of Li Jiaqing and his son, Li Kai, whose expressions were now grim and brooding. The auction had ended, and yet they hadn't even glimpsed the equity or debt instruments of Hong Kong Telecom. That raw, choking bitterness lodged itself like a stone in their throats. The moment the closing bell sounded, the two strode directly toward Ji Feng. Mr. Ji. The instant Li Jiaqing approached, Ji Feng instantly flashed a flawless, polished smile. Neither obviously false nor transparently sincere. Mr. Li, I noticed you didn't raise your paddle once. Did today's offerings fail to catch your interest? Ji Feng asked, still smiling. Hong Kong Telecom controlled 70% of Hong Kong's communications infrastructure. This move was pivotal for Li Kai. If he failed to secure it, Inca Digital's entire strategic architecture would collapse like a limb severed from the body. Correct, Ji Feng affirmed, crisp and unhesitating. Hong Kong Telecom. I'm acquiring it myself. Li Kai's eyes narrowed sharply as if pricked by a needle. You intend to enter the telecommunications industry. Compared to his struggling elder brother Li Ju, Li Kai possessed genuine acumen and an appetite so vast it bordered on audacious. He had long resolved to seize Hong Kong Telecom and ultimately succeeded. After Inca Digital absorbed Hong Kong Telecom, it swept across the telecommunications markets of several Southeast Asian nations. Not only did his personal fortune rival his father's, but he also held Hong Kong Telecom firmly in his grasp, carving out a substantial share of the regional market. Yet, Ji Feng's intervention had reduced a decade-long strategy to hollow scaffolding overnight. Telecommunications, I take it seriously. Ji Feng feared no exposure of his hand. With overwhelming strength, both intrigue and open confrontation crumbled like paper tigers. Moreover, old Li wasn't quite the legend he was made out to be. He simply excelled at leveraging opportunity. When he acquired Hutchison Whampoa, hailed as Li the Superman, his wife's connections paved the way, securing real financial backing from HSBC Bank. Without that link, would he ever have stood a chance? As for Li Kai, Ji Feng felt no trepidation. At best, he was marginally sharper than his elder brother. Years earlier, he'd invested in Tencent, but sold too early at peak valuation, missing not just a trillion-dollar empire, but the throne of China's richest man, a flaw deeply rooted in the Li family narrow vision. Always chasing bottoms and fleeing tops, obsessed with quick gains. Petty-minded. Still young, Li Kai's breath hitched instinctively upon hearing these words. It was as if he'd just unearthed a gold vein, only to turn and find someone already standing at the tunnel's mouth, rifle in hand, and almost certain to claim it. His primal instinct flared, to bare his teeth and guard his prize. Li Jiaqing stepped forward first. The Li family also sees great promise in telecommunications, Mr. Ji. Shall we discuss cooperation? Hong Kong Telecom. I'll acquire it alone. As for what comes after, we'll revisit it later. Those words slammed the door shut. Did they imagine co-acquisition without risk or sacrifice, simply waiting to collect dividends? Such convenience did not exist, and certainly not at the cost of inviting wolves into the fold. Ji Feng was no fool. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaqing did not rage, but smiled slowly, deliberately. Mr. Ji, don't rush to decline. Our capital has always been solid, tangible, and real. With that, he patted Li Kai's shoulder and walked away. Ji Feng's eyebrows lifted faintly. Wu Zhengming waited until they'd vanished into the distance, then leaned close to Ji Feng's ear, voice lowered to a whisper. Off phone. Watch the Lis closely. That old fox specializes in ambushes mid-race. He was uniquely qualified to say so. Years ago, when his father-in-law, the shipping king, abandoned ships for land-based assault on Kowloon Wharf, Li Jiaqing had suddenly appeared, disrupting the operation. In name, he offered a favor, transferring Kowloon Wharf shares to the shipping king in exchange for help seizing Hutchison Whampoa. But that sly old fox played it cunningly. He refused full, immediate settlement, instead parceling the shares into fragments, releasing them piecemeal. Ultimately, though, the shipping king did gain control of Kowloon Wharf. It took 2 grueling years and consumed staggering manpower, capital, and time. To speak plainly, the Pak family reaped little tangible benefit. The true victor, feasting heartily, was Li Jiaqing. He profited lavishly while simultaneously weakening British corporate dominance. Effortlessly, he acquired Hutchison Whampoa shares from HSBC Bank, and backed by their endorsement secured a seat on the board. Later, when he launched further acquisitions, British interests barely resisted. Thus, Hutchison Whampoa slipped smoothly into his possession. Wu Zhengming witnessed it all, etched indelibly into his memory. Even now, he recalled the shipping king's clenched jaw words. Beware Li Jiaqing. He masters the art of using others' blades to kill. Humph. A cold nasal snort escaped Ji Feng's throat. I'd rather see him fall harder. Playing dirty. Does he think I lived my last life in vain? Ah Feng. Lao Si just sent word. Huang Feng strode in briskly, voice sharp and precise. We couldn't identify the employer, but we've exposed 2 couriers backed by the South Vietnamese gang's top leadership. Shall we move against the South Vietnamese gang? Ji Feng's brows arched. Send to Xiong and A Lo. They're to investigate thoroughly. These scum from the South have poisoned Hong Kong's streets long enough. It's time to cleanse them. Call it justice for the neighborhood. Against such ungrateful, treacherous dogs, Ji Feng never showed mercy anywhere they roamed. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Also alert Wang Mingqi, the Strategic Intelligence Office, is to monitor Cheung Kong holdings relentlessly. And keep Yang Chun on Li Jiaqing, tight surveillance. Dual-track operations, overt and covert, both deployed in full force. Facing this wily old fox, Ji Feng never underestimated him strategically, nor relaxed a single tactical inch. After Huang Feng left Lin, he also sorted out the accounts. He rushed in with 3 steps and 2 ready to report, with a grin stretching from ear to ear, even revealing his— It's not that you can't laugh. But your way of laughing is like you've hit the jackpot, afraid others won't notice your hidden joy. The ones spending money are all at the banquet, and with that grin people might think they got scammed. Yes. They'll cover my mouth to laugh. Lin, he hurriedly nodded. How much did we actually earn to make Manager Lin this happy? Su Wentian finally couldn't hold back smiling as he asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's shoulders couldn't help but shake. Mr. Su, this time we really hit it big. We just finalized the accounts, an income of 490 billion Hong Kong dollars. The auction concluded with payments, and the staff just counted the incoming amounts. After deducting costs, we made a net profit of 120 billion Hong Kong dollars. In this battle with the British capital, the total investment was 410 billion Hong Kong dollars. We returned 190 billion in principal to the Hua family, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming, with the New Century Fund investing 220 billion. The subsequent debt rights maneuvering involved over 100 billion more. If we had bought at market price, we would barely break even. That's why Ji Feng insisted on holding this auction. Where there's competition, there's a price. Where there's contention, there's a premium. The money came from the pockets of the wealthy in Xiangjiang. The equity and debt rights were taken over by them. The upcoming acquisitions would naturally proceed smoothly. Each party got what they needed, and no one suffered a loss. Hearing this amount, Hua Tingzhou and the others' eyes brightened slightly. Zheng Yutong's eyes turned warm. He had indeed spent real money. Initially not getting on board, he later exchanged his equity and debt rights entirely for cash. But moments later, everyone calmed down. It was already common knowledge in the circle that Ji Feng could make money. Once on his ship, no one had ever lost. Zheng Yutong thought the same. Despite spending money, being associated with Ji Feng was still worth it. Ah Feng, with this move of yours, I almost want to change my dividends for equity and debt rights. Hua Tingzhou joked with a smile. Ha ha ha. The 5 of them burst into laughter, their laughter exploding in the sultry air before the rain. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning split the dark sky, vanishing in an instant. A torrential downpour followed closely. The rainy season in Xiangjiang never made sense. Outskirts, an abandoned electrical factory for many years. The lair of the Southern Yu Gang. Despite its gang name, it had only made a few quick bucks, and in terms of assets, it didn't even come close to a mid-sized organization. They could only huddle in this leaky, peeling old factory. These Southern Yu guys were all illegal immigrants. The economic boom at the end of the century saw the Asian tigers rise. Xiangjiang was hailed as the brightest star in the Far East, with brochures filled with words like opportunity, freedom, and overnight success, like a golden sanctuary. The Southern Yu guys clutched crumpled boat tickets and fake documents, scrambling to get in, dreaming of reaching the top in Xiangjiang. But once they stepped in, they realized, this place is truly a paradise. Just a paradise for the rich, a hell for the poor. Especially for those like them, illegals trying to find a legitimate job. It's harder than reaching the heavens. The only jobs available were carrying bags, serving plates, washing dishes, or scrubbing pots. Entering a legitimate factory, not a chance. To survive, and for that fleeting ambition, they simply threw caution to the wind and engaged in hard crime, robbing, stealing, kidnapping, killing, hijacking. Nothing was off the table. Boundaries, long thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Dignity, they had none. On an ordinary rainy night, it became their doomsday. Shadows converged silently from all directions in the deep night, in black suits, ties, and umbrellas, neatly dressed like a ceremonial team from a silent play. The old electrical factory was surrounded tightly. A BMW slowly came to a stop. A subordinate immediately opened the umbrella and stepped forward to open the car door. Alu stepped out in shiny leather shoes clad in a pure white suit glaringly bright in the rainy night. Now, Alu was no longer the naive kid from the docks. The entire Kowloon was in his hands. On the streets, he was called the underground Kowloon Emperor. But Alu knew in his heart that this title was bestowed upon him by the big boss. He had to ensure every task was executed flawlessly. The moment the phone rang, he sprang into action. He took a drag from a cigarette, flicked the lighter, and inhaled deeply. That bunch of trash, are they really inside? Absolutely true. Brother Lo. The perimeter is completely secured, just waiting for your command. A subordinate stood with hands at his sides, voice extremely low. No rush. Alu exhaled a puff of blue-white smoke. Uncle Xiong is about to arrive. The big boss has given the order for his men to join us in clearing the area. He squinted at the rusty iron door at the factory entrance. Kowloon will not spare any southern you guys. Dare to touch the big boss line. This bunch of bastards really don't want to breathe anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a Mercedes along with 4 black business vans came to a screeching halt outside the factory. Al's hand trembled, extinguishing the cigarette, and he swiftly snatched the black umbrella from the subordinate rushing towards the Mercedes. There was no trace of the underground Kowloon Emperor Aura left. He was clearly a loyal dog wagging its tail at the sound. The people from the new city were not surprised. Alu was the boss, no doubt, but those getting out of the car were the knives raised by the big boss. Uncle Xiong. Dressed in combat gear, Xiong Kaishan stepped out of the car, and Alu immediately bowed his body and called out. Unlike the well-dressed thugs from the new city, Xiong Kaishan looked like he had just returned from the war zone. In black combat uniforms, a cap pulled low and shoulders stiffened. Behind him his men were similarly dressed. With a rustling sound, the doors of the business vans popped open one after another. 20 men jumped out, rainwater cascading down their helmets, tactical vests, and the cold barrels of their submachine guns. Each with eyes like knives, standing eerily still. The well-suited men from the new city froze in place, unable to close their mouths. Were these really the big boss' trusted subordinates? Were they not the flying tigers temporarily assigned here? Are all the people locked inside? Xiong Kaishan glanced at the crooked iron door and asked. All of them. Not a single one missing. Alu hurriedly withdrew his gaze from the submachine gun, nodding vigorously. Yet he couldn't help but wonder, why was the big boss security team even tougher than the special duties unit of the Hong Kong government? With such a show of force, did the police department really turn a blind eye? Not just the core members, even the Southern Yu gang's leader Ruan Yishir is inside. Who? Ruan Yishir. Upon hearing this name, Xiong Kaishan's face, usually frozen, suddenly stiffened. His mouth twitched, nearly losing his composure. That's right. Alu nodded in response. Xiong Kaishan smacked his lips, repeating the name, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. This name, it's extraordinary. His old brother's life is truly hard. He was born without ever tasting what joy feels like. Why wait until he's old? Just a glance now makes me want to cry. Damn. A thunderous howl followed, exploding in the air. On the second floor of the dilapidated market, a young man from Vietnam stepped onto the balcony for a cigarette and casually unzipped his trousers to relieve himself. Before he could even fasten his waistband, lightning split the sky. Blinding white light flooded the world, and in that instant he glimpsed below a sea of black umbrellas, dense and unbroken. He let out an involuntary roar. The cigarette tumbled from his lips onto the ground. His body froze. Before him stretched an impenetrable wall of black umbrellas, layered upon layer, encircling the entire dilapidated market like a suffocating shroud. At the sight of a head emerging, Xiong Kaishan bellowed, "Go!" Instantly the assault team charged through the main gate. Alu tore open his collar and swung his arm high. Brothers, grab the broadswords. Today we'll make these Vietnamese brutes remember pain for the rest of their lives. Bang. Shit. Ah. Grab your weapons. Fuck. My arm's broken. Rat-a-tat-tat. Deafening. Screams, roars, wails, and the shrill shriek of gunfire erupted all at once, churning the dilapidated market into a seething cauldron. Chaos reigned. Birds scattered, dogs bolted, men fell, horses stumbled. Upstairs, inside the market's office, Ruan Yishir, leader of the Vietnamese gang, was deep in revelry with 2 women from Ma Lan. His legendary 3-minute record was moments from being shattered. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. The door shook violently beneath furious pounding. Ruan Yishir's groin tightened. He recoiled like a turtle retreating into its shell. His entire body instantly liquefied into a trembling puddle. Shit. Shit. He flinched first, then exploded into curses. Which bastard dares scare me half to death? My equipment was already unreliable, and now you lot have ruined it completely. Boss, something huge has happened. They've broken in. It's the Flying Tigers, and... His voice cut off abruptly. Only frantic footsteps receded down the corridor. The messenger had already fled. Moments later, a scream echoed down the hall. Wailing. Gunfire. The 2 Ma Lan women, too terrified to dress, dashed barefoot toward the door. At last Ruan Yishir snapped back to awareness. Something was terribly wrong. He lunged toward the desk, yanked open a drawer with a crash, and snatched out a pistol, then fumbled desperately to load the magazine. Too hurried. Too panicked. His thumb pressed hard. His nail split, blood smeared across his palm, but the magazine jammed halfway in. Bang. The office door exploded inward. Ruan Yishur grabbed the pistol and frantically tried to slot the magazine into place. Before he could finish, a submachine gun's black muzzle pressed cold and unyielding against his temple. Worthless. The gunman glanced disdainfully at the pistol in Ruan's hand and spat. I surrender. Don't shoot. Ruan Yishur raised both arms high, higher than his head. Last time the Vietnamese gang was dismantled, he'd survived solely by surrendering. So this time he'd armed himself. Yet again, it proved futile. No matter how tightly he fortified his defenses, he couldn't guard against betrayal from within. Brother Xiong, the target is secured. Seconds later, Xiong Kaishan and A Lu strode into the office, one after the other. Seeing Ruan Yishur standing there, arms raised like a ritual of capitulation, Xiong Kaishan snorted, nostrils flaring upward. Sir, I truly don't know what offense I've committed. Please grant me a way out. Ruan Yishur lived up to his name. His spine was softer than over-soaked rice noodles. Right or wrong mattered little, surrendering always came first. I'll ask just one question. A few hours ago, 2 of your Vietnamese thugs attempted to assassinate Mr. Ji Feng. They confessed, under your orders. Who was the mastermind behind this? Shit. Traitors. They sold me out. You stop right there. Just wait, you'll see. Not a single soul in your family will live in peace. If I ever catch those 2, I'll bury them alive, in a sewage pit. Let them drown in stinking filth. A dozen brutal schemes flashed through his mind. When he fell silent, Xiong Kaishan's voice dropped low, refusing to speak. Before the words fully left his mouth, his hand rose. The submachine gun's muzzle instantly pivoted to aim directly at Ruan Yishur's forehead. The gunman's fingers settled steadily on the trigger, his knuckles whitening with pressure. I'll tell you. Everything. Ruan Yishur blurted out, voice trembling. The employer is a foreigner, Michael, the butler of the Cartwright family. He approached me personally. He handed me $1 million US dollars on the spot. I was possessed. I lost my senses. Rat-a-tat-tat. His voice ceased mid-sentence. Xiong Kaishan flicked his arm. A subordinate squeezed the trigger. Blood blossomed across Ruan Yishur's chest in multiple crimson bursts, and he collapsed like a sack of rotten grain. Without glancing back, Xiong Kaishan strode out the door, tossing a final command over his shoulder to A Lu, dispose of the body. Yours to handle. Take any survivors to the police station. Xinjiang is a triad of Hong Kong, and above all a triad that honors its code. When citizens suffer, we act. When evildoers strike, we eradicate them. That is simply our duty. Absolutely. A Lu grinned broadly. 2 hours later, Hong Kong police headquarters buzzed with frenetic activity. Officers exchanged stunned glances, muttering in disbelief. A triad escorted Vietnamese gangsters to surrender. Slicing buttocks with a knife? Truly unprecedented. The next day, Michael learned that Ji Feng remained unharmed, and that the Cartwright family's equity and debt holdings had never been auctioned off. His heart leapt into his throat. The assassination attempt had undeniably been exposed. He had already investigated last night's raid thoroughly. The Vietnamese gang had vanished entirely from Hong Kong's underworld. Newspapers hailed the Flying Tiger's lightning strike. Heroic, decisive, and in service of the people. But everyone knew the truth. That was merely a veil. The real operation had been carried out by the Triads. The inspectorate simply couldn't afford to lose face. And who stood behind Xinjiang? Ji Feng. The facts were plain. He had uncovered everything. What baffled Michael most was this. Ji Feng held the Cartwright family's lifeblood in his hands, yet chose complete inaction. What then was his true objective? To swallow the entire Cartwright empire whole. As Michael agonized over every possible motive, his phone rang. Caller ID Ji Feng. Mr. Ji, good morning. Michael suppressed his racing pulse, forcing calm into his voice. Mr. Ji, you surprised me. I didn't expect you'd still be alive to call me today. Ji Feng's tone held a smile, but it scraped like a blade across glass. Michael's lips stiffened, his forced grin froze in place. How could that be? Mr. Ji is young, brilliant, and destined for decades of such calls. Oh, then perhaps the rumors I heard are false. Ji Feng drawled slowly. You did not hire those Vietnamese thugs to kill me. The words sounded light, but each carried shards of ice. Absolutely not. Michael declared, emphatic and unwavering. I may not claim virtue, but I would never stoop to such despicable acts. Some shameless scoundrel must be slandering me. Denial absolute and unyielding. Evidence? None. That $1 million had long since vanished through 7 offshore jurisdictions. Untraceable, unverifiable. All parties understood the truth, but without concrete proof, there was no proof. Once spoken aloud, the accusation would shift from rumor to irrevocable fact. And overnight, the rival tycoons of Hong Kong's Chinese business elite, who normally fought to the death, would unite to tear him apart. When outsiders crossed the line, even the fiercest feuds must be set aside. So he would rather bear Ji Feng's scrutiny than utter a single word of admission. Yet now, his temples throbbed with unbearable tension. Ha! A hearty, resonant laugh burst from the other end of the line. Mr. Michael, please don't be alarmed. I'm not here to accuse. You're my honored guest at dinner. I have a business proposition I'd like to discuss with you in person. Your equity and debt stakes in the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. I've kept them intact, exactly as they were. Should you wish to reclaim them, I'll return them without hesitation, no strings attached. Michael's heart tightened, then loosened slightly, only to sink once more. There was no such thing as a free lunch. He stared at his phone screen and murmured, "What price must I pay for this meal?" "We'll speak face-to-face. It cannot be explained over the phone." "Understood. Name the time and place. I'll be there punctual to the second." Michael dared not refuse. If he could truly recover the equity and debt from Ji Feng, even at great personal cost, he would seize the chance without hesitation. The Kadori family was unlike other Western dynasties. They were no subjects of the empire on which the sun, though they held British passports, their roots, deep, unbroken generations old, were wholly embedded in Hong Kong. Other foreigners could flee when trouble arose, the Kadoris could not. To truly leave Hong Kong would mean the instant dissolution of an empire built painstakingly over decades. Emigrating to Britain, that meant arriving with empty hands. No connections, no influence, no foothold. Even vast wealth would vanish before it could take root. "I'll send a car for you." The call ended. Ji Feng tossed his phone onto the desk with casual ease. "Brother, all set. We hired Wan Isher's younger brother. The funds have cleared. Once he acts, the scene will be staged as a traffic accident. No witnesses. No evidence." Dusk fell. Before the Hong Kong Grand Hotel, Ji Feng's Rolls-Royce convoy glided smoothly into view. Huang Feng stood waiting at the entrance. Upon notification from his secretary, Michael silently adjusted his tie, smoothed the creases from his sleeve cuffs, and stepped out of the hotel's grand entrance. "Mr. Michael, good evening. I am Huang Feng, Mr. Ji Feng's personal assistant, here exclusively to escort you." Huang Feng stepped forward, voiced deferential posture, deeply humble. "Mr. Ji Feng places exceptional importance on this meeting, so much so that he has personally assigned me to greet you and dispatched his private motorcade." Michael glanced up at the obsidian black phantom, its surface mirror-polished, and felt the weight pressing upon his chest ease ever so slightly. To dispatch one's most prestigious vehicle to fetch a guest was a rare courtesy in Hong Kong, reserved only for those whose stature commanded genuine respect. It signaled sincerity, not pretense. Ji Feng truly intended to negotiate. A quiet relief settled within Michael. Perhaps after all there remained room for maneuver. "Thank you." His voice softened, he gave a slight formal nod. Smiling, Huang Feng opened the rear door, arm raised gracefully, palm upward in invitation. "After you, sir. Your accompanying staff will be accommodated separately." Michael nodded and bent to enter. Huang Feng moved instantly, hand outstretched to steady the upper frame of the door, shielding him from any accidental impact as he ducked inside. The convoy pulled away from the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. Michael sank into the supple leather seat, eyes tracing the cityscape blurring past the window, his mind consumed by a single urgent thought: how to save the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. The hotel was the Kadori family's lifeline, the very foundation of their existence in Hong Kong. Today it dominated over 90% of the city's premium hospitality market. Its real estate investment and management operations had expanded across Southeast Asia. Its portfolio included luxury restaurant chains and exclusive membership clubs, each a relentless cash generator. Without exaggeration, its annual profit dwarfed Hilton's by several orders of magnitude. Hilton had risen through franchising and branding, owning few hotels outright. Even its Hilton in Hong Kong bore only the name. Operationally, it bore no relation to the parent company. Its reputation alone lent prestige. But the Hong Kong Grand Hotel was forged in blood and sweat, generation upon generation, a sovereign domain, hard-won and fiercely guarded. Ji Feng's combined equity and debt holdings were sufficient to eject Michael entirely and claim the hotel as his own. Frankly, Michael regretted his decision to its very marrow. Had he not first schemed against Ji Feng, only to be swiftly ensnared by counter-leverage? How could he possibly have fallen to this desperate pass? He had mistaken Ji Feng for a pliant young man, easily manipulated. Instead, Ji Feng struck with crushing, suffocating force, leaving no opening for defense. By the time Michael glimpsed his adversary's true hand, he was already cornered, blade in another's grip, flesh exposed and vulnerable. Screech. The traffic light turned red. The convoy halted abruptly. Michael's body swayed slightly, jolting him back from reverie. He exhaled long and slow. He hadn't even laid eyes on Ji Feng, negotiations hadn't begun, and yet a slab of iron seemed to press upon his chest. Buzz. Screech. At that very moment, a sharp, grating motorcycle roar scraped alongside the window. A black motorcycle drew to a precise stop beside Michael's sedan. This Rolls-Royce predated the later models famed for impregnable soundproofing. Though acoustic insulation was formidable, external noise still seeped in relentlessly. Michael tilted his head slightly, glancing out the window. Better he hadn't looked. One glance, and his scalp erupted in icy shock. Outside, a motorcyclist clad in black, wearing a full-face helmet, movements unervingly swift and precise. Worst of all, he drew a pistol from his jacket with a fluid, practiced motion, and pressed the barrel firmly against the window. The dark, hollow muzzle pointed directly at Michael's forehead. Michael jolted violently, as if doused in freezing water. Sweat erupted, drenching his back in an instant. Drive now. Faster. Bang. Crash. At the gunshot's detonation, the window shattered instantly. This vehicle carried no bulletproof glass. The bullet pierced the fractured pane and buried itself deep in Michael's chest. Agony exploded, blinding absolute. Instinct drove him to clamp a hand over the wound, knees buckling as he tried to slide beneath the seat. Drive now! His scream tore raw and ragged. But Huang Feng and the others stood frozen, faces ashen, limbs locked, mid-air, breath suspended. Precious seconds bled away, unclaimed, unheeded. Bang! 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 3 more crisp, decisive shots rang out. Having emptied the magazine, the assailant slid the pistol back into his jacket with detached efficiency. Vroom! The motorcycle engine roared, a violent, guttural snarl, as tires spat black smoke and the bike vanished into the distance. Inside the cabin, crimson flooded the floor. Michael's eyes remained wide open, pupils dilated, unseeing. Blood pulsed thickly from multiple wounds across his chest, unstoppable, no matter how tightly he pressed. His face was locked in a final mask of shock, fury, disbelief, then stillness. Only then did Huang Feng jolt as if electrocuted, springing upright with a choked curse. Shit. Mr. Michael. From the lead and trailing Mercedes, 7 or 8 bodyguards leapt out, guns drawn, forming a tight protective ring. Move. To the hospital, now. Huang Feng's shout echoed down the street. Pedestrians dropped to their knees, covering their heads. The Rolls-Royce gunned its engine, barreling through the intersection. Red lights, ignored, traffic laws discarded. The moment the car surged forward, Huang Feng's expression shifted, calm, utterly unruffled, as if nothing had occurred. He withdrew his phone, dialed a number, and spoke low, cold, and controlled. He's gone. Proceed. The motorcycle roared through the city, tearing free from the clamor of downtown and veering sharply into a desolate alley. Beneath his helmet, Ruan Yixing's face was already split wide open, his grin stretching all the way to his ears. Those fools, utterly disgraceful. Was it really so hard to eliminate Ji Feng? Not only did they fail miserably, but they dragged a string of others down with them. Worthless. As he twisted the throttle, he spat out curses. The engine's thunder drowned out nothing, not even the swelling tide of his own triumph. He belonged to the Nam Viet gang, and was the younger brother of its slain leader. On the day the gang collapsed, his elder brother had been executed on the spot. Ruan Yixing, meanwhile, had been sipping imported whiskey with a woman in Tsim Sha Tsui, escaping death by sheer chance. He'd already planned to flee that very night by boat. Then someone came knocking, offering him a contract to eliminate Ji Feng. 1 million US dollars as upfront payment, delivered in cash on the spot. Upon completion, another 4 million would await him at the dock with immediate passage out of Hong Kong. 5 million US dollars, equivalent to 18 million Hong Kong dollars. True, Ji Feng and his circle routinely dealt in deals worth billions, but in the 1980s, the US dollar held far more weight than the HKD. A factory worker earned barely 3,000 HKD a month, US dollars. Unimaginable. $5 million was enough to live in lavish ease for the rest of his life. He needed money to flee, and he burned with vengeance for his brother. He didn't haggle. He accepted the deal without hesitation. For this single shot, he had prepared with surgical precision: pistol, hand grenades, plastic explosives, all concealed on his person, ensuring absolute certainty. Yet, it had been easier than plucking fruit from a branch. He hadn't exerted himself at all before reaching the vehicle. What he didn't know was that the figure lying in the pool of blood wasn't Ji Feng at all. His helmet obscured most of his vision, the streetlights cast a sickly yellow haze, and the interior of the car was pitch black. Only silhouettes visible. Mikao, panicked and flinching, had offered no clear look at his face. Ruan Yixing simply recognized the car as Ji Feng's, and assumed without doubt that the man in the rear seat must be Ji Feng himself. He wrenched the throttle hard, the exhaust spitting a blue flame. The bike swerved sharply, hurtling toward the prearranged dock. Already his mind raced ahead, tallying up expenditures: a seaside villa in Australia first, then a luxury yacht. Should he head south to Nanyang, or return to Nam Viet? One thing was certain: Hong Kong was no longer an option. With 5 million US dollars clutched tightly in his hands, he could live in effortless luxury for half a lifetime. At the thought, his chest burned with feverish heat. Ahead loomed a crossroads. The traffic light glowed red, but this stretch of road was barren, devoid of even a single passing vehicle. He could wait no longer. He craved that final payment instantly. Twisting the throttle, the machine lunged forward with a violent lurch. Vroom. The motorcycle shot forward like a stone flung from a slingshot, hurtling straight into the heart of the intersection. Just as its front wheel crossed the zebra crossing. Beep, beep, beep. A shrill, ear-splitting horn tore through the air. 2 blinding white beams slashed across his field of vision. Skrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr blank, his ears filled only with a colossal world-shattering detonation. His body grew weightless, like a scrap of paper torn free from gravity's grasp. The sky tumbled, trees, inverted lampposts, billboards, gray walls, all spinning past his eyes in dizzying blur. Yet the ground rushed ever closer, growing sharper, clearer, until darkness swallowed everything. Boom! The motorcycle exploded into twisted wreckage, shards flying outward like fireworks. The massive truck screeched to a halt. The driver leapt out face ashen, sprinting toward where the man had been hurled. Yuan Yixing lay supine, his helmet shattered into 3 pieces, his head exposed, blood smeared across his face. No cry, no movement, no convulsion. Life had already fled. In his final breath, perhaps all he managed was a curse, this damn helmet. Cheap counterfeit. The driver knelt, checked for breath, rose, and dialed a number. His voice eerily calm, as if ordering takeout. It's done. Notify the authorities. The rest is no longer your concern. He hung up, then called the police. This is a traffic accident. Send help immediately, I think. I've killed. His voice trembled violently. If not for the unnerving composure of his earlier call, one might truly believe he was an ordinary driver paralyzed by shock. Hospital. Outside the emergency room. The core members of the Gadol family had all assembled. Mikao's 2 sons, Huang Feng and Ji Feng, who had personally invited Mikao. Several foreign faces, alerted by the news, stood quietly in the corner. Mikao had already been wheeled into the operating room, but he'd ceased breathing before arrival. His admission was merely ceremonial. This private hospital, run by foreigners, treated both the living and the dead, not to save lives, but to settle accounts. Don't believe the myth of free healthcare. That notion is even more illusory than temple fortune slips. Pure private capital in motion, charging exorbitant fees while negotiating procedures with the practiced ease of a wet market haggler. Profit. Ethics. Irrelevant. The foreigners watched Ji Feng closely, whispering among themselves. Mikao's 2 sons paced the corridor, fingernails digging deep into their palms. Finally, the red light above the operating room door snapped off with a soft click. The doctor emerged, mask still in place, exhaling deeply, a face etched with sorrow. I'm sorry. We did everything we could. The patient sustained 8 gunshot wounds. 5 fatal, 1 severed the spinal cord, 2 pierced both lungs. He's gone. Ji Feng nearly blurted. Are you certain he was still breathing when he entered? When did medical acting become this competitive? Sigh. Poor Mikao, dead yet subjected to a hollow resuscitation by his own family's hospital just to extract another unjust fee. Mr. Mikao, rest in peace. It's you. Gadarin's scream shattered the silence. His eyes burned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, finger stabbing toward Ji Feng's face, voice cracking with raw fury. You murdered my father. Filth. I'll kill you today. Chaos erupted. Huang Feng and Ji Feng's bodyguards surged forward like lightning, pinning Gadarin hard against the wall. You're all accomplices. Let me go. I demand every last one of you pay for my father's life. Ji Feng spread his hands, expression serene and untroubled. I'm deeply grieved by Mr. Mikao's passing. But Mr. Gadarin, accusing me so bluntly seems rather unwarranted. Unwarranted? Gadarin's eyes blazed, locked onto Ji Feng, his body writhing, wrists straining until tendons stood out like cables. You sent men to fetch my father. You issued the invitation yourself. You sought to absorb the Gadol family, and my father was the one immovable stone standing in your path. And revenge. Last night's killing. Slap. A sharp stinging crack cut through the air. Before the sentence finished, De Jong had already lunged forward and struck Gadarin across the face with a backhanded blow. Veins pulsed violently at his temple, his voice low and razor-edged. Have you quite lost your senses? This is outside a police station, not your ancestral shrine for tantrums. Shut your mouth. His chest heaved, his fingertips trembled. Inside, a single desperate plea repeated like a mantra. Mom, please return this brother to the delivery room, reinstall a functional brain, and release him only after thorough recalibration. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. Every pair of eyes fixed unblinkingly on Gadarin's face. Did he truly think such words could be shouted aloud in public? Even if Ji Feng were truly responsible, accusing him openly without irrefutable proof was tantamount to severing his own lifeline. Worse still, he'd just revealed Mikao's own plot to assassinate Ji Feng. Was he deliberately handing his enemies the very knife they needed? Where is his mind? Fortunately, De Jong was quick-witted and interrupted with a slap. Otherwise, they would have rolled into the mud, never to watch. De Jong took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling gradually. He then turned his head slightly and nodded to Ji Feng, striving to keep his tone calm. Mr. Ji, I sincerely apologize for my younger brother's inappropriate behavior. I apologize on his behalf. Ji Feng smiled gently, although the smile did not reach his eyes. There's no need for an apology. However, Mr. Jia Diluan, what was that sentence last night sand about? It seems to have gotten stuck halfway. I would very much like to hear what comes after that. The air suddenly became tense. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of leather shoes striking the floor grew closer. I am Inspector Lu Ying. A young policewoman in a crisp uniform stood firmly in front of everyone. Her features were bright, and her demeanor was clean and sharp, her badge shining briefly before being tucked away. We received a report that a shooting incident occurred here. The suspect has been apprehended. Please cooperate with the investigation. De Jong and Jia Diluan stepped forward almost simultaneously. The person has been caught. Where is he? Who did it? Is there a mastermind behind it? Lu Ying took a half step back before speaking. The suspect has indeed been captured. The identity has been confirmed. He is the younger brother of the South Vietnam gang leader Wan Yisheng. Both men frowned in unison. Wan Yisheng, the younger brother of the South Vietnam gang's leader, actually killed his own father, but it was clearly the father who had paid to deal with Ji Feng. Lu Ying continued, according to investigations, after committing the crime, Wan Yisheng fled in a panic, intending to leave the port from the dock. He was speeding and ran a red light, colliding head-on with a container truck returning after unloading. He died on the spot. Di Yang's expression suddenly darkened. He was shot and then crashed. That seems too coincidental. May I ask, who is Mr. Ji Feng? Lu Ying lifted her gaze and asked. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then all eyes turned to Ji Feng. He stepped forward slightly and replied in a steady voice, "It's me." Lu Ying's eyes met his face and her breath hitched for a moment. She had just returned to Xianjiang a month ago, and Ji Feng's name had come rushing back to her like a tide. King of finance, stock god of Xianjiang, newly minted billionaire. But photographs? Very few. Interviews? All declined. Even the few side profiles that had appeared in the news earlier were now hard to trace. This freshly graduated inspector had heard the titles, but never expected to see such a young, almost sharp face. As Ji Feng stepped forward, Lu Ying's heart jolted. She truly did not expect him to be so young. It was one thing to be young, but how could he be so striking? If a few of Xianjiang's top stars stood next to him, they would probably have to shrink back into the shadows. Let's not forget that she was just a girl who had recently shed her graduation gown. Though she held the title of inspector, she was still essentially a shy girl who could blush and zone out. To reach this position at such a young age relied on a solid education from a prestigious school along with the concrete foundation laid by her family. Her father held weight in the Hong Kong government, and there were many familiar faces in the police department. That was why she donned the inspector's badge right after graduation. The most pressing issue was, she was 1 year younger than Ji Feng. In the age when thoughts are most unsettled, unexpectedly encountering this face felt like being struck multiple times by a small drumstick. May I ask how I can cooperate? Seeing Lu Ying staring at him blankly, Ji Feng raised his hand and gently waved it in front of her eyes. Hiss! She suddenly came to her senses, her throat instinctively swallowing, almost making a sound as she swallowed her saliva. Her face instantly flushed. This is a disaster. Daydreaming while on duty and almost drooling. What an embarrassment to be caught under the police badge. Others looked on with grim expressions. However, Huang Feng's lips curled into a meaningful arc. Another girl has fallen for him. Having spent time with Ji Feng, he had already grasped the essence. This person was like a living vortex to girls, just one glance, and their souls would float away. Thinking about it, it's no wonder he was young to the point of being eye-catching, exceptionally good-looking, and had a family fortune that made people envious. This configuration was a script written by the heavens. Who could change it? As a man, Huang Feng could only silently grumble. Old man, could you tone down your favoritism a bit? Last night, a large-scale brawl broke out in the South Vietnam gang with many members surrendering. The leader, Wan Yisheng, is missing. Does this incident relate to you? Lu Ying began the formal questioning, her tone tense, but the end softened unconsciously. Please answer truth. Ji Feng did not beat around the bush and spoke frankly. Last night, I was ambushed. 2 assassins were captured on the spot by my bodyguards. Following the trail, we discovered the mastermind behind it was linked to the South Vietnam gang. So I paid the gang to intervene, 1 to warn them not to reach out again, and 2 to trace back and find out who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. As a result, Wan Yisheng fled, and I had to deal with his subordinates, sending them all to the police station for tea. Hiring a gang. Everyone in the room, along with all the police present except Lu Ying, did not believe him. The real power behind the gang was none other than Ji Feng, right? Knowing the truth, but only nodding along. Whatever he said, you just listened. That was the rule. So what about today? Why was Mr. Michael in your car? Lu Ying continued to ask. Ji Feng shrugged. I invited him to. The New Century Fund currently holds equity and debt in the Hong Kong Grand Hotel. Mr. Michael intends to acquire it entirely, and we were planning to discuss it in detail face-to-face. Using my special car to pick him up was meant to show sincerity. Who would have known? He sighed heavily at this point, his expression full of regret. Huang Feng's eyelids twitched, almost unable to hold back his laughter. Impressive. This performance, even the 4 heavenly kings would need onions to cry. He could silence the whole room, just with his breath. Then Lu Ying verified the statements of Di Yang and others one by one. Finally, her gaze returned to Ji Feng. Mr. Ji, based on the current clues, this is very likely a case of mistaken identity in retaliation. Your countermeasures against the South Vietnam gang have left them completely out of control. Wan Yisheng was likely instructed by his brother Wan Yisheng to plan an attack on you. And you just happened to send a car to pick up Mr. Michael. Wan Yisheng mistakenly thought the people in the car were you, leading to the tragedy. The police will continue to investigate and make every effort to capture Wan Yisheng and legally deport all involved South Vietnam members. In the meantime, please ensure your personal security. We strongly suspect that Wan Yisheng may have a second plan of action. If you need assistance, feel free to apply, or we will arrange for dedicated personnel to provide 24-hour protection. After speaking, Lu Ying took a business card from her pocket. This is my contact information. For any situation or even just a sudden thought, feel free to call at any time. I will personally follow up and assist to the best of my ability. Ji Feng took the business card and said thank you. Lu Ying smiled slightly, then pulled another card from her bag and without another word pressed it into his palm. She leaned in a half-step, her voice lowered to a near whisper. This is my personal card, and the number is also... Ji Feng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Is it really that straightforward these days? The young lady is rather decisive, isn't she? With the conversation reaching this point, if he didn't dial that number, it would make him seem coy and overdramatic, wasting the young lady's intentions. Take care of yourself. Lu Ying squinted and smiled, raising her hand and waving dismissed the team. The person had already turned around, leading the team away quickly. They came in a hurry and left even faster. Even the victims of the Mi Gao incident were left without a single word of consolation. It was obvious they were new faces. If it were seasoned veterans, they would have long since gathered around to offer warm greetings, hand out water and paper, and pat shoulders. De Yong and Jia Di Lun's faces were ashen. Mistaken killing. Who would believe that? De Yong was almost certain in his heart it was most likely Ji Feng's doing. The cars connecting the people were all arranged by him, but he couldn't produce any solid evidence. Ruan Yisheng was dead, and Ruan Yisher had been missing for many days, probably already lost to the void. There was no evidence to refute. Even if he was unwilling, he could only swallow his pride and accept it. As for revenge, right now there was no time for that. De Yong was acutely aware. Just as the old man had left, a great storm was about to arise. The news spread like wildfire. The entire Xinjiang was thrown into chaos. Regardless of whether Mi Gao had any British background, he was ultimately one of the top tycoons in Xinjiang. What was even more chilling was that the attack target was actually Ji Feng's vehicle. Some muttered Mi Gao was simply unlucky. Others shook their heads. How could it be so coincidental? Moreover, there were even whispers and secrets suggesting that this whole incident was likely scripted from beginning to end, with Ji Feng inscribed throughout. Opinions were divided and no consensus was reached. Finally, the police issued a statement and the TV station broadcasted it overnight, defining the situation. The scapegoat was still the Nan Yuezi. In the following days, everyone in Xinjiang was on edge. The Nan Yuezi became a living symbol of dangerous elements, and passers-by would avoid them, even hesitant to cast a glance, fearing bad luck. After all, it wasn't just anyone who died, but Mi Gao, a prominent figure in the foreigner community. Not to mention, even Ji Feng himself, the foremost figure of the Huazi, almost fell victim to that shot. The Hong Kong government could no longer sit idly by, and the police were in constant motion. A large number of smuggled Nan Yuezi were rounded up and directly sent back. Even those foreigners who initially wanted to stir up trouble in Xinjiang and lie low without working had to personally step in to maintain stability. The pressure was simply too great. The sun never sets issued a strict order. Any further unrest would result in handing over knives. The stakes had become a matter of face. The return date had long been agreed upon, so everyone wanted a dignified conclusion. If they were caught early, they would be stripped of both their internal and external face. Once it reached that point, even if the sun never sets was reluctant, they would have no choice. After all, what stood opposite them was not the Blue Eagle. If America was bold enough to confront directly, what were they afraid of? As batches of Nan Yuezi were cleared away, the situation in Xinjiang gradually calmed down. Ji Feng instead felt a sense of lightness. With Mi Gao's death, the market immediately shook. The stock price of Xinjiang Grand Hotel plummeted, and Xinjiang Electric Company followed suit. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to scoop up bargains. Not to mention, the Jia Daoli family had accumulated a solid foundation over generations. Especially Xinjiang Electric Company. Though it couldn't match the scale of Hong Kong Electric at the moment, with the new territories' development heating up, it held the lifeline of electricity supply in the new territories, naturally rising with the tide. Ji Feng knew well 10 years later the two companies would have swapped places. By then, Xinjiang Electric would monopolize nearly 70% of Hong Kong's electricity supply. It would be a pity not to seize the meat on the lips. Even if he couldn't eat a whole piece, squeezing into the board of directors, securing a major shareholder position, and holding on for the long term would still yield profits. During this time, Ji Feng also attended Mi Gao's funeral. The scene was quite desolate. It wasn't that the Jia Daoli family couldn't afford to pay. Although the company's finances were tight, the family had assets, and $1 million or $2 million in cash could still be raised. The scene appeared shabby simply because Mi Gao's sons were uninterested in handling the arrangements. They just wanted to cut through the chaos quickly. Once Mi Gao was gone, the entire family instantly snapped the last string. The inheritance dispute of the Jia Daoli family was officially kicked off. This family was far from the united front outsiders perceived. Its structure was also intricately tangled. The Jia Daoli family started from scratch in the first generation, expanded its territory in the second generation, and by Mi Gao's generation, it was already in the hands of the third generation leader. He had firmly established his position as the head of the family through genuine ability. He also suppressed the momentum of several collateral branches. However, those collateral branches always held tangible shares. After deducting the portions mortgaged out in earlier years, Mi Gao only retained 21% of the shares in Xinjiang Grand Hotel. The reason he could control the overall situation relied entirely on the tacit approval and endorsement of other branches. While he was alive, many undercurrents were kept hidden beneath the surface. Now that he was gone, all the hidden currents surged to the surface. Mi Gao had 3 children, the eldest son Di Yang, the second son Jia Luan, and the youngest Tianze. Tianze is of mixed race, his mother a local from Xiangjiang. Mi Gao's second wife, Di Yang, and Jia Luan are from the first wife. The brothers had always been in sync. Tianze, on the other hand, was sent to Europe to study and live since childhood. Upon hearing of Mi Gao's sudden death, Tianze hurriedly returned to Hong Kong. He harbored a burning anger at the intention of his 2 brothers to sideline him. What was more troublesome was that Mi Gao had left behind not a word. After the 3 divided the shares, they immediately turned on each other. Everyone wanted to become the new head of the family, especially Tianze, who was adept at scheming. On the surface, it seemed that he had grown up abroad and was quite disconnected from Shanjiang affairs. But behind him stood a very resourceful mother. She successfully won over Mi Gao's uncle, a second-generation elder of the Jia Daoli family, and purchased vital shares from him, gathering them all into her possession. Now he was eyeing Xiangjiang Grand Hotel and Xiangjiang Electric Company with great interest. Di Yang and Jia Luan naturally would not stand by. The 2 sold properties, stocks, and personal collections, scouring for money to buy shares. But they quickly found themselves in a tight spot. They had too little cash on hand, and their moves couldn't keep pace. Tianze, however, was different. After years of accumulation in Europe, he had just secured substantial credit from several banks, and the sun never sets. In terms of shareholding, Di Yang and Jia Luan combined still couldn't match his holdings. What was even more critical was that Ji Feng was watching coldly. The debt repayment day was looming. The 15% shares of Xiangjiang Grand Hotel that Mi Gao had mortgaged were about to be forcibly executed. Moreover, with the significant amount of circulating shares Ji Feng had quietly accumulated, he directly ascended to the position of the largest shareholder, holding 33%. This debt could neither be avoided nor delayed. Di Yang and Jia Luan were powerless to turn the tide, and Tianze couldn't raise enough cash to redeem it. The 3 parties were locked in a stalemate, unable to move. This battle for assets among the wealthy was still brewing. Ji Feng, on the other hand, had become the most idle of them all. The fiercer the Jia Daoli family fought, the more he welcomed it. In the end, everyone would have to come to him for negotiations. To swallow Xiangjiang Grand Hotel or Xiangjiang Electric in one go in the short term, that was unrealistic. But squeezing into the board of directors, securing a major shareholder position, and becoming a critical vote, that was more than feasible. As long as he entered the board of directors, he would be one of the rule makers. In the future, anyone who wanted to sit in the chairman's position would first have to pass his hurdle. So there was no rush. Take it slow, let the cuckoo occupy the magpie's nest. New Era Building. At the front entrance, a Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop. Di Yang and Jia Luan sat in the car, watching the office workers walk into the building one after another. Everyone's face looked as if weighed down by a stone. Brother, are we really going to do this? Jia Luan's voice was tense. That Ji Feng is most likely the one who caused Dad's death. Without evidence, he is not the murderer. Di Yang's tone was cold and hard. But Jia Luan's fists were clenched, his knuckles turning white. It's clearly a trap set by him. I can guarantee it. That bastard didn't send anyone to pick him up, choosing precisely the moment Dad got in the car to have it crash. It's obvious he borrowed someone else's knife to kill. To put it bluntly, that guy from Nan, you might have been sent by Ji Feng himself. And that truck driver was sent by Ji Feng. As long as we can pry open his mouth, the truth will. Enough. Di Yang raised his hand to cut off Jia Luan's words. The person has already run away. Even if we catch him, his identification won't carry weight. Without evidence, the court won't recognize it, and the board won't listen either. Compared to Jia Luan's impatience, Di Yang remained calm. He knew better than anyone relying solely on words wouldn't bring Ji Feng down. What they lacked were solid evidences. Given the current situation, they were struggling even to protect themselves. How could they dare to confront Ji Feng head-on? Offending him completely would be like handing a knife to Tianze. The debt will be due in 3 days. By then, Ji Feng's shareholding will exceed 30%, and with a simple notice, he can enter the board of directors of the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel at any moment. He will be the major shareholder. Without his nod, we won't even be able to enter the meeting room. If we push him over to Tianze's side, do you really want to see that bastard sitting in the chairman's position? I'd rather let outsiders hold power than let that bastard born of the cheap woman in our family rise. In their eyes, Tianze was more dangerous than any external enemy. Their mother had been driven to collapse by that usurper, and in the end, she didn't even have a dignified coffin to lie in. He'll listen to you. Jia Luan gritted his teeth and nodded. Let's go. Di Yang threw out those 2 words, pushed open the car door, and casually tossed the keys to the valet. With Jia Luan, he walked straight into the New Era building. Soon the news reached Ji Feng's ears. He was not surprised by the 2 visiting. Di Yang, Jia Luan, or Tianze, someone had to bow their head first. Just didn't expect it to be these 2 brothers who acted first. Huang Feng led them into the office. Upon seeing Ji Feng, De Yong immediately wore a smile, and Jia also forced out a stiff expression as if it had been squeezed out of him by someone grabbing his throat. Mr. Ji, please have a seat. Ji Feng stood to greet them and signaled Huang Feng to bring 3 cups of hot tea. Mr. Ji, we are here today sincerely asking for your support. De Yong didn't beat around the bush. The Western style was ingrained in him. Even if he grew up in Xianjiang, he couldn't shake off that straightforwardness. The roundabout, ambiguous, and hesitant style of the Yin country people. He couldn't learn it and didn't care to learn. Oh, Ji Feng raised his eyebrow, slightly feigning that he had just heard of it. You should know that we have a half-brother. On the day of our father's funeral, he didn't even step into the airport. As soon as the morning hall was cleared, he flew back to Xianjiang to start buying stocks. All the bank loans were thrown into the stocks, and the chips we hold are shrinking day by day. Your shares, along with the debts that are about to be settled, will soon make you the largest shareholder of the Xianjiang Grand Hotel. We want to ask you to take a stand. We will protect your interests. We will safeguard your position. But if Tianze sits in that position, the first thing he would do holding cash is issue more shares, dilute, and eliminate non-core shareholders. Your position might not even hold steady in that case. Ji Feng smiled slightly, but did not respond. Who would believe empty words? Until real money was seen, they expected him to show his cards. Dream on. Seeing that he was silent, Di Yang's heart sank. He wasn't angry, only silently ran through Ji Feng's family tree in his mind. Masters never make a move too early. Unless the outcome is clear, they would never lift the lid. Ji Feng was exactly that kind of person. He wouldn't be swayed by a few pretty words. Mr. Ji, we are short on cash. We are willing to transfer our shares in the Xianjiang Electric Company to you. The shares our father divided between us to amount to 38%. By market value, that is 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars of firm price. De Yong finally laid his cards on the table. His purpose for this trip was merely to cash out to repay debts, selling shares for real money. As for whether Ji Feng is willing to support, as long as he doesn't side with Tianze, everything else can be negotiated. Once this conflict is settled, everything will naturally become clear. 3.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. That's outrageous. Ji Feng waved his hand and shook his head. At most 1.5 billion firm price. Clearly he was short on cash and had come to find someone to make up the difference. At this critical moment, if he didn't press, when else could he? 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. That was directly cutting off more than half. Even the harshest knife wouldn't cut this deep. De Yong and Jia Dilun's faces darkened, their brows knitted tight. Mr. Ji, 1.5 billion is truly too low. Given the current stock price of Xianjiang Electric along with its strategic position in the entire Hong Kong infrastructure map, it's worth far more than 3.2 billion. 3.2 billion is our final bottom line. De Yang's speech quickened, his voice tense. If it weren't for dire necessity, he would never let go of the shares of this company. What kind of business is the most reliable in the world? Just 2 things, energy and livelihood. And electricity is the intersection of the two. Looking at Zhangjiang's city development speed, the pace of population influx, and the power load curve of the new districts. This company is not just making money, it's printing cash. But now he was cornered. The control of the Xianjiang Grand Hotel had reached a life and death line, with debt, default looming, and banks had already closed the doors to loans. In comparison, the Grand Hotel was the critical point. The electric shares could only be sacrificed for bullets. That wasn't selling assets, it was cutting one's own heart and bleeding. Ji Feng's knife was aimed precisely at the most painful spot. Xianjiang Electric won't lack for buyers. Your offer doesn't even show sincerity. We don't necessarily need you. Jia Dilun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze piercing like nails, directed at Ji Feng. Seeing his brother's anger rising, De Yong immediately held his arm down. Mr. Ji, 1.5 billion is indeed difficult to land. Let's each give a little. How about 3 billion? Ji Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. 1.8 billion, no more. That's impossible. Jia Dilun slammed the table, his roar causing the glass to buzz. De Yang's mouth tightened, his jawline tensed. Ji Feng, however, lazily shrugged. If we can't reach an agreement, then let's call it a day. He paused, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. However, why don't you two ask around who can prepare this cash within 48 hours? Xianjiang Electric is indeed a treasure, but the treasure needs someone to hold it. 1.8 billion is enough to choke the throat of most people, let alone 3 billion. Across all of Xianjiang, even Nanyang, those who could mobilize cash at any moment could be counted on one hand. More critically, who in the circle didn't know they were in urgent need. The more urgent they were, the more they were grasped by the throat. They had neither the time to cast a wide net nor enough connections to quickly negotiate buyers. Every minute is a countdown. If the payment is delayed by an hour, Tianze might seize the critical shares from the family shareholders first. This is the confidence that Ji Feng has to confidently sit at the fishing platform. Everyone in the port knows that when it comes to liquid assets, Ji Feng is the king. Jia Dilun suddenly stood up, but was yanked back into his seat by De Yong. I must get the money today. De Yong stared at Ji Feng, his Adam's apple bobbing. 18 billion, far below his psychological threshold. But at this moment, bowing his head was not surrendering, it was a matter of time. As long as the money arrives, he would have leverage to contend with Tianzi. Deal. Ji Feng chuckled, casually picking up the phone to call the legal department. 2 hours later, De Yong and Jia Dylan's private lawyer arrived. After reviewing the contract line by line without error, he signed and stamped it. Ji Feng purchased 38% of the shares of Xiangjiang Electric for 18 billion Hong Kong dollars. Cash was handed over and counted on the spot. As soon as the money was recorded, the two brothers did not linger for half a second and turned to leave the New Era building. Just as the elevator door closed, Jia Dylan could no longer contain his anger. Brother, 18 billion. Why did you not? He had at least tried to leave the table 3 times during the trip, but each time De Yong held him back. The feeling, needless to say, was terrible. The shares worth 32 billion Hong Kong dollars, which would only become more expensive in the future, were forcibly sold for 18 billion. This was not merely a discount, but practically a giveaway. With this transaction and the shares Ji Feng had quietly acquired earlier, his holdings in Xiangjiang Electric had now risen to 41%. Securing the entire company was now a done deal. Paving the way for others and lifting someone else's sedan, he felt uneasy inside. Do you really think that by buying our shares he can swallow Xiangjiang Electric? De Yong scoffed. Then you underestimate our cousin too much. After our second uncle left, she didn't let our cousin touch a single dime and took over the inheritance completely. She's not an ordinary character. She has long been secretly buying up shares bit by bit. Even if we sit still, sooner or later she will swallow us whole. Instead of just waiting, we should exchange cash to seize Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Let those two formidable characters fight it out themselves. Moreover, Ji Feng is right. At present only he can immediately produce cash. We can't afford to wait or delay. Chairman Li Jiaqing is secretly buying British stocks. Several major British companies are in his sights. As soon as Jia Dilly's brothers left Lin, he hurried over. He noticed unusual activity in the stock market and traced it back to Li Jiaqing. He immediately came to inform Ji Feng. Most importantly, he is aggressively attacking the stocks of Xiangjiang Telecom. Should we take action early? Xiangjiang Telecom has long been included in Ji Feng's territory. The acquisition plan was already prepared. Now that Li Jiaqing had barged in Lin, he felt it was time to net the catch. Li Jiaqing really can't sit still. Ji Feng smiled slightly and said to Lin, he has always been profit-driven. This time he probably wants to repeat the tactics of Kowloon warehouse back, then to trick the shipping king and make a huge profit. But he forgets that times have changed. Doing this is equivalent to stepping on the bottom line of all Chinese. Right now he is buying up shares, effectively choking the throats of the Hua family, the Bao family son-in-law, and the Zheng family, blocking them from bottom-fishing British capital. Will those people endure it? Will they let him profit from it? Only seeing money but not the direction. Foolish to the core. If he had respected him a bit as a Superman before now, Ji Feng only felt that title was empty. Pursuing profit is a merchant's duty. Anyone who has truly stabilized their footing can clearly see the accounts and accurately calculate the overall situation. In his previous life, Li Jiaqing could achieve success purely due to luck. Acting recklessly like this now, only caring for immediate gains without regard for future repercussions. Old Li is pushing himself towards a dead end. Let's hold our ground and watch the changes. This time Li Jiaqing's good days are numbered. After Ji Feng finished speaking, he waved to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi left, Ji Feng immediately dialed the phones of Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, Wu Zhongming, and Zheng Yutong. He explained the situation, clearly reminded them to be cautious, and simultaneously scheduled a meeting time. After the equity transfer of Xiangjiang Electric was completed, Wang Mengqi immediately began to sort out the shareholder structure. After all, Ji Feng's shareholding had reached 41%. The takeover must be initiated immediately. Excluding the circulating shares, we hold 41%. The remaining 51% is divided among other shareholders. Among them, the Jiadali family's Ji Feng holds the most, reaching 29%. The remaining 22% is held by 3 financial institutions. But these 3 are very unusual, all registered in the Cayman Islands, established within 3 days. I've checked their backgrounds, and to this day there's no clue, only some scattered leads. Their business is extremely narrow, and the only asset under their names is the shares of Xiangjiang Electric. No other business traces whatsoever. Wang Mengqi's brows knitted tighter. Anyone with keen eyesight could see that these 3 are merely shells, different surface legal persons, but actually come from the same source. They will become Ji Feng's biggest stumbling block in swallowing Xiangjiang Electric. Ji Feng. Ji Feng looked up, a hint of hesitation in his tone. He hadn't heard much of this name. She is from the Jiadali family. Her father is Michael's younger brother Stanson. After Stanson passed away 3 years ago, Ji Feng directly removed her biological brother from the inheritance sequence, taking all the family assets for herself. Not only is she a shareholder of Xiangjiang Electric, but she is also a shareholder of Xiangjiang Grand Hotel, holding a full 6% of the shares. More importantly, her father Stanson had a falling out with Michael early on, being kicked out of the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel board by Michael himself. And that fatal car accident 3 years ago was likely related to Michael. At that time, Stanson was uniting with other family shareholders to regain control of the hotel. The plan failed, and shortly after he was gone, Wang Mingqi spoke quickly, laying out all the details. Ji Feng leaned back, tapping his fingertips slowly on the edge of the mahogany table. The waters of the wealthy are indeed dark and cold. Has she appeared at any recent board meetings of Shangjiang Grand Hotel? He asked. Wang Mingqi shook her head. In this family feud, Ai Feier had never shown up. Dingling. His phone suddenly rang. He answered, and a warm female voice came from the receiver. Hello, Mr. Ji Feng. Who are you? He quickly ran through the list of acquaintances in his mind, but had no impression. I am Ai Feier Jiadali. Ji Feng was not surprised. People who can make a name for themselves in Shangjiang don't have their phone numbers as a secret anymore. I heard that you just acquired shares of Shangjiang Electric from my two cousins. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Miss Ai Feier, you are quite well informed. No choice with this little asset in hand. If I don't keep a close watch, it might disappear one day. She laughed candidly, showing no concern for the probing in his words. I apologize for the abrupt call. I hope you understand. I would like to invite you to a meal, by the way, to discuss the shares of the electric company. I am willing to transfer this portion entirely. A pie falling from the sky. It always requires something in exchange. Ji Feng's gaze darkened slightly. Since Miss Ai Feier has made the request, I naturally should give this face. Dusk had softened the world. Ji Feng slid into the new black sedan and drove toward a private estate in Tunmen. The manor stood by the sea, its grounds reclaimed from the water. This neighborhood was already among Shangjiang's most costly residential districts. Land prices had long been absurdly high. After alighting, he cast his gaze about. The sea breeze stroked the air. The view was undeniably pleasing. The courtyard's composition and the building's lines betrayed a restrained fastidiousness. Mr. Ji. He followed the voice and saw the hostess at a glance. Ai Feier. Tall, long-legged with porcelain skin. A black dress hugged her waist and long legs, neat yet audacious. Golden brown curls lifted in the wind, her mixed features were sharply sculpted, flawless in both bone and skin. Were she to step onto a beauty stage, not only local pageant queens, but even Li Jiesin of old might pale beside her. Men, after all, are easily drawn to beauty. But Ji Feng knew well that beneath this bright veneer lay a hook. Those brown eyes seemed soft at first glance, yet a mist lay over their depths, so still it made one wary of relaxing. A rose may be resplendent, yet its thorns still wound. Ai Feier was by no means as harmless as she appeared. Mr. Ji, you stare so intently. Of course it flatters me. But would it not be proper to offer a greeting first? Her lips curved slightly. The smile did not reach her eyes. In her gestures, whether deliberate or not, she unfurled her presence fully. Hello. Ji Feng met her gaze without evasion and extended his hand with a smile. At the brief touch of palms, she smiled faintly, then turned and led him to walk slowly into the garden. This used to be. See you later. They filled it in, and it became land. My father bought the plot and built this manor. Her tone softened involuntarily as the words left her, her eyes warming with a quiet light. In that expression there rose a layer of old affection. She had been thinking of her father. After he passed, this place became mine. Whenever I return to Shangjiang, I always come and stay here. He could never have imagined how much this house is worth now. Ji Feng surveyed the surroundings, gentle slopes, tranquil woods, and open view to the sea, while tucked away from the marketplace's clamor. A thought nudged at him. Should he find a plot and build something along these lines? After all, he was now in name at least Shangjiang's richest man. If the Ji family were to put down real roots, an ordinary mansion would feel inadequate. Moreover, he had many people around him. Though concubinage was no longer acceptable within top circles, it was not uncommon for several ladies to share a compound. Ji Feng lived a rakish life, but he never abandoned his obligations. Between consenting adults, there was mutual respect and proper boundaries. No one could be provoked without consequence. Naturally, one needed a dwelling grand enough, secure enough, and private enough to settle in. Taiping Mountain and Banshan had never interested him. In earlier years, foreigners carved the enclaves as exclusive preserves forbidding Chinese entry. Later, Chinese merchants pushed in, and possession of such addresses became a mere status marker. Shangjiang folks still clung to the notion that unless one lived on Taiping Mountain, one was not a true tycoon. His father had bought a house there precisely for that veneer of respectability. In the end, Ji Feng had turned it over to someone else. To him, that infatuation was nothing more than a deep-seated worship of the foreign. He had no appetite for it. Qinshui Bay, they had long since been parceled out. Even scraps of land were scarce. This matter deserved attention. He would ask Wang Mingqi to check the company's land holdings and pick a few suitable plots. Mi Gao's death, was that arranged by you? Ai Feier suddenly halted, turned sharply, and fixed Ji Feng with a direct stare. Ji Feng blinked, then offered a smile. One should not speak without evidence. He pushed the remark away cleanly with his words, yet both knew. Fox knows fox. Each can tell how long the other's tail is. My father was killed by Mi Gao. She looked at him, her voice low, while cold fire burned in her eyes. That fire was not aimed at him, it was aimed at someone else. On his deathbed, my grandfather had intended for my father to inherit the Ji family's affairs. Mi Gao colluded with lawyers and secretly altered the will. Ji Feng's brow tightened. What a spectacle! A Western-style tale of succession. The patriarch dies, the testament is switched, the rightful heir is disinherited, and the ascendant forces relatives into desperate corners. Foreigners playing power games left no room for mercy. No wonder palace intrigue dramas remained endlessly popular across Hong Kong and Taiwan. He pressed step by step to force my father off the board. My father resisted and stubbornly held his ground. On the day the board restructuring was initiated at the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel, my father had a car accident. I investigated. Someone tampered with the brake line. Her words sped up, the tone darkening. Her hatred condensed almost into a tangible thing. Parricide was not the only wound. Worse still, my half-brother is not my father's biological son. He is Mi Gao's son. Ji Feng's eyelid twitched. From her expression, he could tell it was no falsehood. He had heard of loose morals among Western aristocrats, but he had not expected it to extend to such depths. To cuckold a true son and stuff an illegitimate child into the genealogy, all for the sake of appearances. Yet on reflection, it made sense if royalty behaved, so why would great houses be bound by ordinary rules? My father died unaware of any of it. Mi Gao planned to elevate that son and sweep me aside. Fortunately, I had the DNA notarization report in hand. That man backed down on the spot. Mi Gao, afraid of losing face, suppressed the matter ruthlessly. But that man was never human. He never intended to leave me be. He even tried to do terrible things to me. The sentence trailed off as Ai Feier's tears began to fall. It was hardly surprising. A solitary girl with no allies, watched by a wolf in human skin. How was one expected to endure? What chilled Ji Feng most was Mi Gao himself. He spoke of morality and righteousness in public, yet in private committed such filthy deeds. To harm one's niece, barbarity was barbarity. No matter how immaculate the suit or precise the tie, beneath it lay an uncivilized nature. Ji Feng felt genuine sympathy for Ai Feier, yet sympathy could not cloud his mind. After so many words, she had not yet spoken what truly mattered. To have survived under Mi Gao's nose intact, never allowing him to succeed, even a sliver. This girl was no pliant soft thing to be trampled. She was plainly a beautiful serpent coiled in shadow, flicking its tongue. Mr. Ji, if you rid me of Mi Gao, I will be truly grateful. I told you. Without evidence, one should not spread accusations. At that remark, Ai Feier visibly stiffened. A fleeting, elusive awkwardness passed over her face. Ji Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, betraying no hint of surprise. Everything she had said was true. Yet to reveal the family's shame to a man met for the first time, neither a close relative nor an old acquaintance. Either she was absurdly foolish or she was scheming with great depth. Ai Feier was clearly not stupid. Miss Ai, we ought to speak frankly about what you truly want. Ji Feng's tone was steady and unruffled. She unexpectedly gave a light scoff, the note at its end lifting. I am at least a great beauty, after all this sorrow. Do you have no instinct to shelter flowers at all? You could at least flatter me a little, couldn't you? How can you be so calm? If I hadn't heard you keep many beauties around you, I might have thought you were a wooden man. A volley of questions struck like rain. Ji Feng rolled his eyes. You are not my woman. Who says you cannot be? She suddenly drew close, a breath of perfume against his cheek, her voice soft and syrupy. If you nod, I will accompany you at once. Accompany? The suggestion was overt to the point of bluntness. A creature like you is beyond my endurance. Ji Feng tightened his mind, forcibly suppressing the turmoil at the base of his throat. With such stunning beauty actively throwing herself at him, which man could remain unmoved? To truly remain unperturbed, one would need at least 10 years of meditation. But in the next moment, Ai Feier collected her smile, her gaze suddenly calm, like a deep pool revealed after the ice breaks. The enchanting woman who just moments ago had flirted with him whispered sweet nothings, seemed as if she had never existed. Ji Feng was speechless. Beautiful lady, why don't you continue your performance? I was just pondering how to respond. You are indeed different. She looked directly at Ji Feng, her eyes bright and serious. For anyone else, she wouldn't even need to raise a finger. With just a glance, there would be many eager to rush forward and kiss her shoes. She had encountered too many overseas princes, dukes, nouveau riche tycoons, even the gray-haired, old money moguls. All of them bowing low to her, wishing they could offer their hearts in front of her. My mother is from Xiangjiang, so am used to eating and chatting at the same time. Dinner is ready, please follow me. After she spoke, she raised her hand to lead the way, walking gracefully ahead. Watching her currently frosty silhouette, Ji Feng silently followed, pondering, this woman. Could she truly have a dual personality? One side is an unmelting iceberg, the other is a calamity that could topple nations. One is an untouchable goddess, the other a soul-snatching enchantress. Inside the restaurant, the candlelight was soft silverware gleaming, and the dishes were already neatly arranged. The two took their seats and began eating. Mr. Ji intends to wholly acquire Xiangjiang Electric Company, completely taking control, right? Ai Feier spoke. Ji Feng nodded straightforwardly, stating, the remaining 51% of the shares should all be under your name. The registration dates of the three financial institutions differed by only a few days, and no matter how convoluted the shareholder structure, it ultimately pointed to her as the greatest beneficiary. She came proactively to him. He had already drawn a question mark in his mind. Now hearing her confirm it in person, the answer was no longer in doubt. If those three financial institutions were completely unrelated to AI Fair, she would never have thrown out the statement. Do you want to swallow Xianjiang Electric Company whole? As for using the three companies to hold shares separately, it's a show on the surface while the real trick is hidden. Playing this game under Mi Gao's nose, it was as solid as a rock. Even if he personally checked, he wouldn't be able to uncover the true puppet master. The king of financial arts truly lives up to his name. AI Fair smiled slightly. I can transfer all the shares to you, even give them away for free. I never worried about money since I was young. Having grown accustomed to delicacies, I've come to understand a principle: of pie falling from the sky is mostly a trap. What is truly valuable must be exchanged with real money. Ji Feng spread his hands, smiling openly. All right, name your price. Seeing his straightforward agreement, AI Fair didn't beat around the bush. I want the shares of Xianjiang Grand Hotel in your hands. This was her ultimate goal. Xianjiang Grand Hotel. Xianjiang Grand Hotel and Xianjiang Electric Company are not even on the same level. The 33% of Xianjiang Grand Hotel shares hold far more value than the 51% of Xianjiang Electric Company. No matter how you calculate it, this deal is unequal. Ji Feng gently shook his head, his tone calm. How much is Xianjiang Grand Hotel worth? What about Xianjiang Electric Company? The difference is not just tens of billions of Hong Kong dollars. Indeed, Xianjiang Electric has room for growth and future returns can be expected. However, Xianjiang Grand Hotel is sturdier, steadier, and more substantial. Just among its hotels, 3 are 7-star rated and 5-star and 4-star hotels are blooming everywhere. With global locations, it enjoys the fruits of its labor. Just the annual rent and dividends are enough to support. The Jia family has stood tall in the Xianjiang wealthy circle for decades, not due to luck, but because of these solid income-generating assets. What does Ji Feng seek by buying a company? Profit. The real gold and silver that Xianjiang Grand Hotel generates every year is not something Xianjiang Electric can currently compare to. To hand over the controlling rights of the hotel for a piece of electric stock. He wasn't that foolish. He wasn't like Li Kai, a short-sighted fellow who, seeing a bit of sweet benefit in front of him, hurried to sell off his Penguin shares at a low price. He could see the cash flow 10 years down the line and had the patience to wait. Furthermore, as for Xianjiang Grand Hotel, he would eventually get his hands on it. Just a matter of timing, not opportunities. I can make up the price difference. AI Fair tried once more. However, Ji Feng merely smiled without a hint of hesitation in his expression. Miss AI Fair, neither of us are naive youngsters. No need to say that. He shrugged casually. AI Fair was taken aback for a moment, then a trace of helpless wryness appeared on her face. Then I'll transfer the shares of Xianjiang Electric Company to you. You can set the price. But I need your help to secure the position of chairman of Xianjiang Grand Hotel. She had retreated to her bottom line. Ji Feng's shareholding had exceeded 30%, and as long as he didn't agree, no one could touch his seat. She could only pull him to her side. If we join forces, our combined shares can exceed 60%. Di Yang and Jia Dilun won't be able to turn the tables. Over 60%. Ji Feng raised his gaze towards her. AI Fair met his gaze, her eyes flickering, smiling meaningfully. Tianze is my person. He is not Mi Gao's biological son. To be precise, he was born to her mother with another man. I have this leverage in hand, and if I give him a large sum of money, he will naturally work for me. The shares under his name are all held by financial institutions, and that institution is wholly owned by me. So now I effectively hold 35%. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng's mouth twitched silently. Your family is truly quite lively. What the heck? Ji Feng's mind raced. The Jia family is actually this chaotic. Mi Gao cheated on his brother back in the day, only to be completely cuckolded himself. You reap what you sow. This retribution comes swiftly. His worldview was slightly shaken. Is this what they call a wealthy family? Do they even deserve to be called foreign nobles? They might as well rename themselves to the chaotic family of messy threads. AI Fair smiled gently, her smile carrying a hint of fatigue and weariness. Clearly she was tired of these matters herself. Cooperation, how about considering it? Why should I have to partner with you? Ji Feng suddenly looked up. Compared to collaborating with you, I find it more secure to support Di Yang and Jia Dilun in ascending. Every word was true. He was genuinely wary of AI Fair, helping her kick out Di Yang and Jia Dilun. This woman has a hard wrist and a ruthless heart. If she were to swallow those 2 shares, she would likely turn around to deal with him without even furrowing her brow. If she had the ability to take down others, she naturally had the confidence to sweep herself out as well. It was better to let Di Yang and Jia Dilun secure their positions where the 3 parties could mutually restrain each other, making the situation truly controllable. Sitting in the middle, balancing both sides, quietly increasing her shareholding, gradually diluting their shares. In the end, claiming the entire board for herself. This road was the most efficient and solid. So you're afraid that after I deal with them, it'll come for you next. AI Fair showed no surprise, her tone even carrying a hint of understanding. She had actually thought of this layer long ago. You are much more troublesome than Di Yang and Jia Dilun. Ji Feng nodded, quite frank. And what about you? AI Fair's eyes glimmered with a touch of playful annoyance. If we team up, aren't we also walking on the edge of a knife? You're afraid I might swallow them, but am I not afraid that you might secretly win them over and unite to overthrow me? In his eyes, AI Fair was a blade unsheathed. In her eyes, Ji Feng was similarly a tightly coiled leopard. Then it depends on whether Miss AI Fair is willing to stake enough weighty chips. Ji Feng's lips curled slightly. Greed, a quest for totality, and refusing to yield an inch. This was his usual approach. If he could gain one more point, he would certainly fight for every last one. He had long since calculated to sign a betting agreement. He would invest 3 billion Hong Kong dollars to finance the financing institution behind her shares in the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel, helping her ascend to the position of chairperson of the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. If she achieved the agreed-upon goals within 5 years, the bet would be voided. If she failed, 18% of the shares would be transferred on the spot. This was the definition of foolproof. Yet AI Fair did not follow the rhythm he had envisioned. She didn't inquire about terms or haggle. She simply approached him, her fingertip directly pointing at his chest. You say? Am I considered a weighty enough chip? As long as I become yours, we are on the same boat. All your concerns would vanish, wouldn't they? The corners of her eyes slightly raised, her voice slipped into his ear, her movements utterly unreserved. Ji Feng's mind buzzed. Which hot-blooded man could withstand such a situation? At first, I truly intended to use you. After I took over the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel, I would conveniently swallow Di Yong and Jia Di Lun's shares, and then have you step aside. This was indeed her initial thought. Her experience of being coveted by her uncle since childhood had turned her into a hedgehog, always on edge, bristling with spikes to protect herself. Yet a hedgehog, no matter how tough, has a soft core. She was ultimately just a girl younger than Ji Feng, feeling empty inside, always longing for someone to hold an umbrella for her to shield her from the wind. The moment Ji Feng appeared, she suddenly deflated. No matter how she calculated or probed, it felt as if he saw right through her. Beneath the sense of defeat, a trace of relief and admiration quietly surfaced. Desire for strength was instinctive, and he just so happened to be young, composed, and strikingly handsome. Her subconscious had already cast a vote for him. I've changed my mind now, it seems. Being your woman makes it easier to grasp the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Before her words could settle, she suddenly leaned forward, her forehead resting against his ear, breath quivering. Are you willing to take in this little woman of mine? She had crossed the line, completely crossed it, especially that whisper like a feather brushing through his ear. Ji Feng grasped her wrist tightly. AI Fair, you are playing with fire. Am I? AI Fair remained composed, her brows slightly raised, her voice soft yet barbed. Mr. Ji, do you dare to truly claim me as your woman? I am not to be trifled with. Following me, you might just stumble one day. Provocation. Ji Feng wasted no words, swiftly lifting her into his arms. What a tempting creature. He chuckled softly, a fire igniting in his eyes. The more dangerous it is, the more I crave it. Today I shall teach you a lesson, you wild vixen. Let me show you what it means to be a real man. As soon as he finished speaking, AI Fair's eyes trembled, panic unexpectedly creeping up her cheeks. No matter how she tried to act experienced and cool, deep down, she was still an untouched young girl. She did have the intention of making Ji Feng her partner, but she never expected this day would come so suddenly and so fiercely. Hey, I was just teasing you. Put me down. Now you know fear. Ji Feng's lips curled, his smile chilling. It's too late. Don't. She blurted out, her voice tight. Futile. Her body was firmly held, unable to move an inch. This time the vixen had ignited the fire herself, and she had to swallow this burning ash. The wind rose and clouds surged, not a moment's rest. The next morning, sunlight slanted into the room. AI Fair opened her eyes in Ji Feng's embrace. Her eyes were slightly bruised, the whites a bit red. She had overexerted herself last night, her muscles still aching. Glancing sideways at his sleeping face, the events of last night rushed into her mind, causing her ears to flush. Upon reflection, it was she who had first extended the ladder and then personally pushed him over the wall. Thinking of this, she gently sighed, yet a hint of self-deprecation curved her lips. The weariness on her body had yet to dissipate, but her gaze had changed, subtly, quietly watching him. This man was no ordinary male. He was clearly a tireless beast, totally unaware of cherishing delicate things. Who said that fields could not be exhausted? Right now the soil was almost turned upside down. Awake. Ji Feng suddenly opened his eyes, meeting her dazed gaze with her warmth still in his arms, a low laugh escaping his throat. The demon was successfully subdued, and the merit was complete. Umph. She turned her face away, her ears flushed. You are utterly wicked. Ha ha. He laughed heartily, his chest vibrating, causing her heartbeat to falter. Don't like it. I. She bit her lower lip, her face burning. Later he coaxed her with sweet words and warm hands, pulling her back from the haze to her youthful self. He was quite competent in this role. After a moment of clinginess, the two of them got up and went to the dining room. Bring out the shares of Xiangjiang Electric Power. I will separate Hongqi from the New Era Group, merge it with Xiangjiang Electric Power, and establish the Xiangjiang Energy Group. All your shares will be merged into the new group, and you will receive 20%. Ji Feng was never stingy with his family. As for whether AI Fair was truly sincere with him, he was well aware. Even if initially it was 3 parts real and 7 parts probing, in the days to come that 10% would surely be full. He had that capability. AI Fair lowered her head to drink kanji, and upon hearing this her spoon paused. A warmth surged in her heart like thawing frozen soil with a thin crack allowing a ray of spring sunshine to seep in. The more one lacks something, the more one cares about it. Even a tiny bit of trust is enough to hold on tightly. I've paved the way for you regarding the chairperson position at the Shangjiang Grand Hotel. Thank you. She raised her eyes, her voice light, yet determined. Thank for what? He wrapped his arms around her again, pulling her into his embrace. Call me husband, so I can hear it. She instantly froze, her cheeks burning, especially when meeting his teasing expression, almost wishing to burrow into the ground. Old husband. Now you're being good. He laughed heartily, his eyebrows dancing. For the next 2 days, Ji Feng was completely immersed in her tenderness. I must say AI Fair is truly a rare gem among women. The two of them were inseparable, truly a pair of lovebirds in the throes of romance. However, most of the time, it was she who clung to him. In those 2 days, she teased him repeatedly, each time crumbling under the pressure, gasping for breath, before pouncing on him again, only to fail even more thoroughly. Ji Feng, on the other hand, remained as steady as a rock, winning every encounter. In the end, she stared at the ceiling, her mind only filled with one thought: is every man like this? His stamina was like an ever-burning charcoal fire, his spirit more vibrant than the morning sun. Finally, she admitted it. It wasn't just lip service, it was a deep recognition in her bones. Doubt it. The fields had been thoroughly plowed, what more could she argue? The two of them were affectionate for 2 days, yet their work never paused for a moment. The Hong Kong Gas officially separates from the New Era Group and merges with Xinjiang Electric Power to form the Xinjiang Energy Group. Both Hong Kong Gas and Xinjiang Electric Power essentially operate in the energy sector. Initially, the merger of Hong Kong Gas into New Era was aimed at simplifying management and ensuring unified standards. Now, with its independence and the establishment of Xinjiang Energy, the goal is not only to streamline operations, but also to pave the way for the next decade or two. Professional matters must be entrusted to professionals. Currently, there are natural gas, electricity, and oil, and in the future they aim to acquire coal mines, and even more. In Ji Feng's mind, he envisions a super conglomerate that spans multiple energy sectors. Remaining under the New Era would only hinder progress. After all, New Era has its main business, real estate. Commercial real estate, residential development, land investment. All are real estate ventures. Energy in their eyes is merely a sideline lacking sufficient attention. It was imperative to separate it out. To ensure a smooth reorganization, Ji Feng hired a crucial figure, Andre. He is from the Bear Country. He previously worked in the National Energy Department of Bear Country and is well acquainted with the global energy landscape, possessing exceptional practical abilities. He came to Xinjiang to escape. He had offended a military leader and narrowly avoided being dealt with on the spot. In recent years, who isn't aware of the situation in Bear Country? It is deteriorating day by day, on the brink of a monumental upheaval. As a traverser, Ji Feng is well aware of this. Those military leaders are the emerging forces amid the chaos. As the internal decay of Bear Country continues, military leaders across the regions grow stronger, resembling warlords controlling their territories. They not only hold real power, but also tightly grasp the military. People often talk about the oligarchs after the division of Bear Country, but when it comes to real influence, those oligarchs cannot even match the shadows of the military leaders. Their status is closer to the military-industrial complex of America, deeply rooted in the system influencing national policies. The reason why Putin was able to eliminate a number of oligarchs was that he had the support of the military leaders. However, the military leaders themselves have always been untouchable. Offending them leads to only one outcome: retreat. Andre could only flee. After settling in Xinjiang, Ji Feng learned of his background by chance and immediately offered a high price to recruit him. He valued not only Andrei's abilities, but also had plans in mind. The division of Bear Country, a once-in-a-century upheaval, is like an exposed gold mine. Especially the energy assets, each piece is lucrative. Ji Feng had no reason to stand by idly. He immediately initiated plans, gathering Lin E. Andre Huang's son by Ning and Zhang Tianxing. Lin E. This list was personally filtered by me. Immediately notify New Century Holdings to execute the purchases according to the list. The list includes major stock indices from Europe and America, as well as dozens of leading listed companies. It contains both long positions and short targets. Lin E secured the list, and Ji Feng immediately asked, how much money is currently in New Century Fund's account? 460 billion Hong Kong dollars. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Andre was taken aback, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at Ji Feng. This boss, who exactly is he? 460 billion Hong Kong dollars. Converted at the current exchange rate, that's a staggering 100 billion US dollars in cash. Keep 60 billion Hong Kong dollars for operations and transfer the rest. 200 billion Hong Kong dollars, all shorting gold futures. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, all shorting rare earth futures. The pressure Bear Country exerted on the West far exceeded ordinary imagination. The shadow of the mushroom cloud hung over everyone's heads for decades. Therefore, during that era, every household in America and Western Europe built basements and survival shelters not out of superstition, but out of necessity. Once Bear Country collapses, that sword of Damocles will completely vanish. The Western stock markets will respond with a surge, and the stock prices of leading companies will soar. Meanwhile, military-related companies will see their stock prices plummet. With the clouds of war dispersing, the demand for weapons will naturally shrink, at least in the short term. With weapons not in high demand, the prices of rare earths, which are essential materials for weaponry, will naturally face downward pressure. Gold prices will follow the same trend. Whenever there is turmoil, gold immediately becomes a hot commodity, and its price naturally rises. But in times of peace, it will no longer be the life-saving money that must be bought at all costs. As Bear Country disintegrates, the East-West confrontation dissipates, and the mushroom cloud has not produced new shoots. Gold prices will respond by falling, remaining silent until the subprime mortgage crisis that swept the globe 17 years later, when it finally resurfaces. Then transfer another $100 billion out, all converted to US dollars and deposited into New Century holdings. Make them act immediately, use the dollars to mortgage in Bear Country and borrow rubles. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Feng turned to Zhang Tianxing. Standard Chartered Bank should operate similarly, withdraw as much capital as possible, convert it into dollars or pounds, and then go to Bear Country to mortgage and loan rubles. The more the better. After that, convert all the money on hand into dollars, pounds, and Hong Kong dollars. At that time, the ruble was still tightly controlled, and its exchange rate appeared stable. Although it showed slight inflation, the exchange rate still maintained around $100 for 180 rubles, roughly a 1-to-2 ratio. However, once the collapse occurs, the ruble will plunge immediately, with the exchange rate dropping sharply. It initially fell to 100 for 300,000, and at its worst it surged to 100 for 600,000. Paper currency was nearly worthless compared to toilet paper. This was the golden window for shorting the ruble. First, use dollars as collateral to loan rubles. Once it completely collapses, buy at extremely low prices to repay the loan, principal intact, and all the profits pocketed. This trick had long been played out by international speculators in my past life. Chairman, such a large loan is probably hard to approve. Zhang Tianxing said with a frown. I understand. Ji Feng nodded gently. Currently, regulatory scrutiny is tight. It's not something that can be accomplished by mere words. Those foreign investments thrive because they have someone backing them. Andre, you need to go back and meet that military district commander you have had dealings with. Andrei's face turned pale. Chairman. Don't panic, I'm not sending you to take bullets. You are going to negotiate cooperation for me. I heard that food supplies are tight over there, and the supply lines have long been cut off. If I directly send enough rations for 3 months, enough for the entire army, do you think he would treat me as a brother? Ji Feng's lips curled slightly. Moving a military leader never requires lofty principles. With food you secure the hearts of the soldiers, with soldiers' hearts you gain real power. Food is hard currency there. He definitely will. Andre exclaimed. Uncle Huang, you need to make a trip for this matter. Don't worry, he'll immediately get the factory to operate at full capacity. No. Ji Feng waved his hand. It's not to expand Jia's Living's production. It's to ask you to personally go to the mainland. Right now there is serious overcapacity. Their exports are blocked, goods are piling up in warehouses and can't be sold. Prices are lower than cabbage. If you bring money to buy, they would be more than happy to clear their stock. At that time, Yen Country's export scale was still small. Factories were working around the clock, but goods could not be shipped out, leaving them to watch their stockpile expiration and spoilage. Bai Ning cooperate with Uncle Huang. Huanyu Aviation will suspend taking orders, and all ships will be immediately loaded and sent straight to Bear Country. Bai Ning stood upright. Understood, I will execute it with full effort. Let's take action. Ji Feng raised his hand to signal. The crowd filed out one after another. The plans regarding the polar bear were far from finished. What Ji Feng truly had his eyes on was what lay buried beneath the frozen earth. Oil and natural gas. A true underground gold mine. He returned to his office. In the conference room, AI Fair was waiting. Seeing him come in, she immediately stood up. Is it over? Ji Feng nodded. I'm all set too. The shareholders have arrived. Shall we head over now? She had arranged to meet with several minor shareholders of the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel from the Jia Li family, intending to acquire their shares. Seeing Ji Feng nod, AI Fair suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, her palms slightly damp, feeling increasingly uncertain about this matter. Those old fogies are quite stubborn and have big appetites. 4% of the shares, and they open their mouths asking for 10 billion. Even Michael back then couldn't manage to deal with them. Do you really think you can make them part with their shares? The ones who were willing to sell had already done so. The remaining few together held 13%. Each one was more stubborn than the last. When Michael personally came to negotiate the acquisition, they outright rejected him to his face, not even letting him drink a second cup of tea. They were the most senior in the Jia Li family, with generations above them, and were deeply entrenched in the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Their words carried more weight than the general managers. Michael had never dared to touch them, always avoiding their names, afraid of igniting their wrath. Don't panic. Ji Feng gently patted AI Fair's shoulder blade, his gaze calm, showing no hesitation. That look was like a gentle stream of warm water, causing AI Fair's tense nerves to truly relax a bit. Can you share how you plan to break the deadlock? Seeing him so composed and confident, AI Fair couldn't help but press for more. To catch a snake, one must grasp its 7 inches. Ji Feng's lips curled slightly, uttering only this phrase. AI Fair was taken aback, her brows slightly furrowed, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, she didn't understand the implications behind this old saying. Just sit back and relax, you'll see in a bit. Before the words had finished, he turned and walked towards the desk, swiftly gathering the open documents into a sleek black briefcase. After picking up the bag, he naturally took AI Fair's hand, his palm warm and firm, their steps neither hurried nor slow as they walked out of the office together towards the meeting room. In the lounge, several shiny bald heads reflected the steam of the coffee, lounging with their legs crossed, leisurely stirring their cups. With noses that were pointedly high and gleaming, their eyes swept over like a layer of dust. Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. The reason we were invited here is probably because AI Fair has hooked up with Ji Feng. I've noticed something off about her for a while, trying to claw her way back into the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel. Her methods are certainly quick. Climbing into the bed of a Yen countryman is a disgrace to the entire Jia family. Stop covering for her. Her mother was originally from the Yen country, and that inferior taste flows in her blood, having thoroughly ruined our family's foundation. If she really wants to outdo Diyang Jia Diluan and Tian Zhe, she must acquire our shares. Calling us here today is not a discussion, it's clearly a declaration of war. Who cares? Ji Feng has money, so we can raise the price. 50 billion isn't that reasonable. As soon as the words were out, the others grinned in unison, a layer of naked greed flickering in their eyes. Will Ji Feng bite? Then it depends on whether AI Fair is skilled enough in bed. Whether he bites has nothing to do with it. If we don't sell, no one can do anything about us. The crowd nodded vigorously, feeling that this statement was indeed true. After all, they couldn't lose, and if they were to sell, it had to be at their price. Anyway, once the money is in the pocket, the accounts won't lose a cent. Shall we head to the club afterward? Together. A few new girls from the Wa country and Bang country have arrived, and they are incredibly attentive. It's quite comfortable. Really? If I'm lying, I'll take your surname. As the conversation went on, the topic had long veered below the belt. Each face was plastered with that kind of lewdness that was hard to conceal. This group of people was most familiar with the life of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Relying on the golden signboard of the Jia family, they spent money like throwing paper, not batting an eyelash. Serious business. They had never cared about it. Click. The door was pushed open. Ji Feng stepped in, AI Fair beside him, her steps light, head slightly bowed like a quiet vine. A few bald heads suddenly froze their coffee spoons, pausing in midair. Their gaze first skimmed Ji Feng, then immediately fixated on AI Fair, scanning her up and down without any pretense. Ji Feng's expression darkened instantly, his brows knitting together. He pulled AI Fair and directly sat down on the sofa opposite the few people sitting upright, neither humble nor arrogant. The reason for calling everyone here is to discuss the shares of the Xiangjiang Grand Hotel that you hold. He got straight to the point without any pleasantries. The Xiangjiang Grand Hotel bears the Jia seal. As members of the family, we will never let it go, right? Absolutely not. How can ancestral property be given away for free? Those shares are not only distributed from the Jia family, but are also our lifeline. Exactly. That's right. The crowd eagerly chimed in, emphasizing how valuable the shares were, each taking turns to highlight the notion of family legacy and generational roots as bargaining chips. Ji Feng felt his temples throb. Hearing this, what was the difference between dear friends and brothers? Round and round, wasn't it just 2 words? Raise the price. Once the money arrives, everything can be negotiated. Gentlemen, we can make a cash offer at the current market price. AI Fair spoke calmly. No, no, no. Before her words could settle, 7 or 8 heads shook in unison like reeds in the wind. The Xiangjiang Grand Hotel has immense prospects, and the current stock price is not even close to the real value. If we give up our shares, it's equivalent to cutting off our financial lifeline for the next several decades. Compensation must be adequate. As soon as this was said, others nodded in agreement. Ji Feng glanced around, truly wanting to slap each of them. Compensation? What about face? Which business operates like this? AI Fair rolled her eyes, looking helplessly at Ji Feng. She had anticipated this situation. Now it all depended on how Ji Feng would resolve it. If you won't accept the toast, then don't blame me for being merciless. Take a look for yourselves. Ji Feng's gaze swept across the room as he reached for his briefcase and pulled out a stack of documents. Slam. The documents were forcefully slapped onto the coffee table in front of the foreign man, causing the cups to clink. Open your eyes and see. The things you did under Michael's nose for all these years went undetected, not because he was foolish, but because of your luck. Using frozen meat to pass off as wagyu, substituting trimmings for black truffles. Secretly controlling a small winery, then pushing it to the hotel's procurement department, selling unsaleable goods as fine wine at high prices. Misappropriating hotel liquidity to gamble in Macau. Buying hotel assets in advance, then using a shell company to transfer them to your own name at high prices. Secretly switching out the outsourced property management company for a family-run shell company. Furniture procurement inflated by 3 times the price. Every single instance was clear and distinct. This was the very confidence that allowed Ji Feng to sit here today. Yang Chun led the investigation for 3 months, and the evidence chain was so complete that not a single flaw could be found. Deny it. Impossible. AI Fair was stunned to hear this. What about the family members and hotel shareholders? They were clearly a group of rats gnawing on bones, the prodigal descendants who desecrated their ancestors' graves. What frightened her the most was that all of this was done right under the nose of Mi Gao. Even until his last breath, he remained oblivious. The faces of the foreigners turned from red to green, then from green to gray. They impatiently grabbed the documents and flipped through them, their fingertips trembling more with each page. Their first reaction was to tear them apart, only to realize they were all copies. Tearing them up would be useless. Sweat beads began to emerge on their foreheads, and even their breathing was thrown off rhythm. Do you really think Mi Gao knows nothing? Ji Feng sneered. When I investigated, I found that he had already hired a private investigator who had been monitoring for a whole year. If he were still alive, you would all be wearing striped prison uniforms and squatting in a cell gnawing on cold steamed buns. There was not a hint of exaggeration in his words. The reason Yang Chun was able to quickly unearth these old accounts was precisely because he traced back to the original documents of Mi Gao's investigation team. As the largest shareholder of the Shangjiang Grand Hotel, I have the right to demand the board to be accountable for my rights, sending you into prison. But that would be the worst outcome. Now I am giving you one last choice. Ji Feng did not care how much they had greedily taken in the past. That was Mi Gao's money, that was the family's money, and it had nothing to do with him. What he wanted was simply to use this paper to force them to obediently hand over their shares. They can be sold. Just at today's closing price, cash in hand, transfer the shares. Mr. Ji Feng, you are young, clear-headed, and visionary. Only when the Shangjiang Grand Hotel is in your hands will it truly come to life. That's right. We who share the blood of the family look forward to the hotel shining brighter every day more than anyone else. We agreed to transact at the current market price. The expressions of the foreigners darkened. Better to take a little than end up in prison. Calculating based on the stock price, the amount was not small. They were mentally calculating, but Ji Feng had no intention of accepting this offer. Settle based on the current stock price. In your dreams, which of the profits you've taken in these years is clean? You must return it all. I want dig up the old accounts or call the police, and that is already showing you enough respect. You still dare to reach for money. Ji Feng's tone was cold and unyielding. This was not a business negotiation at all. It was clearly a confiscation. What could you do? Not a penny would be given. The shares must be handed over. He did not trust these people. If pushed to a dead end, they would rather rot in prison than let go of their shares. But once that account was brought up, it would start from 20 years, and there would be no escape. The few foreigners looked ashen. Mr. Ji, this is simply unreasonable. A deal is a deal. How can there be a way to profit without putting in effort? Are you asking us to give away our shares for free? Isn't this outright robbery? Ji Feng chuckled. It seems you don't want to negotiate at all. Then this ends here today. Before his words fell, he had already stood up, took AI Fair's hand, and turned to leave. The ultimatum landed with a thud. The few people immediately panicked. Don't go. Don't go. Give it. We'll give you everything. As long as you confirm that those materials will be destroyed on the spot after the handover and will not be pursued any further, we will take the blame. The numbers they had embezzled, misappropriated, and exploited over the years were already terrifying. Who would be willing to trade half a lifetime in prison for these shares? Brother Feng, bring the contract, let them sign it immediately. Ji Feng did not look back as he pulled AI Fair out the door. The control of the Shangjiang Grand Hotel changed hands just like that. The long-standing aristocratic inheritance dispute of the family finally came to an end. AI Fair held 29 of the shares, while Ji Feng held 44. With Ji Feng's full support, the hotel quickly convened a board meeting for a reorganization. AI Fair officially took up the position of chairman. Di Yang and Jia Diluan never expected that the so-called Tianze was merely a shell company under AI Fair. All the chips ultimately ended up in her pocket. The two of them worked hard for nothing, saw no money, and were kicked out of the boardroom. From now on, they could only watch helplessly as their rights were gradually diluted and stripped away. They had no strength left to struggle, only waiting for death. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they couldn't turn the tide. Meanwhile, the due date for the British debt was approaching. The 10 British shareholder seats began to rotate. Huatingzhou Su, Wentian Wu Zhengming, and Zheng Yutong were already gearing up. Once the debt-equity conversion was completed, the four immediately raised their placards and quickly initiated the acquisition of British assets. The other buyers of debts and shares also began to act. The foreigners were left speechless. Some wanted to hold on, while others proactively contacted the Chinese investors eager to sell the shares in their hands. The era of British capital in Shangjiang was closing its pages one by one. The Chinese capital counterattack was unstoppable. But just as the acquisitions were starting, everyone suddenly realized someone was intercepting halfway. Li Jiaqing was secretly buying up shares, driving up stock prices. He also proactively contacted various buyers, indicating his willingness to transfer his shares at market price. He was particularly ruthless toward the Hua family. The shareholding structure of Swire was already complex, and he took the opportunity to raise the price, infuriating Hua Tingzhou to slam the table. What was even more troublesome was that he immediately announced the initiation of an acquisition of Xiangjiang Telecommunications and simultaneously disclosed that he had purchased a large number of shares from several British shareholders. The Chinese capital tycoons suddenly felt a tightness in their chests. After working so hard to hunt, was he benefiting at their expense? And now they had to let him enter the boardroom openly. Who could swallow this anger? Zheng Yutong was even more furious. Just as he was preparing to launch the acquisition of Xinhe Real Estate, Li Jiaqing struck like lightning, swallowing all the shares in the foreigner's hands, leaping to become the second largest shareholder after him. The meat in their own pot was taken away right in front of them. This shameless dog. Not only does he stab me in the back, but he also wants to sell it to me at a high price. His skin was thicker than a city wall. Such a despicable person. Zheng Yutong shouted, angrily, trembling all over. Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming beside him also had ashen faces. They had all fallen into the same pit. Fortunately, Ji Feng had warned them in advance. Everyone tightened their strings, keeping a close eye on the stock movements in the secondary market, while quickly taking counteractions to absorb shares. The purpose was clear: to keep the situation firmly in their grasp. Little did they know that Li Jiaqing was playing the trick of making a show on the surface, while secretly bypassing the stock exchange to negotiate privately with shareholders. Mr. Ji, it has been verified. Yang Chun pushed the door and entered, stopping to bow slightly to Ji Feng. Where did Li Jiaqing get the money? This investment is too large. Just relying on the funds in his account cannot support it. Ji Feng had Yang Chun trace the source. It is confirmed. HSBC granted the loan. Li Jiaqing and Fan Ji finalized a deal in secret, using 40 of Longfor Group's shares as collateral to borrow 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Ji Feng chuckled softly. Mr. Li Jiaqing truly dares to bet his entire fortune and life. Oldly driven by profit, indeed, had the guts. All he saw were the returns, completely disregarding the consequences. Such determination could not help but earn respect, daring to wager the entire face of the Xiangjiang business world as a bet, fully committing to take a gamble. Hua Tingzhou struck a match, lit his cigar, and drew a long breath. But this man is indeed a little mad, he observed. Even with just the 5 of us, he could very well take a bite out of us. Hua Tingzhou's remark cut to the chase. If judged solely by strength and cohesion, the 5 families acting together would still be reactive and might not hold. But right now, Old Li had thoroughly poked a hornet's nest. His scheme was merely to ride the current, pocket the spread, and land a board seat. By ordinary logic, the other Chinese capital players would not stand in the way. It's convenient, it saves money, and it opens the door to control. Li Jiaqing could, even under the pretense of helping out, quietly accrue a few favors. Half would be delivered as benefits, the other half exchanged for goodwill. The abacus beads clicked so loudly they seemed deafening. The aim was a near certain win. He played that game beautifully, one of them said. A pity the pieces refused to obey. Human hearts cannot endure such testing. He thinks it's seamless, but with free gain set before them, who wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't want one fewer slice of the pie and pay nothing for it? Ji Feng's lips twitched into a smile. Contact the other houses at once and weave a joint net. Completely choke off Changsha Group. He used loans to batter his way into the market, while let his money sink and make it impossible to pull out. Drive the price down, proactively press it until he neither dares nor can sell. One more thing. Changsha Group's debt ratio has long been teetering on the cliff's edge. Changshi's core business was real estate. Li Jiaqing pursued the most aggressive nested doll tactic: borrow to acquire land, then use the land as collateral to take out construction loans. As soon as funds flowed back, he immediately took out another round of loans. Or he simply hoarded land parcels awaiting appreciation and flipped them. The moment cash flow tightens, high leverage collapses in an instant. Just like the later Hung Tai Group, whose debts rolled into a 2 trillion snowball. Li Jiaqing's cleverness lay in his mastery of capital market ruses. He would spin the land acquisition narrative to lift the stock price and then cash out at the top. He perpetually started projects to manufacture the illusion of incoming payments so the balance sheet looked healthy. But now his cash was locked in the stock market, and he was carrying a massive short-term debt with Huifeng Bank. If the Chinese capital houses joined forces to encircle him and choke off liquidity, the old man's empire would detonate on the spot. By then, the Li family shares would be worth nothing. Changshi's truly valuable assets would be its prime land parcels and projects under construction. So you're intending to pull Li the Superman off his pedestal and send him straight to the liquidation room? Hua Tingzhou said, cigar clenched between his teeth as he squinted and smiled. Zheng Yutong snorted. Liquidation is giving him too much credit. Rats who burrow in gutters should be pressed underwater until they float belly up. Mess with me. They'll strip him of even his underwear. Wu Zhengming chuckled and added, I've had my eye on those parcels Changsha holds for a long time. Location, FAR, amenities. There's nothing to fault. Exactly. I've been watching Changsha Group's container operations at their dock for more than a day or two. Back then we couldn't get a foot in, but this time we finally have a chance. Su Wenxian's eyes glittered not with shrewdness, but with raw appetite. To the 5 of them, Li Jiaqing was no longer an adversary, but a slab of meat freshly placed on the chopping block. Glossy, substantial, so tempting that anyone would want to dig in. Let's split up and start knocking on doors. Hua Tingzhou rose and smoothed the hem of his suit. Ji Feng straightened as well. You arrange the others, I'll go straight to Hui Feng Bank to see Fan Ji. The loan he extended to Li Jiaqing is perfectly positioned to stir the waters. Hui Feng Bank Chairman's office. Fan Ji leafed through the quarterly reports. The finance director had just delivered. His brow knotted tight. Clearly none of the figures sat well. 3 new non-performing loans had appeared, totaling 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. The wealth management division remained weak and product sales had slid sharply. Revenue had been halved. The books looked worse than the previous quarter. The market's been awful lately. British capital is withdrawing en masse and Zhangjiang's economy is wobbling in its wake. Seeing his boss pallor, the finance director quickly spat out the line. Light a fuse, then step back. Fan Ji let out a long sigh. He understood all of this. What truly kept him awake was how to plug the hole the bad debts had dug. If he couldn't fill it, he wouldn't survive the board's scrutiny. Any motion on the new private placement from XI and Shiji Fund? The last person on his mind was Ji Feng. At the moment, the only secure channel to pull in funds without anyone daring to question it was this one. Last time they had tasted the sweetness and the board had praised them for 3 months. No news for now, came the reply. Click. The secretary pushed the door open and bowed slightly. Mr. Ji Feng has arrived and wishes to see you. Fan Ji's eyes brightened instantly. No sooner had he been thinking of it than the man stood at the door. Show him in, he blurted. Ji Feng was no longer the green youth who once brought gift boxes and begged for loan approvals in a low voice. He was a living money god, an ATM Hui Feng Bank's anchor. After the secretary withdrew, Fan Ji waved to the finance director. You go back and attend to your work. Once alone, he slipped into the lounge, fetched a treasured aged pure, warmed the cup, poured the water, and personally served the tea. He knew Ji Feng cared about his tea. Failing to prepare would be a slight. A few minutes later, Ji Feng was ushered in by the secretary. Hey Feng. Fan Ji stepped forward, his smile as warm as a fresh-baked pastry. Ji Feng was slightly taken aback. This reception felt a touch excessive. Hey Feng, you came in person today for the private placement. Fan Ji lifted the teacup, blowing on it as he asked. The new tranche will have to wait a while. There are several matters piled up. I cannot free myself. Ji Feng smiled in reply. The smile on Fan Ji's face dimmed halfway. That was real money. If the bank profited, so would he. His personal account had long been certified. It was only awaiting the allocation. This visit is about Li Jiaqing's loan. Fan Ji's eyelid twitched. That loan? What's gone wrong? He knew, of course, that Ji Feng and Li Jiaqing were not on good terms. But Li Jiaqing was, after all, an old client of Hui Feng. For the 8 billion equity-backed loan, Fan Ji had even traced the fund flows to confirm they were not aimed at Ji Feng before agreeing to release it. He used that money to quietly snap up several old British-held shares, and the Chinese capital circles have been set ablaze. I had intended to take Shanjiang Telecom, but he barged in and secretly bought chips from several shareholders. The day before yesterday, he even issued a notice, formally launching a full takeover. Ji Feng's tone was flat, as if speaking of someone else's weather. But Fan Ji felt a chill in his spine. He could sense the thunder beneath those words. This? His Adam's apple bobbed, and he did not continue. Inwardly, he had already offered a litany of curses toward Li Jiaqing's ancestors. Wasn't this nailing the plank to his own forehead? I've met with Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming, and Zheng Yutong. We've decided to unite all Chinese capital forces to impose a full blockade on Changsha Group. Right now, Changsha Group's liquid funds are trapped in the stock market. Once their financing channels are sealed, given that frightfully high debt ratio, Mr. Fan, you should understand the consequences. Fan Ji's mouth tugged slightly. Changsha would immediately implode. Li Jiaqing couldn't withstand such enormous debts and would be forced into bankruptcy and liquidation. His tone had grown noticeably urgent. If Li Jiaqing truly fell, that 8 billion loan would certainly become a dead asset, and the 40% stake in Changsha that had been pledged would be worth less than scrap paper. I recall that a credit at the 80-100 million level must by regulation be submitted for board review, correct? Ji Feng asked unhurriedly. He is now the chairman of Standard Chartered Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank is the major shareholder of HSBC, also serving as an important source of its board positions. However, throughout the entire process of this loan, he received no reports whatsoever. When the day comes that Changsha really encounters trouble, Mr. Fan, this pot will surely fall on your shoulders. Fan Ji's expression stiffened, a vein throbbing at his temple. His reaction was more genuine than any. Standard Chartered Bank is the largest shareholder of HSBC. I am not only the helmsman of Standard Chartered Bank, but also consider myself an old friend of you and HSBC. Thus, I advise you it's not too late to back off now. Furthermore, I have reviewed that loan agreement. It clearly states in black and white that this money can only be used for the real estate project development of Changsha Group. But what is the reality? The funds never entered the construction site, nor did we see new plots being listed. Does this not count as a breach of contract? Fan Ji's pupils contracted as the original text of the clause flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Restrictions on use have never been mere decorative clauses. The bank usually turns a blind eye because the borrower is trustworthy and pays interest. But a clause is a clause, or whether to take it seriously depends entirely on whether the bank is willing to act on it. Exactly. Li Jiaqing has no sense of contract and has already materially breached it. HSBC must act according to the agreement. Hua Tingzhou and the others moved extremely quickly. In just half a day, they gathered a group of anxious Chinese investors who would want to be a stepping stone for others to reap rewards. Moreover, once Changsha collapses, everyone wants a piece of the pie. This temptation is something no one can resist. Li Jiaqing's Changsha group, which he had painstakingly managed for many years, was too lucrative. Various parties quickly entered the scene. First, they collectively sold off their shares in Changsha, forcefully driving the stock price down. The fluctuations were intense and unabashed. The news quickly reached within Changsha. When Huang Yonghe burst into the office, sweat was still beading on his forehead. Chairman, something's off in the market. All the British companies we just took over are plummeting. By today's close, each one has dropped at least 10 to 15 Hong Kong dollars. And this is happening right at the critical moment of acquiring the British companies. It's not just a few scattered sales, but a synchronized price pressure along the entire front. This situation carries a chilling vibe in the stock market. Huang Yonghe instinctively felt that something was amiss. Price suppression. Li Jiaqing took the report without a furrowed brow. Decline chart, transaction average price decline bars, time nodes. All clearly listed. Ha ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud, his laughter bright and tinged with derision. These people, they don't truly want to suppress the stock price. They clearly want to pressure my selling price. I want to see if they dare to truly buy at this low price. The lower the stock price, the less money they pay, right? He was not the slightest bit flustered, using stock prices as leverage to pressure him into concessions. They underestimated him. He could afford to wait. It all depends on whether they have the patience and capital to accompany him to the end. Even if he doesn't sell a single share and holds onto it, the land, buildings, and cash flow of Changsha will still allow him to live comfortably. Don't worry about these. They won't dare to pressure too harshly. If the stock price crashes too severely, retail investors will scatter, potentially triggering a stampede. As long as they start taking positions, once market sentiment shifts, the stock price will bounce back immediately. Huang Yonghe watched Li Jiaqing's calm and composed profile, but an inexplicable heaviness gripped his heart. A familiar sense of unease quietly crept up his spine. Last time, he had dealt with Ji Feng in the same way, laughing lightly and appearing unbothered. Chairman, with us making such a high-profile acquisition of Shanjiang Telecom, Ji Feng will definitely not stand idly by. All the liquid funds on our books are invested in the stock market, and there can be no mishaps. We must keep a close eye on Ji Feng. Huang Yong's voice was low, but each word was solid. Li Jiaqing nodded. I am aware of that. The second-in-command has already paved the way. For this acquisition, I won't be present. I will leave it entirely to him to take charge. The Sun Never Sets Telecom Group has sent someone to Hong Kong to discuss the transfer of equity, and their representative will arrive tomorrow. The second-in-command has clarified the agenda terms and alternative plans. We just need to keep an eye on the market. His tone was relaxed, and there was even a hint of certainty between his brows. The danger had not yet surfaced, and he still believed everything was under his control. Huang Yonghe felt a tightness in his throat, but did not speak again. Having followed Li Jiaqing for over 20 years, he knew what to say and when to say it. Trusting him did not mean he could speak carelessly. New Era Group. Lin Yi pushed open the door to Ji Feng's office, holding a recently received encrypted fax. Chairman, the Sun Never Sets Telecom Group has just sent a formal letter. They have dispatched a representative for the equity sale negotiation who is en route to Hong Kong and is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Shanjiang Telecom was a tree planted by the Sun Never Sets themselves. 3 years ago, during that storm, Soros shorted the Sun Never Sets Bank, causing the entire financial chain to collapse and the stock market to plummet. Unable to withstand the cash flow shortage, the Sun Never Sets Telecom was forced to sell off assets to survive. The shares of Shanjiang Telecom were sold off piecemeal at that time. Now the shareholders are scattered across 7 or 8 companies, but the Sun Never Sets remains the largest shareholder, holding 47%. Anyone who wishes to swallow Shanjiang Telecom cannot avoid it. Ji Feng holds 33%. As long as he secures that portion held by the Sun Never Sets, the acquisition will be complete. The Li family is also caught at the same threshold. Thus Lin Yi led the team and had been shuttling between London, Zurich, and Singapore for over 6 months, negotiating with the Sun Never Sets through no fewer than 10 rounds. The Sun Never Sets took the initiative to send someone to Hong Kong for negotiations. Ji Feng paused, his fingers tapping on the table. The foreigners typically held themselves high. Logically, it should have been us flying over to kneel for negotiations. Why are they the ones who extended a ladder instead? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. It has been confirmed Li Kai has been secretly meeting with the Asia-Pacific head of the Sun Never Sets for the past 3 months. At the same time, he has made several credit loans with Nanyang Bank, Wugwa Bank, and several medium-sized banks in Shanjiang. The amounts have not yet been fully clarified, but the actions are urgent, clearly hiding something. Ji Feng's eyes darkened slightly. It was indeed unchanged. Even though the timeline had advanced by so many years, Li Kai still employed the same tactics, using dark channels for funding, leveraging small sums to pry open a large market, and by the time you react, he has already set everything in motion. There's one more thing. Lin, he paused. Last week, Singapore Telecom also sent a special envoy to secretly meet with the vice chairman of the Sun Never Sets board. Ji Feng remained silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling softly. He had originally thought that entering the fray might allow him to finish this battle ahead of schedule. Yet the opponent shifted from Li Kai to himself, while the third party, Singapore Telecom, still arrived right on time, adhering to the old rhythm. In his previous life, it was Li Kai who joined forces with local capital to force Singapore Telecom out of Xinjiang. That acquisition battle was beautifully fought. Li Kai became legendary in one battle, and the title of Little Superman echoed throughout Xinjiang. After merging with Xinjiang Telecom, his visible wealth nearly rivaled Li Jiaqing, and many wealthy individuals praised him as a model of what a successor should look like. Many rich young heirs felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing that name. But everyone was in on the unspoken truth. The trump card for that victory had never been in Li Kai's hands, but rather in Li Jiaqing's account. After Li Jiaqing took command, Li Kai began coordinating with various banks to raise funds, while also rallying numerous Chinese investors to formally challenge Singapore Telecom. At the Singapore Telecommunications coinciding with the recent return of Hong Kong, Li Jiaqing leveraged his influence to persuade the upper echelons of Hong Kong to apply pressure. The communication lifeline of Hong Kong should be held by Hong Kong people themselves, resulting in continual constraints and setbacks, ultimately leading to his failure. If Ji Feng were to speak, compared to Li Kai, Singapore Telecommunications was even more alarming. No wonder the British Telecommunications is hastily sending representatives here. This group of foreigners clearly intends to manipulate the price. As soon as they land, they deliberately leak information, letting all parties know who has discussed what, forcing the other two companies to act, fearing they might miss the opportunity. Naturally, the bids skyrocketed. The three factions raised prices against each other, intending to sell their limited shares at astronomical prices. One must admit, the foreigners are calculating. As soon as they arrive, immediately send someone to negotiate reported dead price and slowly grind it out, keeping a close watch. Keep a close watch on Singapore Telecommunications as well. Ji Feng commanded Lenny. At this moment, there was only one word: delay. Wait until the Li family completely collapses, and everything will become clear. As for Singapore Telecommunications, Ji Feng did not intend to take action himself, but he also did not prohibit others from doing so. He was a purely business-minded individual. However, he could not, and did not wish to meddle in matters outside of business. If someone were to overstep or commit outrageous acts, they could not blame others. The next morning, Li Jiaqing walked into the company gate. As usual, his demeanor relaxed, a smile hanging on his lips. Upon entering the office, he casually ordered his secretary to bring a cup of hot coffee and leisurely took a sip. His gaze swept across the glass curtain wall, casting his sight towards the horizon, where the sea met the sky, filled with boundless ambition, as if the entire Hong Kong was already in his grasp. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted. Come in. He put down the cup and strolled back to his desk to sit down. With a click, the door opened. Huang Yonghe almost burst in, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Chairman, something huge has happened. Just now, Ji Feng, the Hua family, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming, Zheng Yutan, along with 11 other Chinese-funded enterprises have issued announcements, completely halting all cooperation with our company. The Hua family has cut off all supply of building materials and has also ordered us to settle all outstanding debts. Huang Yong's voice trembled, barely able to stand steady. 16 Chinese-funded companies joined forces to encircle the Changsha Group. Chairman, this is truly going to collapse the sky. In less than half an hour since I entered, I received 6 calls. The Zheng family withdrew from the Hong Kong Electric project and immediately signed with Hong Kong Energy, directly allowing them to supply power. Kowloon Warehouse has also turned against us. Even the Central District Power Supply Bureau has sent a letter terminating cooperation and signing with Hong Kong Energy. Although Hong Kong Electric had a substantial business, 80% of its profits relied on supplying power to real estate developers. Now that the real estate developers have collectively jumped ship, Hong Kong Energy is ready to step in, and Hong Kong Electric has immediately lost its livelihood. Moreover, the power supply renewal for public areas in Kowloon has just been cut off. Hong Kong Energy has barged in with prices much lower than ours. All power is sourced from the mainland with costs tightly squeezed. The head of Hong Kong Electric slumped in his chair, his vision darkening. Soon after, several more groups of people poured in. Chairman, construction sites are likely to halt completely. Chairman, suppliers are bombarding us with calls for payment. There's not a penny left on the account. Chairman, the bank suddenly demands to check all loan usages. Global Shipping, Huanyu Shipping, Yuanhong Haifeng, for major shipping companies, just jointly declared that they will cease to carry all our goods from today. The building materials procured overseas cannot be brought in within a short time. Listening to the continuous reports, Li Jiaqing felt his temples throb. A joint blockade. What right do they have? What do they gain? He slammed the table, his shout making the window. Huang Yonghe gritted his teeth and said softly, Chairman, These companies jointly blocking us are all eyeing. Some are preparing to go solo while others have long-formed teams in the dark, just waiting for the right moment to swallow everything. Li Jiaqing's sudden intervention was akin to slapping that group in the face. Ji Feng leading 4 other companies retaliated. It would be strange if they didn't. Ding ding ding. The phone suddenly rang. Li Jiaqing glanced at the caller ID, Fan Ji. He took a deep breath, suppressing his boiling anger, and pressed the answer key. Hello, Mr. Fan. Mr. Li, HSBC is very disappointed in you. What? Li Jiaqing's mind went blank. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. Mr. Fan Ji, what do you... Humph. The other side merely dismissed with a syllable like a block of ice hitting the receiver. You borrowed $8 billion from HSBC, clearly stating the purpose Real Estate Development Limited to real estate business. The money went into the account, yet you diverted it elsewhere. Only you know what you did. This constitutes a substantial breach of contract. Li Jiaqing froze on the spot. Breach of contract. What a joke. Early loans, how many times was it operated like this? Why was it not mentioned before? How come so many real estate developers in Hong Kong operated like this, yet I am singled out? Interest payments are on-time, principal and interest are repaid punctually. Which rule did I break? Mr. Fan, haven't we always cooperated like this before? He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his tone even. The past is the past. Fan Ji showed no mercy. 16 Chinese-funded companies jointly besieged the Changsha Group. The Hua family immediately cut off the supply of sand and cement while demanding the settlement of all unpaid items. Local suppliers followed suit, terminating contracts and pursuing old debts. The real estate industry traditionally settles accounts according to project milestones, often not clearing until project completion. However, the Hua family monopolizes over 70% of the construction materials supply in Hong Kong. Once they withdraw, the Changsha construction site halts immediately. Switching suppliers. Easier said than done. The Hua family has deep connections in the mainland, and Li Jiaqing cannot obtain new sources. He can only turn to overseas procurement. But who will pay the deposit? Who will bear the shipping costs? The 4 major shipping companies just signed have all unilaterally terminated contracts. Looking for shipping. It still requires real money to cover it. Money is needed everywhere, yet there is not even a penny left for turnover. The Hong Kong electric project was also intercepted. The contract that was almost in hand has turned back to others. Fan Ji knew all this. He even checked the debt sheet of Changsha Group, gasping in shock. Total liabilities amounted to 700 billion Hong Kong dollars, and the group's market value is only over 300 billion, with a debt ratio exceeding 200%. Among them, HSBC lent over 200 billion, a Standard Chartered bank at most nearly 300 billion. The remaining small and large banks have almost all been leveraged. And of the more than 200 billion from HSBC, over 130 billion was approved by the former head Shinbai. Fan Ji does not recognize this old debt. Responsibility does not lie with him, and the blame cannot fall on his shoulders. Moreover, regarding the collateral land, buildings under construction, undeveloped plots, all are in order. For instance, Standard Chartered's 300 billion is secured against 3 core plots, including the Changsha building, along with the ownership rights of the buildings on them, all within the collateral range. There are also large amounts of undeveloped prime land scattered in Central Causeway Bay and Tsim Sha Tsui. Li Jiaqing's eye for land has always been sharp. Although the land has not been built, its location is solid and appreciates steadily. Ji Feng precisely sees this point, which is why he dared to act. Otherwise, how could one dare to touch this thunder? What they fear is that after the explosion, the loans will turn into bad debts. Fan Ji remained unperturbed. At worst, he would go through the liquidation process, collecting equity and land, managing to balance the books. The most urgent matter at hand is the loan secured by 40% of the Changsha Group's equity. If the Changsha Group encounters trouble, the stock price won't even be able to clean up the mess. 40% of the shares simply cannot fill this gap. That 8 billion is completely gone. According to the loan contract terms, along with the regulatory requirements from the Hong Kong government, HSBC has full supervision rights over these funds. Now that Changsha has constituted a substantial default, our bank is legally entitled to immediately recall all the loans. Fan Ji's words were sharp as knives, unambiguous. Mr. Li, you are a long-time client of HSBC, and our personal rapport has always been amicable, whether for the sake of your long-standing relationship with the bank or our personal connection. I can offer you a brief grace period to arrange funds, but if this drags on, don't blame HSBC for initiating legal proceedings. Li Jiaqing's face twisted into a dry walnut. He had already cursed in his heart. Those foreigners are ruthless. They always strike when one is at their weakest. They go with the wind. Seeing the unfavorable trend, they would turn around and stab themselves. Mr. Fan, I plead with you for a few more days' grace. Oh, I guarantee this payment will not be overdue. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was fully aware. That move had long been calculated by others. How could there be any money to repay? Everything was tied up in the stock market. Want to withdraw? It's absolutely impossible. Those people are working together to smash the market. Selling hard is just cutting meat, and any slight movement would cause the stock price to collapse instantly. They want to take the opportunity to buy at the bottom, and not only would he suffer a heavy loss, but he would also have to sacrifice his core projects. The only hope now is to get Fan Ji to relent and absolutely avoid legal proceedings. Once sued, the true financial state of Changshan would be exposed, leading to a massive earthquake. You have lost our bank's trust, and as a director, I must also be accountable to the board of directors, including to you personally. Fan Ji's tone was calm, yet there was no room for negotiation. As soon as he finished speaking, the call was directly terminated. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone was grating. Li Jiaqing's lips trembled, and with a sudden motion, he smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Bastard. Taking advantage of the fire to rob. He shouted until his throat was hoarse. After cursing, some of the pent-up anger in his chest dissipated. He looked up to survey the trembling executives in the room, gradually calming his breathing. Contact overseas shipping companies immediately, as well as overseas suppliers of building materials. Huang Yang's expression darkened. Chairman, doing this will more than double the costs. Even if we make contact, the shipping fees and material costs must all be paid in cash. We only have less than 500 million Hong Kong dollars left in our accounts. It's not even enough to pay the deposit. Li Jiaqing forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I know. Go negotiate, he'll handle the money. He was clear in his mind. HSBC had completely kicked him and Changshan out of the game. But the company cannot come to a halt, and the construction site cannot stop working. As long as they hold out until the project is delivered, they can recover funds to save themselves. As long as they get through this phase, the money trapped in the stock market will eventually be freed. Li Jiaqing was acutely aware. Changshan and he were currently standing on the edge of a bottomless cliff. One step forward means life, half a step back means death. As soon as the executives left the office, Li Jiaqing immediately called for his second son, Li Kai. Li Kai knew all too well about the family's situation, entering with a pale face. How much was the loan you took from the bank? Li Jiaqing asked directly. Upon hearing this, Li Kai felt a chill all over, instantly understanding his father's intent. This was about cutting the Chung Kong Telecom acquisition deal and reallocating those funds to put out the fire. In an instant, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been drained, and he was plunged into an ice cave. That was his painstaking effort over 3 years, and he was just about to reap the rewards. He could guarantee with confidence, once secured, his life would be directly rewritten. But with the family in this kind of mess, if he didn't shift funds once HSBC issued a lawsuit or withdrawal order, a chain reaction of collapse was imminent. If they couldn't wrap things up, no one would survive. They could only sacrifice. After all, those loans were all approved based on his father's endorsement. The bank wasn't foolish. Aside from using Cyberport as collateral, could they use the equity of Inca Digital as a pledge? No one would take it. Inca Digital was too small, valued at barely a few billion Hong Kong dollars. The other party had never been interested in Li Kai himself, but rather in his father, who could still back him up and truly fill the gap. Once the old man fell, the bank would immediately turn hostile. The credit line would instantly turn into a debt collection order, and the loan would be withdrawn in the blink of an eye. He himself would soon be ensnared by debt, unable to move an inch. A total of 8.3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Jiaqing exhaled heavily, put the acquisition of Chung Kong Telecom on hold, transfer all the money to HSBC, and plug that hole first. Otherwise, the entire plan will collapse, and there will be no rescue. Li Kai lowered his eyes and nodded in agreement. I understand. I will take care of it. Half an hour later, the 8.3 billion was credited to HSBC's account. Turning back to check the balance, only 150 million left. Just the interest on this amount is enough to crush several lines of accounts. Yet Li Jiaqing felt even emptier than the balance sheet. The gap is too large. The Ho family's collection notice had just been faxed over, and several material suppliers from Chung Kong were calling one after another, their tones growing more hardened. He could only call back one by one, softly negotiating using equity as collateral for the goods. It was naturally referring to the British-funded enterprise shares that those companies were holding and waiting for delivery. But no one would buy into this. Everyone wanted to take a bite during the chaos. The Ho family went so far as to lay all their cards on the table, demanding Li Jiaqing give up all his Swire shipping shares. How could he dare to relent? With negotiations stalled, he had no choice but to turn to HK Electric for borrowing, moving funds around, struggling left and right. But the little surplus from HK Electric was only enough to cover a few immediate payments. Every construction project at hand was demanding money, and none could be delayed. Li Jiaqing sat in his chair, fingers pressing against his temples, knuckles turning white. Things were about to get worse. As soon as the announcement was made, Changshan's stock price plummeted. By the afternoon, closing, the head of the securities department pushed the door open, looking ashen. Chairman, the stock price at closing dropped 21 Hong Kong dollars compared to the opening. 21 Hong Kong dollars. It was originally 147 Hong Kong dollars per share. This meant that overnight the market value evaporated by a whole seventh. I have communicated with the building material suppliers and shipping companies that we are still working with. The shipping company requires at least half of the total amount as a deposit. The material suppliers insist on a 30% advance payment. Huang Yonghe placed a thick stack of replies on the table, his voice dry. These conditions could not be sustained by Cheng Shun's accounts. Before he finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Li Ju rushed and sweating at his temples, his tie even crooked. Dad, something has happened. He grabbed the remote and pressed it. The television screen lit up and the financial channel was broadcasting live. In the footage, Hong Kong's only authoritative financial program was cutting into the main segment. Every episode invites top industry figures to sit in, veteran financiers, economists, frontline traders, and industrial leaders. Yet this episode was entirely focused on Cheng Shun. The host, dressed in a sharp outfit, had long legs and spoke steadily, each word sharp as a blade. Today, 16 companies collectively announced the termination of all cooperation with the Cheng Shun Group. Among them are the newly crowned tycoon of Hong Kong, king of finance Ji Feng, the patriotic Ho family, shipping magnate Su Winton, chairman of the Wharf Holdings Wu Zhengming, leader of the New World Group Zheng Yutong, and others. Within less than a day, several Cheng Shun construction sites halted operations, stock prices plummeted, and 1/7 of the market value evaporated. The public sentiment was significantly shaken. Today we have specially invited 3 guests for an in-depth analysis. She raised her hand to signal, and the camera switched accordingly. Wang Mingqi, the general manager of the New Era Group. She oversaw the top 3 real estate giants in Hong Kong, a true real estate tycoon. Young and beautiful, many youths in Hong Kong viewed her as an unattainable dream. Wang Mingqi, the general manager of the New Era Group. She oversaw the top 3 real estate giants in Hong Kong, a true real estate tycoon. Young and beautiful, many youths in Hong Kong viewed her as an unattainable dream. There have been rumors Wang Mingqi is with Ji Feng and will inevitably take on the role of the head of the Ji family. Some have even directly called her Ji Feng's little mistress. After all, she is young and attractive. Who among the big bosses doesn't have someone like that by their side? It is only natural to bring them into the fold. This relationship made Wang Mingqi incredibly popular in the circle. Meanwhile, the man beside her, dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded a sharp demeanor and was even more famous. The current general manager of the New Century Fund. Stock investors privately referred to him as Ji Feng's accountant. After several rounds of precise actions, the New Century Fund has been making profits year after year, and he has already established himself in Hong Kong's financial circle. With identities clarified, the program officially began to discuss. Today, the Cheng Shun Group's stock price has plummeted drastically, and its market value has shrunk overnight, with 16 partners consecutively issuing announcements to unilaterally terminate. With identities clarified, the program officially began to discuss. Today, the Cheng Shun Group's stock price has plummeted drastically, and its market value has shrunk overnight, with 16 partners consecutively issuing announcements to unilaterally terminate cooperation. What do the 3 of you think? Is this a business battle aimed at Li Chaoran? As soon as the female host finished speaking, the financial expert smiled and waved his hand. Let's first hear from Lin and Wang. This round they are the main characters on stage. Wang Mingqi smiled, slightly unhurried. All electricity used for the real estate projects of the New Era Group was indeed supplied by the Hong Kong Electric Company under Cheng Shun in the past. However, recently our chairman has fully acquired Hong Kong Power and restructured it into Hong Kong Energy. With the change of the cooperation entity, the contract naturally needs to be transferred. There's no talk of business warfare here. Truth. Who believes that? Even if this is aimed at Li Jiaqing, such words cannot be uttered. Lin and the economic expert then expressed their views as well. The female host asked again, with Cheng Shun losing 1/7 of its market value in a day, retail investors are losing sleep, worried that the stock price might really collapse. What do the 3 of you think? The economic expert spoke first. The current situation for Cheng Shun is indeed tricky. The risk of an avalanche is very real. The key is whether Li Chaoran can personally step in to stabilize this mess. Wang Mingqi's tone was calm, but her words were piercing. I judge that an avalanche is not a possibility, but a certainty. As far as I know, the debt ratio of Cheng Shun Group has already exceeded 150%. The funding chain for projects could snap at any time. An explosion is only a matter of time. Lin nodded immediately, his tone colder. What Wang said has already left some leeway. In my view, Cheng Shun is now standing at the edge of a cliff with nothing but emptiness below. The collapse of the stock price is merely a foregone conclusion. Why? Because a large amount of Cheng Shun's funds are all trapped in the stock market and cannot be withdrawn at all. With cash flow at rock bottom and no one willing to take over, its downfall is just a matter of time. Bang! A green porcelain teacup smashed against the television screen, shattering the glass, yet the sound did not cut out. Li Jiaqing kicked it, sending the entire television flying into the wall, shattering it into a pile of wreckage. Li Ju and Huang Yonghe froze on the spot, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. They had been with Li Jiaqing for decades and had never seen him lose his composure like this. Normally, no matter how angry he got, he would only slam the table and curse physical violence. That was rare. The last time was when Li Ju had lost his temper and slapped him. But this time, smashing cups, kicking and shouting. He did not leave anything out. Ji Feng. The roar was torn from the depths of his throat, tasting of blood rust. Thud. Before his words fell, Li Jiaqing's body softened, crashing heavily to the ground, his left hand gripping his chest tightly, his face twisted in agony, veins bulging. Dad, Chairman. The two were horrified, rushing over to support him. Quick, call for help. Get him to the Immediately, the headquarters of Cheng Shun Group fell into chaos. Bodyguards lifted Li Jiaqing. A group of people burst through the door, their footsteps shaking the corridor. Outside the office, many employees were peering through the glass door, their faces pale. Li Chaoran. Surely he can't really be in trouble. With the company hanging by a thread, can they hold together if their backbone suddenly collapses? Some people lowered their heads to tap on their keyboards, silently updating their resumes. Others turned and left, heading straight for headhunter calls. Within minutes after Li Jiaqing was lifted onto the ambulance, resignation letters were already signed. The entire Cheng Shun Group was thrown into chaos. At the same time, in a standalone villa in Kowloon, Ji Feng leaned back on the sofa, holding Guan Jiling in his arms. This beauty had just endured 2 hours of entanglement, nearly exhausted and begging for mercy, ultimately surrendering to him once more. He contentedly watched the television screen, a slight smile on his lips. This program was set up by him personally. The financial channel belonged to the wireless television station. The content of this episode was recorded on a whim in the afternoon. Arranging for Lin Yi and Wang Mengqi to publicly criticize the Cheng Shun Group was entirely his suggestion. The two in the footage spoke sharply, going beyond mere pessimism. Each word struck at the core, nearly exposing. Ji Feng knew clearly the goal had been achieved. Once the program aired, public sentiment would boil like water. The panic would not be limited to the stock market. Those who had purchased long-term properties from Cheng Shun would also be unable to sit still. Ding ding ding. The phone suddenly rang. Ji Feng grabbed his phone and answered. This is Ji Feng. I just received news that Li Jiaqing suffered a heart attack at the Cheng Shun Group and is currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. Yang Chen's intelligence team just confirmed the news and immediately called in. Damn. Ji Feng's heart trembled. This Li Jiaqing's ability to withstand pressure was too fragile. Has he collapsed from just this minor storm? The heavier blows are yet to come. If he really dies, it will be a complete disaster. Igniting public panic is only the first step. The real killing move is still to come. For the first time, he felt a tinge of anxiety for Li Jiaqing. After all, death is ominous and difficult to conclude. One night of rescue. Old Li finally snatched back a life from the hands of the King of Hell. He almost truly left this world. Li Ju and Li Kai, along with Huang Yonghe, kept vigil outside the hospital room, not closing their eyes even once. Old Li has yet to wake up. They dared not leave for even a moment, fearing that a nurse's negligence or a doctor's hesitation would mean he would never return. Last night, a critical illness notice had already been issued. Li Ju and Li Kai's legs went weak on the spot. If old Li truly couldn't hold on, no one could shoulder the burden of Changshe. Eldest young master, second young master, someone needs to take charge of the company right now. Huang Yonghe hurried into the hospital room after hanging up a call. The Human Resources Department just informed us that a large number of employees have submitted their resignations, and several executives have also done so. We urgently need someone to stabilize the situation. Huang Yong's phone hadn't stopped ringing since morning. I'm going back. Second brother, you stay here to take care of Dad. Li Ju stood up and said to Li Kai, if there's any movement, call me immediately, and I'll rush back. Ding-ling-ling. Huang Yong's phone rang again. He hurried out of the hospital room to answer it. Li Ju followed him out. There are shareholders storming the company's headquarters. The public opinion manipulated by Ji Feng was rapidly escalating. Within less than an hour of the market opening, Changshi's stock price plummeted by 8 Hong Kong dollars per share. Some retail investors, having lost everything, rushed to the Changshe building to demand answers. And it's not just the shareholders. On the real estate side, a large number of pre-sale homebuyers are collectively demanding refunds. The sales offices of several stalled projects have all been surrounded. The voice on the other end spoke rapidly, causing cold sweat to bead on Huang Yong's forehead. Hold them off. I'll coordinate immediately. After hanging up, his complexion turned ashen. What's wrong? Li Ju noticed and asked anxiously. The stock price has crashed and shareholders are storming the company. Pre-sale homebuyers are withdrawing en masse and several sales offices of stalled projects are completely blocked. Huang Yonghe explained the situation. Li Ju stood frozen in place, his throat dry. His mind went blank and his palms were sweaty, unable to even remember which number to call next. Ding-ling-ling. The piercing ringtone once again tore through the air. Both men shuddered. That sound was eerily reminiscent of a death knell. However, this time it was Li Ju's phone that rang. He quickly answered. Eldest young master, something big has happened. Standard Chartered Bank is going to cut off our loans. They even publicly released a report downgrading Changshe Group. The loans given to Changshe Group by Standard Chartered Bank were indeed issued before Ji Feng took over. But now Ji Feng is the chairman of Standard Chartered Bank. He has every right to immediately retract this old loan of over 30 billion. This is a trap set by Ji Feng, taking advantage of the fire. Li Ju clenched his phone, his knuckles turning white, wishing he could rush in front of Ji Feng and tear him apart. Over 30 billion. Where would Changshe Group find this money? How could they repay it? Quickly think of a way. Before he finished speaking, the voice of the financial manager's secretary urgently came through the receiver. Director HSBC, Hengxing Bank, and several others have already started withdrawing loans. It's getting out of control. No matter how our people explain or soothe them, the other party doesn't listen at all. At this moment, Li Kai also clutched his phone, stumbling out of the hospital room to answer the call. What did you just say? The banks are withdrawing our loans. Thud. The phone crashed to the ground. He bent his knees and collapsed as if all his bones had been pulled out. Second, young master. Li Ju and Huang Yonghe rushed over to support his arms. It's over. It's all over. Li Kai's lips moved, leaving only these two sentences to repeat. The banks were not blind. Standard Chartered Bank leading the charge to cut loans and downgrade meant that a fuse had been lit for the ticking time bomb that was Changsha. Other banks reacted immediately, rushing to withdraw their investments. Changsha was thoroughly blown apart. The group could hardly protect itself, and Li Jiaqing's credit endorsement was instantly rendered void. The banks that initially backed Li Kai's loans immediately turned their guns, either kicking him while he was down or eager to escape. The loans to Inca Digital were all abruptly withdrawn. Li Kai borrowed money to acquire the shares of Xianjiang Telecom, but the deal had yet to be finalized. The banks only saw that the money was still in his account and were eager to retrieve their principal. They had no idea that the Li family had already shifted this money to fill the hole created by HSBC's potential loan withdrawal. As a result, the hole remained unfilled, and even HSBC turned against them. Changsha was left with a pile of stocks and several pieces of land that were yet to appreciate in value. The stocks could not be liquidated, and the land would only appreciate in 5 or 10 years. With the fire blazing, there was no time to even sell off assets, let alone fill that black hole. Changsha Group was unlikely to survive this month. And what about himself? With 83 billion in debt weighing down on Inca Digital, how could he repay it? What could he use as collateral? Li Kai understood all too well. Once the court summons arrived, he would have no choice but to declare bankruptcy. Peninsula Hotel. David, who was sent by Sun Never Sets to fully oversee the acquisition of Xianjiang Telecom, frowned deeply after hearing the report from his subordinate. Are you saying Changsha Group could go bankrupt at any moment? His tone was filled with disbelief. Yes, Mr. The assistant nodded, his voice tense. Changshi's debt ratio has reached 200%. Standard Chartered Bank is leading, and several banks are simultaneously cutting off loans. As soon as the market opened today, Changshi's stock price plummeted. At this rate, an avalanche is only a matter of time. Additionally, we have just confirmed that Li Jiaqing's son Li Kai, who is also the chairman of Inca Digital and the one who discussed the acquisition of Xianjiang Telecom shares with us. He used both Changsha Group and Li Jiaqing as dual guarantees to borrow a substantial amount of funds. Now that Changsha has exploded, all the cooperating banks have started withdrawing loans from Inca Digital. However, the money has long been siphoned off, and the banks have jointly filed for bankruptcy liquidation. This is a done deal, the assistant said in one breath. David's throat tightened, almost cursing out loud. What the hell is this? He had flown thousands of miles from Sun Never Sets just to smoothly sell off the shares of Xianjiang Telecom. He had thought it was a sure-win deal. 3 bidders and hand-raising prices, splitting commissions, and promotions were all within easy reach. Who could have predicted? As soon as he stepped into Xianjiang, he only had time to meet one buyer while he hadn't even seen the shadows of the other two, let alone discuss terms or push plans. The only one he had met was on the verge of bankruptcy. Fortunately, there were still 2 companies that hadn't moved. It was certain that the profit would be less, but at least he could still secure a considerable amount of revenue. David found this acceptable. You need to contact Ji Feng personally right away and also reach out to Singapore Telecom. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. He turned to issue orders to the assistant. If either of these 2 companies fell through, that large sum of money would be completely lost. Promotion and salary increase at headquarters. Don't even think about it. Mr. David, this time selling the shares of Xianjiang Telecom is likely to be very difficult to proceed as we envisioned. The assistant's tone was low. David frowned. What makes you say that? Singapore Telecom is relatively stable, but Ji Feng is a variable. With him involved, things may not go as we wish. Inca Digital is now in turmoil, and the Changsha Group behind it is on the verge of collapse, all orchestrated by him. David's interest was piqued. Though appointed as the representative of the Sunless Telecom Commission, he possessed scant first-hand knowledge of Hong Kong's realities, relying solely on a few hastily skimmed briefing pages before departure. 3 prospective buyers, each backed by formidable financial muscle and liquid capital. British Tech Digital stood firmly behind Chung Kong Holdings. Singapore Telecom enjoyed the implicit guarantee of national credit. And Ji Feng, all anyone knew was that he had become Hong Kong's wealthiest individual, his business empire sprawling across industries. As for his background, utterly opaque. Ji Feng is a young man in his early 20s. He turned 25 this year. Last spring, he assumed control of his family's shipping conglomerate, one of Hong Kong's 4 largest maritime enterprises. At the time, the Desert War had triggered a wave of loan maturities, and the company teetered under an overwhelming debt burden, seemingly destined to founder. Yet within a year, he not only rescued the shipping firm from collapse, but also acquired Hong Kong's largest food group, one of its top 3 property developers, and its premier media and film corporation. 2 months ago, he absorbed Standard Chartered Bank, one of Hong Kong's Big Four. Prior to that, he consolidated Hong Kong Electric and Town Gas into Hong Kong Energy. He now holds the undisputed title of Hong Kong's richest tycoon, dubbed by the public the sovereign of financial arts. In the stock market, his every move has been flawless. His success rate 100%. Of Hong Kong's 10 historic British conglomerates, 9 have already fallen, each resurrected under his command. In Cheung Kong's recent collapse, Ji Feng's hand lay unmistakably behind it. A sharp intake of breath. David's Adam's apple bobbed. He recoiled inwardly, drawing in a cold, shuddering gasp. A thin sheen of sweat glistened across his spine. In that moment, he felt profound gratitude for having brought along his seasoned, locally versed assistant. A sudden flicker of wariness crossed his mind. Could Ji Feng intervene? After a brief pause, he spoke firmly. Proceed as originally planned. Do not overthink it. Even if he disrupts the process and drives down the sale price, we can always walk away. Our parent company's finances remain sound. This is no emergency demanding immediate liquidity. After all, this deal was never indispensable. Should Ji Feng attempt to force a discount, they would simply withdraw. In the days that followed, the assistant contacted both Ji Feng and Singapore Telecom separately. Ji Feng replied succinctly, "No rush. Let's take our time." Singapore Telecom responded that internal deliberations were underway and that a formal acquisition delegation would travel to Hong Kong shortly. David hoped for a swift resolution. Impossible. Meanwhile, banks had already begun withdrawing credit lines. British Tech Digital's accounts were barren, and the banks filed suit without delay. Before the case even reached court, Li Kai's shell company, British Tech Digital, whose shares had long languished, plummeted past the daily limit and collapsed outright. The debt crisis spiraled completely out of control. Ultimately, Li Kai capitulated, declaring British Tech Digital bankrupt. All his personal assets and corporate equity were seized and frozen to satisfy creditors. Yet even that fell catastrophically short. British Tech Digital was in truth a hollow shell, possessing virtually no tangible assets worth auctioning. Its sole valuable asset was the digital harbor negotiated by Li Kai under Li Ka-shing's patronage directly from the Hong Kong government. This was a genuine deepwater port. With Hong Kong's cramped terrain and steep mountains, flat land was scarce, let alone space suitable for constructing a deepwater harbor. Across the entire territory, such sites could be counted on one hand. Thus, this harbor carried extraordinary intrinsic value. Deep water meant it could berth larger vessels with greater draft. Larger vessels meant cargo capacity doubled per voyage. Higher throughput naturally followed. Ji Feng recognized its potential instantly and immediately summoned Huitingzhou, Su Wentian, Wu Zhongming, and Zheng Yutong. Behind closed doors, the 5 convened to strategize a joint acquisition, united effort. Hong Kong's peers had long operated under private management, but constructing a deepwater port, the initial investment alone amounted to astronomical sums, tens of billions in hard cash. More perilous still were the foreign interests. Ji Feng's recent maneuvers had drawn intense scrutiny. He was under constant observation. Were he to act alone the moment his bid documents surfaced, foreign powers would surely sabotage him behind the scenes. Bringing in 4 additional partners served a dual-purpose: risk diversification and strategic leverage. 5 converging forces formed an unbreakable coalition, forcing even the most arrogant foreign actors to pause and reconsider. Financial pressure eased, yet decision-making authority grew stronger. A true win-win. Ji Feng had never harbored ambitions of monopolizing power. A 5-party consortium bound their mutual interests irrevocably, transforming a fragile alliance into a resilient, battle-tested pact. Ring, ring, ring. Just as the discussion reached its critical juncture, Zheng Yutong's phone chimed. Apologies. He nodded quickly to the others, pulled out his phone, and his brows lifted. It's Li Ka-shing, the wily old fox, calling us. Has the sun risen in the west? Hearing this, Ji Feng and the others burst into laughter. He's finally lost his composure. I heard he checked out of the hospital just 2 days ago, and then locked himself in his office for an all-nighter. Huh? Wu Zhongming slapped his thigh, roaring, serves him right. Years ago, he betrayed his father-in-law and swallowed the Pao family whole, using his signature leverage strategy to effortlessly absorb Hutchison Whampoa. Now he seeks to repeat the same play. Do you take us for mere decorations? Toward Li Ka-shing, Ji Feng had never shown the slightest deference, and secretly hoped for his utter downfall. Cheung Kong Group's share price had already cratered to barely 20% of its former value, with 80% of its market capitalization wiped out. Banks had issued formal demand letters, requiring full repayment within 7 days. His fate, inevitably identical to Li Kai's. They felt no urgency. They merely waited, poised beside him, ready to catch the falling shares in his final convulsion and to select the choicest, most resilient assets from the wreckage. Hello. Zheng Yutong activated speakerphone. Mr. Li, I understand you were hospitalized recently. How is your health? What brings you to call me today? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zheng. I am managing. Li Ka-shing's voice emerged hoarse and frail. Having just survived a myocardial infarction, he had forced himself back to work, devoid of vigor or vitality. Mr. Zheng, I'd like to invite you to a casual dinner. Shortly, I'll also reach out separately to the Ho family, the Pao family, and Mr. Ji. Zheng Yutong interjected with a smile. Mr. Li, dinner won't be necessary. As it happens, they're all here with me right now. If you have something to say, please speak freely. We're all listening. Ji Feng and the others turned their gaze collectively toward the phone. At the other end of the line, Li Ka-shing clenched his fists tightly inside his office, his teeth grinding audibly, before slowly releasing them, his breath sinking into silence. Gentlemen, my interference in your acquisition of British enterprises was my error. I admit it, fully and unequivocally. His voice dropped lower, almost pleading. Chung Kong now faces crises both internal and external. I am prepared to transfer my equity holdings, only asking that you show mercy and grant me a path to survival. The group exchanged glances. Ji Feng spoke next, calm, measured, and utterly uncompromising. Mr. Li, how do you intend to sell? At market price, I'll absorb the losses. Is that acceptable? We are all merchants of Hong Kong, of shared roots and common origins. Please extend your goodwill. A faint humorless twist tugged at Ji Feng's lips. Shared roots. You hesitated when seizing British assets, but struck decisively when we moved to consolidate. The knife you wield against your own kin, you sharpened it brightest of all. Your dignity has long since vanished. The combined British equity acquired by our 5 parties, you may receive no more than 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Each word landed with iron finality. You struck first. Don't blame me for abandoning courtesy. Sell, at fire sale terms. Refuse. Then await the court-appointed liquidator. Those shares will inevitably become ours. At most, it would cost us 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. You guys. At least it's worth 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Li Jiacheng's voice trembled, completely unable to hold it together. You still have a choice. Ji Feng's tone was icy. Can't you leave me a way out? Li Jiacheng shouted hoarsely, his throat feeling as if choked with gravel. No one is blocking your door. Ji Feng's tone was steady, yet each word weighed heavily. The marketplace is not a tea house for business discussions. This is a life-and-death struggle. The business war is a battlefield. It's either you fall, or I lie down. Don't believe in the old saying that harmony brings wealth. Only when interests align can one expect a smiling face. Otherwise, it's all empty talk. This isn't Ji Feng's hard heart. It's reality that never sugarcoats. Being lenient with opponents is like digging your own grave. There are few cases of repaying kindness with enmity. The story of the farmer and the snake is a pile. On the other end of the phone, Li Jiacheng remained silent for a long time. He understood this. Years ago, he had been even harsher. If it were him sitting on this side, he wouldn't let go of a single cent. He let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping. Send someone to Chung Xing Group to sign the contract. I will be waiting in the office. He had won. 10 billion can't save Chung Xing. He never intended to use this money to fill the hole. In the current situation, even tens of billions, hundreds of billions thrown in would yield no echo. Unless he could gather 9 billion, he might turn the tide. But who could come up with that? He accepted it. There's a condition: 10 billion must be settled in US dollars, deposited into my specified account. Okay. Ji Feng agreed readily. Li Jiacheng immediately hung up. US dollar settlement. Designated account. The old fox is preparing to slip away. Zheng Yutong's eyes widened. Wu Zhengming scoffed. Chung Xing can't hold on any longer. Bankruptcy is just a matter of time. It's human nature to gather more money to pave the way. With hundreds of billions in external debt weighing down, it's better to hold tight to cash and turn away than to fill a bottomless pit with money. Whether he leaves or not is none of our concern. Hu Tingzhou didn't even raise his eyelids. He was solely focused on equity. A 10 billion contract split 5 ways, each person 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Meanwhile, Li Jiacheng held shares of 5 British companies, any one of which far exceeded this amount. Especially Swire Group. He had quietly acquired a substantial amount, and with the original stake of the Hu family swallowing the entire Swire was more than enough. Ji Feng nodded slightly. Whether Li Jiacheng lived or died, he no longer cared. Securing the shares and dragging down Chung Xing fulfilled his purpose. What he truly cared about was the liquidated assets after Chung Xing's collapse. Chung Xing Tower, along with 2 other landmark buildings. Currently valued at around 200 billion Hong Kong dollars, but land prices in Hong Kong only rise, never fall. Even if there's a bubble burst or a financial crisis, it's a certainty that the future market value will multiply several times over. Not to mention the core plots of land he held. This deal was guaranteed profit. Chung Xing Group's tower, the chairman's office. After Li Jiacheng hung up Zheng Yutong's call, he dialed other Chinese capital tycoons in succession. He transferred his shares one by one. Without exception, they were all undervalued. He maneuvered through each negotiation, sparing no effort, not yielding an inch. In the end, he stubbornly fought for a few more points of profit for each transaction, until nightfall contracts were successively signed. All agreed to settle in US dollars with funds fully deposited into his specified overseas account. In total, it amounted to 50 billion Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to about 700 million US dollars, all deposited into the bank in Ghana. The night deepened. Li Jiacheng slowly rose, his steps unsteady. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the densely packed, brightly lit skyscrapers outside. No longer the grandeur of looking down upon the masses. Only a sense of reluctance and heavy loneliness weighed on his chest. He had thought that this generation could put all of Hong Kong underfoot, allowing the Li family to leap to the top and secure their position as the #1 family in Hong Kong. He himself would stand at the pinnacle of life. But what was the reality? He was beaten. Too many hidden dangers had gone unnoticed by him. He admitted it was due to his eagerness for achievement, too arrogant, too hasty, and too merciless, ultimately forcing himself into this plight. At this moment, regret was like a knife carving at his heart. He truly wanted to slap himself several times. The family business he had built over half a lifetime had vanished. He also thought of his late wife. If she were still alive and saw him being so reckless, she would definitely stop him and wake him up with each word. But now, Dad, are you looking for us? Li Ju and Li Kai pushed open the office door. The once spirited young masters now looked haggard and disheveled. Li Ju's eye sockets were deeply sunken, dark circles as thick as ink, eyes bloodshot, clearly having stayed up countless nights. Li Kai was even worse. His hair was tangled, stubble overgrown, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, looking gaunt. Most striking was that his once jet-black hair was now streaked with gray, each strand glaring. In a single night, due to Inca Digital's collapse, he aged 10 years. Hearing the voice, Li Jiaqing slowly turned, his hands trembling slightly. Seeing his two sons especially staring at Li Kai's gaunt face, he felt a tightness in his throat. I had Huang Yonghe book you tickets to Ghana for tonight. You will leave tonight. From now on, settle down there. This was a decision he made after much contemplation. Huang Yonghe will follow you from now on. I have liquidated all my shares and $10 billion have been transferred to that account, along with the existing funds, a total of $15 billion. Additionally, I have deposited a ton of gold in the Bank of Ghana, which has long been prepared. In fact, over the years, he had been quietly transferring assets, shipping batch after batch of gold without interruption. Why? Just for the day of Hong Kong's return. He is a banana person, and on the surface he maintains warm ties with the mainland, but deep down, he feels no recognition, only vigilance, even a subtle sense of fear. Thus he paved his escape route a decade ago. Only it was different from what Ji Feng knew in his past life. This time Li Jiaqing did not wait for a grand exit decades later. He had no time to use the blood and sweat of the Yen people to pave a path of gold bricks for himself. He could only hastily close the net and retreat early. All in all, Ji Feng's disruption saved the mainland from an astronomical bad debt. Li Ju and Li Kai exchanged glances, their lips slightly parted, momentarily speechless. This matter came too suddenly. They were slow to react. When you get there, the money will be enough for you to restart, but never come back to Hong Kong. Never return, especially not to the mainland. If you don't want to do business, just use the money to buy property in Ghana or America. The real estate market there is very stable. It will only rise in the next decade. Plus, with that ton of gold, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your lives. Li Jiaqing spoke, each word slowly and heavily. Click. The door was pushed open. Huang Yonghe entered, bowing slightly to Li Jiaqing, saying, Chairman, everything is settled. Li Jiaqing nodded gently. From now on, you will follow those two brothers. I have already settled your fate. With that, he turned back to his two sons. Remember, you are brothers and must stick together. No one can be trusted over there. They are inherently wary of the people from Yen Kingdom. The only ones you can rely on are each other. Let's go. He waved his hand from behind the large desk. Dad, what do you mean? Aren't you leaving? Li Ju's voice trembled. Li Kai also suddenly looked up, his eyes reddening. Dad, are you going to stay? I can't leave. I can only stay. Li Jiaqing let out a long sigh. He truly couldn't leave. If he did, it would be deemed a clear-cut case of fleeing with assets, and he would likely end up on an international wanted list. Moreover, someone had to bear the burden here in Xiangjiang. There had to be an explanation. The futures of his two sons forced him to stay. And the Changsha group, which he had built with his own hands, was on the verge of disintegrating, with even its name soon forgotten. He had long since lost the will to hold on. People grow old. His body had long been worn out, and he could barely stand. He did not want to escape, nor did he want to bear it any longer. Dad. Li Ju had just uttered a word when Li Jiaqing abruptly raised his hand to cut him off. Go. Those who achieve great things must have hearts as hard as iron. Remember, apart from you two brothers, everyone else can be sacrificed. When it comes to a dead end, even blood brothers must be cut clean. These words sounded contradictory, opposing each other. But reality was as harsh as it seemed. While they could advance and retreat together in normal times, if they still spoke of feelings in a crisis, they would all sink together. The Changsha group was drowning in debt. The stock price plummeted drastically. The Xiangjiang Stock Exchange directly delisted it. The bank, which initially planned to withdraw and observe, immediately concluded that Changsha had no chance of recovery upon seeing the delisting and turned against them. One lawsuit after another came crashing down on Changsha. Court summons piled up at the front desk, with 3 trips a day sent to headquarters. Li Jiaqing called a press conference that very day. He leaned on his cane, stepping up to the stage slowly. The reporters below were packed tightly, the camera flashes blinding, yet he didn't even blink. I am heartbroken that Changsha has come to this point, but there is nothing I can do. The fault lies with me. Being greedy and hasty, I moved too quickly and dragged the company into a debt quagmire. Just now several court summons have arrived again. Major banks have officially filed lawsuits. At present, Changsha indeed cannot pay this debt. So I have decided from today the Changsha Group will apply for bankruptcy and accept the comprehensive liquidation of all assets under the group and my personal name by all creditor banks. Boom! The audience erupted. Changsha had collapsed. The Superman Lee who had created a myth over a decade ago was now powerless, forced to bow in defeat. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Mr. Lee, with Changsha being delisted and declaring bankruptcy, what will happen to the shareholders? Superman Lee, what about the owners who bought Prezold properties? Give us an explanation. After the liquidation, if those unfinished buildings are left without anyone taking over, what do you plan to do? Will the owner's money just disappear? Are all those buildings going to rot in the ground? Questions poured down like rain. Li Jiaqing did not answer a single one, turning to leave with his cane his back, showing no hesitation. As the news broke, the owners of Prezold properties went mad, and the trapped shareholders also collapsed. They blocked the Changsha building, their shouts shaking the heavens, demanding a way out. The situation spiraled out of control, pushing and shoving escalated, ultimately leading to a bloody incident. The police arrived, but could not suppress it, and in the end they had to ask Li Jiaqing to step forward to calm things down. But when people rushed into his office, old Li was slumped on the sofa, eyes closed with dark red blood at the corner of his mouth, already lifeless. He had poisoned himself to death. A generation of influential figures had thus taken their final bow. Li Jiaqing self-killed. Changsha Group bankrupt. These 8 words became an unescapable mark in the days to come across Xiangjiang. Even after a full 7 days had passed, the streets and alleys remained in shock, unable to regain their senses. Who would believe it? That colossal entity worth hundreds of billions, consistently ranking among the top 5 in Xiangjiang real estate, could collapse without warning. How many people overnight saw their savings wiped out, their property certificates turned into useless paper? More owners of Prezold properties squatted at the construction site with their contracts, unable to even cry out loud. The impact was far beyond imagination. Some jumped off buildings, others swallowed pills, and some took their entire families with them. Changshi's fall took away too many people's livelihoods. This cannot be blamed on others. The blame lies with Li Jiaqing. Standard Chartered Bank quickly took over the land mortgaged by Changsha. Ji Feng successfully acquired the Changsha building and 2 other core properties. The newly listed Xiangjiang Energy seized the opportunity to swallow Hong Kong Electric, completely controlling the lifeline of electricity in the entire Hong Kong. Besides that, Ji Feng, in conjunction with 4 other firms, seized all the land Changsha had hoarded in the mainland during its asset liquidation, making a substantial profit. The Five Lords Society thus gained fame. This title was spontaneously coined by the Xiangjiang business. Some also referred to them as the Five Giants, but the more widely circulated term remained the Five Lords Society. 5 veterans who could shake the real estate circle with a stomp. It was indeed these 5 individuals who united to hunt down the Changsha Group, forcing it to the brink of bankruptcy, and then smoothly took over the core plots and quality projects. Li Jiaqing had completely collapsed. Once the news broke, many wealthy individuals were intensely eager, straining to connect with this line and squeeze into this situation. But many old wealthy families secretly tensed up. After all, Li Jiaqing was not a soft target. In terms of financial strength, connections, and foundation, he was not much different from those 100-year-old families. If even he could be easily toppled by the Five Lords Society, then what about themselves? The fear was genuine. In no time, various prestigious families began to send messages, deliver gifts, and host banquets, fearing they would be targeted, even more afraid of inadvertently offending someone. Meanwhile, a batch of small and medium-sized banks fell into a quagmire due to the debt liquidation of Changsha, especially those local banks in Xiangjiang that had lent to Li Kai. With bad debts piling up and no room for maneuvering, Li Kai had already signed a debt assumption agreement with Li Jiaqing, and together with his elder brother Li Ju, they had concluded the inheritance division. He had long fled, leaving no trace. The banks couldn't even find his grave. Funds had vanished without a trace, operations rapidly deteriorated, and liquidity had directly collapsed. Zhang Tianxing frequently acted at Ji Feng's behest. Standard Chartered Bank took the opportunity to swallow several highly reputable regional banks. In this round of siege against the Changsha Group, Ji Feng was undoubtedly the biggest winner. After the building changed hands, the Changsha building was officially renamed Energy Building, becoming the headquarters of Xiangjiang Energy Group. Ji Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of what used to be Li Jiaqing's office, looking down at the entire central. To be honest, this location was even slightly superior to that of the New Era building. The only thing that made one feel uneasy was that old Li had taken his last breath in this very room. Although it had been completely renovated and rearranged with all walls and floors replaced, and even the air had been changed 3 times, that lingering gloom still could not be dispelled. Chairman, should we invite some Taoists or monks to perform rituals? Seeing Ji Feng's brow slightly furrowed, Zhang Tianxing immediately spoke up to probe. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng burst into laughter. Xiangjiang people believe in feng shui and respect ghosts and gods. It is a habit ingrained in their bones. But he did not buy into this. If there were really ghosts, old Li would be the first to hesitate to come here. No need. He waved his hand. I don't come here often, it's mostly empty when I do. The new era building is my true core. This place, it's merely a nominal territory. Click. Huang Feng pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Tianxing upon seeing this immediately stood up and exited. He had understood early on after joining that Huang Feng was not an ordinary assistant nor a mere security chief. He was a trusted blade of Ji Feng wielding a power of a shadowy force that no one dared to question. Zhang Tianxing knew his limits. What he should know he remembered. What he should not know he never raised his eyes to. As soon as the person left, Huang Feng got straight to the point. The representatives from Singapore Telecommunications for the acquisition have arrived. Half an hour ago the team leader checked into the Peninsula Hotel with the group. Our people are following them the entire way. David, the representative from Sun Never Sets Telecommunications, has already met with them at the Peninsula Hotel. We have set up listening devices in advance. The two sides discussed pricing. Singapore Telecommunications offered 6.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. It was rejected. The foreigners insisted on 8 billion. Ji Feng nodded slightly. 6.5 billion was not outrageous. Given the current stock price and shareholding ratio of Xiangjiang Telecommunications, the equity that Sun Never Sets held was worth that amount. The fact that Singapore Telecommunications was willing to offer this price clearly indicated they were determined to acquire it. He had anticipated the rejection from the foreigners. He knew their temperament all too well. Greed. Unfettered greed with no bottom line. At that moment Lin Yi's call came through. Chairman, the head of Sun Never Sets Telecommunications, just called wanting to arrange a meeting to discuss things. Understood, confirm it. Ji Feng's lips curled up. These foreign devils truly had the thickest skins. They had just met with the Singapore Telecommunications representatives and immediately sent someone to negotiate with us. This was clearly an intention to raise the stakes. Once the meeting started, they would surely use Singapore Telecommunications as leverage. It wouldn't be surprising if they directly threw out. They offered 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Then they would wait for the two sides to clash while he counted the money in between. If they followed their pace, this acquisition would quickly become a tug-of-war lasting at least a year and a half. Lin Yi go to the trading center to raise the placard. Immediately convened the board of directors of Xiangjiang Telecommunications for a meeting. The shares transferred from Li Jiaqing had already been received, and when combined with Ji Feng's original holdings, he held 51 of Xiangjiang Telecommunications shares, firmly occupying the position of the largest shareholder. If he hadn't insisted on complete control, this amount of shares would have been enough to stabilize the situation. After hanging up the phone, Ji Feng turned to Huang Feng, his voice calm. Make your move tonight. Invite everyone from the Singapore Telecommunications acquisition team to stay at our place for a few days. Since they traveled such a long distance, we must treat them well to not disappoint their sincere effort in coming all. Hoping to rely on negotiations, quotes, and processes to gradually acquire the shares of Sun Never Sets Telecommunications and thus achieve absolute control over Xiangjiang Telecommunications. This path had long since become unfeasible. There was no choice but to take another route. Understood, I will get it done right away. Huang Feng nodded and quickly exited. The night pressed down on the city. In the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel, Li Guangting, the head of the Singapore Telecommunications acquisition team, sat by the window absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the armrest. 6.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. In his eyes, it was already an extremely restrained offer. But David opened his mouth to demand 8 billion, leaving no room for negotiation. Not accepted, no discussion. Li Guangting with a stiff face haggled for several hours, but the other party remained unmoved. This price had already crossed the internal preset red line. The board had set the maximum limit at 7 billion. He had no choice but to urgently call the headquarters to report the deadlock. The response from there was simply wait for notification, a meeting is in progress. Li Guangting felt heavy in his heart. The opponent was the richest in Xiangjiang, not an ordinary player. Even disregarding David's sky-high demands, just Ji Feng's presence made this acquisition destined to be not easy. What was more troublesome was that he had learned Ji Feng had already surpassed Sun Never Sets Telecommunications in shareholding, becoming the de facto largest single shareholder. Even if Singapore Telecommunications grit their teeth and offered a high price to acquire the remaining shares, the subsequent integration countermeasures and capital battles would still be fraught with pitfalls. After all, who was Ji Feng? The stabilizing force in the financial circle of Xiangjiang, with cash reserves always 3 times more than others. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out. Li Guangting stood up to open the door. Outside stood team member Zhang Bo, sweating and pale. Director Li, something happened. What? A yen and a few of them slipped out to the bar. They got into a conflict inside and are now all detained. He just called for help, asking us to hurry over and rescue them. What? Li Guangting's expression changed suddenly. Everyone stay put. I told you before coming. Xiangjiang has many gangs, and chaotic security outsiders are the ones most likely to stumble. Zhang Bo shrank his neck. They were bored and had been pacing in the room until they were restless. I said not to go, but they insisted on just having a couple of drinks. There would be no problem. I didn't stop them. Li Guangting closed his eyes. He had pressed everyone to stay indoors to avoid unexpected complications. Afraid these people did not understand the rules, did not recognize the depth of the water, and would step into a quagmire. But precisely what he feared the most happened. Which bar? Lead the way. No matter how angry he was, he had to fish them out. This was the team he had brought out, the main force sent by the company for the acquisition. The two men hurriedly rushed out of the Peninsula Hotel's door. They jumped into a taxi heading straight for the bustling bar street diagonally across from the hotel. Zhang Bo stopped several passers-by, repeatedly inquiring before finally figuring out the location of the bar. Inside the bar, deafening music blasted, causing people's eardrums to throb, while thinly clad girls swayed their arms and hips under the lights. Young men approached with drinks to strike up conversations, while others gazed intently, fixated on the dancers, who wore barely 3 pieces of clothing and strutted in high heels. Li Guangting frowned. He was genuinely annoyed by this raucous atmosphere. Scanning around for familiar faces, not seeing anyone, he turned to Zhang Bo and asked, "Are they really here?" Probably not wrong. Zhang Bo wasn't sure himself, hastily found a corner and pulled out his phone to dial a Yan's number from the team. "Hello." The call connected, but the voice on the other end was not a Yan's, but a coarse and prickly tone. "Who? Where's a Yan? Stop with the nonsense. Bring money to redeem them, or don't blame us for being heavy-handed." Zhang Bo's throat tightened. He hurriedly replied, "Don't touch them. We are here. Where are the people? We'll come right over." "Wait." The other side dropped 2 words and abruptly hung up. The two stood in place. Before them was a surging crowd and glaring neon lights. Their expressions grew darker. Li Guangting was especially anxious, his palms slick with sweat. His own brothers were detained in such a place. The kidnappers were definitely not kind. During this trip to Xiangjiang for the acquisition discussions, he had repeatedly cautioned, do not cause trouble, do not show wealth, do not attract gangs. Xiangjiang was treacherous, it was not their territory. If something went wrong, sinking into Victoria Harbor would mean even the corpses could not be recovered. Yet what he feared most was exactly what happened. Just a few minutes in, Li Guangting felt as if he had aged half a life. Dozens of figures in black suits carved a path straight through the center of the dance floor, marching unswervingly. The revelers, men and women lost in ecstatic motion, immediately fell silent and retreated against the walls the moment they saw the group approach, standing rigid and breathless, as if afraid even to inhale. The black-clad men closed in, encircling Li Guangting and Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo instinctively recoiled, his shoulders slumping inward. He had never in all his life witnessed such an intimidating spectacle. In Singapore, even street beggars must register with authorities to avoid tarnishing the city's immaculate image. How could anyone there possibly fathom a dozen black-suited enforcers blocking a doorway? Here to ransom someone? The leader scanned them both with a cold, appraising gaze. My subordinate acted without protocol. Li Guangting forced the words out through clenched teeth, his voice parched and trembling. His heart hammered wildly. He had no idea what to say or how to respond. Enough. The man cut him off with an impatient wave. Follow me upstairs. Before the sentence finished, he turned and strode away. Li Guangting and Zhang Bo dared not utter a single word of refusal. Their hostage remained firmly in the enemy's grasp, and even if they tried to flee, over a dozen pairs of eyes had already pinned them down. Surrounded by that dense, oppressive ring of figures, they couldn't even lift their legs, knees quaking uncontrollably. Merely holding themselves upright, without soiling their trousers, was already an act of desperate dignity. Amid glances ranging from mocking to pitying to evasive, the two were escorted upstairs. The bar's soundproofing was thick. The thunderous bass vanished the instant they stepped onto the second floor. Yet this sudden silence felt even more unnerving. Humanity has always feared the unknown most of all. Ah! A gut-wrenching scream tore through the air, making both men flinch violently. Following the sound, they glimpsed a half-open door. 2 young men were slammed face down onto the floor, their hair yanked tight as boots rained down upon them. Blood smeared their faces, noses were crooked, mouths split wide, and swollen flesh distorted their features beyond recognition. Who gave you the nerve to peddle drugs on Xinjiang turf? Who sent you here? Where did your shipment come from? And who's your supplier? These 2 were cocaine dealers. Ji Feng despised narcotics above all else, and had issued a strict edict others might turn a blind eye, but within Xinjiang's jurisdiction, not a single gram would be tolerated. Alu considered the punishment excessive, but he dared not dismiss Ji Feng's words as mere wind. Ji Feng would act. Years earlier, a high-ranking official in Xinjiang had secretly opened back doors for traffickers. The day that leak surfaced, the man vanished, never seen again. That incident didn't just shake Alu. It reverberated across all of Xinjiang. From that day forward, no one dared utter the word cargo aloud. Thereafter, Xinjiang guarded its territory with the impenetrability of a sealed iron cauldron. These 2 youths had walked headlong into the firing line, and their fate required no elaboration. What are you staring at? Li Guangting and Zhang Bo jolted as if electrocuted. Their already stiff legs now lost even the strength to tremble, gone utterly slack like overcooked noodles. Humph. The Xinqing enforcers sneered in unison, lips curled in contempt, eyes sharp as blades slicing across skin, naked unvarnished disdain. Move, now. A shout boomed, rattling their eardrums. The two scrambled forward, crawling and stumbling behind Xinqing's lead enforcer all the way into the office. The head enforcer entered first to announce them, then wrenched the door open. Get in now. Li Guangting and Zhang Bo's nerves screamed, but their feet felt nailed to the floor. They dared not pause, dare not question, dare not look back. By this point, even if the devil himself sat waiting behind that door, they had no choice but to step across the threshold. One thought consumed them entirely: we should never have come. Had he known it would come to this, Li Guangting would sooner have called the police, or abandoned the entire group, than set foot. What did it matter if they died? Life itself was the only thing worth preserving. The moment he crossed the threshold, he recognized them instantly. The acquisition team, Yin, and the rest, all kneeling on the floor, trembling like leaves in a gale. Their clothes were torn beyond repair, stained with dried blood. Faces bore overlapping bruises, some still oozing crimson. Yan's face was grotesquely swollen, features unrecognizable. A large patch of scalp had been violently ripped away, raw and red blood streaking half his face. Mr. Li. At the sight of Li Guangting, Yan's eyes bulged, his wail cracking mid-cry, save me. All his anguish, pain, and terror poured forth in snot and tears. Bang. Before the plea finished, a Xinqing underling drove a kick into Yan's ribs. Who told you to speak? Do you want your tongue removed? The man raised his hand to strike again. Yan instantly curled into a ball, burying his neck deep into his shoulders, his voice shaking as he begged. I'm sorry. I won't speak. I swear I won't. The others, witnessing this, clamped their mouths shut, tight as sealed scrolls, and even their breathing grew faint. At that moment, DeLong rose from behind the desk. He was one of Xinqing's most formidable enforcers, overseeing this very bar district. His bald head gleamed, his jawline was sharp as a cleaver's edge, intricate tattoos crawled up his thick neck almost to his ears. His entire face radiated a primal, forbidding ferocity. A true street demon incarnate. You are the boss of these worthless fools. DeLong lifted his eyelids slowly, his gaze heavy and unblinking as it locked onto Li Guangting's face. Yes, it's me. Li Guangting's throat tightened, his voice floated disembodied and thin. Every rehearsed line fled his mind, trapped, suffocating in his throat. He even felt his knees buckle, on the verge of collapsing to the floor. You dared lay hands on my woman, in my establishment. DeLong slammed his palm onto the desk, a roar that made the window panes shiver. Your courage is truly boundless. Yin nearly fainted on the spot. A searing tide of injustice burned in his chest, scorching his organs. She was stunning, magnetic, yes, but he hadn't approached her. That night, restless and bored in their hotel, they hailed a taxi. The driver casually suggested, why not hit a bar? And so they drifted there. They'd barely ordered drinks when the woman approached them herself. Her smile curling at the corners of her eyes, her hand sliding effortlessly onto Yan's arm, her body leaning so close it nearly melted into his chest. Yan had never faced such boldness. He took it as divine favor, a goddess descending upon him, and head swimming, already imagined how the evening would end. As intoxication surged, his gestures grew bolder, the atmosphere hotter, until the door burst open and DeLong stormed in, striking without warning, without word. Only then did Yan realize she was DeLong's lover. Even more devastating, she whirled around and pointed straight at him, shouting, he harassed me. He wouldn't listen, and then he attacked. Before he could protest, a crushing blow landed squarely on his temple. Even colleagues who tried to intervene were dragged outside and beaten mercilessly. Dazed, disoriented, locked inside that room. He loathed her face with visceral hatred. What he didn't know was that from the moment he stepped into that taxi, every step he took had already been scripted. From the cab driver luring them in, to the woman's calculated advance, to DeLong's dramatic entrance. It was all a meticulously laid trap. Had they resisted the taxi's suggestion, another snare would have awaited them elsewhere. We'll pay whatever it takes. Seeing DeLong's expression darken, Li Guangting's voice faltered, slipping out before he could stop it. At that moment, only one thought ruled his mind: get out, immediately. Pay up. No problem. Consider it a sacrifice to ward off misfortune. Just let me walk away unharmed. Umph. A cold snort escaped DeLong's nostrils as he leisurely settled back into his chair. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. And take the man with you. Now. What? Li Guangting lost his voice on the spot. 10 billion. Was this some kind of joke? This wasn't negotiation, it was outright robbery. We truly cannot raise that sum. His throat tightened with desperation. 5 million. I'll pay 5 million right now. Bang. Before the words had fully left his mouth, DeLong slammed his palm onto the table, sending teacups leaping half an inch into the air. Li Guangting flinched violently, his spine instantly slick with cold sweat. I demand 10 billion. You toss out 5 million as if haggling at a Mong Kok vegetable stall. Veins pulsed fiercely at his temples as his roar rattled the window frames. Refuse the courtesy drink. Then no one leaves. Li Guangting's knees buckled. He hastily backtracked. 50 million. I'll pay 50 million. It was every cent he could muster outside his home base. He'd arrived in Hong Kong light and unencumbered. The acquisition funds weren't even in his possession. They were here to negotiate cooperation, not to disperse payments. 50 million represented the absolute limit of what he could mobilize abroad. Slap. A sharp stinging slap cracked across his face. Xin Sheng's underling struck without hesitation. Li Guangting saw stars explode before crashing sideways onto the floor. His cheek burned fiercely, but nothing compared to the icy dread flooding his chest. Mr. Li. Zhang Bo cried out in alarm. With a curt waved along order, drag them away, lock them up tight. For the next few days, see to it they're properly attended to. Force them to call home and raise the ransom. Can't gather 10 billion. Then dump them into the Lei Yumun reclamation site. Black-suited enforcers moved instantly. Screams erupted across the office. Brother, spare my life. It really wasn't me. Ah Yin knelt screaming hoarsely, frantically denying any involvement. She came over to toast me herself. I didn't even touch her. Yet those around him had already turned against him, each casting blame. He's the one who caused this. Nothing to do with us. You rotten bastard. If you want your pleasures, enjoy them alone. Don't drag us all down with you. Let him fill the reclamation site. He's the one who belongs there. We're clean. Brother, kill him if you must. We were forced into this. No one believed them. The louder the protest, the harder the beating. Li Guangting lay sprawled on the floor, mind utterly blank. On his very first day in Hong Kong, before he'd even warmed the negotiation table, he'd been abducted by a triad and thrown into a black room. Where could he possibly lodge such injustice? The Peninsula Hotel. David slumped on the sofa, chest heaving, face ashen. He'd just finished meeting Lin Yi, dispatched by Ji Feng, to discuss the acquisition of Hong Kong telecommunications equity. 50 billion. The other side offered only 5 billion Hong Kong dollars for the shares held by Rebirth Telecom. Today's Hong Kong telecommunications was far from the powerhouse it would become under Li Kai a decade later, then valued at over 200 billion Hong Kong dollars, with annual net profits exceeding 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yes, perhaps it truly would merit that valuation 10 years hence, but for now, its market capitalization barely exceeded 17 billion Hong Kong dollars. Calculated by shareholding ratio, Rebirth's stake alone was worth no less than 6 Hong Kong dollars. 5 billion. Singapore Telecommunications' offer was fair and reasonable. By contrast, Ji Feng's figure amounted to little more than a brazen slash in price. Rebirth Telecom indeed intended to sell its stake in Hong Kong Telecommunications. They planned a complete withdrawal from the Hong Kong market. After all, the handover was imminent, and many Westerners still harbored deep anxieties about mainland China, fearing asset seizure or nationalization. Yet they refused to exit at a loss. That was precisely why, upon Ji Feng's launch of acquisition talks and simultaneous acquisition rumors floated by the Li family, they quietly invited Singapore Telecommunications to the table as well. Their intent was unmistakable: draw multiple bidders into the fray, drive up the price, and maximize profit. Even Singapore Telecommunications' 6 Hong Kong dollars, 5 billion bid remained unaccepted. Ji Feng's 5 billion Hong Kong dollars proposal stood no chance whatsoever. David grew increasingly disillusioned with Ji Feng's sincerity. Yet to secure higher returns, he couldn't reject the offer outright. So he deliberately disclosed Singapore Telecommunications' bid to Lin Yi, hoping to force a counteroffer. To his astonishment, Lin Yi remained utterly unmoved, his expression as detached as if listening to a weather forecast. He even told David plainly, whether Ji Feng purchases this equity is entirely irrelevant. Even without buying, we retain full control over Hong Kong Telecommunications. Then, shifting tone, he added a veiled warning: should you refuse to transact at this price, we possess numerous means to seize Hong Kong Telecommunications, completely and irrevocably. The negotiation collapsed on the spot. Had he not borne strict orders to acquire at premium valuation, David would have gladly slapped Lin Yi across the face, just to remind these second-class citizens of Rebirth how to properly reverence the true masters of the empire upon which the sun never sets. Indeed, David himself was an absurd proponent of imperial superiority. After escorting Lin Yi's delegation out, he immediately summoned his assistant, contact the Singapore Telecommunications acquisition team, immediately. Since Ji Feng dared act so arrogantly, he would test whether they could withstand the pressure of having their bid hijacked by Singapore Telecommunications. At worst, he'd simply sell to Singapore instead, and let the two sides tear each other apart. Or better yet, refuse to sell at all. Let Ji Feng reveal whatever new gambit he had up his sleeve. Click. The assistant entered. David demanded at once, well, was the pressure applied? Has Singapore responded? Though negotiations with Lin Yi had ended in rupture, he'd still smiled warmly and escorted the delegation out of the lobby. He'd done so expressly for the benefit of the Singapore acquisition team, also staying at the peninsula. Since neither side communicated directly, the amount Ji Feng offered was entirely subject to David's own discretion. Mr. David, I bear extremely grave news. The assistant's face had paled. The Singapore Telecommunications acquisition team has vacated the hotel. I've dialed several times, no one answered. The front desk confirmed they checked out this morning. The Peninsula Hotel belonged to the Hong Kong Hotels Group. Check out. A single phone call from Afir could arrange that. They left this morning. David froze stunned. Have they abandoned the acquisition? They'd only arrived in Hong Kong a few days ago and held just one meeting. How could they withdraw so abruptly? Even if they chose not to proceed, proper bargaining and prolonged negotiation would be expected. The assistant shook his head, knowing nothing. Immediately contact Singapore headquarters. Find out their intentions. What kind of attitude is this? Blatant disregard. David exploded with fury. Humiliated moments earlier by Lin Yi's condescending remarks, he now faced outright contempt. Singapore's team vanishing without word. 3 buyers, 1 bankrupt, and out 1 issuing open threats, the last playing a game of disappearance. What theatrical farce was this? Did they truly regard Reluo Telecom as beggars pleading to sell their shares? Over 10 minutes later, the assistant returned. Mr. David, Singapore Telecommunications headquarters confirms they have neither withdrawn their acquisition intent nor recalled their Hong Kong team. Moreover, they too have lost contact with their own delegation stationed in Hong Kong. Crash. The teacup shattered on the floor, scattering shards everywhere. They're mocking me. David roared like thunder. They couldn't even locate their own acquisition team. David refused, absolutely refused, to believe that excuse. The assistant's face darkened grim as storm clouds. He too found Singapore Telecommunications' official explanation utterly implausible. Yesterday, I was still at the Peninsula Hotel and even ran into someone at the hotel restaurant in the evening. But now they are gone. I can't even reach them by phone. Where did they go? Were they kidnapped? Absurd. If Li Guangding could speak, he would surely shout our entire acquisition team has indeed been taken away. But even if I call now, the other party would probably just find it a joke. David's chest heaved violently, struggling to catch it. This is blatant price cutting. Deliberately withdrawing the acquisition team and presenting a lost contact stance is just to put us on the sidelines, avoiding the bidding rhythm we set. These bastards. He slammed the table, cursing out loud. Mr. David, we are completely passive now. What should we do next? The assistant asked tentatively. Immediately report to headquarters. We want leave. Well, wait here. We can afford it. David's tone was stiff, carrying a stubborn determination. Dingling. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Frowning, he answered. Is this Mr. David? I am from Xiangjiang Telecommunications. Upon hearing it was the highest authority of Xiangjiang Telecommunications, David's expression relaxed slightly. This is David. What happened? Mr. David, something big has happened. 20 minutes ago, Xiangjiang Telecommunications just finished a board meeting. Ji Feng has already made a bid in the Central Securities Settlement System, holding a 51 stake. He convened a special board meeting as the largest shareholder, restructured the entire team, and immediately dismissed me from the chairman position, installing his own people in CEO roles. Now the company is completely under Ji Feng's control, and we have completely lost power. David's face turned ashen. Where did Ji Feng get so many shares? He was well aware that Ji Feng already held a significant amount of Xiangjiang Telecommunications shares and had long purchased the mortgage debt from Standard Chartered Bank. As the parent company Reborn Telecommunications refused to invest in helping Xiangjiang Telecommunications pay off its debts, so when the debt matured, the corresponding shares naturally transferred to Ji Feng. But 51. That figure left him dizzy. All the shares previously acquired by the Li family have been transferred to Ji Feng. What? Didn't the Li family go through bankruptcy restructuring? Those shares should have been frozen in the bank's liquidation pool, waiting for public auction. How could they fall into Ji Feng's hands? This transaction was never disclosed publicly. Coupled with Li Jiacheng's death and the collapse of the Li family, the ownership of the shares had long been in disarray. The bank was still sorting through the assets, and David had not received any news, let alone know they had quietly changed hands. Most likely it was personally handled by Li Jiacheng before his suicide. David's lips turned pale and his fingers clenched tightly. After hanging up Lin Yi's warning during negotiations, I advise you not to act rashly, suddenly echoed in his ears. It turned out that their confidence was not unfounded. At that moment, the assistant also received a call. Mr. David, Lin Yi is calling and wants me to inform you. Mr. Ji Feng wishes to meet you. Will you accept the invitation? The assistant spoke softly, afraid of provoking trouble. David gritted his teeth. Tell him I will be there in Telecommunications Building. Headquarters of Xiangjiang Telecommunications. Former chairman's office. The new master Ji Feng sat inside as David hurriedly pushed the door open. The two skipped pleasantries, exchanged a few perfunctory words, and went straight to the point. When Ji Feng mentioned the figure of 5 billion for the third time, David finally lost his composure. You are deliberately price cutting. Based on the current market value, it is definitely worth more than 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Li Kai from the Li family previously offered 75 billion, and Singapore Telecom also bid 70 billion. Mr. Ji, you are only willing to offer 50 billion. Where's the sincerity in that? He stared sharply at Ji Feng, his eyes like knives, trying to intimidate the opponent into conceding. However, Ji Feng did not even lift his eyelids. He spread his hands, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. If you want to gather 75 billion Hong Kong dollars, you might as well negotiate directly with the Li family. They might be more willing to take over. David's face drained of color instantly. Did he really think he hadn't considered that? Moreover, regarding Singapore Telecom's 70 billion, David, you should know how inflated that figure is. Ji Feng smiled gently, but his gaze was like a knife scraping inch by inch across David's face. You? David swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of weakness. In an instant, he straightened his back, forcing a stiff smile. Since Mr. Ji lacks sincerity, we can only put this deal on hold for now. Luo Telecommunications shares in Xiangjiang Telecommunications are not something we must sell. On the contrary, we are very optimistic about its development prospects. Now that Mr. Ji Feng is in charge of the board with your capabilities, the potential of Xiangjiang Telecommunications will only grow. We not only wish to continue holding shares, but also plan to hold them long-term and enjoy the dividends peacefully. As the words fell, Ji Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. This was indeed a way out. But to work hard for profits, just to let foreigners reap the benefits. Absolutely impossible. That money could be thrown into the sea to feed the dogs, but it would never flow into Luo's pockets. It seems you still haven't grasped my temperament. I won't give, not a single cent. No acquisition, no dividends. Ji Feng pressed his lips, his voice heavy as iron. A firm offer of 50 billion, no negotiation. I have plenty of money, but this is the bottom line. If you insist on 70 billion, or even higher, sorry. I will immediately invest this 70 billion into Xiangjiang Telecommunications. At that time, I wonder if Luo Telecommunications would be willing to invest alongside and maintain the current shareholding percentage. A blatant threat. Unconcealed. Staring at Ji Feng's youthful, yet sharp face, David's knuckles turned white as he nearly rushed forward to slap him. This statement had completely torn off the veneer, leaving no room for negotiation. The veins on his forehead throbbed, wishing he could simply leave. But his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. If he truly walked away, if Ji Feng really invested, it would be a huge problem. If Luo didn't want their shares diluted, they would have to cough up money, an amount large enough to crush their cash flow. To put it bluntly, they originally wanted to shed this burden. Oh, why would they want to put more money into it? Not to mention that their expansion in Europe was burning money and their accounts were already stretched thin. Mr. Ji Feng, are you really planning to completely fall out with Luo Telecommunications? David's voice was hoarse, carrying a warning. Don't forget Xiangjiang is still within Luo's sphere of influence. Heh. Ji Feng chuckled coldly. You might as well try to see how to retaliate. But let me advise you in advance. The consequences may not be something your company can bear. Which of the top 10 British firms in Xiangjiang had not been toppled by his own hands? Using old scare tactics. Ridiculous. David's teeth ground painfully, but he couldn't refute a single word. Times have changed. Xiangjiang has changed, and Luo is no longer the Luo of the past. He felt a heavy blockage in his chest. Since when could the people of Xiangjiang stare directly at Luo without even blinking? There are only two paths in front of Luo Telecommunications. Sell the shares or wait for my investment. Ji Feng's tone was calm, yet it felt like a verdict. He had no time to delay. He had to push to the limit. Otherwise, once Singapore Telecom regained its composure, the situation would be difficult to control. He held back the acquisition team just to seize that few days of information advantage. He feared Singapore Telecom not, but saving a sum was still saving. If they took over, there would be endless troubles. Those people never played by the rules and would resort to any means, disgusting and tricky. Resolving it swiftly was the best strategy. This matter. I cannot make a decision, or it has to be reported back to the London headquarters. David's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against wood. He was merely a messenger. The offer of 5 billion directly crushed the 70 billion red line set by the company. It must be reported immediately for the headquarters to make a decision. Please feel free. Ji Feng raised his hand and pointed. I have limited time and even less patience. These words pierced like a needle into David's eardrums, causing his face to flush purple, feeling suffocated like a storm brewing in his stomach. But he could not move. A pawn had no right to make a move. He hid in the break room, dialed the headquarters number, and reported everything without omission. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed from the receiver, followed by the piercing sound of shattering glass. He actually dared to threaten me. Dared to put a knife to the neck of Sun Never Sets Telecom. Absolutely unforgivable. Damn it. The chairman was furious, not merely over the price cut, but because Ji Feng's blatant ultimatum struck him like a slap on his proud face. Threat. Price cut. In his eyes, a second-class identity should kneel to present the keys, not stand to negotiate terms. They should offer all their wealth instead of clutching at chips to haggle. David listened with his head down, nodding repeatedly. The Sun Never Sets people were still caught in their old dreams. The path forward would only grow narrower, ultimately shrinking into a pile of mud at the bottom of a well, yet they insisted on using the puddle as a mirror, claiming to be princes. What did Singapore Telecom say? On the other end of the line, the voice finally calmed down, coldly asking. David quickly repeated what had been said. The result was another round of roars. He believed he had been played. Singapore Telecom was performing a double act, using the situation to drive down prices. In truth, they were even more confused than he was, having not even grasped the draft contract. Stalemated to the end, Sun Never Sets Telecom gritted its teeth and signed 50 billion Hong Kong dollars no less. No options. Ji Feng had already revealed his investment cards. They could not withstand it. Even the rights to dividends would be uprooted. They could only admit defeat. The transaction was quickly finalized with installments paid over 3 years. Ji Feng had already invested a large sum of cash towards the polar bear direction. This money was merely a matter of squeezing out like toothpaste. The conditions were so harsh, they were almost barbaric, yet Sun Never Sets had no choice but to swallow it down. On the day the contract was stamped, the first payment was immediately credited. The next day, David left Hong Kong, carrying a bag. Ji Feng's team simultaneously moved in restructuring and reorganizing Hong Kong Telecom. Rectifications had not ceased for even a day. The commercial landscape quietly expanded another step. In the office, Yan Jun, newly appointed CEO of Hong Kong Telecom, was reporting the current situation to Ji Feng. The traditional communication business must continue to expand, but relying solely on this one leg won't work. We must diversify. The top priority is to seize the internet, especially broadband access. Ji Feng's tone was resolute. The internet was racing forward at a visible speed. Hong Kong's economy was taking off. Computers were entering every household, and broadband had become an essential need, guaranteeing profits. He bought Hong Kong Telecom with half of his thoughts pinned on the impending technological wave. Yan Jun nodded vigorously. Having studied abroad for many years, he had witnessed firsthand how fast American internet speeds were and how dense the services were. He believed in this trend, believed it was the future. The market cannot only focus on Hong Kong. Guangdong, Taiwan, and the countries of Southeast Asia, all are blank spaces. I want to see Hong Kong Telecom grow into the #1 telecommunications group in Asia. Ji Feng's gaze was fiery. How much structure could a telecommunications market in a small piece of land support? Entering the mainland is not feasible for now, but in Southeast Asia the doors are wide open and the wind is strong. You lead the expansion plan. Start with Guangdong and Taiwan, specifically targeting small to medium-sized telecommunications companies for acquisition. Stand firm, seize the market share, and then climb step by step. The same goes for Southeast Asia. Once you spot an opportunity, take action without hesitation. Yan Jun felt a surge of excitement, his blood rushing to his head. It was as if he could already see Hong Kong Telecom under his command, lighting up points on the Asian map. Who wouldn't want to create a legend with their own hands? Broadband technology development cannot slacken for a moment. If we want to capture the market, or even swallow the entire market whole, we must always stay ahead of others. In the internet industry, it was all about who had the harder, faster, and more irreplaceable technology in their hands. If one wanted to fill their pockets with real money, mere shouting wouldn't suffice. They needed to possess skills that others couldn't replicate. Ji Feng's plan was to first secure telecommunications and broadband access. This was the foundation. Then dig deeper, targeting semiconductors. Next, lay out electronic components, and finally dive into mobile phone manufacturing. A complete chain from foundational chips to terminal products would thus be forged into a giant straddling the telecommunications and electronics industries. At present, Hong Kong Telecom was merely the first lever to pry open this big pie. Hong Kong Telecom had quietly initiated its overall planning, simultaneously setting up an internet terminal research and development department. Everything was being rolled out at full speed. The acquisition team from Singapore Telecom, led by Li Guangting, had finally reached the end of this nightmare. At the beginning, a few people were directly locked in a metal shed where not even mosquitoes could enter, completely out of contact with the outside. Not even the words asking family to send money were mentioned. The more they thought about it, the more fearful they became, believing they had been marked for processing. In despair, they had tried to escape over the wall once, but just as they touched the base of the wall, they were pinned to the ground and beaten severely. Just when they were on the verge of breaking down, the kidnappers finally relented, let their families bring money for a ransom. Li Guangting immediately dialed the company phone. Singapore Telecom had long been panicked, only then realizing that their executives had all been invited away. No one dared to call the police. Once the Hong Kong police moved, people would disappear. Others were fine, but the key was Li Guangting. He was backed by the Li family of Singapore. Entering the telecom industry was not an application, but a training task arranged by the higher-ups. Who would have thought of stumbling halfway like this? No one expected it. The entire company was silent as a grave, fearing to provoke higher-ups and incur punishment, sending someone to Hong Kong overnight to deliver the ransom. 10 billion Hong Kong dollars sent over without a penny less. When the hostages were released, they didn't even bother to collect the acquisition documents, and that night, they chartered a flight directly to Singapore. It was said that when Li Guangting stepped out of Changi Airport, his knees buckled, and he fell to his knees at the arrival hall, crying uncontrollably. He vowed he would never set foot in Hong Kong again for the rest of his life. At the Hong Kong airport, in the parking lot, an old Santana quietly parked. A middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed ahead, unyielding. In the passenger seat, a young man held a camera, his eyes darting and his movements exceedingly light. Not far away, Li Ruodong, dressed in a striking dress, frequently stood on tiptoe, peering around like a bird waiting for its return. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with an uncontainable urgency. The assistant and manager flanked her carrying her luggage and also glancing around restlessly. Ruodong, should we leave first? The company car is right outside. The manager urged in a low voice, his tone tinged with anxiety. Li Ruodong was no longer the girl who used to play minor roles. Both The Legend of the Sword and Fairy and Demigods and Semi-Devils had become hits everywhere. In a year and a half, she had starred as the lead in 4 films, each one surpassing the box office of the last. Especially her collaboration with Zhou Xingqi solidified her position as a top star in Hong Kong. She had just finished filming a new movie in Taiwan, staying for 2 full months, and today was finally back in Hong Kong. Her heart was already flying away. She just wanted to rush into Ji Feng's embrace. He said he would come to pick her up, and she stubbornly chose to wait here. The manager was anxious not because he feared she would be photographed, but because he was worried Ji Feng showing up could cause trouble. I won't leave. Li Ruodong shook her head decisively. Ah Feng said he's on his way. I'll wait right here. At this moment, she was like a bride, eagerly waiting for her husband. After being apart for 60 days, hearing his voice over the phone was one thing, but not being able to feel his warmth was pure torment for her. Oh dear. You're now the #1 celebrity in Hong Kong. Standing here waiting for someone, what if the paparazzi catch you? If a photo gets published, it will be trouble. The manager spoke earnestly, his words laced with meaning. I'm not scared. Li Ruodong waved her hand, a relaxed smile on her face. We've been in Taiwan for 2 months. Who would know we're back today? Don't worry. Seeing the manager about to speak again, she quickly interrupted. Brother Feng has already arrived. If I leave now, he'll have made a trip for nothing. The manager was momentarily speechless. The big boss was on his way here. If the big boss arrived only to find her gone, she could not bear that responsibility. Moreover, the company assigned her to be Li Ruodong's manager. Just that relationship allowed her to walk tall within the New Era Media Group. Many executives greeted her warmly, treating her exceptionally well, all because of Li Ruodong. High salary, light workload, and no one in the industry dared to offend her. Where could she find such a good job? If she insisted on persuading Li Ruodong to leave early, and it displeased the big boss, it would truly be a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. With that thought, she simply fell silent. A small hope lingered in her heart. Li Ruodong was right. Who would have guessed they would finish work and return today? Let alone that it would be precisely on this flight. But they underestimated the skills of the paparazzi. They truly could infiltrate anywhere, making it impossible to guard against them. What was even more unexpected was that those 2 paparazzi had followed Li Ruodong since the day she flew to Taiwan. To dig up juicy gossip, they mixed into the crew, doing odd jobs. They even got jobs at the hotel where the crew stayed and became waiters. This level of dedication was truly commendable in the industry. Bro, we've been watching for 2 months. Li Ruodong hasn't had any movements at all. Should I just make up a couple of stories and head back to Hong Kong with something? The young man looked at Li Ruodong, who was talking to her manager, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. His heart had already turned cold. Initially, when he heard she had suddenly become a top star, he thought that digging up some personal matters would surely land on the headlines and earn some cash. After all, the entertainment industry in Hong Kong was quite deep. What artist didn't have a few murky rumors? The crew was even more of a disaster zone. Rumors of on-set romances, directors taking advantage of actresses, screenwriters exchanging scripts for bed partners, seniors giving newcomers lessons. It was all too common. Especially Li Ruodong, who had no background, but suddenly became a sensation overnight. After investigating, they couldn't even uncover her family background. Rumors were flying everywhere. Some said she was being supported by a wealthy benefactor, while others claimed she had connections with gang leaders. No matter how you looked at it, it was unlikely she was clean. Most likely, she climbed up by stepping on the edge of propriety, perhaps with good looks and boldness. With this thought, the 2 of them gritted their teeth and continued to follow. As a result, 2 months passed without even a single suspicious hair. They didn't even catch small incidents like actors bickering or being reprimanded by the director. Slap. The middle-aged paparazzo slapped the young man on the back of his head. What are you doing? The young man, feeling wronged, shrank his neck. With your impatient demeanor, do you think you can unearth any real news? In my line of work, it's all about enduring, waiting, and observing closely. She has been a flight attendant for so many years, remaining lukewarm, and suddenly became a sensation last year. Does that not seem suspicious? Who would believe that? Those rumors of being supported or tied to gangs, do you think they're just idle gossip from old ladies on the street? How can baseless things spread so convincingly? The middle-aged paparazzo squinted, his tone firm. After following her for 2 months, have you carefully observed the people? Observe what? The young man looked perplexed. Filming, returning to the room, sleeping, it was a monotonous routine, not even knowing which way the nightclub door opened. He could practically apply for the title of most law-abiding artist. Was it that he was too focused? Seeing his dazed expression, the middle-aged paparazzo rolled his eyes dramatically, his hand raised again, but he managed to hold back from striking. Pay attention to the details. Do you understand? Have you noticed? What attitude do the director, the leading man, the second male lead, and those crew members, lighting technicians and makeup artists have towards Li Ruodong? That second male lead is notorious for being indiscriminate. It has been reported that he takes advantage of actresses during filming, touches their hands, and hugs their waists, even pretending to kiss them. Yet when acting with Li Ruodong, he hasn't even brushed against her sleeve. Don't you find that strange? The middle-aged paparazzo stared at him, his tone growing heavier. And Zhou Xingqi, the director and lead actor, is famously known as the living king of hell on set. In the last film, he cursed at the male lead for forgetting his lines, and when the female lead spaced out, he threw the script, making her cry on the spot. Yet when it came to Li Ruodong, she messed up her lines over a dozen times, and he not only didn't shout at her, but he didn't even frown, personally helping her with her rhythm and correcting her phrasing. Doesn't this indicate something? After listening to this, the young paparazzo was momentarily stunned. Now that you mention it, it does have a different flavor. Wherever Li Ruodong goes, who doesn't greet her with a smile? Zhou Xingqi. He wouldn't dare throw a harsh word her way. Would he dare? Zhou Xingqi had a tough temper, a cold nature, and sometimes he even lacked a filter when speaking. But he wasn't foolish. The big boss's woman, not to mention cursing, even a slight neglect of attention would leave him with no place in Hong Kong. So, the middle-aged paparazzo said firmly, I can confidently bet that this matter is definitely not as simple as it appears. Li Ruodong's background is deep and murky. The young paparazzo nodded silently, feeling immensely respectful towards this veteran. Just from the attitude of others avoiding her, one could sniff out the abnormality and deduce that she must have juicy secrets. No wonder this expert had survived 20 years without a scandal. Brother, quick look. A car is coming for Li Ruodong. A Rolls-Royce slowly stopped beside Li Ruodong and her companions. The young paparazzo's eyes nearly popped out as he slapped the arm of the middle-aged paparazzo. Steady. The middle-aged paparazzo growled, but he also abruptly lifted his head to stare. He deftly took out binoculars to take a closer look. A Rolls-Royce. What a real gem. The young paparazzo's palms were sweaty, his heart racing as he felt the prey had walked right into the trap. The camera was already in hand, the shutter button pressed firmly by his thumb. This car. The middle-aged paparazzo squinted, increasingly feeling that it looked familiar, yet could not recall where he had seen it before. The car had just come to a stop. Li Ruodong lifted her gaze, her bright eyes, as if scorched by fire, suddenly ignited with fervor. As the car door opened the moment Ji Feng landed, she dashed toward him like a swallow returning to its nest. Honey, I've missed you so much. Ji Feng opened his arms to catch her, a long-lost smile spreading across his lips. I missed you too. Before he could finish speaking, Li Ruodong stood on her tiptoes and kissed him directly. It seemed that only by doing so could she burn all her longing into his very being. He gently ruffled her hair, his voice soft. No plans today, I'll take you home, and we can just relax. Okay. She still hung around his neck, nodding her head like a chick pecking for grains. Compared to walking the red carpet, appearing in magazines, or meeting the media, this love-struck girl only craved to stay by his side, unwilling to part for even a moment. Mr. Ji. The manager and assistants all bowed in unison, their waists bent low, their tone respectful to the point of reverence. Thank you for your hard work. I've taken care of Atong. Ji Feng nodded to them. Thank you for looking after her during this time. After returning to the company, go to the finance office to collect a 1 million Hong Kong dollar bonus, and everyone gets a 7-day holiday. As his words landed, several people froze on the spot, their eyes suddenly sparkling. Especially that young assistant whose lips trembled so much that he nearly bit his tongue. His monthly salary was only 5,000 Hong Kong dollars, and he had only doubled it because of connections. 1 million. He had never even dared to dream of such a figure. When the big boss made a move, it wasn't just lavish, it was enough to make one's legs go weak. Thank you, big boss. The manager was the first to regain his composure, deeply bowing. Ji Feng said no more, taking Li Ruodong into the car and signaling the driver to leave immediately. The parking lot returned to silence. But those two paparazzi had already lost their wits. They kissed. This time they really hit the jackpot. The young paparazzo was flipping through the frames in his viewfinder, grinning foolishly while his fingers shook, nearly unable to press the shutter. Riding in a Rolls-Royce, young and handsome. What a rich air. Those people were extremely respectful to him. His status surely commands a presence, and his wealth must be terrifying. Brother, you're truly amazing. Li Ruodong is indeed hiding thunder. The middle-aged paparazzo's throat rolled up and down, his lips dry, struggling to speak clearly. Hearing the last sentence, he suddenly grabbed the young paparazzo's shoulder with surprising strength. This isn't just thunder, it's a nuclear bomb. This time we're going to feast. Did you recognize who that person is, eh? His voice was tense, every word pronounced heavily. The richest man in Xiangjiang, Ji Feng. The leader of the New Era Media Group, chairman of the New Era Group, even Standard Chartered Bank was acquired by him. He had thought that car looked familiar. As soon as Ji Feng showed up, the young reporter immediately recognized him. How could he not be familiar? He had been reported by major media outlets several times. His eyes widened as he heard the name, Ji Feng, his heart leaping violently. This was no ordinary scandal. Li Ruodong was standing behind the richest man in Xiangjiang. She had long been supported by Ji Feng. Even more astonishing was the scene just captured. Two people tightly embracing in the parking lot, their lips sealed together. Ironclad evidence, no way to wash it away. How much is this scoop worth? It could probably buy half of Central. I told you. Ha. After waiting so long, we finally got it. Those few photos just now are worth at least 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Once released, the whole Xinjiang will explode. The middle-aged reporter, cigarette in mouth, grinned and joked, I bet starting tomorrow how many young men will be crying into their pillows all night. After watching for 2 whole months, the heavens finally opened their eyes. But seriously, they should burn incense to if it weren't for taking Li Ruotong's call and wanting to keep a low profile, sending only 2 people to the airport, they would probably have been thrown into Victoria Harbor with their cameras by now. Ji Feng hated being secretly photographed and despised being followed. Hey, I've got hot news. That sugar daddy of Li Ruotong, his identity has been revealed. He didn't rush to leave, pulling out his phone to dial the newspaper hotline. They weren't paparazzi raised by any newspaper. They were independent news hunters. Whoever offered the highest price, that's who they'd sell the news to. I guarantee with my head, if it's fake, you'll pay with my life. Just now in the airport underground parking lot, the sugar daddy personally came to pick someone up, hugging and kissing, high definition. You can even count the eyelashes. A flat price of 2 million Hong Kong dollars. His voice was tense, speaking rapidly. What? Too expensive? That's because you don't know who he is. He's the richest man in Xinjiang. The hottest financial wizard right now, Ji Feng. 2 million, no bargaining. Don't want it. I'll just go to Ming Pao or Oriental Daily. There was a pause on the other end for a few seconds, followed by a low response. Come to the office first. I can't approve that price. I'll go find the editor-in-chief. He'll probably agree. But the premise is it must be our exclusive first report. Dog Weekly. The full name is Paparazzi Weekly. It was founded only 4 or 5 years ago and is quite new. However, relying on being bold, heartless, and thick-skinned, it carved out a bloody path and became the top entertainment newspaper in Xinjiang by circulation. Stars would take detours to avoid it, and tycoons would frown upon it. Especially those business magnates, who wouldn't feel disgusted having their private lives exposed to the point of not even having their underpants left. Take Su Chuanwang's son Su Jin, who just held a wedding with the gambling king's daughter He Qiong, and the next day was exposed for mingling with a young star in a hotel. What was even more outrageous was that the curtains were not even drawn, and the paparazzi stood on a lift hanging outside the 20th floor, managing to capture the whole thing. Before the exposure, they even called the Su and He families, directly asking for hush money. Both families turned hostile on the spot, categorically refusing. They intended to pressure the news, but what happened? The news was published the same day. Su Jin lost all face, and He Qiong became the laughingstock of all Hong Kong. Su, no chance of winning. The more noise, the more popular Dog Weekly became. The editor-in-chief Go Jing would crowd in front of the camera every day, stealing the spotlight more than first-line celebrities. Taking action. Difficult. He placed himself in the open. Who would dare to touch him? It would be like going against the entire public opinion of Hong Kong. Over the years, the tycoons who fell into his hands could not be counted on 2 hands. Go Jing. This person is truly not a simple character. 20 years later, this banana person with yellow skin and white heart pulled the strings behind the scenes, and the company was uprooted. He himself packed up and fled overnight, never returning to Xinjiang again. At this moment, in the editor's office, Go Jing was flipping through the topic list just sent over by the news department. A male celebrity spitting on the ground, smoking while swaggering, and the so-called new film's male and female lead suspected of secret meetings. His head was pounding. With a whoosh, he grabbed the draft on the table and ripped it apart without a second thought, paper scraps flying. Huh, have you all lost your minds? What I want are explosive stories. Sensational news. Do you understand? Does the news department even know what constitutes an explosive story, what sensational news is? A male celebrity helping an elderly woman. Is this even news? Who would pay for such drivel? Go Jing shouted, his veins bulging. The few responsible individuals at the bottom hung their heads, even their breathing grew light. Yet they couldn't help but wonder, with such a small area like Xinjiang, where could all the explosive events come from? To force in hot topics every week, even if they stripped all the stars in Hong Kong and turned their pants inside out, they couldn't squeeze out that much material. Chief editor, there really isn't anything else. Recently, Xinjiang has been too peaceful. Finally, someone gritted their teeth and spoke up. Go Jing stopped scolding, let out a long sigh, and his shoulders slumped. How is one supposed to get by these days? No celebrity scandals, no tycoon scandals. The few who love causing trouble, Lu Fuxiong, the young masters from the Li family, and the 2 brothers from the Xiong family, either died or ran away. If they were still around, just Lu Fuxiong alone would be enough to feed the entire magazine. Chasing female celebrities. Check. Forcing female employees. Check. Fighting with his wife over divorce in court. Even more. Each incident was a living page of news. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What a great news mine it was, only to collapse just like that. Chief editor, the layout has already been finalized, and the printing house is urging for the 3rd round. Are we printing or not? The person responsible for printing cautiously asked. The newspapers had to be on shelves early tomorrow morning. If they delayed any further, they'd really run out of stock. Print. Go Jing waved his hand, his tone heavy. If we can't serve up the main dish, we must at least serve the side dishes. We can't leave the newsstands empty. Chief editor. The door was shoved open abruptly. The person who had just contacted the paparazzi rushed in panting. The others, seeing this, immediately stood up, intending to leave. Don't move. Go Jing's eyes brightened, his voice rising an octave. There's breaking news. 2 paparazzi just called. The people are already on their way. The financial backer of Li Ruodong has been confirmed. It's Ji Feng, the financial wizard Ji Feng. The two were seen hugging and kissing in the airport parking lot. The photos have all been taken. Before the words were finished, Go Jing stood up abruptly. Everyone stay put. He barked at the doorway. The crowd, he stepped forward a few paces, his voice tense. Were the photos taken clearly? Are you sure they are real? Not just blurry shadows trying to fool us. The person shook his head. I can't guarantee it. But they quoted 2 million Hong Kong dollars insisting it's exclusive, and they even have the negatives with them. 2 million. Go Jing cursed under his breath, so Blackheart, but then thought, it's worth it. Truly worth it. Especially with high-definition images, this price is quite cheap. You go get 2 million in cash, immediately verify their identities, and bring the photos back right away. He waved his hand decisively. Everyone stays. Stop the printing. If they are real, well, redo the cover for this issue and print 3 more editions. Let's go big or go home. Half an hour later, the paparazzi entered the office of Dog Weekly. After reviewing the photos, they handed over the money on the spot. The responsible person quickly returned to the editor's office with the envelope. Huh. Go Jing stared at the photos, laughing uncontrollably. This time they would truly hit the jackpot. Chief editor, let's change the edition immediately. Once this news breaks, the newspapers will absolutely fly off the shelves. Several responsible individuals' eyes lit up, their voices trembling. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Ruodong is currently the most popular female star in Xinjiang. Who is backing her? It is the richest person in Xinjiang, a young man in his 20s with a fortune of billions. He is revered by investors and honored as the financial wizard, Ji Feng. Everyone knew in their hearts that once this issue hit the streets, it would definitely cause a stir. Are you stupid? Go Jing didn't even lift his eyelids, casting a sideways glance at the responsible individual. If we sell 100,000 copies of the newspaper, how many coins can we pocket? The person brightened up and blurted out, Chief editor, are you planning to apply the same tactic as last time with the Su family to squeeze some benefits from Ji Feng? Before the words were finished, another person immediately shook his head. Ji Feng is now the #1 tycoon in Xinjiang, a real wealthy magnate, much tougher than the Su and Yi families. I've heard he even has gangsters in his grip. If we keep going like this, it may not be so easy to succeed. Not to mention, he isn't even married. Dating is perfectly legitimate. If the matter gets out, he would be glad to admit it. Or what would we gain from that? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around nodded in agreement. Someone like Su Jin, who had affairs behind his wife's back, could easily be extorted. But Ji Feng, clean as a whistle. Even if they captured that kiss in the airport parking lot, he would just say, I'm genuinely in love, and it would be brushed off lightly. I told you to think more, but you chose the dumbest way to hit a wall. Go Jing rolled his eyes, staring intently at the person who had just spoken. Where's your brain? Haven't you heard the old saying? If there's a date, take a shot first. What if the tycoon is keeping a canary hidden away, unwilling to show her face? Li Ruodong is currently very popular on a roll. If such news breaks, it would be a real thunderclap for her. She absolutely wouldn't want to be in the news. Go Jing had no idea what Ji Feng was thinking, but he was clear about the mindset of female celebrities. Especially for someone like Li Ruodong, who had just risen to fame, still holding on to her hot position. How could she dare to get involved in the dirty water of being kept? In the past, many female stars had been handled this way, demanding a price and the money would arrive without a single word wasted. To take a step back, even if Ji Feng truly didn't care and Li Ruodong also didn't mind, those photos would still be valuable, selling them to other newspapers, charging for each one, who wouldn't rush to buy. They'll go contact Li Ruodong's agent right away. Go Jing scoffed on the spot, nearly rolling his eyes to the back of his head. You're supposed to be studying books, but you're digging in the pigsty? Change the edition first. Next week's preview should leak out, and take the opportunity to collect some deposits. If the other party is willing to pay, we'll give the negatives to the newspaper and let them hype it up. If they pretend to be deaf and mute, we'll publish it ourselves and conveniently share it with a few peers. Regardless, we won't earn a penny less. After hearing this, several responsible individuals exchanged glances, quietly giving a thumbs up. The boss truly is ruthless. Otherwise, how could he sit in this position? The next day, Li Ruodong's manager walked through the company doors as usual. Although Ji Feng had given her a day off, she couldn't truly rest. She had more than just Li Ruodong as an artist under her wing, with 2 months' worth of schedules, contracts, and announcements piling up. As she walked down the corridor of the artist department, she heard a buzzing sound of discussion. The celebrity mentioned in the Dog Weekly preview, who do you think it is? I can't tell. There are plenty of popular girls, and they mentioned a behind-the-scenes financier. It's too vague. Could it be one of our companies? It's hard to say. 8 out of 10 leading ladies in Xinjiang are under my management. What I'm more curious about is, who actually did it? Did they really find a financier? What's so strange about that? There are several veterans who have brought money into the production. Do you think it could be Li Ruodong, Zhao Min, Guanjiling, or that Li Zi? I heard they are all close to the big boss. As soon as the manager heard this, her throat tightened, and she coughed twice. The crowd suddenly fell silent, turning to look at her. What are you talking about? She walked over and asked. We just bought the Dog Weekly. The headline preview says next week. A popular female star and her behind-the-scenes financier caught in a passionate kiss. She handed over the newspaper while speaking. As her fingertips just touched the page, her brows furrowed deeply. A scene flashed through her mind. The image of Li Ruodong tiptoeing to kiss Ji Feng in the airport parking lot. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. She picked it up and a voice immediately came through the receiver. Hello, I am the person in charge of Dog Weekly. May I ask if this is Li Ruodong's manager? That's me. Her fingers turned pale and her brows tightened even more. Have you seen the preview? Don't guess that's about Li Ruodong, her, and Mr. Ji in the airport parking lot. The details that follow don't need to be spoken out loud. The cameras captured everything. This call is to discuss with you if this gets out. Li Ruodong's career might collapse, and she certainly would not want to see that. Li Ruodong's manager understood immediately, her expression darkening like ink spilled. What conditions do you want? A flat fee of 20 million Hong Kong dollars. The news will not leak out a single word. It was almost noon. In the Shenshui Bay villa, the bedroom was a mess, as if a typhoon had swept through. Evidence of the previous night's antics was clear. Clothes were strewn all over the floor, especially that torn shirt with its edge still caught on the bed's edge, clearly indicating the extent of the chaos. After all, a brief separation felt like a new marriage. They lay down after a night of entanglement until dawn, and neither had yet fully awakened. Ding, ding, ding. The personal phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Ji Feng abruptly opened his eyes, still shrouded in a mist, instinctively surveying his surroundings, his mind blank for 2 seconds. He pulled his hand from Li Ruodong's smooth back and reached for the phone. What's wrong? The movement also woke Li Ruodong. She was utterly exhausted, her body limp, her eyelids heavy, unable to lift them. She frowned and asked in a muffled voice. Nothing, go back to sleep. Ji Feng hung up the phone, gently patted her shoulder, and pressed a kiss on her forehead before getting up. Li Ruodong's breathing immediately deepened, and she fell asleep within a second. He casually wrapped himself in a silk robe, walked barefoot out of the bedroom, and closed the door behind him before dialing back. Hello, Chairman, this is Shirtian. I'm truly sorry to disturb your rest, but this matter I must report to you in person. Shishin's voice came through the receiver. He was the current CEO of the New Era Media Group. Just as he was about to redial after being hung up, Ji Feng's return call came in first. His first words were an apology, swiftly transitioning to the main topic. This was a skill he had honed over many years, showing respect while avoiding blame. What happened? Upon hearing it was him, Ji Feng knew the matter was serious. The New Era Media now held the largest television station, the widest cinema distribution, and the strongest record company in Xiangjiang, with television, film, and music all serving as ballast. Any slight disturbance in the Xiangjiang entertainment circle would cause Shirtian to clear his throat, and the rest would tremble. He was rarely flustered, and even less likely to seek instructions late at night. So Ji Feng had no impatience. As he asked, he had already stepped into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. It's related to Li Ruodong. Shirtian was well aware of Li Ruodong's importance in Ji Feng's heart. Ji Feng had many women around him in the company, Li Zijiao, Min, Guan Jiling, each with their own fame and standings. But Li Ruodong was different. The elder Xiao and the Xiang family brothers were suppressed by Ji Feng himself back in the day, all because of her. This uniqueness Shirtian couldn't misjudge or take liberties with. Hey Tom, what's wrong with her? As soon as he spoke, Ji Feng's brows furrowed and his voice deepened by 3 points. He firmly believed in one thing: he could bear the weight of any major issue himself, but he would never allow those close to him to be pushed to the forefront. Protecting them was the only dignity he recognized. Chairman, I just arrived at Shenshui Bay. They'll be there shortly. It's best to discuss this face-to-face. Half an hour later, in the study room, several photographs along with proofs of the upcoming gossip tabloid were spread across Ji Feng's mahogany desk. All were taken yesterday in the airport parking lot, him holding Li Ruodong's waist, her on tiptoe hanging around his neck, lips pressed together, and a candid shot of them getting into the back seat together. Ji Feng stared at the photos, his knuckles slowly turning white. The air in the entire study seemed to have been sucked out. Shirtian sat opposite him, silent, only hearing his own heartbeat pounding against his eardrums once then again. The business was growing larger and his status was rising higher. The aura of superiority around Ji Feng was becoming heavier and more pronounced each day. With a raise of his hand and a word, even a glance could feel like a stone pressing down. Shirtian managed to keep a straight face, even a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. But the back of his shirt was already sticking to his spine, cold and damp. It wasn't that he lacked courage. Who in all of Xiangjiang could maintain composure while serving Ji Feng tea or chatting casually? Where did the photos come from? Ji Feng's voice dropped to a chilling tone. They were sent by Dog Weekly. Shirtian replied quickly. They first contacted Li Miss manager demanding 20 million Hong Kong dollars for a buyout. If not, they would put it on the front page. The preview for next week is just them releasing the news early. The manager didn't dare to make a decision and immediately turned to find me. After all, Miss is currently on the rise, having just secured contracts and filled her schedule. If this breaks her reputation, endorsements and film deals would all go down the drain. Shirtian didn't dare to waste a second. He couldn't take action on Li Ruotong's matter, nor could he suppress the fire. He could only wait for Ji Feng to ignite or extinguish it personally. Dog Weekly. 20 million. Ji Feng suddenly let out a laugh, short and dry like a blade scraping across glass. That's quite bold, to dare to tarnish my name. Shirtian lowered his eyes, swallowing hard without making a sound. He understood clearly at this moment Ji Feng was not just simmering, he was on fire. What's the background of that weekly magazine? No roots, no backing. Built single-handedly by Gou Jing. With no oversight above and no restraint below, he specializes in taking on the toughest targets. He's already torn open the facades of countless elite families. The moment Su Jin finished his wedding ceremony, Gou exposed his extramarital affair on the front page, humiliating both the He and Su clans so thoroughly that neither dared lay a finger on him. Shirtian paused, then added, he likely believes that if even the Su and He families couldn't touch him, no one else would. Ji Feng snorted through his nose, a sound as cold as ice shards striking stone. Leave this to me. Such brazen arrogance. I'll see just how many pages his life can fill before it ends. When he truly raged, consequences ceased to be described by mere words like serious. It wasn't merely extortion directed at him. Just the act of surreptitious photography, leaking private matters and commodifying his most intimate affairs. This alone had shattered Ji Feng's absolute boundary. Hong Kong's paparazzi were notorious, wild, unbridled, bound by no ethical limits. Oh, everyone knew it. Yet even madness has its hierarchy. Against anyone else. Right freely. Against Ji Feng. That was suicide. To strip his life bare and hang it on newsstands for public scrutiny and profit. Spit. Shirtian nodded and rose to leave. Silently, he lit 3 incense sticks in memory of Gou Jing. To deliberately provoke Ji Feng. The Su and He families tolerated him, not out of weakness, but because Shirtian nodded and rose to leave. Silently, he lit 3 incense sticks in memory of Gou Jing. To deliberately provoke Ji Feng. The Su and He families tolerated him, not out of weakness, but because entanglements ran too deep and retaliation risked collateral damage. Ji Feng was different. One of the 3 supreme pillars of the Xinqing Triad, his personal blade forged and held firmly in his own hand. His security detail appeared outwardly composed of retired soldiers, but in reality, every man was battle-hardened, ruthless, and utterly without hesitation. Their intelligence network was airtight, their fists could shatter brick, their strikes never faltered. The sole distinction: mercenaries answered only to money. These men answered only to the name Ji Feng. One word from the Triad, one motion from the security team, and the name Gou Jing would vanish entirely from Hong Kong's map. He had pushed his luck to the very brink. After the door clicked shut behind Shirtian, Ji Feng sat in silence for a moment, then withdrew his phone and dialed Ali's number. At that hour, Alu slept like the dead. This man lived nocturnally, swapping companions nightly, reversing day and night, refusing to open his eyes before afternoon. The ringing jolted not only him, but also the 2 women beside him. Alu groggily lifted the receiver. Hello? Who is this? It's me. At the sound of that voice, his skull reverberated with a sharp, clarifying shock. Every trace of drowsiness instantly burned away. Who dares disturb my dreams at this hour? Has he grown tired of living? Exactly. Scold him, Brother Lo. I'm going back to sleep. Both women rubbed their eyes and reached for the phone, muttering indignantly. Ali's hand jerked. The call ended with a sharp click. Slap. A thunderous blow struck the woman beside him. Her cheek swelled instantly, skin flushed crimson and glistening. Instantly, his knee drove upward, his right leg swept sideways, sending the second woman crashing backward onto the concrete floor, her skull striking with a sickening thud. There was no mercy, none held back. Darkness swam before their eyes, a whimper barely escaped their throats before they met Ali's burning gaze, and clamped their lips shut, breath frozen. Alu bowed low, spine bent nearly double, voice trembling with urgent deference. Master Ji, forgive me. These fools are blind. They failed to recognize your call. I'll drag them out and bury them alive. They had no idea who waited on the other end of that line. But Alu knew perfectly. Those few words struck his ears like a death warrant. Incompetent at building, yet devastatingly adept at destruction. Shallow-minded, yet astonishingly bold. Keeping them around. Pure chaos. Ignorance is no excuse. Ji Feng spoke calmly, as if commenting on pleasant weather. He truly didn't care. Shut down the paparazzi weekly, permanently. Cease all operations forever. If even a single character bearing its name appears in the market again, consider it your failure. Bring Gou Jing to me, alive. His tone remained glacial, devoid of inflection or warmth. Since he chose to walk defiantly across the line, then let him stop walking altogether. As for Gou Jing, Ji Feng never hesitated. He believed in one immutable principle: uproot evil at its source, or the spring wind will revive it anew. Moreover, he had transmigrated. He knew precisely what vile deeds Gou Jing would commit later, embezzling funds and fleeing, then shamelessly serving as a mouthpiece for foreign powers. digging traps and laying snares for his own people. This life and the last. Every debt was meticulously recorded. Today, all accounts settled. Understood. Master Ji, I'll act immediately. Alu jotted down the orders, hung up, leapt from bed, and yanked on his coat. His finger had barely pressed the dial button when the line connected. Mobilize everyone now. Gather them all at the company. Brother Lo, what are we doing at the Paparazzi Weekly? A junior member asked, baffled. Let's talk. Alu roared. Arm yourselves. Steel pipes, baseball bats. Full gear. Assemble at the Xinqing real estate headquarters. The line went dead. He burst from his apartment, floored the accelerator, and sped towards Xinqing real estate. News spread like wildfire. The entire organization surged into motion within moments. Men in sharp suits emerged one after another, each carrying long black cloth-wrapped objects. Their steps fell heavy, weighted with lead. 50-odd men stood in formation the moment Alu stepped out of his car. Dozens of vans converged, leading the pack of BMW's engine, snarled tires churning dust and smoke as they bore down upon the Paparazzi Weekly's office building. Screech. A piercing, bone-jarring screech tore through the midday hush. Black tire marks scorched the asphalt, steaming acrid, still radiating heat. It was lunchtime. Staff from the Weekly strolled out in twos and threes, chopsticks still in hand, only to freeze in place at the sight. Several young women shrieked outright. Lunchboxes clattered to the ground with hollow clangs. SHHHHG. SHHHHG. Car doors slid open in rapid succession. Men in suits leapt out. Baseball bats and steel pipes gripped tight, broad-shouldered backs, rigid eyes locked forward, unblinking. Without a word, they charged straight for the building's main entrance. A male staffer opened his mouth to shout, but the instant he glimpsed those gleaming, lethal instruments, his curse died in his throat and was swallowed whole. The next second, he fled. Skirts flared, one high heel flew off, and not a single glance backward dared be cast. Why wait to be beaten? These men advanced with palpable menace, weapons in hand. No knock, no warning. Who would believe they came to negotiate? Inside the newsroom, everyone understood sensational stories brought profit, but also deep, dangerous grudges. Money was made, but every powerful figure they offended shook the city with a single step. This display left no doubt retribution had arrived. Chaos erupted instantly. Chairs overturned, cardboard boxes kicked aside, keyboards scattering across the floor with sharp, frantic clatters. A bespectacled male editor stepped forward, voice straining. This is a news organization. What do you think you're doing? Take one more step, and tomorrow's headline will be about you. Crack. The words hadn't fully left his mouth before a steel pipe crashed against his skull. His scream cut off abruptly. Blood streamed down his temple as he collapsed, rigid, unconscious. Aya! That single strike detonated panic across the entire office. Screams pierced the air, raw, desperate, tearing at the eardrums. Female staff abandoned purses, sprinting blindly toward the stairwell. You dare lay hands on us? Call the police, immediately. Film everything. Capture every detail, and publish it all. Veteran editors, however, steadied themselves, bellowing commands over the din. Before the final syllable faded, cameras were already raised. Exposure was their livelihood, their weapon. Disobey, and they'd expose your darkest secrets, reducing you to ash in Hong Kong society overnight. Now intruders stormed their offices, assaulted their colleagues, and demolished their workplace, in full view of everyone. This wasn't provocation. It was a slap across the face, delivered publicly, deliberately. This story had to run, every word unedited. I'm a Triad member, afraid of exposure. The leader laughed aloud. Born of the Underworld, he feared no light, least of all the spotlight. The brighter the glare, the harder his resolve hardened. Smash it all. With that roar, he swung his steel pipe and charged, straight toward the editor, shouting loudest, camera raised high. Bang. Another strike. One more. Shrill screams were drowned out by the sickening thud of metal strike. The entire building descended into chaos. People beaten, keyboards flying, monitors shattered across the floor. Everything breakable was smashed. Even what couldn't be broken was overturned. Battered employees clutched their heads and limped toward the exit, sobbing and scrambling down the corridor like street vendors fleeing a raided market. Who dare work here ever again? I'll beat whoever shows up, once, twice, as many times as it takes. A well-dressed enforcer roared while smashing furniture, his voice rattling the windows. At that moment, Go Jing heard the pandemonium outside and reached for the door handle. Before his fingers even brushed the knob, crash, the entire door was kicked inward. A dozen dark silhouettes filled the doorway, steel pipes glinting in their hands, eyes sharp as blades. Go Jing's heart slammed against his ribs, his knees buckled, nearly dropping him to the floor. Who are you? He forced out the words, voice strained. This is a newspaper office. I'm warning you, don't cross the line. If this escalates, I'll expose you all immediately. Yet again, the same old gambit, brandishing a so-called trump card the moment mouths opened, a habitual threat from a seasoned offender. Alas, this time they'd collided with true lawlessness. You're Go Jing? Yes. The question hadn't even settled before the pipe swung, blasting into his temple with brutal force. Blood splattered across the wall. He collapsed instantly, lifeless as a sack of grain dragged unceremoniously through the doorway, and shoved into a white van. The office lay in ruins. The enforcers filed out one by one. The leader strode briskly to a BMW bent low beside the window and reported, "Brother Lo. Done. We've smashed everything and Go Jing's already loaded." Ale flicked his cigarette but out the window and nodded. "Leave a few behind to clean up. Our lawyers are on their way. Wait for the police. Everyone else, withdraw." He turned to coordinate the retreat. Moments later the convoy vanished into the distance, leaving only 3 or 4 suited men standing motionless in the lobby's center, their gazes sweeping over the cowering staff of Dog Reporter Weekly. Remember this lesson well. Know what to say, and what must remain unsaid. Weigh your words carefully. Otherwise, next time it won't just be us knocking on your door. Sirens wailed, drawing rapidly closer. But the perpetrators had long since vanished. Only the remaining few stood frozen, encircled by officers. "We demand to see our lawyer." "No lawyer, no answers. Speak to him first. All questions go through him." Each spoke with practiced ease, posture, and tone rehearsed to perfection. Today's Xinqing bore little resemblance to its past self. Though nominally a triad, it functioned more like a fusion of law firm and investment bank. Attorneys permanently stationed on-site, case files thicker than balance sheets. Compared to them, other gangs resembled rustic villagers reciting the 3-character classic while brandishing cleavers. The officers had no choice but to load the suspects into patrol cars. Later they returned to tend to the injured. "Honestly, I had no idea. It's my fault. I talked too loud, so I deserve the beating. Lately I've been itching. Thought they'd help me loosen up." A cacophony of absurd excuses erupted. Yet every story converged on one chilling truth: the attackers were righteous, the victims deserved their fate, and all blame rested solely upon themselves. One could only marvel. After all, these were journalists, masters of narrative. No matter how preposterous the tale, not a single tremor crossed their faces as the lies rolled off their tongues. The lead officer surveyed the scene and sighed, shaking his head. No point pursuing this further. It'll lead nowhere. Aloud he demanded, "Where's the boss?" Every officer's gaze snapped toward the trembling staff, but none dared speak. Their boss had already been bundled into the van and hauled away. In the end, the incident dissolved into silence, like smoke swallowed by wind. Dog Reporter Weekly had been demolished, and the news spread like wildfire, igniting shockwaves across the industry. Within an hour, every rival publication knew. Some panicked, others trembled, not without reason. They all trafficked in the same trade, and each feared becoming the next target of retribution. Yet others secretly cheered. Smaller tabloids, long suffocated by Dog Reporter Weekly, rubbed their hands together in glee, half tempted to order firecrackers for celebration. Before their jubilation could fully bloom, trouble arrived at their own doorstep, in the offices of Banana Press. Its editor-in-chief and owner, hearing the rumors, felt an irrepressible surge of satisfaction. Back when Dog Reporter Weekly hadn't yet surfaced, Banana Press had reigned supreme in entertainment gossip. But the moment its rival launched, their fortunes began a slow, merciless decline. Now that Dog Reporter Weekly had capsized, this wasn't merely catharsis, it was redemption. "Our turn has come. They'll never rise again. Now's the moment to strike while the iron is hot and reclaim every inch of lost ground." Standing before his executives in the conference room, he declared it with unshakable conviction. "And let this serve as our stark warning: we must temper our boldness. Restraint is essential, and above all we must avoid making enemies recklessly." He believed it deeply. Go Jing had sacrificed principle for traffic, indiscriminately provoking tycoons and magnates alike. Who among them truly tolerated such audacity? Perhaps someone had paid to ignite this blaze. And the Triad. They'd leap at the chance to serve powerful patrons. Bang! The conference room door exploded inward before his final word left his lips. Every occupant flinched. The editor-in-chief opened his mouth to curse, then froze mid-breath, eyes locking onto the cold-faced, black-suited figures filling the doorway. His profanity died strangled in his throat. "Who's the boss?" a burly man bellowed. The editor's heart hammered, his mind raced. "Who have I offended?" He dared not answer, opting instead to feign ignorance. But then every staffer in the room pointed in eerie unison straight at him. Loyalty indeed. "Gentlemen, no more chatter. Come with us." Before he could finish, arms seized him, hauling him bodily from the room. He was no exception. Across Hong Kong, every sizable newspaper and media outlet saw its owner seized by Xinqing operatives. Black-suited squads stormed offices without warning, dragging executives into waiting vehicles. Their authority brooked no resistance. The entire Hong Kong press and media landscape trembled, fear coiled tight in every chest. And every detained publisher and editor was taken to Wanfu Restaurant. Though modest in appearance, the establishment exuded old-world Jianghu grit. Owned outright by Xinqing, it served as a regular haunt for Triad members, especially its senior leaders and power brokers whose presence saturated the air with raw, unrefined charisma. Terrified publishers and editors were herded en masse into the grand banquet hall, shoved into chairs like cats. Lu Xinqing's paramount leader sat calmly at the head table awaiting them. Every seat held a lavish, steaming 80-odd souls packed the hall, faces ashen, breaths held tight. "Gentlemen," Ale rose slightly, voice booming across the chamber. "I am Ale, leader of Xinqing. You've been invited here for one purpose only: to share a meal. He addressed the assembled publishers and editors, the captains of Hong Kong's news and opinion landscape, those who wielded journalism like a blade and shaped public discourse like sculptors of clay. What you write, what you publish, that in theory bears no concern to me. I've no desire to meddle. But let me issue this clear warning: know which stories may be printed, and which must never see light. Hold that distinction sacred in your hearts. With a curt gesture, Ale signaled his lieutenant, bring him forward. Instantly Go Jing was dragged in, flanked by two black-suited brutes. Blood streaked his face, hair plastered to his forehead, his shirt front soaked crimson. His whole body trembled, his eyes darted wildly, unfocused and hollow. At the sight of Alu, his knees gave way. His voice cracked raw with terror. Brother, I beg your mercy. I was possessed, blinded by greed. Forgive me, just this once. Ale didn't blink. His gaze swept coldly across the room. Journalists, editors, cameramen, all pale as ghosts, throats bobbing, notebooks and cameras suspended midair, paralyzed. Today's gathering serves a single purpose: to establish the rules, clear, unbreakable, and absolute. Don't even dare mention freedom of speech to me. From now on, keep your eyes wide open, and go straight back to brief your subordinates thoroughly. Not a single word, not a single image, not a single frame related to Mr. Ji Feng, under any circumstance, shall leak beyond these walls. Otherwise, a cold, predatory smile curled at the corner of Ali's mouth. He tilted his chin sideways. Instantly, two underlings stepped forward, seized Go Jing's shoulders, drove their knees hard into the hollows behind his knees, and slammed him face down onto the floor, his head pinned so low he couldn't lift it. Hey, are you insane? Let me go. I'm a journalist. I have credentials. Go Jing's voice trembled. Barely halfway through his cry, a sleek black baseball bat was thrust into view. His face turned ashen. He scrambled backward, limbs flailing. Don't hit me. I apologize. I beg you, help. Bang. The bat descended. Once, twice, 3 times. Warm crimson speckled the cuffs of those standing nearby. No one dared wipe it away. Go Jing slumped sideways, limp and lifeless, not a single twitch remaining. Every publisher and editor in the room paled, faces drained of blood, as they stared at Alu like gazing into an open coffin lid just lifted. You all heard clearly. Let anyone else so much as lift a finger, and he'll be made to reenact this scene down to the last detail. Ali's voice was low, yet it scraped across the silence like shards of glass dragged over glass. His gaze swept the room. No one dared meet it. All eyes dropped, fixed rigidly on their own shoe tips. Drag him out. Dispose of him cleanly. Dump him in the sea. He waved dismissively. Go Jing was hauled away by the arms dragged from the private dining room. The corridor bore only a smeared trail and one undried drop of blood. Inside, silence reigned so absolute that the hum of the air conditioner rang out like a scream. Let's eat. Alu accepted a towel and meticulously wiped the blood from between his fingers. Then he sprawled unceremoniously into the head seat and raised his wine glass in a slow, deliberate toast. He ate heartily, while no one else dared so much as lift their chopsticks. This wasn't a banquet. It was a slaughterhouse, freshly opened, still dripping. The blade hung poised above each throat, its chill seeping deep into collars. At last they grasped the truth. Go Jing had courted death himself. Leaning on his meager leverage, he'd photographed Ji Feng, then ambushed Li Ruodong to extort hush money. They hadn't been summoned for dinner. They'd been summoned to witness a corpse and learn the rules. Cross the line again, and you'd be the next Go Jing. From that day forth, the name, Ji Feng, became the hottest, most scorching taboo in their dictionaries. Not a whisper about him could be touched. Not even the faintest rustle in his vicinity. Especially those baseless rumors, girlfriends, bed partners, ambiguous entanglements. To brush against them was to invite death. To touch them was to vanish. Each man silently memorized the decree, already planning emergency meetings upon returning to their offices. If their underlings published recklessly, it would be their heads rolling. Was it really necessary to go this far? He'd long since been tossed into a stinking sewer, with life itself hanging by a thread, who still spoke of principles, boundaries, or professional conscience. When the banquet ended, Alu neither detained nor addressed anyone further. The guests fled as though escaping execution, stumbling, staggering, nearly wrenching car doors off their hinges as they burst from the hotel. That meal had been more harrowing than any interrogation chamber. Who dared clink chopsticks together? A single scrape against the bowl's rim might make Ali's brow furrow, and suddenly you would become the main course. Back at newsrooms, magazines, and digital media headquarters, the first order was Universal Emergency Assembly. On the blackboard, a red letter edict blazed. All reporting related to Ji Feng, immediately suspended. Every speculative headline, veiled insinuation, or sensationalist clickbait in the entertainment section, deleted without delay. Li Ruodong's name permitted only in positive, factual news coverage. Any female artist previously linked to Ji Feng in rumor must not be slandered, fabricated about, or exploited for traffic-driven sales. The moment the ban was issued, the industry erupted. Only now did the invited publishers fully comprehend how Go Jing had died. Having secretly photographed Ji Feng and Li Ruodong together, he'd then confronted her directly to demand payment for silence. He'd chosen no auspicious day for self-destruction, and dragged the entire industry down with him. Inwardly, they cursed Go Jing's ancestors back 18 generations. You've got only one life, but you've robbed us of peace, made us choke on water just sipping it. Serves him right, truly utterly deserved. That very night, an urgent addendum was appended should negative public sentiment arise around Li Ruodong or any associated female artists. The responsible editor-in-chief of the originating outlet must resign immediately and publicly atone. Better safe than sorry. Go Jing's pool of blood still shimmered before their eyes. Offending an ordinary celebrity might warrant only a fine and apology, but provoking Ji Feng, he'd grind your bones to dust, then scatter the ash into the deepest ocean trenches to feed the fish. The news spread swiftly among paparazzi circles. The middle-aged reporter who'd taken the incriminating photo formatted his hard drive that very night, dismantled his camera to extract the memory card, and fled, overnight, to his hometown. He even dialed the young photographer's number. The kid, clutching 1 million Hong Kong dollars, was feverishly euphoric, mind ablaze with visions of pleasure. Entangled breathlessly with the young woman he'd dubbed Big Sister from the horse racing circuit, he answered mid-gasp, still moving. Bro, what's up? Brother, this time we've truly dug ourselves a bottomless pit. A catastrophic one. The older reporter's voice quavered, words tumbling out faster than his tongue could keep pace. We've shared bread and salt. I won't abandon you. Pack up now, leave Hong Kong tonight. I'm departing this instant. The youth froze, then collapsed onto the bed, sweat glistening on his forehead. What happened? Why run? Just heard from the trade. The gossip weekly that bought our photos has been obliterated. Offices smashed. Staff beaten. Their boss Go Jing is gone. All because of our photos. Right now, every newspaper and magazine chief in Hong Kong is being summoned for tea. No explicit threats, but the message is unmistakably brutal. He lowered his voice, throat tightening. It was the Triads, ordered from the top. Mr. Ji himself gave the command. If even the buyer was executed, what chance do the shooter or the courier have? He lowered his voice, throat tightening. It was the Triads, ordered from the top. Mr. Ji himself gave the command. If even the buyer was beep, the call severed abruptly. The older reporter snatched his backpack and bolted, shoelaces askew. On the other end, the youth had already gone half paralyzed as atoms, apple bobbing violently. Glancing sideways, he saw Big Sister still reclining on the bed, smiling serenely. Frantically, he yanked on his trousers, tossed a few Hong Kong dollar notes onto the pillow, and sprinted home to pack. In truth, no one had come for them. Not even a shadow passed their door. But the moment he learned Gossip Weekly had been raided and Go Jing lay dead on the street, the older reporter's soul had fled his body. If the buyer met such a fate, surely the shooter, and the seller, would be the first to be butchered. Fear unmoored from reality can kill as surely as steel. After a few days' rest, Li Ruodong, accompanied by her agent, entered the TVB headquarters. This time she was there to finalize her contract as the female lead in a new drama series. She'd spent those days in pure, effortless joy. Ji Feng accompanied her daily, strolling, dining, watching the sea. Even the wind tasted sweet. She remained utterly unaware of Gossip Weekly, let alone that she'd been secretly photographed and blackmailed. Her agent, too, had received Ji Feng's direct instruction. Not a single word was to be uttered. Sister Ruodong. Good afternoon, Sister Ruodong. Sister Ruodong, you're here. At the front desk, the director, the stage manager, and the background actors. Whenever they encountered her, without exception, they would stop in their tracks, bow, and nod, their tone almost overly respectful. Hello, everyone. She responded with a smile, though a hint of unease quietly surfaced in her heart. Why does everyone behave this way? Eyes darting, shoulders hunched, even their smiles were strained, as if afraid of disturbing something. In the past, when she was the brightest star in the sky, no one had shown her such reverence. At most, they would nod from a distance and exchange a few polite words. Now they bowed to her face, their words wrapped in awe. Could it be that she had truly reached that level? She pondered, quietly feeling this explanation was the most reasonable, and decided not to think further. Humming a little tune, she linked arms with her agent and headed toward the office. As the two turned the corner of the hallway, the actress, who had just bowed respectfully, immediately leaned closer to her companion and spoke in a hushed tone. Have you heard? The paparazzi's magazine caught a photo of Sister Ruodong and wanted to cash in, but the newspaper was turned upside down and the boss, Go Jing, is still lying in the morgue. This matter can't be kept under wraps any longer. It's all over the headquarters. The group's general manager personally visited Mr. Ji, and the next day the paparazzi magazine was reduced to ruins. I have an even more astonishing version. Go Jing was dragged into an alley and beaten to death. With a single word from Mr. Ji, all the newspaper offices and magazines in Xiangjiang fell into line. Look at how fortunate she is. Mr. Ji has taken a liking to her, and she has skyrocketed to the top, being pampered and protected. If only someone treated me like that, I would be willing to do anything. Give it a rest. You should never expect this kind of luck in your lifetime. Why can't I have this kind of luck? I don't look bad, and my figure is not inferior either. She frowned, her tone filled with defiance. Indeed, she was stunningly beautiful, with a figure that couldn't be faulted. This confidence was not just a facade. Is beauty all that matters? Does Li Jessen look bad? Yet she still can't get anywhere. Another person scoffed, if it's not in your fate, no matter how dazzling, it's still useless. The two continued their conversation as they walked away, completely unaware that Li Jiasin was standing in the shadows at the corner, listening intently. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Beauty, once her most certain bargaining chip, now felt like a worthless piece of paper. Could it be true that her fate was so ill-starred? She refused to believe it. She took out her phone and called her agent. What's the progress? It's been so long without a word. Oh my dear, who do you think Mr. Ji is? Even if General Sure delivers the message, he might not have the time. She had long instructed him to find a way to arrange a meeting with Ji Feng. How could it be so easy? Every female artist in the New Era group wanted to get closer to Ji Feng. Who wouldn't want to climb this high branch? Is there really no way at all? Her voice tightened, filled with unwillingness. Although she and Enai Zhen had not officially broken up, their relationship was practically non-existent. She was well aware. Enai Zhen had recently been pursuing a female DJ from the radio station, showing no pretense of effort. She didn't want to part ways, but without connecting with Ji Feng or a stronger backing, she would never let go. Enai Zhen might not be a top-tier rich second generation, but his surname was Enai, and the Enai family held weight in the industry, providing her with tangible support. She didn't want to end up with nothing. Since childhood, her mother had drilled into her marrying into a wealthy family was the only way out. When opportunities fell at your feet, you must pounce on them. There's still a way out right now. The agent paused before speaking. What way? She immediately pressed for details. In a few days, there will be a charity auction gala, and all the big names in the industry are invited. Mr. Ji will most likely make an appearance. If you can get in, wouldn't that be a perfect chance to meet him? She blurted out. Hurry and help me secure a spot. Oh dear, you think too highly of me. In such a gala without an invitation, you can't even catch a glimpse of the entrance. Those who can secure an invitation are either wealthy tycoons or superstars at the level of Jet Li or Cheng Long. The agent sighed. If he had such ability, why would he still be an agent? He would have already been seated at the table himself. Upon hearing this, Li Jiasin's shoulders slumped. By the way, the Enai family should have an invitation. Ask him to take you. The agent suddenly remembered that the Enai family was also a regular at these events. Their names were always present. Using Enai Zhen as a pawn without utilizing him would be a waste. The Polar Bear, the capital Moscow. This place is not only the largest city of the Polar Bear, but also the cultural heart and economic hub. Most importantly, it is the core of power. The highest-ranking military leaders are all gathered here. Today, the Polar Bear is facing storms, with the political situation rapidly changing while military power rises. Their interests are tightly enclosed, their status astonishingly high. It's no exaggeration to say that with just a flick of their fingers, they can rewrite the fate of this country. For most matters, a single sentence can determine everything. In fact, had they not remained passive and observant, but instead taken action directly back, then the Polar Bear would never have reached the point of disintegration. Those politicians, including Yi Liqin, would make no waves. However, these military leaders do not care if the country splits. They are currently focused on one thing: expanding their own empires and filling their pockets. Representatives from Andrejia Bank, New Century Holdings, and New Century Fund, after all preparations were made, crossed a long journey and finally arrived in Moscow. Upon landing, they headed straight for the defense building. All the way, Andrei's palms were sweaty, his knuckles white, and he was deliberately controlling his breathing. After entering the bronze door of the defense building, his steps noticeably faltered, his throat rolling up and down as if he had swallowed a piece of red-hot iron. Nervous to the bone, the cold sweat seeping from his temples dripped down his temples, soaking a large part of his shirt's back. After all, the person he was about to meet was the one who had nearly erased him from the earth years ago. General Lu Jun, commander of the Far East. Andre had once personally unearthed ironclad evidence of Chekhov's hidden control over the Far East's energy lifeline, profiting at every level. This evidence was then completely burned to ashes. He himself ended up on an internal purge list, hunted down throughout the city with gunfire brushing past his ears 3 times. In the end, he had to escape through smuggling cargo containers, changing ships 3 times, and relying on a fake passport from the black market. A hair's breadth away, he would have become a nameless heap of ashes in a wild grave. Now he was back, holding his head high and even proactively knocking on the door for a meeting. Sitting across from him was someone who truly dared to shoot and truly dared to pull the trigger. Whoever faced this situation would feel their legs turn to jelly and their hearts tremble. Entering the reception room, he reported his name and the reason for the appointment, while a few people sat stiffly, even suppressing their coughs. The air was so quiet that one could hear the ticking of the second hand against the watch's dial. After an unknown amount of time, thud, 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 the sound of leather boots hitting the ground grew closer, the rhythm fast like a war drum. Bang! The door was kicked open, shaking the door frame with a buzzing sound. 7 or 8 fully armed guards charged in their tactical flashlights, sweeping across everyone's faces, their guns steady against chests, temples, and the nape of necks. Don't shoot. Andrei's voice cracked as he screamed, his knees trembling violently. A sweat dripped from his chin onto the floor, leaving dark, glistening spots. The scent of death hung thick, so dense it tasted of rusted iron. Andre, your courage has certainly fattened since those days, a low, cutting voice interjected. The colonel strode in his epaulets, gleaming, his gaze slicing across Andrei's face like a blade. General Chikov heard you'd arrived, and sent me personally to escort you through your final journey. Andre recognized him instantly. The general's most trusted aide-de-camp, a man whose signature carried more weight than the general's own seal. A true shadow, a true scabbard for the blade. In your next life, choose wisely, know whose hand you may grasp, and whose blade you must never dare to block. The colonel raised his hand, fingers pressing downward in silent command. Wait, wait. Andre lunged forward half a step, arms flung high, his voice splitting with raw desperation. I'm not here for old scores. I was reckless then, I admit it. He seized the people beside him, speaking at machine gun speed. They're not my allies. They're official delegates from New Century Holdings of America and the Hong Kong Chata Bank. This is business. Legitimate negotiations for cooperation. Directly with General Chikov. The colonel's eyes swept over their yellow-tinged skin and black hair, paused for 2 seconds, and slowly nodded. He gestured dismissively to the guards. Click, click. The sharp metallic snicks of safety catches snapping back into place echoed one after another. Andre exhaled deeply. His lungs suddenly refilled, felt as if reborn. He flashed frantic glances, furrowed his brow, then jerked his chin sharply toward his pocket. His movements so urgent they nearly spasmed. Instantly they understood. Fumbling, they pulled out business cards and presented them with both hands. Colonel, it's an honor to meet you. We're from Hong Kong. This is Mr. Chata Bank's Chief Asia-Pacific Liaison Officer. As Andre translated rapidly, he laid the cards neatly one by one across his open palm. The colonel accepted them, fingertips pinching the topmost card, then lifted his gaze to lock onto Andre. What kind of business? My apologies, Colonel, Andre replied, eyes lowered, but his tone remained taut as drawn wire. This matter is for General Chikov's ears alone. He paused, then added quietly, we come on behalf of Mr. Ji Feng of Hong Kong. The matter is profoundly sensitive. Should a single misstep occur, the entire enterprise collapses. The colonel held his stare for 3 long seconds, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Yet before turning away, he dropped his final words like shards of ice. General Chikov despises deception above all else. And his method of execution, you remember it well. The door clicked shut. The guards withdrew. The group collapsed into their chairs, chests heaving violently. Holy hell, we walked straight into the firing line. This isn't negotiation, it's a descent into the gates of hell. Andre, how in God's name did you survive back then? Was Yama himself napping and missed you? Andre tugged at the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile that dissolved before it could fully form. Mere luck. Had fortune turned ID have been feeding the fish at the bottom of the Amur River long ago. The general's office stretched wide enough to gallop a horse across. Crystal chandeliers dangled golden chains, Persian carpets swallowed footsteps whole, rosewood bookshelves held no books, only gilded medals and unopened bottles of vodka. General Chikov sat behind his vast desk, his uniform straining across his belly as he flipped through documents with a sharp rustling sound. Supply requisition. Supply inventory. Still a supply shortfall. He massaged his temples, his brows knotted into an impenetrable knot. Money. Equipment. Neither posed real difficulty. But this supply crisis, he simply could not resolve. Domestically, there was nothing left. Abroad, orders went unfilled. A famine loomed. Urgent, acute, undeniable. Worse still, headquarters had devolved into utter chaos. No one cared about the army's logistical needs. Even Chikov stood helpless. Sleepless nights had become routine. His troops were the sole tangible power he still held, the only hard card in his hand. In such a deadlock, keeping his soldiers tightly bound to him was the only way to hold his seat atop the fishing platform and secure his future survival. Yet without food or water, how could he bind men's hearts? General, a voice broke the silence. Chikov lifted his eyes. Is it done? He asked flatly, not with deep hatred for Andre, but with seething, incandescent fury. Moreover, at this critical juncture, should anything Andre knew leak out and be twisted, embellished, weaponized by others, it would spell total ruin for him. Thus, leaving no witnesses was the safest course. General, Andre has just arrived from Hong Kong, accompanied by several Yanguo nationals claiming they wish to discuss business with you. I judged it too weighty to dismiss outright, so I returned immediately for your decision. Chikov's brow arched faintly. Business? Yes, sir. The colonel bowed his head. Bring them in. After a brief pause, he added, many Yanguo nationals now trade with the bear. Should they truly? Besides, had long heard Andre had been working in Hong Kong recently. Whether genuine or not, this visit warranted face-to-face scrutiny. Moments later, Andre and his delegation were ushered into General Chikov's office. At the sight of the general, Andrei's heart hammered fiercely, nearly striking his ribs. This was no mere officer. He was a general forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, risen rank by rank through sheer battlefield valor, his hands stained with countless lives. To stand beneath such a gaze was unbearable for any mortal soul. Andre, I trust no empty words. 10 minutes. My time is not spent on idle chatter. Chikov leaned back in his chair, his expression grim, waiting. General Chikov, I come on behalf of Mr. Ji Feng, the wealthiest magnate of Hong Kong. Andre seized the opening. Every one of us, including myself, serves Mr. Ji Feng exclusively. It is he himself who seeks this business partnership with you. Chikov waved impatiently, cutting him off. Cut to the core. We possess massive quantities of grain, canned goods, instant noodles, beverages, food exclusively. Andre spoke swiftly. With your approval, this cargo can reach you immediately. Chikov's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes blazed with sudden fierce light. What did he lack most? Food, nothing else. His heart stirred, yet his face remained immovable, cold, hard, ironclad. How do we verify it? His voice was low, grave. A surge of warmth flooded Andrei's chest. Success. 5 freighters, anchored offshore beyond the Far East port, fully laden instant noodles, assorted meat and fruit, cans, wheat, rice, and crates upon crates of beverages. Chikov raised his hand at once, signaling the colonel to make a call, to dispatch verification teams immediately. Roughly 30 minutes later, the telephone on his desk rang. Yes, this is Chikov. General. Confirmed. 5 vessels registered under Hong Kong flags, fully loaded with foodstuffs, instant noodles, various meat and fruit, cans, vast quantities of wheat and rice, and entire holds stacked with beverages. The voice on the line trembled uncontrollably, not with fear, but with awe. To them, these were not mere goods. They were lifelines. At present, even black bread was rationed, barely enough to stave off hunger, let alone canned delicacies or beverages, luxuries they hadn't dared dream of in years. Understood. Chikov hung up, and when he looked at Andre again, his face had transformed entirely. A broad, warm smile spread across his features. Andre, old friend, dear brother. So, how shall we negotiate this deal? Moments earlier had worn a mask of lethal coldness. Now he embraced camaraderie with effusive warmth. Ah, truly where sustenance flows, loyalty follows. Andre cursed as if a storm raged in his belly, yet his face was adorned with a smile as he extended his hand, saying, 500 million rubles. My old buddy, this amount of money was merely a drop in the cup for him. He had plenty of rubles, but no amount could buy a box of canned goods, a truckload of diesel, or half a helicopter's parts. Currently, the ruble seemed strong against the dollar, but once it crossed the border, it was merely worthless paper. No one accepted it, no one recognized it, it couldn't even reach the supermarket shelves. Chekov, fearing Andre might change his mind, immediately pulled out his checkbook and filled it out, then grabbed the phone to shout for quick delivery and clearance of the goods. Andre, all past grievances are behind us today. From now on, we are steadfast brothers. You must supply this batch of goods long-term. Oh, what price? You set the price. His voice boomed, slapping Andre on the back with a sound that could have spun him around 3 times. With this batch of supplies, his people would naturally comply, and the military would truly be in his hands. With his position secured, his confidence grew. All right. The tension that had been taut in Andrei's heart for 3 days was suddenly released with a sigh lightening his shoulders. The toughest bone to chew had finally been cracked. He smiled as he assured Chekov, then smoothly turned the conversation, saying, General Chekov, my boss wants to take out a loan locally. But we lack connections and guarantees, so we must shamelessly ask for your assistance. He stepped aside. This is the representative from the Xiangjiang Jada Bank, the representative from the New Century Fund, and the representative from the Marika New Century Holdings. The Jada Bank not only wants to lend, but also intends to establish a foothold in the Arctic Bear region, opening branches, conducting settlements, and laying networks. Every step requires your approval. Chekov couldn't be bothered to hear the convoluted details. As long as the guns were loaded, the soldiers were fed, and the barracks were warm, everything else was trivial. A small matter. They'll have the colonel oversee the entire process until it's done. He waved his hand, called the colonel over for direct instructions, then clasped Andrei's shoulder, exclaiming, This is truly delightful. Tonight we want return until we're drunk. The next day, under Chekov's arrangement, the colonel led them directly to the headquarters of the Moscow National Bank. Upon entering, they skipped pleasantries and headed straight for the bank president's office, knocking and walking in. Kuzovaya sat behind a large mahogany desk, sharp-eyed and high-nosed, exuding an air of brisk efficiency. Seeing Chekov's people, he immediately rose to greet them at the door with a smile that was perfectly warm. Especially upon hearing that Chekov was backing them, his enthusiasm increased threefold. As he welcomed everyone to take a seat before he finished speaking, coffee, black tea, and chilled soda were already served on the table. Everything was in place with no detail overlooked. Judging by his demeanor, he didn't resemble the president overseeing the nation's financial lifeline, but rather an old trader familiar with the rules of the dock. His manner was exceedingly humble, but anyone who thought he was easy to fool was truly mistaken. Kuzovaya was not of ordinary background. He was from the Yelikin family. Indeed, he hailed from the very family that currently held the leading position and was in the limelight. Kuzovaya was, though rarely in the spotlight, he had a firm grasp on the national bank. This game had long been set in motion by Yelikin. Otherwise, why would he place his most trusted bloodline in charge of the nation's finances? Representatives from the 3 institutions took turns to speak, clarifying their intentions. Andre translated each sentence steadily, without speeding up or slowing down. Kuzovaya listened and nodded with a smile, saying, "We welcome all investors with open arms, especially friends from Yin country. They are our most reliable comrades." He delivered this statement with such fluency that not a hint of hesitation crossed his face. It was as if he had completely forgotten that just a few years ago the two countries were closing customs at the border, recalling embassies, and severing flight routes. Yet this statement was not entirely incorrect. Now the Arctic Bear was indeed undergoing economic reforms, taking steps similar to those of Yin country back in the day, only with a fiercer pace and harsher measures. Foreign capital was fully welcomed. The ban on ruble exchange was lifted overnight. State-owned enterprises' assets were divided among the populace, and loan thresholds were continually lowered. On the surface, it was meant to reconstruct the entire economic structure with external force. But secretly, this already weary body could hardly withstand such a violent collision of capital. With a flood of foreign goods pouring in, the already teetering local light industry was completely squeezed out, leaving foreign capital surged in, with private banks and international giants scrambling to establish themselves, appearing to accelerate financial modernization. In truth, this was the deepest laid mine. In the future, the ruble would face a steep devaluation. Quality factories, complete industrial chains, and core energy assets would be swept away, all rooted in these banks. Yet they remained oblivious, not only unaware, but feeling prosperous and thriving. One could only say that the Arctic Bear lacked a truly competent overall coordinator. Thus it did not share the same fortune as Yin country. Yet Ji Feng had no intention of lamenting for it. Not only did he refrain from sighing, but aimed to seize this opportunity to buy low and make a hefty profit. After all, this meat would eventually be snatched away by the West, and Marika capital, taking a bite from their teeth, was only right. "We need a loan. The collateral can be in dollars or pounds for a 20-year term to be paid back, as agreed." Andre conveyed the message verbatim to Kuzovaya. Kuzovaya nodded slightly, saying, "As long as the collateral is hard currency like dollars or pounds, I can approve it. How much do you plan to collateralize?" The Russian version of the agreement was handed over. He quickly scanned a few pages, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The total loan amount from the three parties reached a staggering 1 trillion rubles. This figure stunned him to the point his fingertips tingled. Even though the ruble was no longer as precious as it once was, 1 trillion was still astronomical. The air suddenly became tense. Kuzovaya's expression darkened. "This amount is too astonishing. Compared to your collateral, the disparity is too great." His words were already somewhat lenient. Had it not been for Chekhov's personal recommendation, he would have already flipped the table and thrown them out. A tenfold loan against collateral, a whole 10 times difference. Kuzovaya was acutely aware. If something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear this responsibility. Just as he was about to refuse, the colonel beside him interjected, "These people are all guests of General Chekhov. All investments will be closely monitored by the general himself." The colonel recited his words verbatim, without any personal bias. He didn't care how much was lent or how high the risk was. He only recognized one thing: the National Bank must approve it. Because Andre and his group could supply scarce goods, Chekhov didn't inquire about anything else. Seeing Kuzovaya's hesitation, the colonel immediately pressed on. The implication was crystal clear: they were Chekhov's people, so don't create trouble for yourself. Kuzovaya's lips twitched imperceptibly. "This matter is beyond my authority." The amount was too large, and with Chekhov involved, he dared not overstep. "Please hold on, I need to make a call." After speaking, he quickly left his seat, found a quiet corner, and dialed his cousin Yelikin's number. "Brother, an investor from Hong Kong, representing the Hong Kong Consortium, and accompanied by representatives of Chartered Bank, has arrived to apply for a loan. 100 billion rubles. Entirely backed by Chekhov's endorsement. I dare not commit without consulting you first." Unable to decide, he could only rely on his elder cousin's judgment. Chekhov's endorsement and the Hong Kong Consortium. Chartered Bank. Nai Lichin visibly stiffened. And how on earth did that man Chekhov connect with this group? Kazuya remained silent. And he knew his cousin habitually talked himself through decisions, not expecting replies. "And Kazuya, can you confirm they are truly representatives of the Hong Kong Consortium?" "And confirmed. Collateral has already been pledged. Though only 1/10 of the loan amount, it is still substantial. Only those with deep reserves could produce such hard currency," Kazuya replied. "In approving the loan poses no issue, but what matters most is forging a solid relationship. And in doing so, we grant Chekhov a tremendous favor, one that may well prove invaluable in the future." After brief contemplation, Yi Lichin instructed Kazuya to accept the proposal. And he was under no light pressure. And the consortium's coffers needed warming, the military's patronage even more so must never loosen. If this opportunity truly forged a link with Chekhov, the formidable high-ranking general whose authority ran deep, his weight would rival gold itself. "And very well. I'll handle it immediately." And Kazuya hung up and strode briskly back to his office. And, after careful deliberation, the loan may be approved, provided collateral is fully valued, documentation complete, and repayment term extended to 20 years. As for interest, we offer maximum flexibility and support. 1 hour later, Andre and his team entered their hotel suite as if sleepwalking. 100 billion rubles. and they wouldn't even dare inscribe such a figure in their wildest dreams. Even more astonishing moments after signing the contract and depositing the collateral funds flashed into their accounts. Nat parting Kazuya added a few cryptic remarks. Though unstated, his meaning was unmistakable. Yi Lichin wished to establish friendship with them. And the group froze on the spot, heartbeats faltering mid-rhythm. Andre's pulse quickened especially. And he knew full well at this moment Yi Lichin stood among the most formidable titans in the bear's domain. His mere step sent tremors across 3 provinces. Contact Hong Kong immediately. Not a single ruble of this sum can go astray. And the news raced to Hong Kong. Lin Yi and Zhang Tianxing burst into Ji Feng's office, almost sprinting. Chairman, the deal in the bear's territory is sealed. 100 billion rubles, already credited. Their voices tightened, palms slick with sweat. At current exchange rates, the sum equaled nearly 60 billion US dollars, or 180 billion Hong Kong dollars. Not a truly astronomical figure, solid, tangible, earth-shaking. Yet Ji Feng's expression remained unchanged, only a slight nod. And he knew unless these rubles were swiftly converted into hard currency, they would soon become worthless paper. Proceed per the original plan. Ni's tone was steady, utterly devoid of inflection. Lin Yi, upon receipt, immediately initiate staggered position building. Spread investments widely, but move lightly. Do not stir the market. Zhang Tianxing, Chartered Bank must launch its Russian initiative without delay. By year-end, branches must open in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Novosibirsk. Understood. In unison they acknowledged and hurried out. And within moments the billion-ruble sum fragmented, rerouted, exchanged, transforming seamlessly into US dollars and British pounds, then flowing silently into global asset pools. Was this empty-handed wealth creation? And no. It was leveraging others' credit to amplify one's own leverage, and using adversaries' fiat to erect one's own fortress. As for repayment, in no rush. The suited traders of America perform precisely the same maneuver daily. And all that remains is to await the storm's arrival. When the bear collapses, the ruble will plummet, cliff-like. And then this 100 billion may shrink to mere millions of dollars, nor more brutally fail even to retain 1 million. Without exaggeration, decades of accumulated tens of trillions in wealth will vanish overnight, reduced to smoke and ash. Thereafter the great bear lies grievously wounded, never to rise again. Even in the era Ji Feng had transmigrated from its recovery, remained halting and frail. And this was financial warfare. No blades gleam, yet blood runs dry. No gunfire echoes, yet bones turn to dust. That evening, in the Peninsula Hotel, charity auction gala, unrivaled in prestige, held annually, immutable, unshakable. Hong Kong's elite tycoons, political and business luminaries, and several A-list celebrities, all gathered in attendance. All auction items were privately donated, not necessarily valuable, yet each bore a story. Naviri cent raised was donated in full, none retained. Philanthropy served reputation, benevolence accrued virtue. Thus the gala was perpetually sold out, less a charity event, more a closed-door conclave of magnates. NAS for the celebrities and public figures. Put plainly, they were there to assert presence. Merely securing a seat at that table, earning a glance from one influential figure, could widen one's prospects by a full third. Media crews had long staked out both sides of the red carpet, cameras primed and ready. Guests arrived one by one along the red carpet. Stardust exploded, flashbulbs merged into a blinding sea of white light. Ji Feng arrived at the peninsula's underground parking garage in a private vehicle, wearing a flawlessly tailored black pinstripe bespoke suit. The red carpet belonged to celebrities. For tycoons of his stature, another path existed entirely. He would not set foot upon it, not ever. To him, the luminaries and stars besieged by reporters beneath the glare of spotlights resembled nothing more than circus performers, entertaining crowds for amusement. Not feigned humility, genuine disdain. True magnates carried true weight. Not a single stomp from them sent tremors through Hong Kong's property markets, shook its foreign exchange rates, and forced interbank lending committees to convene overnight. They had long since abandoned the red carpet for validation. Wherever they stood, there lay the center of gravity. Stars rushed forward with microphones, dignitaries approached with champagne flutes. Even the very air grew taut with anticipation. Before them, so-called top-tier influencers were merely background extras, permitted entry only upon their nod. No matter how massive the fanbase, how resonant the title, every word spoken demanded measured precision. A single misstep, a phrase ill-judged, an offense unwittingly incurred, could erase projects, revoke licenses, and sever financing channels overnight. Such precedents were already etched in history. Before authentic power, literary masters folded away their manuscripts, screen legends suppressed their expressions, even the proudest scholars tucked their tails tightly beneath them. This was the immutable weight conferred by position. Ni Feier had already arrived in the underground garage with the hotel's concierge staff, awaiting Ji Feng's arrival. She wore a custom-made white satin slip dress, her waist and hips sculpted with elegant precision. Na diamond pendant rested low in the hollow of her collarbone, catching the light with a subtle, throat-tightening glint. Her bone structure was exquisitely refined, her lips vividly crimson. She was a bewitching siren stepped straight from a master's canvas. "In Elder Hua and the others have all arrived." As she spoke, she lifted her hand, effortlessly natural like a wife smoothing creases from her husband's cuff, adjusting Ji Feng's lapel and straightening his tie knot. "The mainland VIP guests have also ascended and are resting in the VIP lounge. I've personally seen to all arrangements. Not pivotal guest attended this charity gala, dispatched specially from Beijing." Elder Hua had forewarned him the guest's sole purpose was to meet Ji Feng face-to-face. Ji Feng had long anticipated this meeting, repeatedly instructing Ai Feier, spare no effort, tolerate no oversight. This encounter was decisive. Ni's status in Hong Kong required no elaboration. Even the governor rose respectfully to greet him, choosing words with deliberate care. Yet formal contact with the mainland remained non-existent, until he acquired chartered bank, thereby dismantling British financial hegemony in Hong Kong. Only then did his name truly enter Beijing's field of vision. In the past, Li Jiaqing was the standard-bearer of Hong Kong commerce. Today, Ji Feng has become synonymous with Zhangjiang's new aristocracy. The epithets Zhangjiang's richest and master of financial strategy were not media puffery, but tangible achievements carved out by force of will. A meeting between the two sides was imperative. Ji Feng understood with crystalline clarity this encounter would not only determine his personal relationship with the mainland, but would also shape the cadence and scale of all his future investment maneuvers. Ai Feier stepped back half a pace, inspected his appearance once more with meticulous care, and when satisfied, lightly tapped his chest. "All right, go up now." Ji Feng nodded. She gave the usher a knowing look, and he immediately led the way. Ai Feier turned and hurried toward the banquet hall. The hosts of this dinner had 1,000 matters to attend to. They passed through the revolving doors and took a private elevator directly to the top-floor VIP lounge. Upon entering, Hua Lao Huatingzhou, Su Wentian, Wu Zhongming, and Zheng Yutong were all present. The 5 elders gathering lacked only Ji Feng. As he crossed the threshold, everyone rose in unison. Hua Lao seized Ji Feng's wrist and smiling steered him toward the middle-aged man beside him. "Mr. Rong, this is Ji Feng." "A phone. This is Mr. Rong from the capital. He actually flew over 1,000 kilometers just to see you." "Mr. Rong." A tremor went through Ji Feng's chest. He had not expected the visitor to be of the Rong family. The Rong clan, a true red-titled household, was the sort of presence that even high-level speeches on the mainland would single out by name. An instructor had once proclaimed, across Yingwa, only the Rong family truly merits the word conglomerate. Their industrial empire in the era before Ji Feng's transmigration firmly ranked among Yin was 4 premier financial conglomerates. Standing before him now was the head of the Rong family, Rong Hongsun. That such a man of considerable weight would call personally attested to the extraordinary regard the mainland held for Ji Feng. "Hello, Mr. Rong, thank you for making the journey." "Mr. Ji, good to meet you." Rong Hongsun beamed and gripped Ji Feng's hand firmly. "Truly the youth of today are formidable. I'd heard of Mr. Jis promise before coming, but meeting you still astonishes me. You are in your early 20s, about the same age as my grandson. Who would have imagined that someone so young would subsume Chada Bank under his umbrella, leaving the venerable foreign trading houses of Xiangjiang speechless?" This was not empty flattery. Rong Hongsun found himself genuinely admiring Ji Feng. "Mr. Rong, you overpraise me," Ji Feng said with a faint, composed smile. "The higher authorities have expressed strong approval of what has been accomplished over there. I came especially this time to represent the other side and to extend a sincere invitation." Before he finished, Hua Lao interjected, "A Fenghui in Xiangjiang are organizing a delegation to go to the mainland to see things firsthand. The mainland places great importance on this trip, and they especially hope that you Zhangjiang's wealthiest will accompany." Rong Hongsun added, "Since the launch of economic reform, the mainland's changes in speed and scale have been unprecedented. Its sincerity and level of commitment to opening to foreign capital are historically rare. Entrepreneurs like Mr. Ji, who engage earnestly in industry with vision and a sense of responsibility, are wholeheartedly welcome. I reviewed the materials before coming. The Ji enterprises have established numerous factories in Yu province, genuinely creating jobs and activating the local economy. Not long ago, you also took on large amounts of unsold grain and accumulated inventory, lightening a considerable burden for the locality. The dossiers were not merely glossed over. Ji Feng's trajectory, though not exhaustively itemized, had its main contours and defining acts laid out clearly. There was reason the higher-ups took special interest in him. There were many merchants in Xiangjiang, and patriotic industrialists like Hua Lao stood as exemplars. Yet most concentrated on real estate and construction, a business invariably revolved around land. Ji Feng was different. Setting property aside for the moment, he had rooted himself in telecommunications, food, and energy alike. Most valuable of all, he had already secured firm footing in finance, and was a veteran capable of managing the entire picture. This was precisely what the authorities cared about most. Yangua's financial system remained in its infancy, its foundations unsteady, and it maintained a cautious posture toward foreign financial institutions. Their fear was that the slightest misstep might trigger systemic tremors. The financial market was still fording deep water, testing each step before advancing. Hence they hoped someone like Ji Feng, knowledgeable, dependable, and with real strength, would bring resources and experience into the fold. I have always been confident in the mainland's prospects. I will certainly join this delegation. Ji Feng answered crisply. As a citizen of Yingguo, it is my duty to contribute to the nation's construction. It was not only an economic calculation. The mainland market's vastness and latent potential meant that entering now was tantamount to seizing a decisive advantage. More fundamentally, he felt in his marrow an affinity for this land and sincerely wished to add fuel to it. Rong Hongsun had been prepared to elaborate on sentiment and the broader trends, but Ji Feng's immediate acceptance eased his mind. The earlier worries that a young man might be headstrong, hard to communicate with, or estranged from the mainland dissolved like smoke. They then spoke at length. Mostly Rong Hongsun spoke, outlining policy directions, regional differences, and which areas lacked what and yearned for what. In his view, Ji Feng had never actually set foot on the mainland and was bound to be unfamiliar with the true picture. Ji Feng truly knew nothing. Having transmigrated, his former memories were now worthless scraps. Everything before him required rediscovery from the ground up. After sketching the broad contours, he paused, then said, Mr. Rong, I would like to donate a sum to the state to support Mr. Ji, that intention is truly rare. Rong Hongsun exclaimed, then fell silent, stunned. Ji Feng, expression calm, continued. I have heard the state is short on foreign exchange. I will allocate $200 million each year to buy equipment, build schoolhouses, repair roads. How the funds are used will be decided by the state. I place no limits. $200 million, and every year thereafter. One must understand that at that time the nation's total foreign exchange reserves amounted to only a few $billion. Ji Feng spoke of $200 million annually from the outset. Rong Hongsun was rendered speechless on the spot. Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming, and Zheng Yutong all stared in astonishment, their faces showing pure bewilderment. Each of them possessed considerable wealth. Yet to expend $100 million a year would force even the Hua family to weigh their cash flow. Not to mention Su Wentian and Wu Zhengming. Su's readily available cash translated to only around $1.5 billion. For someone like him, such a donation would equate to siphoning off a seventh of his liquid assets. Rong Hongsun, his mind shaken, could not help but wonder where Ji Feng's money actually came from. Even the Rong family, whose footsteps could make Xiangjiang land shake, would not endure handing out $200 million every year. To be able to toss out $200 million as if it were pocket change was not something even those sitting on tens of billions could easily do. The charity auction banquet officially commenced. Ji Feng, along with Old Master Hua, accompanied Rong Hongsun into the banquet hall. Rong Hongsun's appearance immediately drew a crowd of attention. Shortly after, several familiar faces from the Hong Kong business community approached to greet him. The delegation this time was far more than just the five of Ji Feng. Local heavyweights such as Li Zhaoji and the Zheng family had long been included in the itinerary. It was merely a matter of priority and formalities. After chatting for a while, Rong Hongsun moved to the specially designated seat for the Hong Kong liaison office and sat down alongside the head of the liaison office. Ji Feng and the others then took their seats. As soon as he sat down, Old Master Hua couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Ah Feng, your boldness is truly impressive. $200 million a year is not something just anyone can casually propose." Before he finished speaking, Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, and others nodded in agreement. $200 million. That's about 1/7 of all my liquid assets. Su Wentian blurted out. The number he regarded as a heavy burden felt light as a feather in Ji Feng's hands. A feeling of inadequacy washed over them. "Ah Feng, now that you've announced $200 million, I fear my modest intent might be too embarrassing to reveal." Zheng Yutong chuckled and shook his head. "Had I known, we should have been the first to make a move." Su Wentian and Wu Zhengming also followed with wry smiles and nods. They originally intended to use this opportunity to donate a sum to the mainland, making a statement. However, with Ji Feng's generous offer, the amount they had prepared suddenly seemed insufficient. The intention to contribute to the motherland is not measured by the size of the donation, but by the sincerity behind it. Ji Feng smiled. Old Master Hua nodded heavily. "That's well said. I won't compare my wealth with Ah Feng. He truly has the means. He can really earn. The stock market in his eyes is like his own safe. Whenever he wishes, he can just step in." Hua Tingzhou continued, his tone dripping with teasing. Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Speaking of which, Ah Feng, do you have any new ventures lately? My second phase of private equity shares have been waiting for your command." Zheng Yutong's eyes lit up as he looked directly at Ji Feng. They started from the manufacturing sector and had dipped their toes in the financial market, but most returned empty-handed. Manufacturing is stable but slow to yield results. Compared to Ji Feng's prowess in the stock market, where he could navigate like a seasoned player, the profits from manufacturing were truly negligible. With such a fortune god standing beside him, Zheng Yutong could not let this opportunity slip away. Following Ji Feng for the meat, even if it was just a sip of soup, would already fill his pockets. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming, and Hua Tingzhou all turned their faces almost simultaneously, their gazes fixated on Ji Feng. In the last private equity offering, they all made a killing. Su Wentian almost doubled his investment. Polar bear, Ji Feng uttered 3 words. I've been keeping an eye on it for a while. The American and Western capital have already laid out a grand scheme for the polar bear, and the net is about to be drawn tight. He did not shy away from discussing his strategy regarding the polar bear. The stronger the allies, the more walls he has behind him. To think he could single-handedly join the ranks of the world's top financial groups and take on those century-old entrenched powers. It was simply impossible. Looking globally, which true giant was not formed by the intertwining of many small and medium-sized financial groups? Just like the Wall Street of America. They could command the winds and rains globally, not through solo efforts, but by a collective force of top-tier capital. The Moore Group, the Rockefeller Group, the more secretive Rothschild family, and that elusive, mysterious alliance, all pulling the same strings from the shadows. To truly establish themselves on the international chessboard, one must not lack support. Helping allies grow stronger is paving the way for oneself. Moreover, I can help them make money. When money flows and hearts naturally gather. When interests are tightly bound, friendships deepen. In times of crisis, they can withstand the storm. Only then can this alliance weather the rough seas. After hearing this, Zheng Yutong and the others' expressions darkened. I've already laid out the plans for the polar bear. The financial markets of Europe and America, as well as the international futures market, are all set. I'm just waiting for Western and American capital to make a move, and I will immediately draw the net. The ruble's exchange rate is bound to collapse, judging by the current chaos within the polar bear, it might even disintegrate overnight. As soon as Ji Feng's words fell, the gravity on everyone's faces instantly turned to shock. A superpower spanning Eurasia could just collapse on a whim. Anyone who heard this would think it was a fairy tale. Ah Feng, do you really dare to make such a prediction? Old Master Hua spoke, his voice lowered. Based on the current situation, there is a 90% chance. Ji Feng did not make a definitive claim. After all, he was not making baseless guesses. When the polar bear collapsed, no one believed it. Even its #1 rival America thought that wall would stand forever. The more certain one is, the less likely anyone believes it. If it really collapses. Old Master Hua swallowed hard, his lips trembling. The entire world order would need to be rewritten, and the global economic system would tremble tremendously. Everyone nodded silently. Zheng Yutong suddenly asked, Ah Feng, how much have you invested? All the liquid funds at hand. Ji Feng shrugged. As soon as these words left his mouth, even Old Master Hua was taken aback. Starting from hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars, perhaps even more, essentially betting his entire fortune. Hong Kong is just a fist-sized piece of land. Fighting over it is merely a morsel. We must raise our sights and look at the entire world. Ji Feng's tone was calm, yet every word struck like thunder. Being trapped in Hong Kong, at most you are just a local tyrant. Shrinking in Nanyang, you are merely a regional player. As long as those international sharks wish to move, they can drain you dry at any moment. Think back to the past. With just a word from the Westerners, your factory could be seized and your funds frozen. To protect what you have, to make others afraid to reach out, you must step out, stand at the top of the world, and become a conglomerate in others' eyes. Only then can you safeguard your wealth and cut theirs. Even if the country is blocked or besieged in the future, we can still break the deadlock and extend the key to salvation. After finishing his words, the room fell silent with only the sound of breathing remaining. This was not business wisdom, but a declaration of war. Some felt a burning sensation in their chests, their fingertips tingling, their blood rushing to their heads. To avoid being at the mercy of Westerners, they had to learn how to grasp their lifeline. Old Master Hua closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze was as sharp as a drawn sword. This time it is a step towards the summit. Ji Feng did not urge further. Everything that needed to be said had been said out. Everything that needed to be laid out had been laid out. A forced fruit is not sweet. Each held their own scales in their hearts. Ah Feng, your words resonate. Old Master Hua slapped his thigh. The opportunity is right before us. The Hua family will place all bets. The old man had personally tasted the feeling of being held by the throat by Westerners. He could not swallow that breath. Even if there is only a 10% chance, I will gamble. Not for anything else, but to return this resentment intact. Let them see the people of Yen country are never the meat on the chopping block, but the ones wielding the knife. Zheng Yutong clenched his fists. Wu Zhengming exhaled heavily. Su Wentian hesitated for half a second. After all, his blood flowed with Western lineage. But to become an international conglomerate, to safeguard wealth, to reap benefits in reverse, to see real money rolling in. He bit into the pancake more fiercely than anyone else. Ah Feng, it's not convenient to discuss this here. Let's talk properly behind closed doors at Wujiao Pass later. Hua Tingzhou glanced at the guests who were gradually taking their seats and raised his hand to signal a pause in the conversation. With so many people around and ears everywhere, the others immediately understood, nodding in agreement. This place was indeed inappropriate, and such a significant matter could not be settled in just a few words. It needed to be discussed in detail. Everyone's expressions then calmed down, and they shifted to chatting about the trivialities of their journey north. "Hey, Ji Feng." Before he could finish, a clear and gentle female voice suddenly rang out. Ji Feng was taken aback, turning to look in the direction of the voice. A young woman in a simple white dress was walking towards them, her brows and eyes beautiful, exuding a clean aura, as if she had stepped out of a painting rivaling even the hottest stars on screen. What drew attention was the look she gave Ji Feng. 3 parts grievance, 7 parts accusation. "You are." Ji Feng's heart raced, feeling a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall her name at that moment, searching through his memories. Lu Ying, the inspector, he hesitated to speak. "What, have you really forgotten me?" Lu Ying's gaze deepened, staring at him intently, her resentment growing stronger. This scene was witnessed by Zheng Yutong and the others. Hua Ting's lips curled up slightly, his smile full of teasing. This demeanor and tone made her seem like a little wife left in the cold by her beloved. Others might not understand, but they certainly did. Ji Feng was never lacking beautiful women by his side, each one a top figure in their circle. A true playboy. This contrast was enough to make anyone mumble something in their hearts. Ji Feng chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Inspector Lu Ying, you're not in uniform today, so I really didn't recognize you." This was no exaggeration. When she wore her police uniform, she exuded a heroic spirit, sharp and upright, known as a formidable woman in the police force of Xiangjiang. But now, with her skirt lightly swaying and her gaze soft, she looked more like a neighborly little sister. Even her breath carried a gentle charm. The change was so sudden, like a switch. "Humph." Lu Ying wrinkled her nose, her tone more sullen. "Why haven't you called me all this time?" "I waited for a long time." As soon as she said this, Ji Feng suddenly remembered that night when they first met. She had handed him her business card, lightly tapping the number with her fingertip. The meaning was crystal clear. But at that time he was entangled with several important matters, and their brief encounter had long been forgotten. Later, he was so busy that he almost forgot his own name. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. "Give me your phone." Seeing him stutter, Lu Ying's expression hardened. The neighborly little sister vibe instantly vanished, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her words came out as a command, not up for negotiation. Ji Feng instinctively took out his phone and handed it over. She took it, her fingers quickly entering a series of numbers, dialing. Only after confirming that her own phone rang did she hang up. Then she saved the contact and shoved the phone back into his hand. "Now I have your number." While unlocking her own phone, she raised her gaze to Ji Feng. "This time it's my turn to call you. If you dare not answer, I'll come every day with people to conduct surprise inspections at your company." Ji Feng was stunned for a second, then suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out there were times when he was completely at someone else's mercy. The few people beside them watched with great interest, unable to suppress their smiles. Even old Master Hua squinted, his eyes, a faint warm smile appearing on his face, as if he was watching his little grandson fall into the throes of love. "Tisk, I never expected this. Ah Feng has finally reached this point." Wu Zhengming laughed and shook his head. "I see that in the future the head of the Ji family must be her." As everyone laughed, Lu Ying only then realized, her gaze sweeping over the full table of faces. Her old master, Hua Tingzhou, Zheng Yutong, Su Wentian, Wu Zhengming. The strongest figures in Xiangjiang were all seated here. She had only focused on finding Ji Feng earlier, her mind blank, and completely forgot about it. Now that she reacted, she felt flustered, even her ears turned red. Seeing this, Ji Feng couldn't help but tease her. "What happened to that fierce momentum just now? How did you become timid all of a sudden?" "You." Lu Ying's cheeks flushed bright red, especially when she met Ji Feng's expression that was holding back laughter. She felt a surge of anger, wishing she could pounce on him and bite him. "What does it matter to you?" As soon as Ji Feng raised his eyes, Lu Ying rolled her eyes at him, the corners of her eyes lifting, her nose slightly wrinkled, looking just like a little cat with frizzled fur. Ji Feng was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching, almost laughing out loud, but forced himself to hold it in. To be honest, they weren't close enough to casually exchange glares. But he had to admit, this girl in front of him, Lu Ying, truly captivated one's gaze. Sometimes fierce and unyielding, refusing to be pushed around. At other times, she would lower her eyes, pressing her lips together, her ears turning red like a timid flower bud wrapped in mist on the branches of early spring. Occasionally, she would raise her hand to adjust her police badge, revealing a sharp, spirited aura. Either her temperament was too fiery with sharp edges, or she harbored a vibrant fire within one that others could not comprehend. No rudeness allowed. Before he finished speaking, a middle-aged man had stepped to the table, his voice not loud, but each word weighed heavily. His gaze swept over Lu Ying, his tone steady yet commanding. "Ying, how many times have I told you? A girl should be composed and reserved in her words and actions. What kind of behavior is this towards Mr. Ji?" With that authority bearing down, Lu Ying immediately shrank back, her shoulders slumping, her head bowed, so low it nearly buried into her chest, resembling a frightened fledgling. In the end, she secretly stuck out her tongue, unable to hide her small actions, making her appear somewhat silly. Just a second ago, she was a fierce female, general ready for battle, and in the next, she turned into Lu, the timid, huddled in the seams of her chair, afraid to make a sound. "Mr. Ji, I sincerely apologize. My daughter has been spoiled at home." Speaking without restraint, "Please don't take it to heart." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically while gently nudging his daughter, awing hurry and apologized to Mr. Ji. No need. Ji Feng waved his hand, his smile easygoing, his tone light. It was just a joke, how could I take it seriously? As he spoke, he quickly raised his eyebrows at her. That bit of mischief was clearly written, I'm just teasing you, don't take it seriously, but you're really easy to tease. Clearly the same age, yet he addressed her as little kid with such confidence. You're the kid. Your whole family is full of kids. Lu Ying gritted her teeth, her fingertips secretly digging into her palm. Mr. Lu, Hua and the others stood up in unison to greet him, their expressions respectful, yet natural. Indeed, he recognized them. Old Master Hua, you're here. Mr. Hua. Mr. Zheng. They exchanged pleasantries one by one, the middle-aged man always bowing with a smile courteous and complete. He had been so focused on reprimanding his daughter that he didn't take a closer look. This table of 5 was actually the true power players holding the reins in Xianjiang. It was no exaggeration to say that if any one of them spilled a cup of tea, the Xianjiang stock market would tremble the next day. The 5 elders' assembly, no longer mere gossip whispered in the alleys, but 5 living faces seated before him, laughing and conversing with ease. At the thought, a chill ran down his spine. He whirled around sharply and glared at his daughter. Nonsense. Fortunately, Ji Feng did not take offense. Otherwise, the entire family might have borne the brunt of the fallout. Lu Ying wore an expression of utter bewilderment, utterly unaware of what fresh transgression she had just committed. Brother Feng, this is Mr. Lu Guoming, Deputy Director of the Hong Kong Government's Chief Secretary's Office. Master Hua introduced him with a smile. Deputy Director of the Chief Secretary's Office. A subtle ripple stirred within Ji Feng's heart. At present, Hong Kong remained under British administrative control. Among the Han Chinese, those who had ascended to such a high-ranking post were exceedingly rare. Lu Guoming's appointment represented nothing less than a narrow fissure pried open after decades of restrictive policies. In earlier years, even the legendary 4 grade inspectors, who once wielded immense influence across Hong Kong, held only the rank of inspector, the lowest official title, yet already the absolute pinnacle attainable by any ethnic Chinese. Though some restrictions had since eased, substantive executive positions remained firmly locked in the hands of British nationals. Lu Guoming's deputy directorship thus marked the very zenith within reach for any Chinese official. Beyond that, only after the sovereignty handover would one be eligible to serve as acting head, or ultimately chief administrator. Mr. Lu, it is truly an honor to meet you. Ji Feng extended his hand, warm, steady, his smile open and unguarded. Lu Guoming took the vacant seat at their table, gently guiding Lu Ying to sit beside him. So your father is Deputy Director of the Chief Secretary's Office. No wonder you rose to Inspector. Ji Feng turned slightly, his tone light and teasing. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying sat bolt upright. I passed the inspector examination through rigorous written tests, physical assessments, and performance evaluations. My father had absolutely nothing to do with it. I'm no nepotism case. Oh, then I believe you. Ji Feng nodded, a faint curve lifting one corner of his lips. Yet his eyes unmistakably conveyed, believe you. Not a chance. I'd sooner believe a ghost. You. Her breath caught lodged tight in her throat, neither rising nor falling. Nothing grated on her nerves more than that remark. And so she threw herself into investigations, burned midnight oil, drafting reports, and volunteered for the most intractable cases, determined to excise those 2 damning words one by one from other people's mouths. Yet Ji Feng's knowing, indulgent expression, I understand, I truly do, cut deeper than any outright accusation. She longed to protest, yet found herself speechless. Her father was Lu Guoming. That fact was irrevocable, set in stone. To endure it, the more she pondered, the more suffocating the injustice felt. To step back, the more she considered it, the hotter her temper flared. Lu Ying shot out her hand, clamping down hard on Ji Feng's forearm, then lowered her head and sank her teeth fiercely into his wrist. Tired of endless explanations, then reason would be abandoned altogether. Damn! Ji Feng froze instantly, half shouting the expletive before a sharp, searing pain shot up his arm. He instinctively yanked his wrist free. Glancing down, he saw clear tooth marks etched into his skin and rolled his eyes skyward. Are you part dog? Humph. Lu Ying tilted her nose upward, shooting him a sidelong glance, her face radiating pure triumph. Lu Guoming recoiled half a step. Ing. Before the words fully left his mouth, Zheng Yutong raised a hand to gently cut him off. Mr. Lu, please remain calm. Matters concerning the young are best left untouched by us old bones. His words sounded conciliatory, but Lu Guoming's chest tightened with dread. Was this truly a matter between the young? This man before him was Ji Feng, the wealthiest tycoon in Hong Kong, a master of both finance and strategy. If Ji Feng truly lost his temper, Lu Guoming feared not even his bones would remain intact. Though the British officials currently loathed Ji Feng with visceral hatred, they possessed not a single means to bring him down. Yet should Ji Feng merely frown in displeasure, those same officials would instantly sacrifice him, regardless of whether he had offended anyone, simply to appease the storm. Mr. Lu, let the young ones bicker. It's something we elders neither comprehend nor need to comprehend. Hua Tingzhou interjected cheerfully. Hadn't that just been a textbook quarrel between a young couple? One puffed up with indignation, biting, without warning. The other stood dazed, clutching his wrist. As he spoke, Master Huan nodded approvingly, his eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction. Mr. Liu, this may well be your turning point. A rare and auspicious union. His tone was firm, layered with unspoken implication. Liu Ying was beautiful and poised, forthright in temperament. Paired with Ji Feng, they formed a perfect spirited foil. Should this bond truly blossom, it would benefit Ji Feng, strengthen the alliance, and elevate Lu Guoming beyond doubt. With their backing, Lu Guoming wouldn't merely stand more securely. He would almost certainly claim that coveted position after the handover. And Ji Feng, together with the entire alliance, would gain unassailable control over Hong Kong's vital arteries. A single stroke yielding 3 victories. Of course, one condition remained paramount: Ji Feng's consent. Having heard this, Lu Guoming's gaze flickered subtly when he next looked upon his daughter, and Ji Feng, his eyes held a new calculating weight. If Liu Ying genuinely cherished Ji Feng, he would gladly welcome the match. If she resisted, he would abandon this grand design without hesitation, preferring his daughter's happiness over any political assent. All right then. A grown man wincing and grimacing over a single bite. I barely even pressed down. Is it really that serious? Liu Ying cocked her head, tilting her chin toward Ji Feng. Fine. Here's your chance to redeem yourself tomorrow. You're taking me to dinner. I can't help but feel the one who got bitten isn't you. And yet somehow I'm the one suffering the loss. Ji Feng shook his head with a wry, self-deprecating smile. Oh, you'd rather decline dining with a beauty. There's a line of suitors stretching from Hong Kong's docks all the way to London's West End. Liu Ying tapped her cheek lightly with a fingertip, radiating effortless confidence. Indeed, admirers flocked to her in abundance. Some coveted her beauty, while others schemed for her family's prestige. Countless motives too numerous to tally. Yet none had ever earned a place in her regard. Ji Feng alone stirred genuine emotion at first sight. But what truly pierced her heart upon their first meeting was undeniably his face. Hearing her boast so unabashedly, Ji Feng burst into laughter. What a delightfully irrepressible spirit. Had the word London not slipped out, he might have half believed he'd somehow slipped back into his former life. Their playful banter flowed effortlessly, and time slipped away like water. Soon the auction officially commenced. The opening lots were ordinary items swiftly claimed by eager bidders. Ji Feng kept his hand still, not merely preoccupied with teasing Liu Ying, but because nothing thus far had truly captured his interest. As the gavel fell on the previous lot, staff wheeled forward the next item. The auctioneer cleared his throat. Next we present a blood diamond necklace. Featuring 3 blood diamonds and 8 white diamonds, its chain forged entirely from pure platinum. This piece has been generously donated by Zhou Jinfu Jewelry. Let us express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Zhang for his noble contribution. Applause erupted instantly, loud, warm, and impeccably synchronized. While others typically donated modest trinkets for auction, Zhang Yutong had presented an authentic high-value necklace, solid gold, and genuine diamonds. For Zhou Jinfu Jewelry, however, this donation scarcely registered as a line item in their financial records. Yet its symbolic weight was undeniable, far more substantial than perfunctory token gestures. Dozens of wealthy matrons, top-tier actresses, and society's most celebrated socialites fixed their gazes upon the necklace, eyes blazing with undisguised hunger. When women behold diamonds, even their very bones soften. Starting bid 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Minimum increments HK 5000. No sooner had the auctioneer finished speaking than he urged, bidding begins now. Ji Feng. Liu Ying stared at the necklace, her eyes alight with extraordinary brilliance. She tugged gently at his sleeve, voice hushed yet urgent. Buy it for me. Please. She hadn't minced a single word. Ji Feng's lips curled up, but he knew very well that jewels have always been the needle that pierces a woman's heart. 3 million Hong Kong dollars. 3,500,000. The bidding voices continued one after another, each higher than the last. It was clear to the discerning eyes that no one was bidding for the necklace itself. They were simply exchanging money for a lattice smile. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. At this bid, the room fell silent for a moment. Most people ceased their voices and stopped bidding. The businessman who called the bid laughed heartily, and the admiring gaze of his female companion made him stand a little straighter, as if he were floating in the air. 5 million once. Is there a higher bid? The host scanned the crowd and spoke again. 5 million twice. The man had already stood up with a smile, bowing to all sides, as if the trophy was firmly in his hands. Just then, Ji Feng raised his paddle, his voice calm, yet clear. 10 million Hong Kong dollars. The air suddenly froze. All gazes instantly focused on him. The wealthy man who had just been so pleased with himself froze, his face reddening with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he raised his eyes and saw it was Ji Feng, and instantly felt as if he had been choked, swallowing his words and silently sitting back down, ignoring even his female companion who leaned in to speak. Competing financially with Ji Feng, one would have to be out of their mind to do that. After all, he was the richest man in Xinjiang, a financial prodigy with a living symbol of 1,000 billion in cash. If it came to a serious competition, the pile of cash could bury you. Not to mention the consequences of provoking him. Just one call to the bank could result in loans being withdrawn, and the company could come to a standstill in 3 days. No one else spoke. The necklace was unsurprisingly awarded to Ji Feng. The staff swiftly delivered it to him, and without even taking a second glance, Ji Feng handed it to Lu Ying beside him. "Thank you, Ji Feng." Lu Ying's voice trembled, her hands shaking as she held the necklace. She completely forgot the occasion, wrapping her arms around Ji Feng's neck and standing on tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. 10 million. Just for her words. She hadn't even dared to imagine 5 million, yet Ji Feng doubled. This sentiment weighed heavily on her heart. A man willing to spend such a fortune on you must hold you in his heart, or it would be against natural justice. Lu Guoming sat at a distance, lost in thought. Why did it feel like his daughter's little cotton-padded jacket was a bit too revealing? But then he thought again and couldn't help but smile. If Ji Feng truly wasn't interested in Lu Ying, why would he so readily throw out 10 million without batting an eye? Looking at his daughter's demeanor, her eyes sparkling with joy, how could there be a trace of modesty left? It was clear that their hearts had already collided. If Ji Feng knew Lu Guoming was pondering this, he would probably smile ruefully. Two hearts in mutual affection. Don't misunderstand. He was simply infatuated by Lu Ying's beauty, a momentary whim. If it were someone else, someone less attractive, he wouldn't even spare a glance. Ji Feng, the official, always recognized faces and cared little for metaphysics. Ah Feng, what about this? Zheng Yutong looked at Ji Feng and shook his head with a laugh. It was painful to see something he donated being bought back at such a high price by his own family. Moreover, this necklace was worth at most 200,000. 10 million. That was just burning money. Even if one was to spend lavishly for a beauty, this markup was too extreme. It's for charity. Ji Feng understood the implications and just smiled it off. Since it was a donation, whether it was a loss or gain was not worth considering. After all, the money went into a public account and not into personal pockets. Spending more only showed greater sincerity and earned more goodwill. Zheng Yutong nodded, saying no more. Ji Feng's bid had completely ignited the excitement of the auction. 10 million. Now that was true extravagance. The so-called big shots present could not even gather 10 million Hong Kong dollars at their disposal. Even those who could produce 10 million wouldn't dare to do so without blinking like Ji Feng. For them, 10 million Hong Kong dollars was no different from spending 1,000 on a cup of coffee. The richest man in Xiangjiang is indeed the richest man in Xiangjiang, 10 million. It's just a matter of moving a finger, not worth taking seriously. Nonsense. Do you think you're on the same level as him? 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Enough for us to compete for a year, but for him, it's nothing more than a sesame seed of a matter. The title of King of Finance is truly earned. 10 million. Even if it were 1 billion, if he were to place an order, he could collect the profits in an hour without breaking a sweat. Is it really that incredible? 1 billion, and he can pocket it in an hour. I have an acquaintance who works as a trading team leader at Mr. J's New Century Fund. Once after a few drinks, he told me Mr. G personally monitored for 3 days, and the account netted profits of several billion Hong Kong dollars. To be honest, I really admire that friend of mine. Just a team leader last year, he made several tens of millions in bonuses and dividends, directly crossing into the ranks of millionaires. The speaker's eyes sparkled, his tone full of envy. The group discussing was at best considered celebrities with a bit of a reputation. To put it bluntly, they had some fame, but not much cash. They relied on this little reputation to make a living. Of course, there were also people like N.I. Zhan, living off their father's name. When someone outside shouts rich second generation, it sounds impressive, but compared to the true rich second generations in Xiangjiang, who throw money around, they are far from it. There's no comparison. They can buy out China Bank and force the British capital to retreat in disgrace. Oh, what about us? Just appearing on variety shows and reciting lines, earning a bit of hard-earned money. N.I. Zhan felt a sour taste in his mouth. The people around him all agreed. Li Jiesin, sitting beside him, hardly listened to any of it. Her mind was filled with that diamond necklace. A glance at Lu Ying set her heart ablaze with jealousy, envy, hatred, and resentment. A necklace worth 10 million Hong Kong dollars given to her just like that. Li Jiesin felt a lump in her chest. In terms of looks, she was not inferior. In terms of figure, she was not short. In terms of fame, what was Lu Ying to her? A nobody. Why did she get to hold such an expensive gift and smile, while she could only sit by and swallow her disappointment? A glance at N.I. Zhan beside her only made her heart sink further. The more she thought, the more she doubted was she out of her mind when she chose N.I. Zhan as her boyfriend. The words rich second generation stuck to him like a misplaced label. The N.I. family put on the airs of a cultured family, but behind the scenes they had long regarded her as a mere supporting role, casually dismissing her with a light not suitable could sweep her out the door. Not to mention his undisguised flirtations. Playboy was stamped on his forehead. What was she hoping for? The string in her heart snapped. She had to take a different path. What are you looking at? N.I. Zhan suddenly spoke, his voice like ice scraping against. He had already noticed Li Jiesin's glance, first scanning him, then fixating on Lu Ying, and finally staring at Ji Feng with an insatiable hunger. You dare to look at others with that kind of gaze while sitting here with me? What does that mean? Are you slapping me in the face publicly? N.I. Zhan, already harboring distaste for her due to that incident, with Lu Fuxiong, had lost all patience. Recently, he had been pursuing the female DJ from a show sweet-talking her till she was floating. Kicking Li Jiesin to the curb was just waiting for an excuse. He never intended to bring her to this charity auction dinner. It was she who had pestered him for 6 whole days, crying and begging before he relented. But that glance just now clearly showed that her heart was alive, wanting to use him as a stepping stone only to kick him away afterward. It's nothing. Li Jiesin quickly lowered her eyes, giving a perfunctory response. Humph. And Ai Zhen let out a cold laugh through his nose. Keep your thoughts to yourself. That is Mr. Ji Feng, the richest man in Xiangjiang, a master of finance. A performer like you, he wouldn't even remember your name. Stay in your lane, at least give yourself some dignity. Oh, otherwise don't blame me for being heartless. The words were harsh and unyielding. Li Jiesin's fingertips dug into her palm, blood faintly showing beneath her nails. A performer. Fine, remember this. Wait and see how this performer will tear apart your false facade. I must climb up the high branch of Ji Feng, then crush an Ai Zhen and the entire Ai family, spitting out all the grievances swallowed over the years. Seeing Li Jiesin silent, and Ai Zhen also fell silent. The two were already superficially polite, each harboring their own schemes. The reason they didn't break up was the same. New paths hadn't been firmly established. Just looking at this point, they truly resembled a couple. The auction continued as usual. Zheng Yutong, Hua Tingzhou, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming raised their paddles in succession. Though their bids weren't as extravagant as Ji Feng's millions, they still poured in several million Hong Kong dollars. As the event approached its climax, the final auction item was presented. The last item, generously donated by representatives of the Chinese business community in Nanyang. 5 private islands. Located offshore from Indonesia, indeed uninhabited. Total area of 120 square meters. Geographically close to Xiangjiang. Before the host finished speaking, the big screen already synchronized with the coordinates. Next, details were explained item by item. The location was indeed remote. It was on the edge of the Indonesian Sea, but closer to Xiangjiang. Unfortunately, there was no development foundation, purely a deserted island. There were no residents, no infrastructure, and no minerals, freshwater, or port conditions, essentially making it worthless even if given away for free. Most guests bowed their heads, scrolling on their phones, too lazy to even lift their eyelids. Only Ji Feng's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on the screen. These 5 coordinates, especially that arc-shaped shallow sea area, was it not one of the top 3 blocks among several offshore oil and gas fields in Nanyang? Others were unaware of the details, but he remembered it clearly. Initially thought to be an ordinary deserted island, but once the map lit up, memories surged back. The 3rd largest oil field and the 5th largest natural gas field in Indonesia was buried beneath these waters. Currently ignored, but it would be a genuine treasure trove in the future. Back then, when Milika Company successfully tested it, the Indonesian government nearly flipped the table in anger and only reluctantly signed a memorandum of cooperation. Ji Feng never expected that a charity gala would lead to such a discovery. Given the limited exploration technology, the Chinese representative donating the islands probably had no idea what lay beneath. Otherwise, with a gold mine in front of them, who would be willing to donate it? Buying it would be a sure profit. Indonesian law explicitly allows private island purchases with all resources on the island, including mining rights, revenue rights, and development rights belonging entirely to the owner. As for any potential troubles that might arise later, Ji Feng had a clear understanding. The starting price is 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Each bid must be no less than 5 million. Bidding starts now. As the words fell, the entire venue fell silent. No one took it seriously, spending 50 million to exchange for 5 rocks. Only a fool would fight for it. The air stilled, even the waiter's hand holding the champagne froze in midair. The host had a slight sweat on his forehead. It would be embarrassing if the charity event failed to sell. 50 million for 5 deserted islands. This was not charity, it was practically self-sabotage. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Ji Feng suddenly raised his hand and decisively raised his paddle. 50 million. He never hesitated at the chance to seize an opportunity. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into still water. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. The gaze needed no translation. It was a living example of a ready-made fool. The host paused for 2 seconds, quickly responding, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million 3 times. Sold. No one else responded, and the hammer fell crisply. From now on, the islands would bear the surname Ji. Feng. 50 million to buy 5 deserted islands. You can't burn money like that. If you really want to do charity, wouldn't it be more dignified to write a check? Why be this fool? Wu Zhengming shook his head and sighed. In his view, instead of buying islands that would go to waste, it would be more straightforward to directly donate 50 million. At least he would gain a good reputation. Zheng Yutong and others nodded in agreement. However, Old Hua smiled faintly. It's not business. Feng is doing it for the sentiment. Charity cannot be measured by value. Old Hua is absolutely right. Doing charity. Ji Feng's lips curled up smoothly, continuing. Those 5 deserted islands will come in handy for me. My security team needs a place to train, and besides, some equipment is too conspicuous. It's not good to place it anywhere. I might as well use those islands as a base, register a security company, and also do some mercenary work on the side. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the table brightened up. Zheng Yutong immediately asked, "Ah Feng, how many people do you have under your command? Is it necessary to specially arrange an island for training? There are quite a few people and many heavy weapons. If they all stay in Xianjiang without moving, I reckon those foreigners would have to keep one eye open while sleeping at night. Otherwise, before dawn, they would be thinking about how to capture me along with my weapons. Rather than waiting for them to strike, it would be better to quietly withdraw now." He laughed lightly, but his tone was not frivolous in the slightest. This was the truth. There was no way to directly say. What lay beneath was black gold and a pressure vein, right? Saying it would not be believed. It is better to use building a training base as an excuse which is both reasonable and can conceal the details. Moreover, this matter was something Ji Feng had already planned. This team under him, if we talk about actual combat standards, is already qualified to meet the threshold of an international top mercenary group. All are retired scouts heavily armed with full tactical training. If they stayed long in Xinjiang, it was only a matter of time before they were targeted. No matter who took charge of the Hong Kong government, they would feel uneasy. While everyone at the table remained outwardly calm, secretly, they all tensed up for a moment. No one questioned Ji Feng's words. He never made empty promises. "Ah Feng, with such a strong foundation, you should have mentioned it earlier. I'm in urgent need of reliable bodyguards." Zheng Yutong spoke faster. Last week, 6 gold shops under Zhou Jinfeng were robbed in succession and several staff were killed. The people in the store are too afraid to work night shifts now. He stared at Ji Feng with burning eyes. "If you can transfer a few people over, the price is negotiable. I'll pay whatever you ask." As soon as he spoke, several people nearby immediately chimed in, and even Hu Tingzhou slightly leaned forward nodding. Everyone had seen the skills of the bodyguards around Ji Feng. Who wouldn't be willing to spend a bit of money for peace of mind? Moreover, it was indeed not peaceful in Xianjiang right now. Frequent kidnappings and assassinations, even Ji Feng himself had faced an assassination attempt. For those who sat on mountains of gold and silver, life was always the top priority. All right, Ji Feng readily agreed, his smile deepening. Yet his mind quickly shifted. The original plan was to first establish the security company, then quietly expand the mercenary business overseas. Now that clients had come to him, this matter needed to be brought to the forefront. The auction concluded. The banquet officially began. Or rather, this was when the true battle for fame and fortune was about to unfold. The entire venue began to come alive. Wealthy individuals clustered together in groups, exchanging pleasantries. Those with ulterior motives had already set their sights on their targets. The sons of small business owners surrounded the wealthy heiress, sweet-talking her with honeyed words, all in hopes of securing a promise for their fathers to share a meal together. The young tycoons tugged their beautiful daughters closer, introducing them one by one to the sons of big shots with marriage alliances clearly on their minds. There were no shortage of those discussing business deals and projects. As for celebrities and socialites, they were putting in, especially the aspiring actresses and young ladies of noble birth, each employing increasingly sophisticated tactics with growing urgency. The men, on the other hand, were more straightforward. Ai Zhen was a typical example. As the banquet bell rang, he immediately released Li Jiesen's hand, scarcely bothering to spare her a glance, and turned to join a group of wealthy young women at a round table, lowering his demeanor in hopes of making a good impression. Despite his family's modest reputation in Hong Kong, his father often flaunted their scholarly background, frequently deriding actors as vulgar and unworthy. Yet when facing the 8 great families, that pride shattered into pieces, and he was more eager to ingratiate himself than anyone else. After all, compared to the tycoons wielding real power, the so-called literary elites were hardly worth consideration. Ji Feng did not rise to mingle at all. It was as if this extravagant feast had no connection to him. He remained focused at his table, eating comfortably and at ease. Old Mr. Hua left early, but Hu Tingzhou stayed behind. The others remained seated quietly, accompanying Ji Feng as he dined. "This meal is truly delightful." Zheng Yutong praised his chopsticks, never ceasing. "The dishes are full of flavor." Usually the food at such banquets was merely for show. Who genuinely indulged at the dining table? It was merely a gesture. The hosts were well aware that the food was never the focal point. But this time was different. Ji Feng had already given instructions to his subordinates. His primary purpose for attending was to do good deeds, and secondly, to enjoy a hearty meal. How can it be the same? Just look at where this is. Hu Tingzhou laughed heartily, gesturing toward Ji Feng. "The owner of the Hong Kong Grand Hotel is right here. Ai Fei isn't particularly concerned waiting for someone else to take charge. If the food doesn't suit our taste, Ji Feng might really put down his chopsticks." "Ha ha ha." Zheng Yutong laughed until he leaned back in his seat. "The little sweetheart dotes on her husband. We benefit from it and enjoy the finest delicacies. In the circle of top-tier wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, nothing could be kept hidden." The relationship between Ji Feng and Ai Fei was no longer fresh gossip. While outsiders might still be in the dark, those within the circle skipped the trivial chatter. Everyone was aware. Ji Feng personally helped Ai Fei secure her footing at the Hong Kong Grand Hotel, guiding her to stability. AI Fei was beautiful and of a suitable age, while Ji Feng held a high position. If there were no ties between them, that would indeed be strange. Those who spoke casually might not realize, but Lu Guoming furrowed his brow slightly. He understood. His gaze fell on his daughter Lu Ying, who was whispering and laughing with Ji Feng, and an inexplicable bitterness surged within him. But he quickly suppressed it. It was common for men in Hong Kong to have many women by their sides, especially for powerful figures. It was only natural. He glanced at the others at the table. Hua Tingzhi's father, old Mr. Hua, who had just left, and the concubine who had been legally married in the past, still residing in the old house. Although Hua Tingzhou himself had not taken a concubine, he surely had more than one intimate friend. Then there was Zheng Yutong. His family's concubine still came in and out during festivals, receiving gifts and respect. Though Hong Kong had abolished old laws, real rules had never been written down. They resided deep within people's hearts. Lu Guoming's only concern was his daughter's fierce disposition and strong opinions. He failed to notice that his thoughts had quietly taken a turn. He had begun to view Lu Ying and Ji Feng as a pair. Mr. Ji, hello. I am Mr. Ji. May I propose a toast to you? As the banquet drew to a close, those who had previously dared not approach gathered their courage one by one. Opportunities like this were rare. Ji Feng seldom attended such events, let alone took the initiative to socialize. Meeting him once was harder than scheduling a visit with a top-tier doctor. Some offered business cards, others brought female companions, and there were actresses and socialites who used toasting as an excuse to strike up conversations. More wealthy individuals brought their young daughters for small talk, and their intentions were clear to everyone. To everyone, Ji Feng was a coveted gem, both precious and sought after. Yet Ji Feng did not engage with any of them. He either shook his head or remained silent. In the end, he simply pulled Lu Ying to his side, using her as a shield discreetly. Lu Ying was equally in sync, standing beside him with a radiant smile, silent, yet sufficient to convey everything. Seeing this, others hesitated, unwilling to humiliate themselves. Being rejected once was difficult to bear. After eating and drinking their fill, Ji Feng stood up to leave. I'm leaving first. His tone was flat, devoid of pleasantries. Zheng Yutong and Hua Tingzhou, familiar with his nature, simply nodded and smiled, not insisting on his stay. Lu Guoming could only nod in agreement. Hey, don't you dare back out of that meal tomorrow. Lu Ying tugged at his sleeve, her tone earnest and unyielding. I remember. Ji Feng replied with a smile, turning to step out of the banquet hall. Li Jiasin returned from the restroom and immediately scanned the spot where Ji Feng had been. And Aizhen. She had long since stopped caring. He never included her in business discussions, and she was glad for the peace. Her thoughts had been solely on Ji Feng all evening, hoping to find an opportunity to approach him more naturally. At first, no one dared to move. She was afraid that rushing forward would seem too forward, so she held back. Later, as more people gathered, she thought to wait, hoping the crowd would disperse, and wishing Lu Ying wouldn't always linger by his side. After a trip to the restroom, she returned to the banquet hall, her gaze sweeping over Ji Feng's previous seat. Empty. Li Jiasin's heart sank sharply. She immediately turned around, her eyes frantically scanning the entire hall. The crystal chandelier dazzled guests, filled the room, and the champagne tower reflected light, but there was no sign of Ji Feng. Her fingertips turned cold, and her breath hitched for a moment. For her, seeing Ji Feng initiating a conversation, or even just having him remember her name, was more challenging than climbing to the heights of established wealthy individuals. It felt nearly impossible. Even meeting the company's general manager Ishida required a week's advance notice and layers of communication. This banquet was the only opportunity to get close to him. She was well aware Aizhen had clearly distanced himself from her, even responding slower to WeChat messages. Once that connection was severed, she wouldn't even be able to touch the edges of invitations for occasions like today. Without Aizhen as a stepping stone, she couldn't even see a shadow of a chance. Cold sweat crept up her neck. Li Jiasin bolted toward the exit. The doorman at the entrance had yet to react when she stepped up, her words rapid and urgent. Did Mr. Ji, did you see him? The doorman was startled. Before him stood Li Jiasin, once the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong, whose smile could make one forget their own name. But when he understood the question, he paused for a moment before his eyes lit up, unable to suppress the smile creeping to his lips. He had seen Li Jiasin arrive with Aizhen. And Aizhen was still inside, drinking away his sorrows, yet she was frantically searching for Ji Feng, as if she had lost her soul. What a scene. Speak up. Did you see him or not? Seeing him only smile and not answer, Li Jiasin's voice cracked, her hand diving into her bag, pulling out all her cash and shoving it into the doorman's hands. Mr. Ji just left. The car hasn't even exited the underground parking lot yet. The doorman counted the cash and cheerfully relayed the news. Li Jiasin turned and ran, her high heels clicking against the marble floor, each step echoing like a drumbeat. TSK. The doorman watched her disappearing figure and couldn't help but suck in a breath. He shook his head inwardly. So what if she's a beauty queen? Isn't she just throwing away her dignity, rushing at someone? How cheap. In the underground parking lot, Ji Feng leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed with the window partially down, feeling the cool night breeze. Where to tonight? Huang Feng asked, turning slightly. Li Ruodong, Li Zi, Zhao Min, Guan Zhilin. 4 people were all in Xianjiang. The question sounded casual, but it carried the weight of a royal decree in the old palace deciding who would serve him solely by his word. Ji Feng didn't open his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. This feeling was indeed intoxicating. Let's go. Creak. The piercing sound of brakes suddenly tore through the air. The car lurched forward and his forehead nearly hit the front seat. The armored car in front slammed to a stop, the entire convoy suddenly nailed in place. Everyone's muscles tense. Huang Feng's right hand shot to his waist, the gun already chambered. The driver pressed down on the steering wheel with his left hand, while his right hand had already reached for the tactical flashlight under the passenger seat. Huang Feng grabbed the walkie-talkie, lowering his voice to an extreme. All units level 1 alert, weapons ready. After the command was given, he solemnly asked, "What's happening ahead?" A voice quickly came through the earpiece. A young lady suddenly jumped out to block the car. Identity confirmed. Any threats? Huang Feng tapped his knuckles against the car door, remaining alert. The bodyguard in the front, dressed in black, quickly exited the car, hand on his earpiece, fanning out in a semicircle towards the front. The headlights pierced through the darkness. The one blocking the way was indeed Li Jiesin. As she rushed into the parking lot, she saw the convoy turning around. If she had been 3 seconds late, she would have only seen the taillights. Her mind went blank, and she dashed forward, crashing straight into the front of the convoy. When the brakes exploded, she was barely 10 centimeters from the front of the car. In that moment, her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground, fingers digging into the cold concrete, her heartbeat pounding like it would shatter her ribs. She had been so focused on stopping the car that her mind hadn't processed anything. Now that she was aware, a chill ran down her spine. Even if the car slowed down, a collision would still be painful. Mildly, it could mean fractures. Severely, it could lead to paralysis. This was no joke. But she actually managed to stop the car, and Li Jiesin let out a sigh of relief, feeling it was worth it. "Who are you? How dare you block my car? Tired of living?" Several men in black suits jumped out of the car, encircling her in a few quick steps, their voices low yet sharp as knives scraping glass. All hands were pressed against their waists, gun handles exposed, their gazes fixed on her face, without any sign of letting up. Her heart raced. If she made one wrong move, the bullets would surely fly. Li Jiesin's legs felt weak, her face drained of color, her voice trembling. I am Li Jiesin, an artist from the New Era Media Group. I mean no harm. I just want to meet Mr. Ji. The moment the words left her mouth, she panicked. With so many bodyguards, if Ji Feng didn't want to meet her, she wouldn't even get close to the car door. The leading man pulled out a walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. Huang Feng raised an eyebrow, grinning as he winked at Ji Feng. "The one blocking the car is Li Jiesin. She's requesting to see you." He understood completely. She had come to him voluntarily. No beats, straight to the point. Tisk, another girl risking it all for her future. Ji Feng's unyielding principle was to accept all visitors. However, she had to be a woman of substance. Li Jiesin, the newly crowned beauty queen of Xiangjiang, later dubbed the rich man collector, the woman who made all the wives in Xiangjiang sigh with relief on her wedding day. While one may distrust the character of rich men, their taste in women could be trusted. For a string of men worth tens of billions to fight over her business card, her face must be exceptional. Even rarer, she was not easy to handle. After getting involved with Lu Fuxiong, she dared to directly call when Tong wanted to confront her. She was no docile canary. Taming her would indeed be interesting. Watching her go from proud to submissive, from defensive to reliant, that sense of control was more intoxicating than anything else. "Bring her over." Ji Feng shrugged, his tone as light as if he were commenting on the weather. Huang Feng immediately transmitted the order via the walkie-talkie. Before long, 2 bodyguards brought Li Jiesin to Ji Feng's car, one on each side. The window slowly descended. Ji Feng's gaze swept over, sharp and calm, like a scalpel slicing through the air. "I don't like being disturbed. I'll give you one chance. Why did you block my car?" Sweat beads dropped from Li Jiesin's forehead, hitting the ground with a thud. Her heart raced, her throat felt tight with fear. She dreaded that if she said something wrong, she would be dismissed on the spot. She didn't see Huang Feng in the passenger seat, rolling his eyes and pouting, muttering in his heart, "Here we go again." Putting on airs, dominating the atmosphere, scaring her first. This was the boss old trick in picking up girls. "Huh. Ji, mister." Her tongue stumbled and her voice was as thin as a thread. Ji Feng's brow furrowed, coldly stating, "I'm in a hurry." His hand had already reached for the window button. Li Jiesin panicked, instantly blurting out, "Mr. Ji, I want to be your woman." At this moment, her desire for wealth was genuine, and her ulterior motives were true, but far from the mastery she would later achieve. At 21, she was shy, and even dating N.I. Zhan was filled with trepidation and bashfulness. The words her mother had drilled into her since childhood, she had never believed until she saw with her own eyes. Li Ruodong, Li Zixiao Min, Guanjilin all became famous in Xiangjiang because of Ji Feng. Li Ruodong, who couldn't even land a supporting role before, was now a top star. Li Zi had played the lead in 3 films, with offers piling up. Envy, greed, and resentment all finally converged into a force that pushed her here. But now that she stood at this point, she felt cowardly. She was far from the ease and composure of the days to come. Her resolve was quite thin. As soon as she spoke, her head immediately bowed, nearly burying itself in the slight rise and fall of her chest. Her ears burned red and her entire face felt hot enough to fry an egg. Her heart felt like a bird flapping its wings, nearly breaking free from her ribs. Once these words were spoken, it was equivalent to burning all her bridges behind her, completely risking it all. There's a line of people wanting to be my woman. Oh, just being pretty doesn't mean you get to monopolize it all. Ji Feng's expression remained unchanged, his tone as flat as if he were discussing the weather. Uffed. Huang Feng in the passenger seat nearly rolled his eyes. What's with the pretentiousness? Hurry up and take the bait. If this drags on, she might not even get a sip of soup. He couldn't help but glance at Li Jiasen again outside the window. Sigh. The docile little lamb was still foolishly wandering into the wolf's den. Li Jiasen, upon hearing this, felt her mind go blank. Having been pampered since childhood, it was the first time she actively opened her mouth, but was met with such indifference. The confidence that had always supported her suddenly collapsed. That little bit of pride deflated like a balloon that had been popped silent and defunct. Ji Feng intended to keep her hanging, shaking, unwilling to let go. There were plenty of beautiful women around. He was never short of company. If you didn't make an effort, someone else would take your place. This seed of fear of losing was planted today, saving him trouble in the future. He was all too aware there wouldn't be a shortage of women around him, but the only one he could truly marry was the one with a marriage certificate. The rest were just people to pass the time. He didn't want to deal with a future where his backyard was on fire with chaos every day. I asked Mr. Ji for a chance. Li Jiasen's voice trembled, her eyes slightly red, her gaze fixed on Ji Feng's face like a drowning person grasping the last rope. Ji Feng saw her expression and knew the moment had come. He gently adjusted his chair, extending his hand towards her with his fingers pointing downward, giving a slight beckon. Get in the car. The bodyguard immediately opened the car door. Li Jiasen stepped in with unsteady feet, gripping the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning white. Her heart raced painfully. Success or failure hinged on this one moment. One misstep, and there would be no turning back. It was as if she stood at the threshold of her final interview, clutching the only letter of acceptance. The convoy silently set off. Huang Feng didn't wait for Ji Feng to speak and directly told the driver, go to Kowloon, the penthouse apartment under Mr. Jis' name. The charity auction gala had concluded. Ni Jun maneuvered among various figures throughout the event, completely oblivious to Li Jiasen's whereabouts. It wasn't until he picked up his coat to leave that he abruptly realized she was gone. His expression instantly darkened. He circled the hall twice, but there was no sign of her. He dialed her number, but it was busy. He dialed again, only to find it turned off. Finally, he grabbed the doorman at the entrance to ask, and the doorman scratched his head. Miss Li inquired about Mr. Ji, and after asking, she hurriedly left. It's been quite a while. Ni Jun's mind buzzed. A chill crawled up his spine. It felt as if a green hat was slowly descending over him, glaringly conspicuous and oppressively heavy. Bitch! He growled through clenched teeth, his jaw tightly set. His spoiled temper accustomed to having no offenses allowed. He could change women, but Li Jiasen could not change masters. The doorman secretly glanced at him. That gaze felt like a needle piercing sharply into his pride. Ni Jun swallowed hard, turned, and strode away, his leather shoes thumping against the marble floor. The next noon, in a high-end residential area in Kowloon, a top-floor duplex apartment, Li Jiasen's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Her whole body ached, dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept for 3 nights. Last night she had exhausted all her strength just to grasp this lifeline. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to turn her head to the side, empty. Her heart dropped sharply, as if a piece of bone had been pulled out. She suddenly sat up, her palms icy, her eyes welling up with heat, almost crying out loud. Ji Feng was not there. The answer had not come. It was over. She forced herself to cling to the last thread of thought, tightened her bathrobe, and limped out of the bedroom. Awake! A voice came from the direction of the dining room. She looked up and saw Ji Feng fully dressed, sitting at the dining table, leisurely having breakfast. Come eat. He looked up and beckoned her. A breath finally settled back into her chest. She walked over quickly, sitting down opposite him, picking up the chopsticks, her hands still trembling. She kept her voice tight, not daring to utter a single extra word. After a night of passion, turning cold was not uncommon in this circle. Li Jiasen had heard many similar rumors. So until Ji Feng formally defined their relationship, she had been anxious and restless. Seeing her like this, Ji Feng's lips curled slightly, a smile emerging. The feeling of controlling a woman's emotions was indeed intoxicating. He suddenly understood the phrase, I envy not the mandarin ducks nor the immortals, but the wealthy who are idle every day. It was not a joke after all. He set down his chopsticks and leisurely wiped his mouth. Then he reached out and gently pushed a stack of items that had been prepared at the edge of the table towards Li Jiasen. What is this? She asked, taken aback. The apartment key. You'll live here from now on. The red sports car in the underground garage also belongs to you. The car keys are inside. And a check for 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Your pocket money. It will be paid monthly. Additionally, there is a contract. You are confirmed as the female lead in one of the 6 films invested by New Era Media. Once signed, you can enter the set. Ji Feng's tone was flat, as if listing a menu. Li Jiasen froze in place, her mind buzzing. A top-notch apartment, a limited edition sports car, 5 million in cash, and a monthly allowance. The most incredible part was directly landing the female lead role. Was this even an opportunity? It was clearly a golden brick dropped from the sky. She wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Despite holding the title of Most Beautiful Miss Hong Kong, even as a named celebrity, she couldn't gather enough for the down payment on a 30 million Hong Kong dollar apartment, let alone that striking red sports car. And Aijun, he couldn't afford it. The Ni family, even combined, could not buy this apartment. Not to mention the monthly pocket money of 500,000. Don't be fooled by the glamorous facade of Hong Kong celebrities. Aside from a few top stars, most people might not earn 2 million Hong Kong dollars in a year. This was the chasm of reality. What Ji Feng presented was not just items, it was a ticket to entry. She understood clearly. She had firmly crossed that threshold and become the woman of Hong Kong's richest man. Brother Feng, I love you to death. She suddenly sprang up, her foot slipping. Without caring about her stumble, she dashed around the dining table and tightly hugged Ji Feng, kissing him fiercely. Ji Feng maintained a smile throughout. Lu Fuxiong, that fat man, wasn't astonishing in appearance, but had a seasoned approach to pursuing women, property, vehicles, pocket money. Once these three tactics were deployed, most would surrender. But compared to Ji Feng, he was far behind. After a moment of tenderness, he adjusted his cufflinks and stood up to leave. There was still much to do, and he couldn't linger, especially needing to see Lu Ying as soon as possible. In his heart, Lu Ying held far more weight than Li Jiasen. After Ji Feng left, Li Jiasen first took a comfortable bath, then walked barefoot across the brand new floor, tracing her fingertips along every wall and window, as if confirming that this was not a dream. Excited and unable to contain herself, she took out her phone to power it on, eager to tell her mother. Just as the screen lit up, the phone rang insistently. And Aijun, she frowned slightly. What needed to be cut off must be severed decisively. Lingering would turn everything in front of her to emptiness. She answered the call. Bitch, you finally dare to answer. Damn, and Aijun's roar was cut off by her sharp command, shut up. Useless. She held the phone, each word like a knife. Deadbeat, listen carefully. Starting today, don't contact me again. I am now Mr. JIS person. You and I are no longer in the same world. If you harass me again and upset Mr. G, the one who will suffer will only be you. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended with a busy tone. And Aijun gripped the receiver, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth clenched, wishing he could rush out and tear her apart. Bitch, dog couple, I want you both to be ruined. He roared as he flipped through his contacts, his finger pressing heavily on the number of an entertainment newspaper. He had some connections in the newspaper industry, especially familiar with a few editors of tabloids. He wanted to expose it to let Ji Feng's name be tarnished. But what he didn't know was that night's affair was something he could never reach. After all, he had never truly stepped into that circle. Old Lu, I have hot news. I will testify personally. That bitch Li Jiasen is with that bastard Ji Feng. As soon as the newspaper owner on the other end heard the name, Ji Feng, his hand trembled, almost breaking his cigarette. And Aijun, you bastard. What the hell is wrong with you? I considered you a brother, and you want to push me into the fire pit, right? What does it matter to me if you're wearing a green hat? You want to drag me down with you? Dream on. Not a chance. The insults came like a rapid-fire barrage, and finally, with a sharp bang, the phone was hung up decisively. And Aijun stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. He had thrown away all semblance of dignity, offering up the last shred of respect as a man just to become an exclusive source. Yet they didn't even thank him, but instead rained down scorn. His anger surged, teeth grinding in frustration. If you won't answer, there are plenty of others eager to take your place. He grabbed his phone and dialed again. Half an hour later, the person was completely drained, eyes vacant, as if stripped of their bones. The first few calls were met with excitement at the mention of big news, but just as he began to mention Li Jiasen and Ji Feng, the other side immediately turned hostile, launching into a string of insults before hanging up with a harsh, busy tone. After a dozen phone calls and receiving scoldings, each time his ears felt numb. Just as he was in a daze, his phone suddenly vibrated. He numbly swiped to answer. The caller ID showed it was the first person to scold him. Old Lu. And Aijun, I was too impulsive just now, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to offend you, but it's just that you don't know the details. Let me give you some advice. Stay away from this matter. No one in Xinjiang dares to poke it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why hang yourself on one tree? Li Jiasen is pretty, but is it worth it to stake everything for a moment of pride? Take a step back, and the sea is vast and wide. If you truly provoke Mr. G, you might not even know how you fell. Old Lu casually mentioned the downfall of Dog Weekly from back in the day. And Aijun felt a chill run down his neck, his throat tightened, and cold sweat began to seep into his palms. His mind suddenly cleared. Who is Ji Feng? The richest man in Xinjiang, a tycoon of finance capable of burying him 10 times over with money. Let alone him, the entire Ni family would probably be worth less than a grain of sand in Ji Feng's eyes. Just a flick of his eyelid could erase their entire family from the map of Xinjiang. Thinking back on the words and attitudes he had towards Li Jiasen earlier, and Aijun's spine tightened. Li Jiasen is now under Ji Feng's protection. With a whisper of the wind by his pillow, he feared he might not even know how he would disappear. He swallowed 3 times in succession. Should he call Li Jiasen and apologize? How embarrassing. So embarrassing. But There seems to be no other way. He closed his eyes and steeled himself to dial again. Busy tone. He dialed again. Still a busy tone. Once. Twice. 3 times. Finally it connected. And Aijun. You scoundrel, what are you trying to pull? Li Jiesen's voice was laced with anger. Jess and Aijun spoke rapidly. I lost my composure just now. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. I apologize. I wish you all the best with Mr. Ji. Give me your address and he'll pack all your things and send them over right away. I swear I won't bother you again. On the other end, Li Jiesen was stunned. She had imagined him raging, cursing, and clinging desperately. But she never expected him to bow down and so thoroughly. A smart person can see through things at a glance. This wasn't him softening towards her. It was clear he was afraid of Ji Feng. The secret satisfaction in her heart swelled like a bubble popping and filling her with lightness. Stop calling. I don't want the things. After saying that, she decisively cut off the call. The corners of her mouth lifted, her mood as bright as after basking in the sun. She casually opened her contacts and dialed her mother's number. Jiesen, why are you calling at this time? Wu Feng's voice was filled with confusion. Mom, I've broken up with an Aijun. Li Jiesen's tone was light, as if she were tossing away an old shoe. What? Wu Feng's voice shot up an octave. What? You broke up? Why did you break up? Did you argue again? I've told you countless times. Don't lash out just because you're upset. Hearing that her daughter had split with N. Aijun, her heart tightened. She genuinely liked N. Aijun as a son-in-law. His father was a literary titan. He himself was cultured and steady, and moreover, he was from a well-respected family in Xinjiang. The Ni family was indeed a genuine, small, wealthy clan. Over the years, she had urged Li Jiesen to seize the opportunity and settle down with him so she could enter the Ni family with legitimacy. When Lu Fuxiong was pursuing her fervently, she had hurriedly advised her daughter to strike while the iron is hot. But once Lu Fuxiong started to show some promise, she immediately switched tactics. The meat from N. Aijun had to be held tightly first. Mom, please let me finish. Li Jiesen quickly interrupted. I'm now with Mr. Ji. Mr. Ji. Which Mr. Ji? Wu Feng paused, then her tone darkened. Jiesen, how many times have I told you? When choosing a man, reliability is more important than anything. What love and romance are all just illusions. Why don't you ever learn your lesson? Just look at your sister. She didn't listen to advice and foolishly married a poor boy. Now what? Li Jiaoning, Li Jiesen's elder sister, had been divorced for 3 years. Life was tough. With a shallow education, good jobs were out of reach, and she relied on her sister's support to avoid falling into the mud. In Wu Feng's eyes, her eldest daughter was the most glaring failure of her life. Mom, it's Ji Feng. Mr. Ji Feng, the richest man in Xinjiang. Li Jiesen was both angry and amused, deliberately articulating the name clearly. What? There was a sharp gasp from the other end of the line. Is it true? Are you really with Ji Feng? We were together last night, and the house I'm living in now was given to me. Li Jiesen's tone carried a hint of pride. Her greatest ambition in life was to marry into a wealthy family. What for? It was all about the big house, luxury cars, and endless money. Now, she had the house, the car, and the money was coming in. All that was left was a title of madam. He gave you a house. Wu Feng's voice trembled, her eyes sparkling. If it weren't for the phone, she would have rushed over to check the property deed. How big? More than 300 square meters, a top-notch apartment in the core area of Kowloon, conservatively valued at 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Jiesen spoke each word clearly. That's not all. He also gave me a sports car, 5 million in cash for pocket money with monthly payments guaranteed. He's even saved me a spot as the lead actress in a movie. Wu Feng was so excited that her palms were sweating. No wonder he's the richest man in Xinjiang. His generosity puts N. Aijun to shame by tenfold. You did well. You did absolutely right. What is the Ni family compared to Mr. Ji? They're simply not worth mentioning. In one moment, she was criticizing her daughter for being impulsive, and in the next, she was raising both hands in approval. Daughter, you must put in the effort to keep him firmly by your side. Marry him, secure your position as the main wife. Then our whole family will benefit and rise to the top. Wu Feng continued to chatter, but her words felt like a bucket of cold water, soaking Li Jiesen to the bone. Keep Ji Feng. Marry into the Ji family. Becoming his wife. Her heart raced. If it were someone else, she wouldn't be worried, but facing Ji Feng, she instinctively lightened her breathing, fearing she might say something wrong, do something wrong, or one day inadvertently upset him and be swept out without a sound. Mom, stop talking. We're just starting to date. Li Jiesen's voice lowered. Hearing this tone, Wu Feng immediately understood 7 or 8 points. Silly child, don't overthink. Trust your mother. Men are more amenable to gentle persuasion than hard tactics. Your face is your greatest asset. Besides, Ji Feng isn't that much older than you. He's not as slippery as those old foxes, making him easier to handle. If you think it through and find the right approach, it won't be hard to rise to the top. Once you enter the family and have a son, your position as the main wife will be firmly established. Wu Feng's calculations never stopped at simply marrying a rich man. What she wanted was a legitimate marriage, a name that stood proudly in the family tree, the title Mrs. Ji firmly overshadowing all the other flings. In the future, Li Jiesen's restless, troublemaking spirit would owe much to her mother Wu Feng. Wu Fang was inside the house meticulously instructing her daughter on how to climb up, how to establish a foothold in the circle, and how to maneuver in the shadows. The companies under her command were all racing ahead on the fast track. The documents awaiting approval piled up like a small mountain. The most pressing matter at hand was to finalize the list of the inspection team that would accompany him northward. This trip to the mainland was not merely a tour, but a solid plan for future investments. New Era Real Estate, a New Era Media, and JIS Life all needed to send capable personnel along. The real estate market, film industry, and fast-moving consumer goods market in the mainland, each was a behemoth. Ji Feng would never stand idly by. The shipping sector and the operations of the Shangjiang Grand Hotel were also included in the collaboration list. Selecting the right candidates was crucial. One misstep could lead to a cascade of troubles. Once the list was finalized, he called Huang Feng into the office. Brother Feng, immediately register a security company named Aries Co. You will be the general manager, fully responsible for this company from now on. The business is divided into two parts. One is high-end security, such as providing bodyguards for wealthy individuals in Shangjiang. The other is services for overseas operatives. As I speak, I'm handing over a document. That's the land deed for the 5 islands in Nanyang I acquired earlier. Send people to the islands to establish a training base. That will be the root of Aries. Once the base is established, recruit extensively and conduct training with salaries remaining unchanged, not a cent less. The headquarters will be located in Shangjiang. Additionally, have Yang Chun take the lead to set up a comprehensive intelligence system. After he finished a few instructions, his thoughts were clear and succinct. Aries, named after the god of war in ancient Greek mythology. Choosing this name was not merely for its grandeur, it was a genuine intention to forge it into a sharp blade. Where the god of war steps, every inch of land must be contested. Huang Feng nodded, understood. Once Huang Feng left, Ji Feng dialed the staff team's phone to have them immediately start the candidate screening. Huang Feng would have to focus on Aries and could no longer follow him around daily. The assistant and secretary role he had been juggling would need to be filled by someone else. More critically, the position of head of the staff team was also vacant. This position was originally helmed by Wang Mengqi, who took over as CEO of New Era Group, leaving Huang Feng to take charge temporarily. Now they needed to appoint a new director, someone who would serve as Ji Feng's personal chief advisor and also lead the entire think tank. One should not underestimate this task. It carried significant weight and was not something an ordinary person could bear. They must be quick-minded, have a broad perspective, and know how to navigate the situation effectively, helping him solve problems while proactively offering insights and overseeing the entire operation. Most importantly, absolute loyalty was paramount. Such a person could not simply be found at will. Relying solely on internal recommendations would not suffice. Headhunting channels needed to be utilized, casting a wide net. In the short term, it would be difficult to find a perfect candidate. Fortunately, the preparation for Aries Co. would require a timeline. Huang Feng could hold on for a while. After a busy afternoon, dusk had just settled. Ji Feng drove straight to the Shangjiang police station, picked up Lu Ying, and had dinner together. He had always had a good impression of this girl. Her family background was clean, her resume solid, and she was neither frivolous nor overly serious in her work. Her personality was also likable. She wasn't clingy, nor did she put on airs. Coupled with her striking looks, Ji Feng indeed had some thoughts. Given his current status and position, having a beautiful confidant was hardly a matter. But when it came to a legitimate wife, that was an entirely different story. It wasn't that he looked down on people from the entertainment industry, but the reality was that the higher one stood, the less room there was for imbalance. Don't think that marrying a rich man is a matter of simply picking and choosing. Even without a business marriage, factors such as family background, connections, presence, public opinion, and family perception all had to be weighed carefully. It was not that simple. That evening after dinner, the two took a stroll along Victoria Harbor. In the end, Ji Feng personally escorted Lu Ying home. After watching Ji Feng's convoy completely disappear from view, Lu Ying turned to head home. Her mood was visibly light and cheerful. Even her steps carried a buoyant rhythm. Pushing open the door, she kicked off her high heels, slipped into her fluffy slippers, and hummed a wordless tune as she turned towards the staircase. Ying! A sudden call startled her. She quickly turned around. Her father, Lu Guoming, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a blue and white porcelain teacup, his gaze calmly resting on her. Clearly, he had been waiting for a long time. Dad. She immediately rolled her eyes, pretending to be angry. You've been sitting here without a word, trying to practice your scare tactics? You could really scare someone into a heart attack. Lu Guoming looked at his daughter's expression, momentarily speechless. Here he was, a big person sitting here, and she acted as if he were invisible. Her mind had already flown off, and her soul had not returned to the house. Come here, sit down. He raised his hand towards her. Lu Ying walked over in confusion and sat beside him. Is there something? Did you go out with Ji Feng? She nodded, her voice bright. Yes. He invited me to dinner, and afterward we went to Victoria Harbor together. As soon as she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth had already subtly curled upward, unable to be suppressed. Joy was written all over her face. Lu Guoming keenly observed this slight ripple, but his expression gradually grew serious. Ying, I have a question for you. You must answer truthfully. Seeing her father's solemn expression, she also ceased her smile, sitting up straight and nodding earnestly. Do you like Ji Feng? The air suddenly became stagnant. Lu Ying's ears immediately burned red, as if scorched by fire. She did not expect her father to ask so directly. However, she still met his gaze and softly responded yes. Lu Guoming, upon hearing this, did not show any emotion, merely placing the teacup on the table with a soft clink. Ji Feng is not the child of an ordinary family. He is the richest man in Xiangjiang, the financial master, the wealthiest and most ruthless person in all of Hong Kong, who knows how to make money. He has no parents, but he himself is a prominent family. If you truly have feelings for him, you must understand. Marrying into the Ji family is not just crossing a threshold, it is stepping over an invisible abyss. He was pleased to see his daughter getting closer to Ji Feng, but he feared more that she would dive in without knowing how deep the waters were or how fierce the waves could be. The relationship between Ji Feng and Lu Ying involved more than just the two of them. The Five Elders Association, the business ties in Xiangjiang, and even his own connections, all were inextricably linked. Therefore, before everything settled, he had to lay it all out, clear the path, and point out every hidden reef to her. The depths of a wealthy family are like an ocean. This statement is not meant to scare anyone. Ji Feng was never one to be content. At present, there was not just one woman by his side. Those people cannot enter the Ji family, that is a fact. But if you do get in, you must bear it all yourself. Lu Ying's lips parted, slightly stunned for a moment. But soon she straightened her back, her voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. I understand. I am not afraid. Lu Guoming did not speak further. He slowly stood up, his hand heavily resting on her shoulder, pausing for a moment before gently releasing it. Ying, remember, no matter the day or the matter, your father will always stand behind you. He indeed wanted to ride the wave to board Ji Feng's ship and leverage a larger game. But if the price was to trade his daughter, he would rather remain where he was. The next day at Hong Kong International Airport, Ji Feng appeared in the departure hall, surrounded by over 20 men in black suits. They stood like knives, their hands hanging loosely, their gazes sharp as eagles scanning every inch of space. However, Ji Feng himself sat casually on a public waiting chair, looking down at some documents. This contrast drew the attention of the entire hall, with passers-by stopping to stare, yet they dared not come too close. After all, the opportunity to examine Hong Kong's richest man up close was rare, perhaps once in a decade. Is that the wealthiest person in the whole harbor? He looks younger than my child. Ji Feng, the king of wealth techniques, only 24 years old, truly a prodigy. TSK. While I'm also in my early 20s, he has already claimed the title of Hong Kong's richest with more money than he can count. What about me? I run around the world with my suitcase every day, exhausted like a hairless dog, making only 5,000 Hong Kong dollars a month. Another young man roughly the same age as Ji Feng sighed as he glanced at Ji Feng, and then lowered his eyes to look at his own tired face in the glass window. His nose tinged with bitterness, nearly bringing tears. Was it true that he had no background? That wasn't Earlier news clearly stated Ji Feng inherited a family fortune burdened with debts of billions of Hong Kong dollars, and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. In reality, he was better off. At least he wasn't carrying a debt of billions. Yet, Ji Feng managed to turn things around and become the richest while he, the zero-debt player, was being worn out by work. How could this be explained? Comparing people truly could be infuriating. So handsome. Oh my. Young, handsome, and wealthy. Is there really such a man in this world? If only I could be his girlfriend. The girls chattered excitedly, unable to contain their enthusiasm. A few brave souls edged closer, wanting to strike up a conversation, but as soon as they lifted their feet, they were met with the unyielding gaze of the black-suited bodyguards. Those eyes pierced like ice picks, causing them to freeze in place and retreat in dismay. As Ji Feng appeared, the entire airport lounge came alive. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway, buzzing with discussion. He paid no heed, merely glancing at his watch before standing up and walking straight towards the exit. The bodyguards immediately closed ranks, shielding him at the center. Bystanders stepped aside, none daring to obstruct his path. He was not there to catch a flight, he was there to pick someone up. The person he was meeting was a legend. He was also one of Ji Feng's only two close relatives in this world, his gambling king grandfather Yi Han. Indeed, the legendary gambling king Yi Han. He was not like Yi Hong's son. Gambling king was a title he won through his own skill, earning his first fortune with his extraordinary gambling techniques at the card table with dice and at the roulette wheel. He later led the establishment of the AOU company, becoming a true titan in the Hong Kong business circle. Moreover, he was Ji Feng's maternal grandfather, one of the only two blood relatives Ji Feng had left in this world. The other was Yi Han's grandson, Ji Feng's cousin, Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng's father was Ji Feng's uncle, whose fortune was short-lived. 4 years ago, a car accident claimed the lives of Ji Feng's uncle and aunt. After that, Yi Cheng followed Yi Han to Malaysia and had not returned to Hong Kong since. Even when Ji Feng's adoptive father passed away, Yi Han had not set foot in Hong Kong, not even attending the funeral. Ultimately, this meeting was Ji Feng's first real encounter with his family since he crossed over. Although they had spoken on the phone multiple times, they had never met in person. His impression of Yi Han came solely from the residual memories of this body. He remembered that due to his mother's early passing, his grandfather had been particularly fond of him, almost indulgent. He was actually looking forward to this meeting. After all, this was Yi Han. As the flow of people thickened near the exit, soon an old man and a young man stepped out accompanied by 2 bodyguards. It was indeed Yi Han and Yi Cheng. The 86-year-old elder stood tall and straight, walking with a steady and powerful stride, each step exuding presence. Yi Cheng was not very tall, slightly plump, but his gaze was sharp and his movements decisive. As soon as he spotted Ji Feng, his face broke into a smile, excitedly waving his hand. "Ah Feng, cousin," Ji Feng responded in kind. He inherited all of the original owner's memories and emotions, and the eagerness of this long-awaited reunion felt genuine and undeniable. Yi Cheng was 3 years older than him, and they had played together since childhood, sharing a deep bond. Ji Feng quickly stepped forward, and before he could even bow to Yi Han, Yi Cheng had already rushed up and pulled him into a firm embrace. "Ah Feng, I've missed you so much." He laughed while patting Ji Feng's back, saying, "I never expected you actually did it. Becoming Hong Kong's richest man. From now on, your cousin's livelihood will be in your hands. Count on me." Ji Feng replied with a smile, and then turned to Yi Han, gently calling out, "Grandfather." "Good." Yi Han gazed at him, examining him closely, his eyes reddening. He nodded heavily, stepped forward, and placed his broad palm firmly on Ji Feng's shoulder, patting it twice with strength. "You've suffered." For Yi Han, Ji Feng and Yi Cheng were the last 2 pieces of his heart after losing his wife in midlife. After his daughter left, his son was gone, and then his daughter-in-law followed. Ultimately, even his son-in-law didn't survive. It was truly tragic. Because of this, he guarded his only 2 grandsons particularly closely. "Grandfather, this isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to the hotel first. Everything is arranged." Ji Feng quickly stepped up, steadily supporting Yi Han's arm. The group then made their way to the airport exit. "Ah Feng, your entourage is quite impressive. Over 20 bodyguards surrounding you. Even the governor doesn't have such flair." Yi Cheng laughed as they walked, his tone light, but his eyes sparkled. "Like it. He'll arrange a team for you later." "Forget it, forget it. I can't bear this identity." Yi Cheng laughed, waving his hands and shaking his head. Upon exiting the airport, a vehicle convoy was already waiting outside the door. The bodyguards had parked the cars neatly. Everyone got in and headed straight for the presidential suite at the Peninsula Hotel, which Ji Feng had booked. Lunch was laid out in the suite, and they chatted while eating. Ji Feng started from when he took over the family business, recounting how he managed to stabilize himself, covering every detail. Yi Cheng listened with wide eyes, repeatedly slapping his legs. "Impressive. Truly impressive. If it were me, I'd have collapsed long ago." He nearly dropped to his knees from slapping his thigh. However, the more Yi Han listened, the graver his expression became, his brows furrowing tighter. It sounded simple, but single-handedly resisting the onslaught of British capital was no trivial matter. That pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on his spine. The old man's heart ached, and his eyes subtly reddened. "Grandfather, cousin, is there something going on that brought you back to Hong Kong so suddenly?" Ji Feng set down his chopsticks and asked directly. For years ago, Yi Han abruptly shut down all his businesses overnight, liquidating all his assets in Hong Kong, and took Yi Cheng far away to Malaysia, never to set foot back in Hong Kong. At that time, the original owner was young and only heard a rough idea. Yet Ji Feng understood clearly there must be a reason behind it. Now that he has suddenly reappeared in Xianjiang, it certainly is not just for leisure. Yi Han wasted no time and stated directly, "I returned to the harbor for 2 reasons. One is to see you, the other is to meet a few old friends. After I rest for a few days, I will return to Haozhong with your cousin. This time I am going back to buy back the shares of value. This old business needs to be revitalized." Ji Feng raised an eyebrow, his fingertip pausing at the edge of the bowl. Acquiring shares of value. He certainly knew Yi Han was one of the founders of value. But now there wasn't a single share left in his name. Back then he was pushed out of the game by He Hongsen, and before leaving Haozhong he had sold off all his remaining shares. Even the gambling ships were all shut down. Now he wanted to make a comeback and reclaim control. As if guessing his thoughts, Yi Han picked up his teacup and took a sip, speaking slowly, "The current Aoyu is no longer a solid block. He Hongsen has secured his position and was the first to target Yilide. Yilide can't hold on any longer and is about to sell his shares. This opportunity has been long awaited." Aoyu was a scar that had never healed in Yi Han's heart. Back then, when the old gambling king Fu Lao passed away, the bidding for the Haojiang gambling license reopened. Yi Han was determined to win it and brought Yilide along to bid. Yilide then invited his brother-in-law, He Hongsen, who in turn introduced Elder Hua into the fray. The 4 of them joined forces and eventually secured the gambling license, leading to the birth of Aoyu, which monopolized the Haojiang gambling hall for 20 years. And what happened later? It's well known. With the shares diluted time and again, Yi Han's voice grew weaker. After falling out with He Hongsen, he was swiftly expelled by a coalition of He Hongsen, Yilide, and Elder Hua. How did the outside world perceive it? Most blamed Yi Han for being unable to discern the situation, being too earnest and not fitting in. But the truth has always been beneath the surface. Now looking back, Elder Hua has long been sidelined and ousted from management. Yilide and He Hongsen are at odds, unable to hold their heads high. Aoyu is embroiled in bloody internal strife. Not to mention that Ji Feng's son and his younger sister, the 10th Miss, He Wanqi, are already embroiled in a court battle tearing their relationship apart. This person may have won, but he did so in a very underhanded manner. When he was cast out, how could Ji Feng swallow this humiliation? Aoyu was built brick by him. He had run himself ragged and spoken endlessly during the bidding to secure that gambling license. And what was the result? All the credit went to others while he bore the brunt of the suffering. Anyone would feel a thorn in their... So later he restarted the Horse Racing Association in Xiangjiang and invested in gambling ships. What he was fighting for was never money, but that breath of indignation. Ji Feng misjudged He Hongsen's methods. Even more so, he underestimated the heavy backing of the He family behind him. In his early years when he organized the Horse Racing Association in Xiangjiang, he was suffocated by all the rules and ultimately gave up. But when he turned around to bet on the gambling ship business, the Princess cruise ship under He Hongsen's command suddenly invaded international waters, stirring up a muddy situation. He Hongsen's own gambling hall in Haojiang lost nearly 30% of its business. He Hongsen couldn't take this lying down and quickly entered the gambling ship business, but ended up falling into Ji Feng's trap, losing everything, and the project directly fell through. But not long after, Ji Feng suddenly cleared all his shares, sold all his gambling ships, took his grandson's hand, and quietly left Xiangjiang. The car accident involving his son and daughter-in-law became the dividing line of the entire situation. Ji Feng always felt that what happened back then was far from simple. Even the car accident involving his uncle and aunt made him suspect that there was something else behind it. His grandfather Ji Feng did not seem disheartened. Instead, it felt as though he had sensed something in advance and took his people to hide. And the timing of that car accident coincidentally fell right after he had severely injured He Hongsen's gambling ship business. To say that He Hong's son had no involvement would be something Ji Feng could not believe at all. Not long after Ji Feng personally confirmed his suspicions. Feng, you must be wondering why I suddenly transferred my shares of Aoyu, sold all the gambling ships, and went directly to Malaysia back then. Ji Feng nodded. Ji Feng's gaze turned solemn. I leveraged the gambling ships to pry away Aya's customer base, and that old fox, He Hong's son, couldn't sit still at that moment. He immediately jumped into the gambling ship business, wanting to snatch food from my bowl, and also wanted to take the opportunity to crush me, resulting in him being tricked by me and losing his pants. But why would such a person admit defeat? He immediately began to trip me up. What is international waters? There are no regulations, no laws. If something happens, you can't even find the door to report it. My ship was tampered with. Indeed, there is no law in international waters. It does not belong to any country, nor is there a patrol. Spending a little money to hire a few maritime businessmen on board to discuss business is quite common. And that's not all. He has all the gangs in Haojiang under his control. Once my gambling ships land, they can hardly attract any customers. Those people even block my dock every day, threatening to teach me the rules. Ji Feng immediately understood. When it comes to using gangs to exert pressure, he was more familiar than anyone else. In the entire Xiangjiang in this regard, he was the true expert. No need to go far. Just recently, how did that gossip magazine get forced to stop? He Hongsen's connections in Haojiang are far thicker than mine. I am being choked at every turn. Haojiang cannot accommodate me, and here in Xiangjiang, he is allied with the He family to surround me. If I do not leave, I won't even be able to keep my life. The He family is not a small household. Decades ago in Xiangjiang, the only families that could sit on the top were the He family and the Li family. He Hong's son hails from the He family of Xiangjiang. Although he is not a direct descendant, he is undoubtedly a legitimate branch. Like the Li family, the He family is deeply rooted in Xiangjiang with not only businesses, but also underground rules. Back when Ji Feng was trying to set up the Horse Racing Association, he faced obstacles everywhere and ultimately gave up with the He family behind it all. With the He family as a backing, Ji Feng's stepfather could not protect him either. Ji Feng's roots were not in Xiangjiang. He could not fight against the He family and could only retreat. He had also laughed bitterly if it were not for being pushed to a dead end who would be willing to abandon their homeland and go far away. Feng, the reason I can bring Yi Cheng back this time is because of you. Ji Feng looked at Ji Feng, his eyes filled with uncontainable relief. When he left back, then he had made up his mind never to return to Xiangjiang or Haojiang again. When Ji Feng's father had just passed away, Ji Feng faced enemies on all sides. He even considered taking his grandson to Malaysia to avoid the storm. But he never expected that this grandson would manage to turn the tables single-handedly, not only clearing all debts, but also climbing inch by inch to the position of the richest person in Xiangjiang. Food, energy, telecommunications. Almost all are under his family's control. The banks he has been taking over have completely driven British capital forces out of the historical stage of Xiangjiang. Ji Feng privately told others this child has truly achieved a miracle. This statement rekindled the embers of his heart that had long been extinguished. With the internal strife in Aoyu, Yi Lide's relationship with He Hong's son has soured, resulting in comprehensive suppression from him. When Yi Lide contemplated selling his shares, Ji Feng sensed this crack and immediately returned to Xiangjiang with Yi Cheng. He wanted to take back what originally should have been in his hands. The gold nugget that is Aoyu was built from scratch by him. Why should he give it up to let He Hong's son reap the benefits and allow his whole family to enjoy the dividends? While his own grandchildren, Ji Feng and Yi Cheng were instead firmly kept outside watching as a large chunk of their family fortune flowed into others' pockets. As for money, he had long since lost interest. However, as a grandfather, he cannot pretend to be blind. Aoyu must return to Ji Feng and Yi Cheng. Could they even collude with the He family in Xiangjiang to surround him? Laughable. What is there to fear? His grandson is ambitious and will pressure them with the same old tactics from 4 years ago. Setting aside He Hongsen for now, let me ask, does the He family in Xiangjiang dare to act? This time, as soon as Yi Han landed, the He family didn't even dare to make a sound. Do they still want to replicate the same tactics from back then? That would be sheer folly. Just look at the Li family, who are on equal footing with the He family. What kind of end do they meet for offending Ji Feng? Ji Feng doesn't even need to lift a finger. The He family is already frightened into retreat. They might even be secretly pondering whether the events from 4 years ago will one day resurface for Ji Feng to seek retribution. On this trip back to Hong Kong, Yi Han had no intention of troubling Ji Feng. He always felt a sense of guilt towards this grandson. During Ji Feng's lowest point, he was the only living elder, but failed to lend a hand. Yi Han is not the kind of person who, just because a relative has made a breakthrough, shamelessly approaches them for benefits. Of course, even if Ji Feng does not intervene, just his presence alone would give He Hongsen something to think about. But Yi Han does not wish to leverage Ji Feng's influence, yet Ji Feng has already quietly taken real action. The gambling industry in Haojiang, an industry of extreme profit. Ji Feng has no reason to take a detour. Even if Yi Han were not his grandfather, as long as opportunities are presented, he would seize them without hesitation. Why would he pass up a chance to make money? That would be foolish. Whose wallet would complain about being too full? Grandfather, what do you plan to do next? Ji Feng pondered for a moment. Yi Han candidly stated Yi Lide has long lost his clout in Aoyu, and He Hongsun is already choking him to force a low-price transfer. But he is unwilling to sell cheap and insists on a good price. However, in Xiangjiang, Haojiang, and Nanyang, no one dares to openly confront He Hongsun. Moreover, He Hongsun is already the largest shareholder, and with the shares held by his sister, anyone who takes over Yi Lide's shares will immediately be sidelined, unable to even enter the boardroom. Yi Lide's escape route has been completely blocked by He Hongsun. No one is a fool. Everyone knows what the situation in Aoyu is like. Investing money likely won't bring real power, and the dividends depend entirely on He Hongsun's whims, leaving no room for negotiation. Buying at a high price would only turn into a hot potato. Who would want to be that unfortunate fool? It is precisely for this reason that He Hongsun dares to press for lower prices. I plan to acquire all of Yi Lide's shares at a reasonable price. Then I'll partner with the Hua family and Zheng Yutong to enter the game together and push for a restructuring of Aoyu. This chess move isn't a mistake on Yi Han's part. The Hua family's shares have been steadily held in hand. As for Zheng Yutong, there is no need to mention. When Yi Han withdrew, he transferred his shares to him. Now, if we add Yi Lide's shares, the three parties combined hold 48 of the shares, enough to leverage the entire. Grandfather, the idea is good, but there are more stable methods. Ji Feng said. More stable. Yi Han's eyes lit up as he looked directly at Ji Feng. Ji Feng took over a mess, and within a year, he rose to become the richest person in Xiangjiang. His skills, courage, and strategies are all top-notch. As he spoke, Yi Han immediately perked up his ears. My plan is to attack from 3 fronts. Ji Feng raised 3 fingers. Yi Cheng, who had been silently listening, suddenly sat up straight. He couldn't hold back and blurted out a phone. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us, what are the 3 fronts? To push these 3 steps, we first need to understand one thing. Ji Feng's lips curled slightly, his expression calm, yet revealing a kind of unassuming composure. Grandfather, cousin, I want to ask, why does He Hongsun insist on expelling other shareholders and tightly grasping Aoyu in his hands? Yi Cheng didn't even lift his eyelids, retorting, that's a boring question. Who doesn't know that Aoyu holds the lifeline of the Haojiang gambling industry? Taking Aoyu means holding the throat of the entire Haojiang gambling industry. With daily income flowing like a tide, who wouldn't want to monopolize such a living money-printing factory? Who would be willing to share a bowl of soup? The reasoning may be blunt, but it's sound. Even the hardest bone can't resist the temptation of such a large piece of meat. Yet Ji Feng did not take the bait, merely turning slightly. Then why can Aoyu dominate alone and monopolize the entire Haojiang gambling industry? Yi Cheng was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly. A phone, why ask? Aoyu holds the only gambling license in Haojiang. The gambling license is the iron rice bowl, the past, the official sword of the Haojiang gambling industry. Without it, one cannot even enter the door. With it, one can openly set up gambling tables. Others wanting to engage in this industry, sure, but they must operate under AIS name and allow it to take a cut, otherwise they would be shut down with no other path available. Monopoly is thus established. But the basis of this monopoly is neither a patent barrier, nor a technical threshold, nor is Aoyu so wealthy that others cannot intervene. The true pivot rests on that thin gambling license. To this day, Haojiang has only this one. With it, Aoyu secured its position and blocked all avenues of approach. Yi Han stared at Ji Feng, his expression uncertain. He couldn't figure out what this child was driving at with his roundabout questioning. Let me ask again, why can there only be one gambling license in Haojiang? because the Alfu only issued one. A phone? What exactly are you trying to say? He still felt lost. But Ji Feng suddenly sat up straight, his eyes lighting up. The gambling license is the key. Ji Feng continued, we might as well broaden our perspective. One gambling license is a certainty, but who says it cannot be 2, 3, or even 4? The people in Alfu may not be pleased to see the He family tightly controlling the gambling industry. Given He Hongxin's intricate entanglements in Haojiang, trying to overthrow him from within Aoyu or seize the gambling license will be extremely difficult. Since a frontal assault is impossible, why not start anew? Just because there is currently one does not mean there can only ever be one. What is missing is merely a favorable wind from the east. With that said, Ji Feng's lips curled up slightly, his smile assured. He Hongxin's long-term control of the Haojiang gambling industry is detrimental to the shrewd foreign officials in Alfu, to the long-term development of Haojiang, and to the entire industry ecosystem. They could not possibly be blind to this. However, the reason for their inaction is quite practical. No one dares to gamble. Those with money cannot establish a foothold in Aoqing. Those with roots cannot come up with such exorbitant capital. But as long as someone truly steps forward possessing both capital and local connections, Alfu would be more than willing to give a push. The subsequent events also confirmed this statement. The Alfu indeed took action, issuing 2 new gambling licenses. The goal was clear: to divide He Hongxin's power and disrupt his game. Unfortunately, He Hongxin was ahead in the game. His daughter established a competing company, and his son leveraged MGM's influence to seize both new licenses, ultimately bringing them all into the He family's grasp. The Haojiang gambling industry remained firmly in his family's control. Alfu could only lament their helplessness. This monopoly persisted for over 20 years, only to be reformed again after Haojiang's return. The number of gambling licenses expanded to 6. The He family obtained only 3 of them, while the other 3 completely bypassed them. The monopoly was thus brought to an end. According to the old timeline, when the gambling license system was ultimately expanded, Ji Han's son, Ji Feng's uncle, should have received a gambling license. But at this moment, that line has been severed. Perhaps it was Ji Feng stirring the winds and clouds that invoked unpredictable variables, or perhaps time itself has quietly changed its course. The uncle is dead, completely deviating from the original trajectory. Yet this does not shake Ji Feng's pace. He is someone who continuously tears apart the old order and rewrites time. Therefore, I propose that we force the AO family to initiate a reform of the gambling licenses and directly add new licenses. Ji Feng's voice fell. Ji Han paused, his fingertips trembling slightly, and then spoke in a deep voice, pushing the AO family to issue more gambling licenses. This matter is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if it can be done, bidding and competing would not be easy. He Hongxin will definitely not sit idly by. He will surely enter the fray. Once he secures the new license and holds an overwhelming number of licenses, we will be roasted over a fire, and we might end up working for him instead. In Haojiang, a stomp from him causes the ground to tremble. That is why we must advance on 3 fronts. First, acquire Yilide's equity to reclaim control. In Haojiang, a stomp from him causes the ground to tremble. That is why we must advance on 3 fronts. First, acquire Yilide's equity to reclaim control over AO Entertainment. Second, vigorously promote the expansion of gambling licenses and invest heavily. Third, take control of local gangs in Haojiang. Ji Feng's speech was steady and his words were clear. Then he broke it down point by point. First, secure Yilide firmly grasp the control of AO Entertainment and suppress He Hongxin's arrogance. The gambling boat business must be stabilized and no mistakes can be made. Then push the number of gambling licenses up to 6. More licenses will diminish his strength. He Hongxin himself will not show up to bid. What he wants is to control the game from behind the scenes and continue to monopolize, only sending proxies to the table. Then we must force him to divide his attention, strength, and personnel. We can join forces with the Ho family, Zheng Yutong, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming. With more people, the stakes are larger, but the cake is more secure. Those who monopolize will surely collapse. He Hongxin's dream of monopolizing everything and sustaining a monopoly is ultimately a fool's dream. By sharing the benefits and guarding the boundaries, we can keep outsiders at bay and maintain control over the situation. As long as the other 5 licenses fall into our hands, AO Entertainment will eventually bear the surname Ji, and He Hongxin won't even be able to enter. As for the gangs, leave that to me. You need not worry about it. This matter is as light as a feather to Ji Feng. The goal is not to engage in violence, but to use the gangs to cut off the gamblers, essentially the lifeline of customers. Currently, AO Entertainment has not yet used this tactic, but this method was originally created by them before it was later implemented. While they are still oblivious, we will plant our roots in the gangs and hold the gamblers in the palm of our hand. By the time they realize it, the chess game will already be set. After listening, Ji Han remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. It can work. But the Hua family may not genuinely join forces. What if they get the license and then turn against us, causing internal strife? Haojiang will immediately turn into a chaotic mess and no one will benefit. He felt a sting in his heart. When AO Entertainment was initially established, several families also formed a blood alliance. As soon as the profits began to emerge, cracks spread across the table. He was cast out. The Hua family tore their faces with He Hongsen now stranded in a corner. Yilide is also on the verge of being swallowed whole by He Hongsen. The root cause is simple. There is only one license. Whoever holds it is king. But if everyone has a license, everyone can flip the table. Can the table still stand? Grandpa, you need not worry about this. The Hua family Zheng Yutong, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming have long been. The interests of the five families have been intertwined for many years, a solid block. It is impossible for us to turn against each other. Others may betray. These four families will not. The reason does not lie in any name of the five elders. Human hearts are difficult to fathom. In this world there are no ironclad friendships, only the profits that are firmly held are truly reliable. If Ji Feng can truly pry open a more tempting pie than gambling in Haojiang, and lead them to venture into the world together, sharing the cake, and advancing and retreating together, who would turn against the tiny profits of Haojiang? It is simply impossible. The five elders. I have heard about it. You all have devoured the toughest bones of the British capital. Yihan's lips curled up slightly, and then he changed his tone. However, one must be cautious, still we must keep our wits about us. Grandpa, you can rest assured. Ji Feng spoke calmly, nodding in agreement, and then continued, you should start handling the matters regarding Yilide's equity. The expansion of gambling licenses should also be put on the agenda. As you wish. Haojiang. In the study the air was thick with smoke like a layer of fog that could not dissipate. He Hongsen sat behind the mahogany desk, the cigar in his fingers flickering with blue and white smoke swirling up and dispersing in circles. He had just received the news. Yihan has returned to Xiangjiang. His intuition told him that this trip back was far from a simple family visit. A stone pressed down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Ninth brother. The door was pushed open and the woman was choked by the thick smoke, retreating several steps before steadying herself after coughing a couple of times. It was He Hongsen's second wife, Lan Xiaoying. She was formally married, had a strong will, and was sharp-minded. She was no longer the same concubine who used to rely on others. The main wife had been weak and ill for a long time, and she had long since taken control of the He family, managing everything inside and out. He Hongsen personally taught her to manage the business, and later the successors were also replaced by her own children. There were rumors in the streets that the accident involving the legitimate son of the main wife in that car crash had her shadow behind it. Smoking so much. It's harmful to your lungs. She regained her composure, quickly walked over, placed a cup of warm tea on the edge of the table, and casually pushed open the window. Returning, her fingertips were already resting on He Hongsen's shoulder, kneading with moderate strength. What happened? Why do you look so troubled? He Hongsen extinguished the cigar, ashes falling into the jar, and sighed. Yihan has returned. That old man. He still dares to show his face. Lan Xiaoying paused, then scoffed. What can he do by coming back? He is already a hollow frame, incapable of making waves. He chose to return at this time. It surely cannot be with good intentions. He Hongsen furrowed his brow. I suspect he is aiming for Yilide. So what? She continued her work, her tone casual. Ninth brother, what do you fear? Yilide has long been cornered by us, and surrendering is just a matter of time. That old man. He can't stir up any trouble. Does he still dare to reach out to buy Yilide's shares? Isn't the lesson from 4 years ago painful enough? She had never taken Yihan seriously. The projects she has taken over have increased year by year. Her position has become more stable, and her voice has grown louder. Behind her stands He Hongsen, the decisive figure in Haojiang. She walks with confidence, and no one dares to stop her. Even if trouble arises, the other party can only swallow their anger. Over time, her arrogance has seeped into her bones. Furthermore, He Hongsen today is more stable, ruthless, and unshakable than he was 4 years ago. Now look at Yihan. 4 years ago, he was swept out. AO Entertainment's shares were wiped clean. The ancestral home was sold, and even Xiangjiang could not accommodate him. He hid in Malaysia for a solid 4 years, not daring to show his face. When she heard he had returned, her first reaction was shock. This man has some guts. As for his desire to threaten He Hongsen and disrupt Haojiang, she didn't even raise an eyebrow. 4 years ago, they could drive him out. Now, it would be even quicker and harsher. Even if he dared to show up in Xiangjiang with He Hongsen's reputation chasing him away, would be merely a matter of words. Ninth brother, there's no need to worry about him. Her voice was light, like brushing off a speck of dust. At worst, it would be just like 4 years ago. Issue a kill order against him to the gangs, and post a bounty list. I want to see if he has the life to step into Haojiang again. 4 years ago, Yihan's gambling boat business was thriving, directly disrupting the interests of AOU and her husband He Hongsen. He Hongsen also wanted to get a piece of the pie and secretly dipped his toes into the gambling boat, only to fall into the trap set by Yihan, suffering a tremendous loss of at least 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Furious, he overturned the coffee table and made a decisive move, ordering the Haojiang gang to issue a kill order on Yihan with a bounty. Even more ruthlessly, he directly instructed the gang to plan an accident that resulted in the deaths of Yihan's son and daughter-in-law. Yihan was forced to flee Haojiang, barely escaping with his life. This incident was etched clearly in Lan Xiaoying's memory. She personally orchestrated the details of that car accident. She was the best at orchestrating car accidents. It's different now. Hearing her say this, Ji Hongsun let out a long sigh, shaking his head as his tone darkened. The current Yi Han is no longer the Yi Han of the past. What's different? He doesn't have the power to act recklessly. If you're really worried, just call over to Xianjiang and have someone advise Yi Han a bit. She said this without even lifting her eyelids, just scare that old man, force him to leave Xianjiang, and it would be over, wouldn't it? Who will go? Ji Hongsun suddenly turned his head, staring at her intently. That gaze was chilling and filled with disappointment. He suddenly realized. Over the years, he had nurtured and protected her, allowing her to act with impunity in Haojiang with no one dare. As a result, he had fostered someone with lofty ambitions and a narrow perspective, unable to think beyond the surface. This was not a blessing, it was a root of disaster. The winds have changed. Behind Yi Han stands a formidable grandson. Formidable grandson. Lan Xionging was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly before she reacted a few seconds later. Is it that Ji Feng from Xianjiang? Although she didn't often inquire about Xianjiang matters, the name Ji Feng had already spread throughout Nanyang. The incident with the bank being absorbed by him sent shockwaves throughout Nanyang. That was one of the 4 major banks in Xianjiang, a tough nut to crack with the power to issue currency. A solid iron plate was pried open, and naturally his name became well known. That's right. Ji Hongsun nodded, his voice low and heavy. With Ji Feng around, who would dare to lay a hand on Yi Han, let alone sending someone to confront him in Xianjiang, scare him, or force him out? If anyone truly did that, they might not even find the corpse. Lan Xionging was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you relying on that young brat? Does he really have that much clout in Xianjiang?" She knew Ji Feng was around the same age as her son. The incident with the bank certainly stirred a lot of noise, but she didn't believe for a second that it was all his doing. She thought he was merely a scapegoat pushed forward by the old foxes in Xianjiang, appearing on stage to take the heat for them. If he won, it was their merit, and if he lost, he would take the fall. After all, with his parents deceased and no backing, and being so young, how could he possibly have the ability to achieve such a situation alone? Young brat. Ji Hongsun sneered. Ji Feng is a wolf, not a dog that anyone can take for a walk. Initially, he had believed, but as news kept pouring in and he conducted his own investigations quietly, he finally saw the truth. He was a genuine monster. Smart enough to send chills down one's spine. In just a year, he amassed a fortune greater than what I could earn in a lifetime. If anyone underestimates him because of his youth, they might as well start growing grass on their graves. Old man Xiao of Xianjiang Li family and those arrogant foreigners are all at his mercy. What about Li Jiaqing? A perfectly good Changsha group was driven to bankruptcy by him. The top 10 British-funded companies were all brought down by him. Those wealthy in Xianjiang could only take advantage and step in all because he cleared the path first. Lan Xionging sat there unable to respond. She had never looked closely at Ji Feng, nor had she considered the twists and turns behind the scenes. At this moment, listening to Ji Hongsun recount one thing after another, she felt as if her head was buzzing, as if she had been struck hard by something. That kid is in charge of the gang in Xianjiang, holding a pile of solid currency. The most crucial part is, I've heard he formed a 5 Lords Club with the Hua family, Zheng Yutong, Su Wentian, and Wu Zhengming. Not to mention that I can't deal with him in Xianjiang. Even the He family wouldn't dare to stand up for me and confront Ji Feng. Yi Han is the only remaining direct elder of Ji Feng, his only close relative. If anything were to happen to him, Ji Feng wouldn't care about the timing. Otherwise, think about it. Why is Yi Han so brazenly returning to Xianjiang this time, without even bothering to conceal himself? Lan Xionging's face suddenly turned pale. According to Ji Hongsun, targeting Yi Han would be akin to directly walking into Ji Feng's line of fire. If they truly forced the other side to flip the table, even if the He family had mountains of gold and silver, they would find it difficult to move forward in Xianjiang. So many businesses, so much land, so many licenses, all right under the other party's nose. As Ji Hongsun finished speaking, he calmly trimmed the end of his cigar and lit it again. What really keeps me up at night? The 5 Lords Club. The Hua family holds old stocks in AOU, and Zheng Yutong has a large stake as well. They are no longer bystanders, but real shareholders. Once Yi Han takes over the shares from Yi Lide, we might not even have a seat to sit on in AOU. Old man Hua has never seen eye to eye with him, refusing to even acknowledge him during holidays, as Zheng Yutong wanted to intervene in AOU by acquiring Yi Han's shares, but was blocked at the door. Later, he was secretly outmaneuvered by the Zheng family in several dock and real estate projects, losing money and face. It's not unfair to call them enemies. But once Yi Han secures that portion of shares from Yi Lide, and with Ji Feng backing him, the Hua family and Zheng Yutong would immediately turn their guns around, fully supporting his rise. At that point, Ji Hongsun would truly become an outsider. The current deadlock is in Yi Lide's hands. Ji Hongsun's brows knitted tightly, the smoke slowly rising. We must seize the shares before he does. Only then can we truly have control over AOU. Yet Yi Han suddenly made a comeback, throwing the entire game into chaos. Yi Lide had always been at odds with him, and now he was more determined than ever not to sell. Even if Ji Hongsun offered a higher price, it was unlikely he would agree. He understood Yi Lide all too well. He would rather burn a check than let the other party gain any advantage. Moreover, Yi Lide had already been pushed to a corner. It was a sure thing that he would buy low. Hong Kong Peninsula Hotel. After meeting several old acquaintances in succession, Yi Han returned to his room and dialed Yi Lide's number. Years ago, the two had been exceptionally close. Otherwise, Yi Han would never have invited him to jointly bid for the casino license. But later, during the power struggle for control over Aoyu Entertainment, Yi Lide sided with Yi Hong's son, his own brother-in-law. That single vote ultimately expelled Yi Han from the game entirely. From that point on, they severed all contact. Now Yi Lide's current predicament had unexpectedly become the icebreaker. Reconnecting felt like sinking together into the same quagmire, mutual understanding blooming instinctively amid shared peril. Old memories spilled forth once the conversation began unstoppable. On the other end of the line, Yi Han's laughter rang clear and unburdened. Between old friends, a single smile dissolved years of resentment like morning mist. The pleasantries wound down. Yi Han shifted tone, direct and incisive to the heart of the matter. You know precisely why I'm calling. I want the shares you hold. No detours. I'll pay market price, cash settled in full. Offering market value laid bare his sincerity without ambiguity. Aoyu Entertainment was the sole licensed gaming enterprise in Haogyang, a natural monopoly whose valuation had soared accordingly. Yet in practice, equity stakes were routinely sold at steep discounts. To buy at market price meant paying real, uncompromising value. And Yi Han's offer far exceeded the 500 million HKD Yi Hongsun had previously forced upon Yi Lide. Even under duress, the shares in Yi Lide's possession were worth considerably more than that. Yi Hongsun's approach was never negotiation, it was a coup. First, he strangled Yi Lide's industrial lifelines across Haogyang. Then he stripped him of directorial authority within Aoyu's boardroom. Yi Lide had already been cornered into a narrow alley with no retreat. Are you absolutely certain? He did not answer. Instead, he countered with a question. Right now, Yi Hongsun rules Haogyang unchallenged, issuing new shares, relentlessly diluting the holdings of the Ho family, Zheng Yutong, and even mine. Combined, our three stakes fall short of half. Given his current dominance, even if you reclaim your position, there's no guarantee you won't be cast out again, this time irrevocably. Out of respect for our long-standing friendship, I must say, this move carries considerable risk. Perhaps it was precisely this desperation that stirred his memory of aiding Yi Hongsun against Yi Han years earlier, and with it a quiet pang of remorse. So rather than nodding eagerly at the first mention of money, he held his ground and urged Yi Han to reconsider. At their age, one misstep could mean falling and never rising again. My mind is made up. Yi Han's laugh was relaxed, yet his voice carried the unyielding weight of a wedge driven deep into timber. He had already mapped every step of his return to Hong Kong the moment he set foot back on its soil. Ji Feng's analysis from 2 days prior had shattered the last vestige of hesitation. Very well. Yi Lide agreed. I'll fly to Hong Kong tomorrow morning to sign the agreement and transfer the shares in person. I'll await you, Yi Han replied tersely. The call ended. Ah Chung. He summoned Yi Chung, his voice steady, lucid. Transfer all available funds from our accounts into the Hong Kong account. Yi Lide lands tomorrow. Cash in hand, shares transferred simultaneously. Understood. Yi Chung responded crisply. And the gambling vessels? Any progress? Age spares no one. His hair had turned fully white, his limbs grew heavy, his mind remained sharp, but his body lagged behind. Such Hansen logistical tasks had long since fallen to Yi Chung. All channels are secured. We've shortlisted 5 vessels matching our core criteria, but we'll need to board each personally before finalizing any decision. Yi Chung reported with practiced efficiency. Yesterday I met with Ah Feng. He proposed an idea both piercing and profound. A spark flickered in Yi Han's eyes. After their conversation 2 days prior, Yi Han had already begun to regard his grandson with newfound admiration. Hearing Ji Feng's name again, he leaned in attentively. Ah Feng says the old gambling vessel model played too narrow a game. He recommends acquiring 2 vessels outright and operating them in deliberate contrast. One exclusively for high rollers, the other for casual gamblers. Yi Chung repeated Ji Feng's words verbatim. Guests may be gods, but gods too dwell in temples of differing sanctity. High rollers are invariably wealthy or influential, possessing fortunes measured in tens of millions. To seat them alongside ordinary patrons at the same gaming table, serving them the same tea, and reciting identical sales pitches diminishes prestige and fails to retain loyalty. Casual players remain welcome, thin margins, high volume. But high rollers demand lavish attention. Not just gaming, but private salons, bespoke dining, cross-border transportation, even family trust advisory services. Let money become the sole passport, and affluence the very essence of privilege. That is true strategic positioning, one vessel meticulously sculpted for exclusivity, the other thrown wide open to all comers. Ah Feng's insight strikes true. Separating tiers ensures both ordinary and elite guests find exactly what they seek, enhancing satisfaction for all. Then Yi Chung relayed Ji Feng's full operational blueprint for the gambling vessels. With each word, Yi Han's eyes grew brighter. Ah Feng put it perfectly. The VIP vessel must become a floating isle of unfettered bliss. Follow Ah Feng's plan, without hesitation. Spare no expense. Wherever needed, invest boldly. Interiors, materials, furnishings, all top tier. The service team must undergo rigorous retraining, standards pushed to their absolute limit. And that suggestion from off phone, engaging scions of faded European aristocracy as chief hostesses aboard ship, implement it immediately. Yihan emphasized each instruction with quiet intensity. Hiring noble women from declining lineages was eminently practical. Yet the rest of Ji Feng's proposals left Yihan marveling at his grandson's uncanny acuity. He understood the psychology of wealth with unnerving precision. What do the rich truly seek? Beauty in abundance, radiant social standing, universal admiration, and quiet rivalry beneath the surface. Every element of Ji Feng's design struck squarely at these four pillars. Executed flawlessly, this VIP vessel would become a golden vault upon the sea, an oceanic paradise of indulgence. Repulse Bay, the Ho family mansion. A closed-door gathering of the Five Elders Council was underway. At the previous charity auction gala, Ji Feng had only briefly alluded to his forecast regarding the polar bear, leaving it deliberately understated. This time they gathered expressly to discuss it openly. The polar bear launched economic reforms 2 years ago, but the blueprint itself contains fatal flaws. Its domestic light industry and financial infrastructure were already fragile. How could they withstand such radical upheaval? No sooner had Ji Feng spoken than Zheng Yutong interjected. Even if reform collapses, that doesn't guarantee the polar bear's dissolution. It stood toe-to-toe with America for decades. Surely it won't disintegrate overnight simply because reform falters. His tone still held a trace of uncertainty. After all, that colossal Eurasian entity weighed heavily upon the collective psyche. No one had imagined it could crumble so swiftly. Whether it collapses or not is beside the point. The ruble's collapse is merely a matter of time. Ji Feng spoke with unwavering certainty. What grounds this conviction? Wu Zhengming pressed. Ji Feng offered no verbal reply, only withdrew a sheaf of documents from his briefcase and slid them across the table. The polar bear recklessly imported Western banks, especially American private institutions, crushing its nascent domestic financial sector. These foreign banks lured local depositors with exorbitant interest rates, coaxing rubles into their vaults, while promptly converting those rubles into dollars, pounds, and marks. More ruthlessly, under the guise of opening branches, they extracted massive loans from the polar bear central bank, then siphoned the rubles abroad. The capital vanished, yet the debt remained. Do you truly believe these international banks would foolishly absorb the interest losses themselves? Here he smiled faintly, sipped his tea, and continued, of course they wouldn't. Now consider oil prices. Under covert manipulation by several American petroleum giants, global oil prices plummeted. The polar bear subsists on energy exports, so when oil prices collapsed, its treasury bled dry. Fiscal hemorrhage triggered cascading effects. Economic crisis became inevitable. At that juncture, foreign institutions holding vast ruble reserves and burdened with astronomical interest payments would wait passively. They would inevitably flood the market, forcing the ruble's devaluation, reducing their interest burdens and balancing their books. Once the ruble hits rock bottom, they'll snap up assets cheaply in dollars, or simply repay loans using dollars converted back into rubles at bargain rates. Elder Ho and the others silently leafed through the documents. Since last year, the ruble has been flowing steadily out of international markets, aggressively exchanged for U.S. dollars, British pounds, and German marks. Simultaneously, vast sums of rubles are being quietly converted into gold and other hard currencies. All evidence points to a single coordinated action, a systematic withdrawal from the ruble. These signs collectively corroborate Ji Feng's assertions. More critically, Ji Feng has staked his entire fortune. This audacious, allure-nothing resolve quietly extinguished the last flicker of hesitation among the others. No one wishes to watch helplessly as a historic opportunity, one capable of reshaping the global order, slips through their fingers. The bear's collapse. 90% certain. You may be unaware of the inner workings, but simply examine recent foreign trade statistics, military supply reports, even black market grain prices, and the truth lies plainly exposed. Internally, it is already riddled with decay. Even frontline troops now lack sufficient rations. Though Ji Feng refrained from naming specifics, every word struck unerringly at reality. Silence fell over the room as all nodded in quiet assent. Several operational details were then finalized. Zheng Yutong could no longer contain himself. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed his chief financial officer. Redirect all available liquidity. Prepare the maximum possible sum immediately. We were ready to act anyway. Now that Ji Feng has laid bare the full chain of cause and effect and backed it with unmistakable signals, this is no longer speculation. It is the starting pistol firing. With confidence, solidified action followed without hesitation. As for how much to invest, in what manner, and who would manage the operation, Ji Feng deliberately stepped aside. He delivered intelligence and presented facts. The decision on where and how to place bets belonged solely to each individual's own ledger, not his responsibility. He had not come to play steward. When the conversation turned to the bear, Elder Ho shifted tone and raised the subject of Yihan. Feng, you've heard your maternal grandfather intends to acquire Yelida shares and re-enter Aoyu Entertainment, haven't you? What's your view? Ji Feng set down his teacup, gave a slight shrug of his shoulders, and lifted one corner of his mouth. The gambling business in Haojiang operates like a printing press. Why should He Hongxin monopolize it all? Gentlemen, if any of you are interested, shall we jointly carve up this colossal cake? Before his final syllable faded, every gaze in the room converged upon him. Feng, you aim to take control of Aoyu. Zheng Yutong blurted out. He had coveted that slice of Haojiang for years, originally accepting Yi Han's shares precisely to gain entry into Aoyu, only to be abruptly overturned by He Hongxin and suffer a crushing defeat. Yet that humiliation only tightened his grip. He Hongxin has rooted himself in Aoyu for 30 years. To seize equity by force, even if we hold a majority stake, the largest share of the pie will still be carved by him. My strategy is to enlarge the entire pie. Once expanded, his portion inevitably shrinks. Ji Feng smiled faintly as he unfolded his plans, spearheading an expansion of gambling licenses in Haojiang. How to compel regulators to relax restrictions, how to strategically delay He Hongxin's approval timeline, how to dilute his controlling authority through newly issued licenses. Each step was articulated with crystalline clarity. The ultimate objective was starkly simple. Once the new licenses were granted, He Hongxin would be ousted, and Haojiang's gambling industry would change hands. Upon hearing this, all hesitation vanished. Feng, name your terms. Zheng Yutong obeys without question. The whole family stands with you. Su Wentian and Wu Jingming exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. An alliance is an alliance. We advance and retreat as one. Not a single newly issued license will fall into He Hongxin's hands. 5 families united ensure that. Ji Feng nodded with quiet satisfaction. Excellent. At my signal, we strike together, not just to dismantle Haojiang's financial dominance, but to claim our fair share dollar for dollar. Hong Kong Kowloon. As Ji Feng stepped out of the Hua family residence, dusk had already settled. He drove straight to Li Jiesen's apartment. Upon learning he was coming, she instantly canceled her filming schedule and rushed home by taxi. After their previous night together, Ji Feng had vanished for 2 full days. Her mother's words still burned in her ears, igniting a restless flame within her. She had fretted and wavered, picking up her phone several times only to set it down again. This time she resolved to seize the moment, to hold both him and their bond ever more tightly. Click, a soft sound as the door lock turned. Dressed already in a cheapao, Li Jiesen darted to the living room entrance. It was indeed him. She stepped forward, took his coat, hung it neatly, then knelt, deftly unfastened his shoelaces, and cradling his ankle, helped him slip into slippers. Were it not for that sharply tailored cheapao, its slit rising boldly to mid-thigh, and the matte black stockings hugging her legs, anyone observing would assume she was a traditional wife whose world revolved entirely around one man. Yet the moment she donned that ensemble, every gesture radiated allure. To continue thus would be akin to a waterfront courtesan of old, trading beauty for survival. Are you tired? After helping him change shoes, Li Jiesen rose, only to see him shake his head. Without pause, she slipped her arm through his, leaned gently against him, and nestled close like a sparrow returning to its nest. They walked side by side into the living room and sat on the sofa. Truth be told, the outfit stirred a subtle tremor in Ji Feng's chest. Already strikingly beautiful, she now wore a form-fitting cheapao that accentuated waist and leg alike, every curve sculpted with effortless precision. Few men could remain unmoved. Ji Feng was no exception. Who does not delight in beauty? Aesthetic appreciation is, after all, quintessentially human. Sensing his gaze lingering upon her, Li Jiesen felt a quiet sweetness bloom inside. What young woman, especially one so radiant, does not long to be looked upon again and again, especially when those eyes belong to Ji Feng? Brother Feng, wait a moment. She suddenly rose, and moments later she returned bearing several steaming dishes, arranging them carefully on the table before beckoning him with a bright smile. Brother Feng, try them. I prepared these especially today. Every dish had been taught to her step by Wu Feng. The elders say to secure a man's heart, beauty alone is insufficient. You must also offer the warmth of hearth and home. So Li Jiesen mastered wok, pot, and pan with unwavering diligence. Ji Feng paused momentarily, taken aback. Who could have imagined that the dazzling Miss Hong Kong of yesteryear now stood before him, apron-tied, stir-frying bok choy? He seated himself at the table, lifted a pair of chopsticks, and savored each bite slowly and deliberately. Li Jiesen rested her chin on her palm, eyes sparkling as she asked, Brother Feng, do they suit your palate? Delicious. He nodded honestly. Her face lit up instantly. If you like them, I'll cook for you every day. Ji Feng said nothing further, only offered a gentle, affirming nod. Darling. Her voice softened, laced with playful entreaty. There's something I'd like to ask you, may I? He lifted his gaze to meet hers. My elder sister has just divorced. She didn't complete much schooling and has struggled endlessly to find stable work. Her life has grown increasingly strained. I want to help lift her up. Darling, could you arrange a position for her? Li Jianing, Li Jiesen's elder sister, had remained adrift since her divorce, perpetually short on funds. Li Jiesen often supplemented her sister's income. In truth, steady effort would eventually forge a path forward. Yet Li Jianing possessed lofty ambitions and little stamina, complaining incessantly, dismissing jobs as too arduous, too undignified, or too poorly paid. Wu Feng had secured her a relatively respectable post through connections, but she treated it with indifference, showing up sporadically and performing negligently until she was ultimately dismissed. Now she lived at home, subsisting on her younger sister's and mother's support. Upon learning Li Jiaxin had entered Ji Feng's orbit, she immediately perked up, visiting twice in 2 days, pleading persistently, until her sister finally agreed to ask Ji Feng for a favorable appointment.